It is widely acknowledged that time travelers adhere to three cardinal rules. First, they must not contend with the ancestor dragon for dominion. Second, they must not engage in combat against Lu Xiao when possessing a numerical advantage. And third, they must not confront Li Shimin at the Xuanwu Gate. Yet, at present, Gu Yixuan appears to be embroiled in the second predicament. On the borders of the Yunlan Kingdom, countless military tents are arranged in meticulous order, their oil lamps casting a warm glow over the encampment. Within the central command tent, Gu Yixuan, clad in a white sleeping robe, sits upon the bed, surveying his surroundings with a look of bewilderment. Have I traversed into another realm? Upon absorbing the memories of his former self, Gu Yixuan ultimately realizes that he has been transported into a narrative entitled The Long Song of Phoenix Blood, a novel aimed at a female audience. However, why must he inhabit the persona of Gu Yixuan? Is it merely due to their shared name? Gu Yixuan promptly begins to recollect the circumstances surrounding the demise of his predecessor. 20 years prior, General Gu Songbei of the Kanglan Kingdom besieged and conquered the capital of the Nanyue Kingdom, earning the title of Duke of Stabilization, while the female protagonist, Xie Zhaoning, was a princess sent into exile by the royal family of Nanyue. Over the course of these 2 decades, the heroine, through her intelligence and the assistance of the remnants of the royal family's secret guards, successfully established the preeminent force in the martial world, the Hongxiu Tower. The first step in her quest for vengeance is to target him, the legitimate son of the Duke of Stabilization, Gu Yixuan, who bears the burden of leading the charge in his father's stead. Dear sister, it was the emperor who decreed the annihilation of your kingdom, not I. If you possess the audacity, seek him out instead. Moreover, isn't it simpler to enter the capital than to approach the military camp? With 100,000 troops guarding it, even a pig would survive here, wouldn't it? Could it be that the assassin is named Lu Xiao? After voicing his grievances, Gu Yixuan cannot help but question this predicament. This is not a fantastical realm. Even the mightiest among them can merely breach 3,000 armors. Aside from the legendary Archmage, who else could possibly slay him amidst tens of thousands of soldiers? Yet, this is not the moment for such musings. Though the narrative glosses over the death of his predecessor, should he meet a similar fate, it would indeed be the end for him. With this thought in mind, Gu Yixuan promptly calls out to those outside the tent. Come forth. The tent flaps are drawn aside, and a soldier clad in armor steps into the command tent, approaching Gu Yixuan with a respectful gesture. General, arm me. Having absorbed the memories of his former self, Gu Yixuan's speech now naturally carries the gravitas of a military leader. The personal guard, though puzzled as to why their general requires armor at this moment, dares not inquire further, hastily retrieving the dark crimson armor. Gu Yixuan opens his arms, allowing his guard to assist him as he becomes attired in armor while assessing his own physical state. As a character within a female-targeted narrative, Gu Yixuan is, of course, striking in appearance. His facial features are chiseled, with defined contours, high sword-like brows, and deep, expressive eyes. Years of martial training have endowed every muscle with formidable strength. Why does the general don armor? Has something amiss been discovered? Once the guard has secured Gu Yixuan's armor, he cautiously inquires. I have received word that an assassin intends to strike tonight. Summon Gu Shan at once. Understood. Gu Yixuan maintained his usual demeanor, yet the expression of his bodyguard shifted in surprise upon hearing his words. After bowing respectfully to Gu Yixuan, he hurriedly exited the tent to seek out their commander. Once the bodyguard departed, a flicker of anxiety surfaced in Gu Yixuan's calm eyes. The original owner of this body was no mere ornament. As the legitimate heir of the Dukevan, he had been trained in military strategy and martial arts since childhood. During this great conflict, he had disregarded the counsel of his subordinates and personally engaged in battle, evidenced by the dark crimson armor soaked in blood that adorned him. Yet, despite his prowess, he had fallen victim to an assassin's ambush within the narrative, a result of both unexpected circumstances and the formidable skill of the assassin. Young master. At that moment, the tent flaps were thrust aside, and in strode Gu Shan, a robust man with a powerful build, his face marked by a multitude of scars. He bowed respectfully to Gu Yixuan. Gu Shan was a trusted general of the Gu family, having accompanied Gu Yixuan's father, Gu Beizong, into countless battles, often rescuing him from perilous situations. Bestowed with the Gu surname and deeply trusted by the family, He had recently been appointed as Gu Yishuan's personal bodyguard commander, tasked with ensuring his safety at all times. Uncle Sean, I have received word of an impending assassination attempt against me. I implore you to swiftly mobilize troops for defense. Before this man who had watched him grow, Gu Yishuan did not assume an air of authority befitting a general. The young master's tent is situated amidst a vast army, with hundreds of sentries on rotation, and we, the personal guards, are ever vigilant. I wonder which fool would dare to assault the camp. Gu Shan did not issue an immediate command. It was the dead of night, and sudden troop movements could incite chaos. Moreover, he found it difficult to believe anyone would be foolish enough to attempt an assassination within the military encampment. Faced with Gu Shan's skepticism, Gu Yishuan felt a sense of desperation. He understood how implausible his claims sounded, yet the narrative dictated such circumstances. What could he do? It was news relayed by my father. It is said that an assassin from the Red Sleeve Tower intends to strike tonight. Please, Uncle Gu, mobilize the troops at once. With no other recourse, Gu Yishuan invoked the authority of his father. Understood. Indeed, upon hearing that the information came from Gu Baitsong, Gu Shan immediately dispelled any doubts, bowing in acquiescence before exiting the tent to organize the defense. At midnight, the luminous moon hung high above, casting its pure light upon the tranquil encampment of the Kanglan army. Two figures darted through the camp, narrowly evading the watchful gaze of the sentries, swiftly making their way toward the central command tent. These figures were none other than the elite assassins from the Red Sleeve Tower, known as the blood-shadowed duo Wang Long and Wang Hu. Brother, do you think everything will go smoothly? During their perilous advance, Wang Hu could not help but voice his concerns to his elder brother. Although the two were renowned in the martial world, they were now infiltrating a camp housing 100,000 troops. A single careless mistake could lead to their undoing, potentially drowning them in a deluge of spit from the soldiers. The lady's calculations have never faltered. The Kanglan army has just achieved a resounding victory. Their nighttime vigilance is surely lax. This is the optimal moment to eliminate Gu Yishuan. Wang Long replied in a hushed tone, his confidence in their lady's judgment unwavering. Hearing his brother's words, Wang Hu exhaled a sigh of relief, evidently sharing his brother's faith in their mistress's foresight. The two men evaded the patrolling sentries and finally drew near the central military tent. Observing the situation, Wang Hu felt a sense of relief and could not help but speak up. Brother, why do you think the young lady intends to assassinate Gu Yishuan? Wang Long, harboring similar doubts, nonetheless admonished him in a hushed tone. Do not inquire into matters best left unspoken. Wang Hu felt a twinge of grievance at his brother's rebuke, but refrained from further comment, closely following him toward the military tent. Something is amiss. As they approached the tent, Wang Long's expression tightened. He swiftly scanned the surroundings, his hand resting on the hilt of his long knife. Brother, what is it? Wang Hu's demeanor grew tense upon noticing Wang Long's unease. It is too quiet. Wang Long's expression darkened further at the eerie silence. Such stillness was unnatural even in a heavily guarded military camp. Which scoundrel dares to assault the camp? Just as Wang Long hesitated about retreating, a booming voice echoed, and from the shadows, a long spear shot forth, aimed directly at his throat. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal resounded as Wang Long, reacting just in time, drew his long knife and deflected the spear a mere inch from his body. Rustle! Around the central tent, the sound of hurried footsteps erupted, accompanied by the clinking of armor. A dozen soldiers bearing torches appeared, instantly illuminating the area surrounding the tent. In that fleeting moment, the Wang brothers, who had intended to assassinate Gu Yishuan, found themselves encircled by hundreds of soldiers armed with long spears. Applause erupted at that moment. Chapter 2. By what right should I accept your challenge? Clap. Suddenly, a round of applause erupted as Gu Yishuan stepped out from the encirclement of soldiers surrounding the two, his gaze filled with amusement. Gentlemen, what brings you to visit at such an hour? Gu Shan followed closely behind, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Recalling that the spear just thrown had been his doing, he had not anticipated that there would be such audacity as to attempt an assassination of Gu Yishuan within the military camp. Should these two succeed, he would have no face to confront Gu Baitsong. The audacity to infiltrate the military camp to assassinate a general. It was astonishing that the renowned Wang brothers of the martial world were In fact, two reckless fools. As Gu Yishuan observed the flustered duo, his amusement gradually morphed into derision. He recognized their identities at a glance. The infamous assassins of the Red Sleeve Tower. He had not expected Xie Zhaoning to send merely two assassins of such low rank to attempt his assassination within the military camp. He could not discern whether this was confidence or folly on her part. "Brother, what should we do?" Faced with the encirclement of hundreds of soldiers, Wang Hu's eyes were filled with panic and fear. He had felt from the onset that it was utterly implausible for the two of them to carry out the assassination amidst the throngs of soldiers. Yet, compelled by his brother's intimidation and a sense of loyalty to the young lady, he had reluctantly participated in the assassination. Little did he know, before they could even enter Gu Yishuan's tent, they had already been surrounded. This time, it seemed they were doomed. "I'll hold Gu Yishuan back for a moment. You must find a chance to escape." Wang Long, too, was bewildered by the current predicament, but the responsibility of being the elder brother compelled him to sacrifice himself for his younger sibling's chance of survival. "Brother, please, don't say any more. I shall feign a challenge to Gu Yishuan. A proud scion of a prominent family like him will surely not decline. You must seize the opportunity to escape and take care of our mother." Before Wang Hu could finish his plea, Wang Long interrupted him. Realizing the gravity of their situation, he understood that their chances of retreating unscathed were slim, and he could only hope his brother would find a way to escape and look after their aging mother. Seeing the determination in Wang Long's eyes, Wang Hu knew he could not dissuade him and nodded through tears to Gu Yishuan. Observing the whispering brothers, remained unperturbed. They were likely engaging in a theatrical display of "You leave." "No, I won't leave. If you go, I go." However, this military camp was not a place where one could come and go as they pleased. Just as Gu Yishuan was growing impatient, on the verge of ordering the brothers' execution, Wang Long approached him. "I have heard of your exceptional martial prowess, General Ji Yud. In light of the recent incursions from the Zhangqiu Kingdom, I wish to personally experience your might." "What say you, General?" Wang Long, undeterred by the ferocious gazes of the hundreds of armored soldiers, strode boldly to a distance before Gu Yishuan, gripping his long knife with a defiant glint in his eyes. "Young master," Gu Shan, hearing Wang Long's words, instinctively stepped in front of Gu Yishuan, fearing that Gu Yishuan might be provoked into accepting Wang Long's challenge. After all, this young master had a history of disregarding the counsel of his subordinates to personally engage in battle. "Uncle Shan, do not worry. I am not so impulsive." Gu Yishuan raised his hand to suppress Gu Shan's obstructive arm, understanding his concern. Though well-versed in military strategy, his original self had a penchant for bravado. While in the capital, he had frequently engaged in brawls with the scions of noble families, causing Gu Baizong no small amount of worry. Approaching Wang Long, Gu Yishuan regarded him with an expression akin to observing a simpleton. "What reason do I have to accept your challenge?" Wang Long faltered at the provocation, momentarily caught off guard. Indeed, by what right should Gu Yishuan accept his challenge? Was it merely because he was not as handsome? But soon he regained his composure, raising his long knife to point at Gu Yishuan, seeking to incite him with words. "General Gu, are you afraid of Wang Long?" Seeing Wang Long continue to provoke him, Gu Yishuan shook his head, revealing an expression that conveyed a sense of hopelessness towards the youth. That he then turned, raising his palm and calling out, "Archers, prepare." With a rustle, the soldiers wielding long spears flanked Gu Yishuan, swiftly parting to reveal dozens of archers equipped with crossbows. Upon hearing Gu Yishuan's command, the archers quickly knocked their arrows, the shafts gleaming coldly as they aimed directly at Wang Long. "Gu Yishuan, you are dishonorable." Wang Long's pupils constricted in terror as he beheld the archers targeting him. With a furious shout at Gu Yishuan, he spun around to flee. "This is not a duel for you ruffians. This is a battlefield." Gu Yishuan's words dripped with scorn and disdain, echoing in Wang Long's ears. Unable to resist the urge to look back, he saw Gu Yishuan's hand slowly descending. Whoosh! The moment Gu Yishuan's hand fell, dozens of shimmering arrows shot forth like meteors towards Wang Long. "Little brother, quickly!" Wang Long urged, glancing at Wang Hu, who had been rendered speechless by the sight of the archers. But before he could finish his sentence, his body was pierced by several arrows, propelled forward by their force before he collapsed heavily to the ground. Wang Hu awoke from his stupor upon witnessing his brother's demise. Realizing his own fate was sealed, he glared at Gu Yishuan with bloodshot eyes, shouting in a frenzy, "Gu Yishuan, you villain destined for a miserable end. The young lady will not spare you." Gu Yishuan turned to Wang Hu, an icy chill emanating from his gaze. Fear not. I shall soon lead my army to eradicate the rabble of the Red Sleeve Tower. The lady you speak of will soon join you. Upon hearing Gu Yishuan's words, Wang Hu understood that his and his brother's identities had been uncovered. In that instant, his last vestige of rationality crumbled, and he charged at Gu Yishuan, knife in hand, roaring in fury. A futile struggle. As Gu Yishuan's voice faded, the archers loosed another volley, transforming the advancing Wang Hu into a pincushion. When the dust settled, Gu Yishuan regarded the lifeless bodies of the Wang brothers without a hint of discomfort, instead feeling a surge of exhilaration. Is this the sensation of power? No wonder so many strive desperately to ascend. This feeling is indeed delightful. Not only had Gu Yishuan altered his fate of demise, but he also tasted the sweet pleasure that power bestows, a sensation that captivated him deeply. Yet, recalling the memories of his original self, Gu Yishuan could not help but feel a twinge of distress. Alas, if only the emperor treated me better, otherwise I would truly wish to stage your majesty. Why revolt? However, being a high-ranking minister does not seem too shabby either. Considering that being an emperor requires rising before dawn and sleeping later than a dog, Gu Shan observed Gu Yishuan from a distance. Feeling somewhat sentimental, the young master was no longer the same. In the past, Gu Yishuan would have disregarded his objections and accepted Wang Long's challenge. While it would not have altered the fate of the Wang brothers, it was unbecoming of a general. Returning to the matter at hand, Gu Yishuan surveyed the soldiers awaiting his command and proclaimed loudly, "Today, our army has triumphed over the forces of the Zhangqiu kingdom, sending them into a panicked retreat. All of you are heroes, and upon our return to the capital, I shall personally petition the emperor for your commendation. Relay my orders. The entire army shall rest for 3 days. After 3 days, we shall return to the capital." Understood. The soldiers' faces brightened at his words, immediately bowing in acknowledgement. No-one relishes war, and everyone longs to return home. Gu Yishuan turned his gaze towards the capital, a peculiar glimmer in his eyes. Are you prepared, my dear protagonist's younger brother? Chapter 3. The humble Gu Yishuan within the Grand Canal of the capital. A beautifully adorned pleasure boat drifted downstream. A pigeon soared through the sky, flapping its wings as it landed on the boat's window framed at a young maid, dressed in simple attire, approached the window and retrieved the letter from the pigeon's leg. After reading its contents, the maid's expression shifted to one of alarm, and she hurried back inside the boat, approaching a curtain before whispering, "Miss, the assassination attempt by the Wang brothers has failed." Silence lingered within the curtain for a moment before a voice emerged, as melodious as a yellow oriole. "I understand. You may leave." The maid nodded, offering a bow before slowly retreating. That my calculations should not be amiss. Could it be the assassins of lower rank were simply inadequate? Alas, if only Uncle Lin and the others were not in the capital, they could have surely eliminated Gu Yishuan. The young lady within the curtain murmured to herself, 30 miles outside the capital. Gu Yishuan commanded his troops to camp at this location while he led 300 elite guards and his subordinates back to the capital to report the battle's outcome and receive accolades from the emperor. As he beheld the city gradually emerging on the horizon, Gu Yishuan could not help but feel nostalgic. In the original narrative, Gu Yishuan had perished, leaving behind evidence implicating the Zhangqiu kingdom as the perpetrators, inciting the emperor's wrath and a direct order to attack Zhangqiu. The one to lead this campaign was Gu Beizong. However, Gu Beizong, devastated by the loss of his beloved son and suffering from old ailments, succumbed along the way before reaching the border. After the demise of the Gu father and son, no one dared to lead an expedition against the Zhangqiu kingdom, and in a fit of rage, the emperor collapsed, spitting blood in the Golden Wan Hall, temporarily shelving the military campaign. The once illustrious Gu family thus began to wither, leaving only the Duchess and her second son, Gu Yiqin, to struggle as a pair of orphans. While Gu Yiqin was the protagonist of the Song of Phoenix Blood. In truth, Gu Yiqin was not of the Gu lineage but rather the child of General Fu Yunfei from the Southern Yu Kingdom. Betrothed to the female lead as children. In his youth, Gu Beizong had traveled to Southern Yu, befriending Fu Yunfei. Though they became close friends, they ultimately stood on opposing sides, obliged to clash in battle. When the kingdom of Nanyue fell, Gu Beizong, reminiscing about past affections, secretly spared a single bloodline of the Fu family, while the emperor ordered the slaughter of the entire clan, bringing the child back to the Kanglin kingdom to raise. Gu Yichuan learned of his true heritage from the female protagonist, and, after extracting confirmation from the Duchess, capitalized on the Emperor's trust in the Gu family to effectively seize control of the Kanglan Kingdom's military forces. With the combined strength of the army and the cleverness of the female lead, they swiftly overthrew the royal rule of Kanglan, successfully restoring the Nanyue Kingdom, and from that point forward, they lived a life of happiness. What a clitch plot this is! Not to mention the Emperor's unconditional trust in the Gu family. How can the male lead, having lived in Kanglan for 18 years, possess no feelings for this land? In the end, he even utilized the Emperor's trust to raise an army against the royal family. It's one thing to overthrow them, but could he not have claimed the throne for himself? This way, the Gu family could have savored the taste of royalty, yet, has he lost his senses by handing the throne to the female lead and aiding her in restoring her kingdom? Is this truly the power of love? Forgive me, a lone wolf, for failing to comprehend. After reflecting on the plot, Gu Yichuan couldn't help but scoff at what kind of genius conceived such an outrageous storyline. No wonder many criticized the novel when it was first released. Young master, we have arrived. Gu Shan's voice broke his thoughts. Gu Yichuan raised his eyes to see Lu Qingqi, the Minister of Rights, donned in a purple robe, standing at the forefront of the eastern city gate, flanked by numerous officials and a sea of eager citizens. Halt the entire army, Gu Yichuan commanded, and 300 elite cavalry came to a stop. The sound of their neighing horses echoing through the eastern city gate. Gu Yichuan, seated upon his steed, shone in his dark red armor under the sunlight, radiating a scarlet brilliance that a few timid officials, upon witnessing the ferocious cavalry, trembled uncontrollably and could only steady themselves by grasping their colleagues. Observing this, Gu Yichuan's eyes flickered with disdain as he swiftly dismounted and strode towards Lu Qingqi. I have awaited your arrival for some time, General, as per His Majesty's command. This victory over the invading Zhangqiu forces is thanks to your exceptional leadership, which has greatly enhanced our nation's prestige. Lu Qingqi proclaimed, extending his hands from his voluminous sleeves and bowing solemnly to Gu Yichuan. Your words are too kind, Minister Lu. The defeat of the enemy was reliant on the Emperor's divine mandate and the valor of countless soldiers who fought bravely on the battlefield. I merely acted as a vanguard, executing the Emperor's orders, and do not merit such grand accolades. Gu Yichuan quickly raised his hand to support Lu Qingqi, his gaze sincere as he offered endless flattery. Lu Qingqi couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. It was no wonder His Majesty favored this young man so much. Such skills and flattery were not easily acquired. However, witnessing Gu Yichuan's humility, Lu Qingqi felt it inappropriate to say much further. He picked up a golden wine vessel carried by an accompanying official and presented it to Gu Yichuan. This is the treasured Panlong Zui, preserved by His Majesty for many years, which I rarely indulge in myself. Today, I bestow upon you a flask, in celebration of our army's great victory. I, Gu Yichuan, humbly thank His Majesty for this generous grace. Gu Yichuan solemnly accepted the wine vessel and drank it in one gulp. The amber liquid slid over his tongue, initially cold, then igniting into a raging fire as it traversed his throat. Enter the city. After finishing the imperial wine, Gu Yichuan mounted his horse and commanded. As the sound of hooves echoed behind him, the armored soldiers followed suit towards the city gate at this moment. Gu Yichuan fully comprehended the sentiment of Du Fu's poem. With the spring breeze, I ride swiftly, beholding all the flowers of Chang'an in a day. The streets flanking the city gate were filled with citizens gazing at Gu Yichuan and his cavalry with admiration. It was thanks to General Gu's prowess that they could repel the invasion from the Zhangqiu kingdom. Wasn't it similar to the scene when the Duke of Ding returned triumphantly? Yet, it pales in comparison. When the Duke of Ding returned, His Majesty personally came out to greet him. Nevertheless, General Gu, at merely 20, commands an army of 100,000, hardly inferior to his father, truly embodying the saying, a tiger begets no dog. Amidst the crowd, a man in a conical hat tightened his grip on his sword upon hearing the citizens' praises. When Gu Baizong returned triumphantly, the emperor personally welcomed him, which was an immense honor in the eyes of the citizens of Kanglan. Yet for those like him, the orphans of Nanyue, it was an indelible shame. Did the ladies' plan fail? What a pity for the Wang brothers. They even shared a drink with me before departing. Yet, the man murmured as he gradually faded into the crowd. Meanwhile, outside the throng, a young maid stood atop a carriage, excitedly gazing at Gu Yichuan on horseback, chattering animatedly. Miss, look quickly. That young general is so handsome. The curtain of the carriage lifted, revealing a delicate and charming face. She looked at the young man on horseback. A fleeting glimmer of something unusual crossed her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Once the crowd disperses, let us leave promptly. We mustn't keep father waiting. When she uttered the word father, her eyes brimmed with resentment. Chapter 4. Is my brother about to be conferred a title? In the Duke of Ding's residence. Gu Yixuan had just stepped into the main hall when the Duchess, Murong Yun, hurriedly approached him. Gazing at her son, whose face had lost some weight compared to before, tears welled in her eyes. I told your father not to let you go to the border, but he wouldn't listen, insisting that the Gu family has earned the emperor's favor and that, as the legitimate son, you must shoulder the responsibility when enemies invade. But how could a mother not know the dangers of the battlefield? What would happen if you were harmed? As she spoke, Murong Yun cast a reproachful glance at the imposing figure of Gu Baizong seated at the head of the table. Gazing upon the dignified and gentle visage of Murong Yun, Gu Yixuan felt a pang in his heart. Having been an orphan in his past life, he had never experienced parental love, but he could genuinely feel a mother's affection emanating from Murong Yun. Mother, please do not cry. You'll develop wrinkles, and besides, I have returned, haven't I? Gu Yixuan gently wiped the tears from his mother's eyes and guided her to a seat beside Gu Baizong. He then knelt before them and bowed deeply 3 times. Rise, you performed commendably in this campaign. However, Gu Shan has also mentioned in his letter that you personally engaged in combat. While such bravery is commendable, it is not the conduct befitting a commander. Do you understand? Only then did Gu Baizong speak, his expression stern and commanding, exuding an aura of martial authority with every gesture. But I understand. Father, I will refrain from such actions in the future. Gu Yixuan nodded in agreement. Having shed his former reckless disposition, who would dare to duel one-on-one when they had numerical superiority, unless the enemy was foolish enough to challenge him alone? Upon hearing Gu Yixuan's response, Gu Baizong nodded approvingly. His son was exceptional and deeply favored by the emperor. Apart from being somewhat impulsive, there were no flaws to speak of. After such a long time without seeing Gu Yixuan couldn't help but inquire. Where is Yixuan? Why haven't I seen him? He went to drink with the son of the Marquis of Anping that I had told him today was your return day and asked him to wait with us. But he simply wouldn't listen. Murong Yun's tone held a hint of reproach but lacked anger. She had raised the child brought home by her husband for many years and had long considered him her own. This ungrateful child. He doesn't even wish to welcome his elder brother's triumphant return. I fear he is getting too bold. Gu Baizong snorted coldly. For one who upheld loyalty and patriotism, a military victory was a significant event. Yet his second son appeared indifferent, which naturally incited his ire. Sensing her husband's anger, Murong Yun quickly came to Gu Yixuan's defense. When Gu Yixuan heard the name of the Marquis of Anping, his handsome face froze momentarily, as if he had encountered that name in another female-oriented novel. Why would Gu Yixuan, a man, read so many female novels? Don't ask. The answer is simply enjoyment. He thought to confirm this later. If it were indeed that novel, it would be quite amusing. That a peculiar glint flickered in Gu Yixuan's eyes as he pondered. The following day, after the court session, Gu Yixuan exited the Golden Lawn Hall alongside the court officials, his attire having shifted from armor to a black embroidered robe of the Marquis of Qilin. Indeed, Gu Yixuan had been conferred a title, that of Marquis of Wuan, signifying peace and stability, with a fief of 1,000 households. Some ministers gazed at him with envy. Not only them, but even Gu Yixuan himself felt somewhat dazed. Had he truly just been conferred a title? He had anticipated that, given the emperor's esteem for him, this reward would be significant, but he had not expected it to be so grand. Furthermore, during the morning assembly, it seemed the ministers had been unaware of the emperor's rewards. Did such significant affairs not warrant discussion among the court officials? Regardless of how autocratic the emperor was, it was improbable that even the chancellor and 6 ministers were left in the dark, yet their astonishment suggested they had not been informed in advance. What astonished Gu Yixuan even more was that no one had raised any objections. Were emperors in female novels truly this formidable? Gu Yixuan recalled the emperors from male-oriented novels, often left speechless by court officials, and felt compelled to address them. Brother, if things get tough, come to me and see how it's done. Conferring titles is merely a matter of a word here, unlike the way you govern. Just as Gu Yixuan was lost in thought, a man stepped in front of him. I am Lin Ruichong, here to congratulate General Gu on his elevation to the rank of Marquis. You truly are a young talent. The individual in question appeared to be in his 40s, perhaps somewhat portly due to his age. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident from his features that he must have been quite a handsome man in his youth. The moment Gu Yishuan laid eyes on him, he recognized him as the Marquis Anping, whom Morong Yun had mentioned previously. Gu Yishuan's elevation to the rank of Marquis was entirely due to His Majesty's favor. He felt that the Marquis Anping was overstating his own merits. Although Gu Yishuan was unaware of Lin Ruichang's intentions, he nonetheless responded with courtesy as the two strolled towards the palace gates. Their conversation meandered, but Gu Yishuan soon grew impatient, for Lin Ruichang was meandering in his discourse. Were it anyone else, it might have been tolerable, but Gu Yishuan found little interest in Lin Ruichang, a man who had attained his title solely through the legacy of his ancestors. Just as Gu Yishuan was about to take his leave, a young servant hurriedly approached Lin Ruichang and whispered in his ear. Though the servant spoke in hushed tones, Gu Yishuan still caught snippets of the conversation. Master, the third miss has accidentally injured the eldest miss's hand. The young master wishes to invoke family discipline upon the third miss, and the madam requests that you return home promptly to address the matter. Upon hearing this, Lin Ruichang's face darkened with anger. His illegitimate daughter had the audacity to cause trouble upon her return. Just as he was about to excuse himself to deal with his unfilial daughter, Gu Yishuan interjected, I have heard that the young ladies of the Lin family are both talented and beautiful. Might I be fortunate enough to glimpse the elegance of your daughter? A flicker of excitement crossed Gu Yishuan's eyes. He had now confirmed that this Marquis Anping was indeed the father of the heroine from a novel titled The Noble Daughter of the Marquis. The incident mentioned by the servant was precisely the pivotal moment in the story where the heroine first distinguished herself within the Marquis's household. Upon hearing Gu Yishuan's words, Lin Ruichang's anger transformed into delight. His lengthy conversation with Gu Yishuan had been an attempt to recommend his daughter, and now that Gu Yishuan had expressed a desire to meet her, how could he not be pleased? Of course, my daughter has long admired General Gu Yishuan nodded, and together with Lin Ruichang, they made their way to the Marquis Anping's residence. Chapter 5. The farce at the Marquis Anping's residence, as Gu Yishuan and Lin Ruichang stepped into the estate. They were immediately greeted by the furious voice of a man. You wretched child, how dare you injure Yao Yao? Just wait until I return, I will make you pay for this. A woman's voice followed, soft in tone, yet laden with sharp retorts. Brother, do you jest? If I am a wretched child, does that not make our father a wretched man? The man was momentarily struck speechless, his throat constricted as he struggled to respond. Gu Yishuan turned his gaze to Lin Ruichang, a bemused smile dancing on his lips. Sensing Gu Yishuan's scrutiny, Lin Ruichang's face flushed with embarrassment, and he barked, Rebellious daughter, what nonsense are you spouting? At his rebuke, the onlookers in the hall turned their attention towards the entrance, where they saw Lin Ruichang storming in, his expression one of ire. Father, you must take my side. Lin Feiyao, the eldest daughter of the Lin family, rushed forward, her voice laced with feigned innocence. Yesterday, when Sister Shuez just entered the estate, I noticed she didn't possess a single decent piece of jewelry, so I thought to gift her a few of my own. To my surprise, she coveted the jade bracelet you gifted me. Father, naturally, I could not part with it. When I refused, she attempted to seize it by force, and in the scuffle, she shattered the bracelet and cut my hand. Look at all this blood. Father, you must stand up for me. At the sight of Lin Ruichang, Lin Feiyao could hardly contain her urgency, presenting her bloodied wrist as evidence. You lie. My lady did not injure you. You inflicted that wound upon yourself to frame her. The accused, Lin Shishue, had yet to speak, but her little maid could no longer hold her tongue. Like a hen protecting her chick, she shielded Lin Shishue and retorted angrily. Lin Xiang, the eldest son of the Marquis, pointed an accusing finger at Lin Shishue, his voice thick with indignation. Preposterous. Yao Yao is terrified of pain. How could she possibly harm herself to frame a lowly, illegitimate daughter? Before the maid could respond, Lin Xiang continued, Moreover, it was witnessed by General Gu himself that you and Yao Yao quarreled in the pavilion, and you were the one who wounded her with the broken shard. The gaze of the crowd shifted to Gu Yicheng, who stood beside Lin Xiang. Clad in white, he exuded an air of elegance, his appearance strikingly handsome, yet his demeanor was more sunny compared to Gu Yishuan's gallantry. As the assembly's attention fell upon him, Gu Yishuan glanced at Lin Shishue, then at his good brother Lin Xiang. Just as he was about to speak, a clear male voice resonated from outside. Brother, is it true that Lin Gongzi has stated? The crowd turned to see a strikingly handsome young man enter the hall, clad in a black robe embroidered with golden Qilin motifs, which accentuated his already imposing presence. Elder brother? Gu Yicheng was taken aback upon seeing Gu Yishuan. How could his elder brother be here, adorned in the garb only a marquis could wear? Elder brother. The assembly gasped as they recognized him as the illustrious Gu Yishuan. Cough, cough. This is the celebrated General Gu Yishuan, who has just returned triumphantly from the frontier and has been personally conferred the title of Marquis of Wuan by His Majesty. Lin Ruichang, still reeling from the chaos caused by his unruly offspring, hastily introduced Gu Yishuan to the crowd. We have the honor of meeting the Marquis of Wuan. Upon learning of Gu Yishuan's elevation to Marquis, the members of the Lin household quickly bowed in respect. Even the lady of the Marquis, Li Huiru, who had been watching the spectacle, rose to pay her respects. Gu Yishuan nodded, maintaining a calm demeanor, yet his gaze remained locked on Gu Yicheng, his heart racing with intrigue. Wasn't Gu Yicheng the male lead of Feng Shuechangguo? How did he come to be entwined in the plot of the noble daughter of the Marquis? Sensing his elder brother's piercing gaze, Gu Yicheng felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. His eyes evasive, the Marquis of Wuan has heard of Yao Yao's exceptional talents and beauty and wished to make her acquaintance, yet you have turned the estate into a veritable farce. After introducing himself, Lin Ruichang resumed his tirade, chastising the assembled guests while casting a significant glance at the tear-streaked face of Lin Feiyao. The moment Lin Feiyao laid eyes on Gu Yishuan, she was utterly enchanted. Having rarely ventured beyond her chambers, she had never encountered such an extraordinary and gallant young man. Moreover, hearing her father state that Gu Yishuan had come to the Lin estate due to his admiration for her filled her with elation. Following her father's cue, she disregarded her injury and hurriedly performed a deep bow, sweetly introducing herself. I am Lin Feiyao, honored to meet the Marquis of Wuan. However, Gu Yishuan had no time to indulge her. His focus remained on Gu Yicheng, whose averted gaze only deepened his frostiness. I merely asked you to state the facts. When did the sons of the Gu family adopt such timid, feminine demeanor? Faced with Gu Yishuan's commanding presence, Gu Yicheng stammered. I did see the two young ladies in the pavilion arguing, but I was too far away to discern the details. They asked for whether Lin Feiyao's injury was caused by Lin Shishua's shard of jade. I cannot say for certain. Yet, upon meeting Lin Xiang's expectant gaze, Gu Yicheng gritted his teeth and declared, yes, I did witness Lin Shishua injuring Miss Lin Feiyao's wrist with the shard. An uproar ensued among the Lin family, their angry glares directed at the previously silent Lin Shishua. What a villain! My lady did not harm you. You are lying. The maid instantly defended her mistress. Her eyes filled with fury. Gu Yishuan looked at Gu Yicheng, disappointment flaring within him. Having grown up alongside this brother, he had felt a bond, yet he never expected Gu Yicheng to be so spineless as to forsake the truth for the sake of maintaining a friendship with Lin Xiang. Did the son of a noble family truly need to concern himself with the opinions of a mere marquis's illegitimate child? Well-versed in the unfolding drama, Gu Yishuan understood the backstory even before Lin Shishua arrived at the Lin estate. Lady Li Huiru had been shedding tears daily over her husband's illegitimate daughter. Lin Feiyao and Lin Xiang, influenced by their mother, harbored a deep disdain for Lin Shishua. Under the mother's subtle guidance, Lin Feiyao devised the scheme of self-harm to frame Lin Shishua, leading to the current debacle. Rebellious daughter, what more can you say? Lin Ruichang's fury reached its zenith as he roared at Lin Shishua. It was at this moment, after Lin Ruichang had entered, that Lin Shishua finally spoke up. Chapter 6. Do you doubt this, Marquis? Father, would you sooner trust a stranger than your own daughter? Lin Shishua, adorned in a flowing azure gown, appeared as slender as a willow, her skin fairer than snow. Her eyes, filled with sorrow, looked upon her father, icy determination glimmering within. In her previous life, she had arrived alone in the capital, only to be wronged by her sister upon entering the Marquis's residence. That time, she had been unable to defend herself, facing scorn from her brother and a punishment of kneeling for an entire day and night from her father. Being frail and sickly since childhood, she had collapsed after enduring such punishment, which ultimately led to the affliction that caused her demise. Yet, during her recovery, Lin Ruichang had inexplicably doted on her, even chastising Lin Feiyao and Lin Xiang for their behavior. At that time, she naively believed that her father treated her with such kindness because he had discovered the truth behind her wrongful accusation. It was only later, as he lay dying on his bed, that she came to the startling realization that Lin Ruichang's actions were solely motivated by the wealth left to her by her mother. However, things were different now. The reborn version of herself was no longer the defenseless little girl who could be bullied at will. Oomph. With evidence and witnesses before their eyes, what further excuses could you possibly muster? Upon facing Lin Shirshua's inquiries, Lin Ruichang's anger flared even more, and he bellowed, "Bring this ungrateful daughter away." Wait. As soon as Lin Ruichang's words fell, two voices rang out simultaneously. Hearing Gu Yishuan's voice, Lin Shirshue turned to him, her eyes slightly puzzled. Gu Yishuan's gaze flickered with helplessness. Although Lin Shirshue was also the female lead, there was no direct conflict between them. He had merely come to the Lin residence to witness a free spectacle. The problem arose when Gu Yiqing unexpectedly appeared here, even providing false testimony for Lin Xiang if it had succeeded. It would have been one thing, but the fact was, it had not. Knowing the plot, Gu Yishuan clearly remembered that the reborn Lin Shirshue would complete a stunning counterattack amidst everyone's skepticism, delivering a resounding slap to the face of Lin Feiyao, the one who had falsely accused her. Subsequently, the lying Gu Yiqing would undoubtedly face public scorn as the legitimate heir of the Gu family. Gu Yishuan could not allow the family's reputation to be sullied because of Gu Yiqing's actions. After all, it would be far better for him to expose Gu Yiqing's lies than to be publicly humiliated by an outsider. Marquis Wuan, do you have any insights? Lin Ruichang queried, looking at Gu Yishuan with a puzzled expression. This lord has just examined the wound on Miss Lin's wrist, and it certainly does not appear to be consistent with injuries sustained during a scuffle. Gu Yishuan pointed towards Lin Feiyao's wrist. Although Lin Ruichang was certain that Lin Shirshue had inflicted the injury on Lin Feiyao, he could not disregard Gu Yishuan's words and turned to Lin Feiyao. Yair, is what the Marquis Wuan said true? A flicker of panic crossed Lin Feiyao's eyes as she discreetly hid her bleeding wrist within her clothing before responding. The Marquis must be mistaken. My injury was indeed caused by Sister Shirshue. That so? I once shot an enemy general's head from 100 paces away. Are you suggesting that my eyesight has failed me? Gu Yishuan scoffed, his gaze towards Lin Feiyao laced with disdain. This foolish woman was oblivious to the fact that she was being manipulated by her own mother. Lin Feiyao was instantly rendered speechless, her eyes pleadingly seeking her father's assistance. Seeing his daughter in such a state, Lin Ruichang surmised the truth of the matter and spoke in a low voice. Yair, show your hand. With Lin Ruichang's insistence, Lin Feiyao reluctantly extended her hand. As he examined her wrist, still stained with blood, a flicker of concern flashed in Lin Ruichang's eyes, yet he found nothing amiss and turned his gaze back to Gu Yishuan. Marquis Wuan, I see no abnormalities in this wound. Gu Yishuan did not respond to his inquiry, and instead turned his attention to the quietly observing Lin Shirshue. But I believe Miss Shirshue can also answer this question. Lin Shirshue, surprised that Gu Yishuan had mentioned her, stepped forward and gently pointed at Lin Feiyao's wrist, her voice soft. If this injury were indeed the result of a confrontation between us, the wound would be uneven in depth. Yet, esteemed guests, observe whether my sister's wrist bears such a mark. The onlookers leaned in closer, realizing that Lin Feiyao's injury was indeed not as Lin Shirshue had described. Rather, it was uniformly deep, as if someone had carefully inflicted it. Indeed, the wound is deep at the start and shallow at the end, clearly indicating that she must have deliberately cut herself with a shard of porcelain. Gu Yishuan chimed in, further substantiating Lin Shirshue's claims, thus drawing a conclusion to the matter. But why would Yiqing? Lin Xiang attempted to interject, but was met with a piercing gaze from Gu Yishuan that sent chills down his spine. Are you questioning this lord's words? Lin Xiang raised his eyes only to find Gu Yishuan's icy stare fixed upon him. Lin Ruichang, witnessing this, silently cursed his foolishness and quickly intervened. This time, it was indeed Yair's fault. Bring the young lady back to her room. Gu Yishuan, aware that Lin Shirshue could resolve this accusation herself and even reveal Lin Feiyao's self-inflicted injury, was merely doing so to spare the lying Gu Yiqing further embarrassment. Lin Ruichang could not fathom that his son was so oblivious to the situation, attempting to counter Gu Yishuan with Gu Yiqing's words. Was that not sheer folly? Ahem. I apologize for the disturbance, Marquis Wuan. I shall have my people prepare a banquet to drink to your health and discuss the shortcomings of this incident. Once Lin Feiyao was taken away, Lin Ruichang attempted to invite Gu Yishuan for a meal at the Marquis's residence, for the farce orchestrated by Lin Feiyao would undoubtedly leave a poor impression on Gu Yishuan. Missing this opportunity would make it difficult to forge connections with the Gu family in the future. Yet Gu Yishuan was not oblivious to Lin Ruichang's ulterior motives and promptly declined. "Thank you, Marquis Anping, for your kind offer, but upon my return from this campaign, I have many matters to discuss with my father. So I shall not impose." Without waiting for Lin Ruichang to respond, he fixed his gaze on Gu Yiqing and said, "Younger brother, let us depart." That Ji Yiqing trembled at those words, hurriedly moving to stand beside Gu Yishuan. His head bowed in shame. "I shall see you off, Marquis Wuan." Lin Ruichang's expression was filled with regret, yet seeing Gu Yishuan's resolute demeanor, he refrained from pressing further and prepared to escort him out of the residence. "No need, Marquis Anping. You should first attend to the issues within the estate." With that, Gu Yishuan led Gu Yiqing out of the great hall. However, before leaving, he cast a glance back at the lady of the house. Li Huiru, who had only spoken a single line throughout the entire affair, in the Anping Marquisate, the one with the most profound thoughts was undoubtedly this woman. Even the reborn Lin Shixue had only managed to topple her with the assistance of the male lead. Yet, none of this concerned Gu Yishuan, since it was clear that Lin Shixue, as the female lead, had no direct conflict with him. He had no intention of entangling himself with her. What Gu Yishuan failed to notice was that Lin Shixue, as the female lead, was fixated on his retreating figure, her eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light. Chapter 7. "You are nothing but a waste." Lin Shixue gazed at Gu Yishuan's departing silhouette, her expression somewhat dazed. Was this truly the end? Shouldn't the people of the Marquisate still doubt her, leading her to enumerate a series of inconsistencies before ultimately revealing the truth and delivering a resounding slap to Lin Feiyue's face? She had prepared for this moment for a long time. In fact, in the original plot, Lin Shixue had expended considerable effort to convince the people of the Marquisate that she was innocent of the accusations against her. But with Marquis Wuan himself stating so, who among the Anping Marquisate would dare to contradict him? Gu Yishuan and Gu Yiqing arrived at the gates of the Marquisate, where the family carriage awaited them. "Elder brother, Gu Yiqing hesitated. Wishing to explain the earlier incident, Ji Yishuan did not board the carriage but instead mounted a fine steed, looking down at Gu Yiqing with a complex expression. "You are a son of the Gu family. You represent the family in the outside world. What merit is there in lying for a mere son of the Anping Marquis?" Upon hearing Gu Yishuan's disdain for Lin Xiang, Gu Yiqing felt a surge of unbidden anger. This had always been the case. Gu Yishuan had looked down upon him since childhood, dismissing anyone around him. Does elder brother think I was in the wrong? Xiang is my friend. Should I not support him? Seeing that Gu Yiqing still failed to recognize his error, Gu Yishuan's gaze turned icy. Did you not notice Lin Shixue's brazen demeanor? That is hardly the reaction of someone who has made a mistake. Had Lin Shixue exposed your lies earlier, you would have faced public disgrace, and our family would have been humiliated. Did you even consider that? Gu Yishuan was perplexed. How could someone so oblivious to the most basic social cues have successfully led a rebellion? The Gu family, the Gu family. All you care about is the Gu family. Is the Gu family truly that important? Crack. A sharp crack of the whip landed across Gu Yiqing's back, as Gu Yishuan's piercing gaze bore down on him. His tone cold. "Oh, you know what you are saying. Without the Gu family, you are nothing but a worthless waste." Gu Yiqing clenched his fists, his body trembling not from pain, but from rage. He had lived in Gu Yishuan's shadow since childhood. The affection his parents showed him paled in comparison to that directed at Gu Yishuan. In their eyes, Gu Yishuan could do no wrong. While no matter how well he performed, it would never be satisfactory if that were the case. Then to hell with the Gu family. You call me a waste? If that is the case, then I shall show you that even without the identity of a Gu family son, I can still thrive. Gu Yiqing shoved aside a servant who had approached to check on his injury and glared fiercely at Gu Yishuan. Such a ridiculous notion, Gu Yishuan scoffed disdainfully, choosing to ignore Gu Yiqing as he flicked the reins and rode away. Gu Yiqing watched Gu Yishuan's figure on horseback, his eyes filled with fury and resentment. He vowed to make Gu Yishuan regret his actions today. He did not return to the Gu family's carriage, but instead left the Marquisate alone, leaving behind a few bewildered servants. In a dimly lit alley not far away, a figure clad in a conical hat gazed at the receding silhouette of Gu Yiqing. Gu Yishuan rode towards the Duke of An's residence. Recalling that Xia Zhaoning, the heroine of Feng Shuichanggu, would arrive in the capital in 2 days. Gu Yiqing's impulsive departure was likely to be intercepted by Xia Zhaoning, who was aware of his true lineage. However, Gu Yishuan had no intention of intervening. It was evident from their earlier conversation that despite having raised Gu Yichen for many years, the Duke and Duchess of Ding had not instilled in him any deep affection for the Gu family. If that were the case, it was better for him to learn the truth of his origins sooner rather than later, aligning with the heroine as per the original storyline, and when the time came, he would take action. Thus the Gu Baitsong couple would have little to say. Yet, to Gu Yishuan's astonishment, upon returning to the Duke of Ding's residence, he was met with news that struck him like a bolt from the blue. What? Mother, you want me to attend a poetry gathering? Gu Yishuan looked helplessly at Murong Yun. Though the original owner was well-versed in military strategy and martial arts, his literary skills were lamentably lacking. Not to mention, he was merely a 21st-century corporate worker. Indeed, you are no longer a child, and now you have even been conferred the title of Marquis of Wuan by His Majesty. It is time you sought a suitable lady to manage your household. Coincidentally, a poetry gathering was scheduled for tomorrow, and all the talented young ladies in the capital would be in attendance, providing an opportunity for you to select a suitable partner. Murong Yun observed her handsome son, who excelled in every aspect except for his disinterest in romantic matters. She had recently heard from a lady about the poetry gathering and thought it a perfect chance for Gu Yishuan to find someone appealing. I am merely a martial man. How can I possibly attend a gathering of literati? Furthermore, I do not even know how to compose poetry, Gu Yishuan lamented, his mother's excitement leaving him exasperated. He would prefer to face enemies on the battlefield than attend a poetry gathering. If I say it is so, then it is so. What of being a martial man? My son is so handsome. How could he possibly be compared to those frail scholars? Murong Yun insisted, unfazed, as she believed her son to be the finest of all. However, before Gu Yishuan could protest further, he noticed a frown on his mother's face and quickly acquiesced. Fine, I will go to the gathering. Upon hearing her son's agreement, Murong Yun's face lit up with joy, and she then inquired about Gu Yichen, yet Gu Yishuan deftly evaded the topic. Not wishing to involve his mother in such matters, the following morning, Gu Yishuan, surrounded by several maids assisting him with his attire, sighed in exasperation, "Mother, is it truly necessary to make such a fuss over attending a poetry gathering?" Murong Yun chided, "What fuss is there? Your father once waited at my doorstep early in the morning just to catch a glimpse of me. And here you are, dragging your feet at the prospect of attending a gathering to find a suitable lady." Shortly thereafter, Gu Yishuan emerged before Murong Yun, adorned in a long black robe embroidered with cloud patterns, his stature and countenance strikingly handsome. Murong Yun beamed with satisfaction at the sight of her son. "Go, and if you happen to find a lady to your liking at the gathering, do remember to tell your mother." Gu Yishuan nodded, bade farewell to Murong Yun, and set off in a carriage towards the venue of the poetry gathering. Chapter 8. The Poetry Gathering. The poetry gathering was set to take place at Chunfeng Garden. Upon Gu Yishuan's arrival, several carriages were already parked outside. Guided by a servant, he entered the outer garden, where he observed groups of young scholars in elegant robes, admiring the scenic beauty of the garden while reciting poetry in lively conversation. Meanwhile, the ladies were situated in the inner garden, and he could occasionally hear their melodious laughter. At that moment, Gu Yishuan also drew considerable attention from those present. Noticing his splendid attire and exceptional demeanor, a young scholar approached him. "I am Li Fei from the Hanlin Academy. It is a pleasure to meet you." "My friend," Gu Yishuan returned the greeting. "I am Gu Yishuan. A pleasure to meet you as well." Upon hearing Gu Yishuan's name, Li Fei exhibited a hint of surprise, realizing it bore resemblance to the Marquis of Wuan. Feeling flustered, he began to bow but then hesitated, pondering how a martial figure could possibly attend a gathering of literati. "Your name is indeed quite similar to that of the recently victorious Marquis of Wuan," Li Fei remarked, clearing his throat to ease the awkwardness. Noting that Li Fei did not recognize him, Gu Yishuan chose not to clarify, instead following along with the conversation. "Indeed, I have often been mistaken for that prominent young master of the Gu family due to this name." "Oh, is that so? How intriguing," Li Fei exclaimed, a smile gracing his face. "May I inquire about your rank and current position, dear Gu?" Seeing Li Fei's intentions becoming increasingly transparent, Gu Yishuan felt a sense of resignation. Most newcomers to the Hanlin Academy were from humble beginnings, and without support in the court, it was challenging for them to make a name for themselves. They sought connections with the noble class, and it seemed Li Fei approached him because of his opulent attire. Believing him to be a scion of a prestigious family, "I merely rely on my family's connections to secure a nominal position in the court. It pales in comparison to the talents of Li, who is truly remarkable." Gu Yishuan humbly replied. Though disappointed by Gu Yishuan's reluctance to disclose his true identity, Li Fei noted his splendid attire and exceptional demeanor. Indicating a noble lineage, he continued, "You flatter me, Gu. Though I am in the Hanlin Academy, my future remains uncertain, and I cannot compare to someone with an official position like yours." As the two engaged in casual conversation, they strolled towards a pavilion. "I am here to attend this poetry gathering, yet I am unaware of who else shall be present. Might you enlighten me, Li?" Gu Yishuan inquired once seated in the pavilion. Although he lacked interest in the gathering, he figured it would not hurt to gain some insight. "Of course, while I am puzzled as to why you lack such basic information, I shall divulge it." Li Fei began. "This gathering will feature not only scholars from the Hanlin Academy like myself, but also renowned talents from the capital, both young ladies of exceptional skill and promising young men." Pausing to glance around to ensure no one was eavesdropping, Li Fei lowered his voice. "I have even heard that the esteemed Jinyuan Marquis will be attending this gathering." This revelation, a flicker of surprise crossed Gu Yishuan's eyes. Jinyuan Marquis Lu Huijin. Is he not the male lead of the noblewoman of the Marquis? Yet, according to the novel's plot, was he not still stationed at the border? How could he possibly be in the capital? As this realization dawned on him, Gu Yishuan suddenly grasped that due to his crossing over and the merging of two narratives, the original plot had indeed shifted. For instance, 20 years prior, Gu Beizong had obliterated the southern Yu Kingdom, which had been on par with the Kanglin Kingdom in strength, and since the Zhangqiu Kingdom was slightly weaker than the Kanglin Kingdom, Lu Huijin would no longer need to be stationed at the borders. Nonetheless, Gu Yishuan remained unperturbed. After all, the Gu family held a position of utmost prestige within the Kanglin Kingdom and enjoyed the emperor's trust. Even if the plot diverged, its impact on Gu Yishuan would be minimal. As time passed, more attendees began arriving at the poetry gathering. Gu Yishuan even spotted Lin Xiang, the son of the Marquis of An, whom he had encountered just the day prior. Perhaps Li's information was not entirely accurate. Gu Yishuan mused, finding it odd that Lu Huijin had yet to make an appearance. He may have had urgent matters to attend to. Li Fei responded, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. He had hoped to establish a connection with Lu Huijin should he attend, but with the gathering about to commence, time was running out. At noon, once all had arrived, 2 rows of maidservants emerged from the corridor leading to the inner garden, followed by several elegantly dressed young ladies of noble birth, their beauty radiating. Among the crowd, Gu Yishuan spotted an unexpected figure, Lin Shishua. The moment he laid eyes on her graceful form, surprise flickered in Gu Yishuan's gaze. Lin Fiao, from the Marquis of An's household, was quite renowned in the capital. Logically, she, as the legitimate daughter, should be the one attending the gathering, not the illegitimate Lin Shishua. However, Gu Yishuan quickly concluded that Lin Shishua's presence was likely a result of the previous day's events, allowing her to escape the grasp of Li Huizhu to attend the gathering. The little girl has done well to break free, Gu Yishuan thought to himself, impressed. Given Li Huizhu's disdain for Lin Shishua, it was unlikely she would have permitted her to attend a gathering that could elevate her reputation. Yet, here Lin Shishua was, and it intrigued Gu Yishuan. Noticing the gaze directed towards her, Lin Shishua turned her head towards the pavilion. Upon recognizing Gu Yishuan, a flicker of astonishment crossed her features. Quickly regaining her composure, she nodded in acknowledgement, offering him a polite smile. "Shishua, what are you looking at?" A young lady beside Lin Shishua, clad in a light green gown, noticed her gaze and followed it, her eyes landing on the tall and handsome gentleman. With a teasing tone, she queried, "Who is that dashing young man? It seems you know him." Before Lin Shishua could respond, the young lady exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Could he possibly be your sweetheart?" "Alas, what is my sister saying? What romantic interest? We have merely crossed paths once." Lin Shishua, confronted by the teasing of the young woman, felt her delicate face flush a deep crimson, her hands playfully swatting at the girl. Wherever there are people, there exists a world of intrigue. Upon her arrival in the capital, Lin Shishua faced the scorn of the noble ladies in Chunfeng Garden, especially after they learned she was merely a bastardy. The young woman beside her was Lu Yitong, the daughter of the current Minister of Rights. Unlike the other ladies, she did not ostracize Lin Shishua, for she regarded her as a rival. Upon hearing that Lin Feishue was unable to attend the poetry gathering due to Lin Shishua's presence, she embraced Lin Shishua as a close sister. Just as Lu Yitong was about to continue her playful banter, several elderly gentlemen clad in scholarly robes entered Chunfeng Garden. Chapter 9. Do you claim I cannot compose poetry? I am Zhou Wenyuan, an esteemed scholar of the Hamlin Academy, and I shall preside over this poetry gathering. His aged voice resonated in the ears of the assembly, and upon turning to behold the presence of the esteemed scholar Zhou Wenyuan and a few venerable literary figures, the once boisterous garden fell into a profound silence. Recognizing the tranquility that had enveloped the gathering, Zhou Wenyuan nodded and continued, "Since you have gathered here for the poetry session, you should be aware of its customs. I shall refrain from elaborating further at this juncture." Zhou Wenyuan surveyed the crowd, pausing for a moment of contemplation before resuming. The theme of this poetry gathering is the 4 seasons, with the first topic being spring, though you may also choose to compose about the other 3 seasons. I invite you all to create poetry on this subject. After he spoke, a maidservant brought forth brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones for the attendees to write their verses. Liu Yishuan gazed at the sheet of rice paper before him, feeling somewhat helpless. How could he possibly compose poetry? Turning to Li Fei, he observed him deep in thought before seizing the brush and beginning to write. Upon completing his work, Li Fei noticed Gu Yishuan had yet to put pen to paper and inquired, "Why do you not write, Gu?" A hint of embarrassment flickered in Gu Yishuan's eyes, yet he maintained an air of calm indifference. "I lack the talent for poetry related to spring, thus I shall spare you the spectacle." Understanding his stance, Li Fei refrained from pressing further, acknowledging that everyone possesses their own strengths, and Gu Yishuan's predicament was not uncommon. The poetry gathering proceeded with fervor, occasionally interrupted by splendid verses that garnered resounding applause. Throughout this process, Gu Yishuan remained uninvolved, even stifling yawns and boredom, which only deepened Li Fei's curiosity regarding him. Surprisingly, however, Lin Shixue composed several poems herself, one of which, an ode to the plum blossom, received praise from several esteemed scholars. Indeed, Lin Shixue had been keeping an eye on Gu Yishuan. Upon seeing him at the gathering, she initially believed this Marquis of Wuan to be a man of both martial and literary prowess, only to find her hopes dashed by his continued silence. "What is this? Have you not seen that gentleman produce any fine work, and is that why you are disappointed?" Lu Yitong teased, noticing Lin Shixue's frequent glances toward the pavilion. "A modicum of disappointment, I suppose, but given his status, it is not unusual for him to abstain from composing poetry at such an event." Lu Yitong, unaccustomed to the outside world, had not encountered Gu Yishuan and was thus unaware of his standing. Hearing Lin Shixue's words piqued her curiosity. "That it seems you possess knowledge of that gentleman's identity. His attire is splendid, and his demeanor is not that of an ordinary man. Surely, one who attends a poetry gathering must possess remarkable talent. Yet, I am acquainted with numerous talented young gentlemen in the capital, yet I have never encountered him. Might you enlighten me on his identity?" Seeing Lu Yitong misunderstand her words, mistaking Gu Yishuan for an extraordinary talent from an esteemed family, Lin Shixue couldn't help but chuckle softly. Just as she was about to disclose Gu Yishuan's identity, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a commotion in the pavilion where he Saturday. Earlier, as Gu Yishuan languidly stifled yawns, nearly drifting into slumber, a group of young men, dressed similarly to Li Fei, entered the pavilion. "Is that not Li Fei, the great scholar?" One of them sneered. "Hasn't Li the great scholar always looked down upon such opportunistic poetry gatherings? What brings you here today? Perhaps you wish to curry favor with some young lady, now that Lu has earned the favor of the director." Upon their arrival, the group began to mock Li Fei openly. "Lu Hai, today is a poetry gathering, with numerous talented individuals and esteemed scholars present. I have no desire to engage in disputes. I ask you to leave at once." Li Fei's eyes flashed with anger at their taunts, but he had to temper his response given the occasion. "Ha ha ha. You think yourself a figure of importance simply because I call you Li the great scholar?" Lu Hai scoffed, snatching the poem Li Fei had just composed from the stone table and displaying it mockingly to the others before turning back to Li Fei. "This mere doggerel, and you have the audacity to present it?" With a swift motion, Lu Hai tore the paper to shreds, his gaze filled with derision as he continued. "I hear your mother has been sending silver to the Hamlin Academy on your behalf. A newly minted scholar relying on his mother's weaving to support his education. What a disgrace to us, the scholars of Hamlin." Li Fei clenched his fists at his sides, his eyes brimming with indignation. Coming from humble beginnings, having lost his father at a young age, he relied solely on his mother's labor to fund his studies. Fortunately, he had not let his mother down, achieving the rank of scholar this year. Upon entering the Hamlin Academy, he had harbored grand ambitions to showcase his talents, only to discover that merit alone does not guarantee recognition in the political sphere without the backing of influential patrons. No amount of effort could alter his circumstances. Hence, upon seeing Gu Yixuan, a scion of a noble family, he was eager to make his acquaintance. Seeing Li Fei's dismay, Lu Hai felt nothing but contempt. He despised those who, despite their lowly origins, harbored delusions of grandeur. You are known for your eloquence. Why the silence today? Bang! Before Lu Hai could finish, a jade paperweight flew past his ear, severing a branch of the begonia that had intruded over the railing. As the petals drifted to the ground, Gu Yixuan leaned against the railing, his expression indifferent as he regarded Lu Hai and his companions. Such noise, he remarked, his finger pointing towards another paperweight. Did you not see that I was napping? Only then did they notice Gu Yixuan's presence, and Lu Hai, sensing the distinctiveness of his attire, regarded him with a tinge of apprehension, bowing slightly as he asked, "Might I inquire your name and title?" "Esteemed sir, you are not worthy to know my identity." Gu Yixuan replied coldly, a smirk playing on his lips as he passed his sheet of paper to Li Fei. "Brotherly, feel free to use my paper to write." "Ignore these clowns. Thank you, Brother Gu, but that will not be necessary," Li Fei replied, his expression tinged with bitterness. Before he could finish, one of Lu Hai's companions pointed at Gu Yixuan. "The poetry gathering has proceeded to this point. Yet we have yet to see this gentleman compose anything. Might I suggest that you are merely a playboy, relying on your family's connections?" As all eyes turned toward them, Gu Yixuan could no longer remain indifferent. He cast a frigid gaze at the speaker. "Do you assert that I cannot compose poetry?" Feeling the weight of Gu Yixuan's stare, the man felt a twinge of trepidation. However, with numerous noble patrons and esteemed scholars present, he believed that even if Gu Yixuan held an impressive background, he would not dare to act against him in public. Reassured, he continued to boast, "And if I do?" Seeing the man's audacity, Gu Yixuan sneered inwardly. While he may not be a poet by trade, he possessed an abundance of timeless literary works in his mind. The others present in the garden began to take notice of the commotion in the pavilion. And though they recognized Gu Yixuan's remarkable presence, they too acknowledged that he had yet to produce any poetry that day, lending some credence to the man's claims. Only Lin Xiang, upon realizing it was Gu Yixuan, wore an expression of shock similar to Lin Shishui's. Observing the insolence of the group daring to label Gu Yixuan a playboy, Lin Xiang regarded them with pity. Why provoke someone like him? Just as everyone assumed Gu Yixuan would remain silent, his wide sleeves brushed the table, and he grasped the brush, ready to inscribe his thoughts upon the paper before him. "Brother Gu," Li Fei reached out to stop him. Concerned that despite not believing Gu Yixuan to be the playboy described by Lu Hai, he had yet to write anything at the gathering, which caused him some anxiety. "Fear not, brotherly, simply watch." Gu Yixuan replied with a reassuring glance, and then he lowered his head, allowing the brush to flow across the rice paper. Chapter 10. Poetry that astonishes all. As Gu Yixuan's brush descended upon the rice paper, the ink spread across the pristine surface with an effortless grace, infused with a touch of spontaneity. Although his previous incarnation was lacking in literary skill, his handwriting was sufficiently neat to navigate the present circumstances with ease. As the brush danced across the paper, the lines of poetry emerged vividly. Amidst the corner, several plum branches, braving the cold, blooming all alone. From afar, one knows it is not snow, for there wafts a subtle fragrance blown. Li Fei leaned closer, furrowing his brow at the first line, but when he reached the second, his expression shifted to one of solemnity. Upon reading the entire poem, he turned to Gu Yixuan, his eyes filled with astonishment. As he set the brush down, the ink in the inkstone still rippled gently. Gu Yixuan flicked his wrist, catching sight of Li Fei's astonished expression, and a smile crept onto his lips. This is indeed a work of the great poet Wang Angshi, and it ranks among the finest in the vast sea of Yumei poetry within the realm of Huaxia. Li Fei is not at all surprised by such a reaction from him. As he observes Gu Yixuan compose a poem, the murmurs outside the pavilion gradually grow louder. The scholar who had previously provoked him now appears flustered, with a stiffened neck, preparing to utter another remark, only to see Gu Yixuan casually summon a nearby maid. "Please deliver this to Zhou Wenyuan and the esteemed scholars." The maid, glancing down at the characters on the paper, though lacking an understanding of poetry, notices the neat handwriting and swiftly carries the lacquered tray towards the main seat. "Rest assured, Brother Zhang, not every poem can catch the eye of old Zhou." Lu Hai, though somewhat flustered himself, addresses the provocateur. Upon hearing Lu Hai's words, Brother Zhang's anxiety eases somewhat, yet his gaze remains fixed on the direction of the main seat. Brother Gu, was that poem truly composed by you? Li Fei, snapping out of his earlier astonishment, hurriedly inquires of Gu Yixian. In response to Li Fei's question, Gu Yixuan merely smiles without answering, leaving Li Fei to ponder at this moment. Zhou Wenyuan is engaged in discussing a poem titled Spring Day in the Garden with Wang Xuesher from the Hanlin Academy when he notices the maid approaching with the scroll. He raises his eyebrows slightly. Sir Zhou, this is a poem from a gentleman in the pavilion. The maid gently places the scroll upon the stone table. Zhou Wenyuan glances toward the pavilion, but fails to see Gu Yixuan due to the obstructing trees. Redirecting his attention to the scroll. Upon reading the first line, Zhou Wenyuan's expression is unremarkable, but when he reaches the line Ling Han stands alone in bloom, his murky eyes suddenly brighten, and his teacup freezes mid-air. Beside him, Wang Xuesher leans in closer, and after finishing the second couplet, he cannot help but exclaim, "What a line! I know it is not snow, for there is a subtle fragrance." This line transitions from the visual to the olfactory, using snow to symbolize plum blossoms without falling into cliché, highlighting the subtlety of the plum fragrance and the resilience of its essence. His voice reverberates through the garden, silencing the previously murmuring crowd. Li Fei feels his heart race as he stares toward the main seat, observing Zhou Wenyuan pass the scroll to the elderly Zhang Gulao on his left. Zhang Gulao squints as he reads through it, unable to suppress a hearty slap on his thigh. In the corner, several branches of plum stand alone in bloom. I know it is not snow, for there is a subtle fragrance. Brilliant. This poem does not dwell on the plum's vivid colors, but rather emphasizes its spirit. In merely 4 lines, it encapsulates the noble character of a gentleman. Those in the pavilion, including Lu Hai, are rendered speechless. The scholar who had just insulted Gu Yixuan now stares at the scroll being passed around, his throat constricting, unable to utter a word. The most astonished of all is Lin Shixue. She had thought Gu Yixuan merely relied on the title of Marquis of Wuan to join the poetry gathering for amusement. Yet this poem about plum blossoms astonishes the entire assembly. Sister, this poem. Lu Yitong tugs at her sleeve, her eyes brimming with awe. It surpasses your earlier snow plum. Lin Shixue remains silent, her gaze fixated on the pavilion, where Gu Yixuan leans lazily against the railing, tapping his fingers on the stone table, as if the poem that caused such a stir had not originated from his hand. Noticing her stare, he smiles and nods at her. As Lin Shixue gazes at Gu Yixuan's handsome face, a faint blush colors her cheeks, and she lowers her head, unable to meet his gaze. Meanwhile, Lu Yitong, observing their subtle interactions, is filled with disbelief, her suspicions about Lin Shixue's feelings deepening. Is there really no connection? When the scroll returns to Zhou Wenyuan's hands, now somewhat crumpled, the elder gently smooths out the wrinkles as if handling a treasure. Standing up, he clears his throat, his voice brimming with barely contained excitement. Esteemed scholars, today's poetry gathering's first theme is spring. I had assumed it would revolve around peach blossoms and willow greens, with songs of orioles and swallows, but this poem takes a different path, using plum blossoms to sing of spring. Capturing the essence of its arrival, Zhou Wenyuan raises the scroll in hand, his gaze sweeping across the audience. The plum, herald of spring, this poem does not celebrate the splendor of spring, but rather its very essence. With several branches in the corner, blooming alone in the cold, it appears to depict winter, yet in truth, it celebrates spring. It seems to write of plums, yet it speaks of humanity. The old man believes this poem should be crowned the champion of this poetry gathering. Gasps ripple through the garden. Some scholars softly recite the lines, while others jot them down on their own scrolls. Even the elder scholars, who had previously maintained stern expressions due to the lack of exceptional works, not in agreement now. Gu Yixuan, hearing Zhou Wenyuan's commentary, silently marvels. As expected of the Hanlin Academy's reader-scholar, he discerns the profound meaning of spring from 4 simple lines. Indeed, ancient poets valued expressing aspirations through metaphor. May I inquire who penned this poem? Might the esteemed gentleman step forward so we may witness the talent capable of such a masterpiece? With these words from Zhou Wenyuan, the gazes of several other scholars and the assembly turn toward the pavilion. Brotherly, go quickly. Gaining recognition from such esteemed scholars is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Li Fei urges fervently upon hearing Zhou Wenyuan's words. Gu Yixuan, feeling somewhat helpless in this situation, had originally attended the poetry gathering merely to appease his mother. Morong Yun. He had not anticipated that a poem about plum blossoms would lead to such a stir. attributing it to Wang Angxi's exceptional talent, just as Gu Yixuan is about to step out of the pavilion. A clear voice suddenly resonates from outside the garden. Who would have thought that the Marquis of Wuan, a mere martial figure, could compose such a fine work? Truly, this surprises Lu. The assembly turns toward the sound. Spotting a man clad in a dark robe embroidered with golden qilin patterns, flanked by several guards, striding forth, he possesses sharp brows and bright eyes, with a gaze as deep as a well. His black hair is tied with a golden crown, a few strands casually falling, and a jade belt adorned with jewels sways at his waist, exuding an air of nobility. Upon seeing the man, Gu Yixuan instantly recognizes his identity, the Jin Yuan Marquis, Lu Huaijin. Greetings, Marquis Jin Yuan. Upon realizing the newcomer is Marquis Jin Yuan Lu Huaijin, the crowd hastens to bow and clear a path. Lu Huaijin nods slightly, stepping through the throng, his gaze consistently fixed on Gu Yixuan within the pavilion. Only then does the crowd realize, the Marquis of Wuan, what is he doing here, as Lu Huaijin's eyes rest on him. Li Fei is taken aback, recalling Gu Yixuan's name, and swiftly turns to him, disbelief etched on his face. Brother Gu, the Marquis Jin Yuan cannot possibly be referring to you, can he? Lu Hai and the others turn pale. Their eyes fixed on Gu Yixuan. They realize that if this man is indeed the recently victorious Marquis of Wuan, their previous mockery of him as a frivolous scion living off his family's reputation could lead to dire consequences. Gu Yixuan awkwardly scratches his nose, nodding in acknowledgement. Yes, I am indeed the Marquis of Wuan, conferred by His Majesty. Li Fei stands frozen, utterly flabbergasted that he has been on such familiar terms with the Marquis of Wuan. Looking at Lu Hai and his companions, their faces are drained of color. Thud, the scholar who had just mocked Gu Yixuan is now paralyzed on the ground, his eyes wide with terror, trembling uncontrollably. As student Lu Hai, greetings, Marquis of Wuan. Lu Hai approaches Gu Yixuan, trembling as he bows. The others, witnessing Lu Hai's actions, quickly follow suit, hurrying to bow before Gu Yixuan. Gu Yixuan pats the still dazed Li Fei on the shoulder. I shall return shortly to converse with Brother Li. With that, Gu Yixuan disregards Lu Hai and the others, striding out of the pavilion. That I have long heard that Marquis Jin Yuan possesses an extraordinary demeanor. Seeing him today, he truly stands out. Gu Yixuan assesses Lu Huaijin, admiration flashing in his eyes. With striking looks and a cold demeanor, accompanied by guards, he finally encounters a male lead worthy of the title. You flatter me, Marquis of Wuan. Lu Huaijin's expression remains stern, his tone indifferent. Just as Gu Yixuan anticipated he would engage in the usual pleasantries, Lu Huaijin unexpectedly shifts his words. However, Marquis of Wuan, your ability to play the fool to catch the tiger truly astonishes me. Had I known you were the newly appointed Marquis of Wuan, those scholars' derogatory remarks would likely have been swallowed back down. The individuals standing in the pavilion can no longer restrain themselves upon hearing Lu Huaijin's words. Collapsing to their knees with cold sweat beading on their foreheads, sensing the hostility in Lu Huaijin's words, Gu Yixuan fixes his gaze on him, his eyes narrowing slightly. He does not recall having any grievances with this male lead. What does the Jin Yuan Marquis mean by this? Do you believe I intentionally concealed my identity? Gu Yixuan's expression turns icy. Though unaware of the reason behind Lu Huaijin's animosity, he is no pushover. Noticing the tense atmosphere, a guard behind Lu Huaijin instinctively rests his hand on the hilt of his sword. This Marquis of Wuan is not one to be trifled with. He has always been known for his courage and ferocity. Having slain countless enemies in his campaigns, they genuinely fear he might retaliate against their lord. Is that not the case? If the Marquis of Wuan had revealed his identity early on, those scholars would not have dared to speak so disrespectfully. Facing Gu Yixuan's piercing gaze, Lu Huaijin remains unfazed, continuing to provoke. Does the Jin Yuan Marquis suggest that if I had not held the title of Marquis of Wuan, I should have been subjected to ridicule by those scholars? Please, Jin Yuan Marquis, enlighten me as to when the scholars of the Hanlin Academy became so sycophantic. Gu Yixuan steps forward, his eyes sharp as he stares at Lu Huaijin, a palpable aura of aggression emanating from him. Clang, the guard behind Lu Huaijin, sensing the killing intent honed on the battlefield emanating from Gu Yixuan, cannot help but draw his sword. A gasp escapes the lips of several timid young ladies. And the atmosphere in the garden becomes instantly tense. Upon hearing the sound of a blade being drawn behind him, Lu Huaijin silently acknowledged the ominous turn of events, just as he was about to speak. He noticed that Gu Yishuan had already advanced to stand before the guard. "Oh, you know the consequences of drawing your sword against the current Marquis of Wuan." Gu Yishuan's gaze was indifferent as he regarded the guard. His tone frigid. The guard stammered, unable to articulate a response. In truth, he had regretted his actions the moment he unsheathed his weapon. To confront a Marquis in front of so many witnesses was an act of sheer folly. Marquis Wuan, if only. Before Lu Huijin could finish his sentence, Gu Yishuan swiftly seized the guard's sword, kicking him to the ground, and then struck him fiercely with the back of the blade. The overwhelming force of the blow elicited a pained scream from the guard. "Today, there are ladies present at the poetry gathering, and I would prefer not to see bloodshed. However, I must request that Lord Jin Yuan keep his hound in check." With a resounding clang, the sword was plunged into the bluestone tiles before Lu Huijin as Gu Yishuan turned to stride towards the main seat. Yet, before he had taken more than a few steps, he turned back to cast a glance at Lu Huijin, his eyes filled with disdain and mockery. Right? How I conduct my affairs is not something you, a mere beneficiary of your forebear's legacy, can dictate. Having said that, Gu Yishuan paid no heed to Lu Huijin's reaction and continued to walk towards the main seat. Hearing Gu Yishuan's words, Lu Huijin's stern countenance finally faltered. His fist clenched tightly within his sleeves, his gaze filled with fury as he watched Gu Yishuan's retreating figure. Due to the narrative convergence of the novel, this version of Lu Huijin had never seen battle. His title of Marquis was inherited from the previous Lord Jin Yuan, the Gu family. A fleeting thought of his father crossed his mind, and a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Lu Huijin's eyes as he regarded Gu Yishuan. "My lord, a guard cautiously approached, speaking in a hushed tone. Return. Lu Huijin quickly regained his composure. Before departing, his gaze swept over the crowd, momentarily pausing on Lin Shishue, for reasons unknown. He sensed an unusual aura emanating from her. However, upon seeing her approach Gu Yishuan, he withdrew his gaze and turned away. This abrupt conflict had flared up swiftly and extinguished just as quickly, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence, the garden enveloped in an eerie stillness. "I am Zhou Wenyuan, honored to meet the Marquis of Wuan." The scholars rose to bow as Gu Yishuan took his place at the main seat. They had recognized him the moment he exited the pavilion. Yet, given the clash of two marquises, they dared not intrude, opting instead to wait in the background. "Please, esteemed scholars, do rise. It is I who has disrupted the serenity of the poetry gathering." Gu Yishuan raised a hand to gesture for them to refrain from excessive formality. "Marquis Wuan, you jest. Were it not for you, how could we have witnessed such exquisite works?" Zhou Wenyuan replied, picking up the sheet of rice paper inscribed with plum blossom and stepping forward to address Gu Yishuan. "Might I request the Marquis to bestow a title upon this poem?" Of course. Having reached this point, Gu Yishuan did not hesitate, taking up the brush to inscribe the characters for plum blossom upon the paper. Once he had finished, the scholars rushed forward to admire the work as if it were a treasure, occasionally exclaiming in wonder. Chapter 12. An attempted assassination. Zhou Wenyuan glanced at the paper, then back at Gu Yishuan. Hesitating before speaking, "Might I inquire if the Marquis would permit me to take this poem back to the Hanlin Academy, so that the younger generation may witness what it means to be well versed in both literature and martial arts?" Upon hearing this, the other scholars immediately lifted their heads, gazing expectantly at Gu Yishuan. "There is no objection." Observing the eager expressions of the elderly scholars, Gu Yishuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. He had not anticipated that presenting a mere poem would earn him the title of being well-rounded in both martial and literary pursuits. "We are grateful to the Marquis." The scholars bowed once more, their eyes filled with gratitude as they looked at Gu Yishuan. "Marquis," a soft voice called from behind. Turning, Gu Yishuan saw Lin Shishue standing there. Clutching a handkerchief, her cheeks slightly flushed. That plum blossom was truly magnificent. Before she could finish, Lu Yitong sprang out from behind her, a mischievous glint in her eye as she winked at Gu Yishuan. "Sister, your gaze directed at Marquis Gu earlier was more infatuated than when you look at the top scholar." Lin Shishue's face turned crimson in an instant, flustered and anxious as she retorted, "What are you saying, sister? When did I ever do that? It was you who wished to speak with Marquis Gu, yet felt too shy to approach, and so you dragged me along." Hearing Lin Shishue's words, Lu Yitong's face also flushed with a hint of color. She was indeed curious about the strikingly handsome and valiant Gu Yishuan. However, feeling too bashful to initiate a conversation, she had relied on Lin Shishue, who had previously interacted with Gu Yishuan, to break the ice, only to find herself outed instead as the two young women laughed and bantered. Gu Yishuan found it inappropriate to interject, continuing his conversation with the scholars. As the poetry gathering continued into the evening, Lin Shixue and Lu Yitong did not approach him again for reasons unknown. Allowing Gu Yishuan to enjoy a rare moment of tranquility, he even took the opportunity to introduce Li Fei to several scholars, who praised him for his considerable knowledge, especially since he was recommended by Gu Yishuan. The sound of wheels rolling over the bluestone pavement echoed loudly in the stillness of the street as Gu Yishuan sat inside the carriage, rubbing his face, which felt stiff from maintaining a smile for too long. He mused that such literary gatherings were certainly not suited to him. "Young master, it seems a lady is waiting for you." The voice of the coachman called from outside the curtains, lifting the curtain to look out. Gu Yishuan spotted Lin Shixue, standing beneath a drooping floral arch at the alley's entrance, a carriage parked nearby. The pale blue hem of her dress fluttered in the evening breeze, and upon catching sight of him, her bright, watery eyes suddenly sparkled with life. Gu Yishuan signaled the coachman to halt the carriage and stepped onto the bluestone tiles to approach Lin Shixue. "Miss Lin, what brings you here to wait for me?" "There were many people at the poetry gathering, and I wish to express my gratitude to the Marquis for coming to my aid yesterday at the Anping Marquis' residence." Lin Shixue's voice was soft and melodious, her bright eyes gazing up at Gu Yishuan, her ears slightly flushed. However, Gu Yishuan found himself momentarily at a loss, for he was taken aback by her bashful demeanor. "Wait, are you not the female lead? How can you display such a shy disposition before me? I haven't done anything significant." Little did he realize that throughout the poetry gathering, Lu Yitong had been whispering in Lin Shixue's ear about how the Marquis of Wuan's literary talent was as cold and proud as plum blossoms. Yet his gaze burned hotter than coal, leading her to feel flustered upon meeting Gu Yishuan's eyes. Noticing Gu Yishuan's unwavering gaze, Lin Shixue's cheeks flushed even deeper, and she couldn't help but softly call out, "My lord?" "Ah. Oh, it was merely a small act on my part. There is no need for Miss Lin to be so formal," Gu Yishuan quickly responded, his mind racing as he recalled Lu Huijin's inexplicable hostility towards him earlier. Compounded by Lin Shixue's current demeanor, were it not for Gu Yishuan's familiarity with the storyline, he might have begun to suspect that Lu Huijin's animosity stemmed from Lin Shixue's presence. However, considering Lin Shixue's character in the narrative, Gu Yishuan felt puzzled. Logically, although she was experiencing the stirrings of first love, her 2 lifetimes of experience should not lead her to harbor feelings for him merely because he had aided her once. Contemplating this, Gu Yishuan inquired, "If it is simply to express your gratitude, then surely it does not warrant such a wait for you. Miss Lin, might I ask if there is anything else you wish to discuss?" How could he know that I have other matters? Taken aback by Gu Yishuan's question, Lin Shixue hesitated momentarily, but since he had asked, she decided to be forthright. "That I suspect that my mother—" Before Lin Shixue could finish her sentence, Gu Yishuan suddenly wrapped his arm around her waist, swiftly pulling her aside. "My lord, you—" Lin Shixue found herself pressed against Gu Yishuan's chest, feeling the warmth radiating from him. Her cheeks instantly flushed, and her voice quivered. "Stay silent," Gu Yishuan warned in a low voice. Lin Shixue looked up to see Gu Yishuan's expression grow cold as he focused on a particular rooftop, where an arrow was vibrating ominously in the air where they had just stood. Following Gu Yishuan's gaze, Lin Shixue saw several dark figures leaping down from the rooftops, their murderous intent directed squarely at Gu Yishuan. "Stay behind me." Gu Yishuan positioned Lin Shixue behind the carriage and unsheathed his soft sword. Whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, the air was filled with the sharp sounds of crossbow bolts whistling through the air as 7 or 8 arrows shot towards them. Gu Yishuan spun and danced, parrying the arrows with his sword, sparks flying as the iron arrows struck the blade. 2 arrows narrowly missed his shoulders, embedding themselves into the wall with a resounding thud. "Do not move," Gu Yishuan shouted to Lin Shixue, who was huddled beside the carriage, before dashing towards the assassins like an arrow released from its bow. With his soft sword carving through the night, he swiftly severed the wrists of the 2 foremost black-clad figures. Clang! The assassins cried out in pain as they dropped their curved daggers, and amid the clatter of weapons hitting the ground, Gu Yishuan used their momentum to leap onto one of their shoulders. Aiming his sword directly at the foe's throat, the scent of blood permeating the night air, Lin Shixue, hiding in the shadow of the carriage, clenched her skirt tightly, her fingers nearly digging into her palms as she watched Gu Yishuan's dark robe become darker still. Stained with blood, yet he remained agile, each strike targeting the vital points of his enemies with precision. However, more assassins continued to swarm in, at least 20 black-clad figures encircling him. Be careful. As Lin Shixue's warning rang out, a glint of cold steel aimed for Gu Yixuan's back. In a split second, he rolled to the side, the blade narrowly grazing his back and tearing a significant chunk from his clothing. Gu Yixuan wiped the blood from his face, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. He brandished his sword and charged once more at the several black-clad men advancing towards him, amidst the clash of swords. 3 more fell to the ground. Just then, a clear and melodious sound of a sword echoed through the crowd, and a swordsman wearing a conical hat stepped forth slowly. The long sword in his hand shimmered with an ethereal blue light. Unmistakably a formidable weapon capable of slicing through iron. Truly, he was the son of Gu Baizong, possessing remarkable skill. The swordsman, observing the blood-stained robes of Gu Yixuan, was filled with murderous intent. The rabble from Hongxiu Tower. I have yet to settle accounts with you, yet you dare to seek me out. Upon catching sight of the swordsman under the conical hat, Gu Yixuan immediately recognized these assassins, for the swordsman was one of the top-tier assassins beside the female protagonist, Xianing Zhao, and also the former leader of the royal palace's covert guards from the southern Yu Kingdom. You shall undoubtedly die today. I will personally present your head before your father. As the swordsman realized his identity had been uncovered, his murderous intent surged, and the tip of his sword aimed directly at Gu Yixuan's brow. If you seek my head, you must first prove you possess the ability. Gu Yixuan scoffed coldly, meeting the swordsman's thrust with his own blade. Though Gu Yixuan was no weakling, the swordsman was a top-tier assassin, his prowess surpassing Gu Yixuan's by a margin, and surrounded by black-clad assassins eyeing him hungrily. Moreover, after such a lengthy battle, Gu Yixuan's stamina was nearing its limit. Suddenly, one of the assassins spotted Gu Yixuan's opening, and with a fierce slash of his long knife, struck Gu Yixuan's left shoulder, blood immediately soaking his garments. Lin Shixue, witnessing this dire situation, felt an urgent pang of anxiety and suddenly caught sight of the horsewhip on the carriage. Gritting her teeth, she seized it and charged forward. Watch out! Lin Shixue, eyes closed, swung the whip with all her might, managing to ensnare an assassin's ankle. The assassin, caught off guard, tumbled to the ground, but this also revealed her position. Seeking death, one of the assassins turned and lunged at her with his knife, just as Gu Yixuan managed to repel the swordsman's advance. Leaping in front of Lin Shixue, the blade sliced through Gu Yixuan's right arm. His eyes turned crimson as he plunged his soft sword into the assassin's heart, warm blood splattering onto Lin Shixue's face. Chapter 13. Do you know what it means for a villain to die from excessive chatter? Let's go. Gu Yixuan thrust his sword into the assassin's throat, realizing that prolonging this fight was futile. He grasped Lin Shixue, who was still in shock, and prepared to break through. Block them, but the swordsman would not grant him such an opportunity. The sound of swords clashing rang out, forcing Gu Yixuan to fight while retreating. Lin Shixue, sheltered by Gu Yixuan, observed the dense swarm of assassins behind her, her eyes filled with desperation. She understood that Gu Yixuan could not withstand such overwhelming odds for long. Suddenly, Gu Yixuan, besieged by multiple attackers, was unable to evade a strike from the swordsman's blade, which once again pierced his right arm. The swordsman withdrew his sword, the tip angling toward the ground, a droplet of blood sliding down its length as he looked at Gu Yixuan with a chilling tone. Give up. You cannot escape. Lord. Lin Shixue trembled as she pressed down on Gu Yixuan's bleeding wound. Her fair palm quickly stained red. I'm fine. Gu Yixuan gently pushed Lin Shixue's hand away, casting his gaze toward the alleyway behind the assassins. A cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Lin Fengxing. Do you know what it means for a villain to perish from excessive chatter? The swordsman, momentarily stunned by Gu Yixuan's knowledge of his name, hesitated. Although he did not grasp the full intent behind Gu Yixuan's words, he remained unconvinced that Gu Yixuan could escape under the current circumstances. Struggling in vain, kill him, Lin Fengxing commanded with a wave of his hand. And the assassins surged forward, facing the onslaught. Gu Yixuan made no move, prompting a flicker of doubt in Lin Fengxing's eyes. Just then, Lin Fengxing suddenly heard a faint but orderly sound of footsteps behind him. And as a realization struck, he quickly turned to gaze at Gu Yixuan's carriage, only to find the driver was missing. With this realization, Lin Fengxing's pupils contracted sharply as the footsteps from the alley grew louder, accompanied by the flickering glow of torches. Who dares to assassinate the Marquis of Wuhan? A thunderous voice erupted from the alley, and dozens of armored soldiers brandishing long spears rushed towards them. The assassins, confronted by the overwhelming tide of soldiers, immediately fell into disarray. Lin Fengxing glared at Gu Yixuan, teeth clenched in frustration, fully aware that his group stood no chance against the armored soldiers. Reluctantly, he shouted, "Retreat!" With that, Lin Fengxing sprang away, vanishing into the alley in a matter of moments. The remaining assassins hurriedly followed suit, their figures flickering out of sight. As the assassins disappeared, Gu Yixuan let out a sigh of relief. Though the wound on his right arm throbbed painfully, causing him to furrow his brow, Lin Shixue, gazing at the blood-soaked Gu Yixuan, felt her eyes welling with tears. You're injured so severely. Hurry and find a doctor to treat your wounds. Gu Yixuan shook his head. Seeing her anxious expression, he comforted her. I am fine. Those assassins came for me, and I did not wish to frighten Miss Lin. Witnessing Gu Yixuan's calm demeanor, Lin Shixue felt a mix of anger and worry. What kind of time is this for such words? Young master. The driver approached Gu Yixuan, relieved to see he was not gravely injured. The moment the assassins appeared, Gu Yixuan had signaled him to summon the patrolling soldiers, and thankfully, he had arrived just in time. At that moment, a lieutenant quickly approached Gu Yixuan, kneeling on one knee and clasping his fists. I failed to provide timely assistance, resulting in the Marquis of Wuhan being gravely injured. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Rise, Gu Yixuan replied. This matter is not your fault. Had you not promptly rallied the soldiers, I would have perished on the streets. Gu Yixuan shook his head, indicating that it was not his fault and urging him to stand. Hearing Gu Yixuan's words, the lieutenant's anxiety lessened somewhat, for if anything were to happen to the Marquis of Wuhan within his patrol area, he would face far graver consequences than merely losing his position. Gu Yixuan glanced at Lin Shixue beside him and instructed the lieutenant, send someone to escort Miss Lin back to Anping Marquis' residence. Yes, the lieutenant nodded, turning to summon several soldiers. Lin Shixue looked at Gu Yixuan with deep concern, and just as she was about to speak, Gu Yixuan interrupted. Be obedient. Faced with Gu Yixuan's firm demeanor, Lin Shixue opened her mouth but could not express her thoughts, ultimately walking towards the carriage. Her eyes reddened as soldiers escorted her away. After sending Lin Shixue off, Gu Yixuan gazed in the direction where the assassins had vanished. His expression icy. Hongxiu Tower. Under the protection of the patrolling soldiers, Gu Yixuan returned to the Duke Dinghua's residence. As soon as he entered, he encountered Murong Yun, who had come out to investigate the commotion. Upon seeing her son drenched in blood, Murong Yun's vision blurred, and she nearly fainted. She stumbled towards Gu Yixuan, trembling fingers hovering above his bleeding wound, her lips quivering as she struggled to speak. Her eyes instantly reddening. Dashina. What happened? Weren't you attending a poetry gathering? How did it come to this? Mother, I merely encountered a few small thieves. It's just superficial wounds. Gu Yixuan forced a smile, attempting to reassure his mother. Murong Yun, but how could she believe him? Her son had never been injured on the battlefield. How could he be harmed by mere small thieves? Clearly, he had been targeted by skilled assassins, but this was not the time to discuss such matters. Quickly, call for a doctor, and prepare some hot water. After instructing the maid by her side, Murong Yun, her eyes glistening with tears, carefully supported Gu Yixuan towards his room. As they walked, she berated herself. It's all my fault. If I hadn't urged you to attend the poetry gathering, you wouldn't have been hurt. Mother, it's not your fault. I was just careless and got injured by those thieves. You need not blame yourself. Noticing Murong Yun's self-reproach, Gu Yixuan hurriedly consoled her. However, Murong Yun remained unconvinced, insisting that it was her urging that led to Gu Yixuan's current state. Seeing her distress, Gu Yixuan felt helpless. Just as he was about to continue comforting her when he spotted Gu Baizong standing at the door. His presence emanating a palpable aura of hostility at the sight of his blood-soaked S.O.N.is at those same people from before. Gu Baizong's voice was frigid, his eyes resembling those of an enraged lion. Yes, the Gu Yixuan nodded, knowing that Gu Shan must have informed Gu Baizong about the assassination attempt in the military camp. Husband, do you know who sent the assassins after Xin'er? Quickly, gather your men and pursue them. Look at what they have done to Xin'er. Upon seeing her husband, Murong Yun could no longer hold back her tears. Do not worry, my lady. Those who dare to harm our son will pay dearly for their actions. Gu Baizong comforted Murong Yun, then turned to Gu Yixuan. After tending to your wounds, come to my study. Gu Yixuan observed the grim expression on his father's face, realizing that this martial man, who had not fought since being granted the title of Duke Dinghua, was now enraged. Chapter 14. Father and son's midnight conversation. In the dead of night, the Dinghua Duke's residence finally fell silent. Gu Yixuan, bandaged and clad in clean garments, made his way alone to Gu Baizong's study. Father. Gu Yixuan pushed open the door to the study, where Gu Baizong sat behind his desk, engrossed in a military treatise. Upon noticing Gu Yixuan's arrival, Gu Baizong nodded for him to take a seat before inquiring, how did you know the assassins were from Hongxiu Tower? Gu Shan had returned and informed him of Gu Yixuan's assassination attempt in the military camp, mentioning that he had sent the message. Yet how could he have known of events occurring 1,000 miles away? Given this, Gu Yixuan's knowledge of the assassination and the identity of the assassins piqued Gu Beizong's curiosity, leading him to call his son to the study for answers. In response to his father's inquiry, Gu Yixuan did not provide a direct answer but instead asked, "Father, do you know the true origins of Hongxiu Tower?" Gu Beizong shook his head and picked up an envelope from the desk. "After Gu Shan informed me of your assassination attempt, I dispatched someone to investigate the matter concerning Hongxiu Lu. Thus far, we have only uncovered that Hongxiu Lu is a newly emerged force in the martial world, having rapidly established a foothold due to its formidable strength. Beyond this, there have been no significant findings." Gu Yixin took the envelope, opened it, and discovered that it contained information about Hongxiu Lu, albeit lacking in detail. This was not to say that the Gu family's intelligence network was ineffective, but rather that the brevity of time had rendered it impossible to acquire any useful insights. Gu Yixin set the envelope down and looked up at Gu Beizong. "What if I were to tell you that Hongxiu Lu was established 20 years ago?" Upon hearing this, Gu Beizong's expression darkened, and he spoke with grave intensity. "The remnants of the Southern Yu Kingdom?" As a commander capable of leading armies into battle, Gu Beizong possessed a keen mind. After hearing Gu Yixin's words, he instinctively recalled the Southern Yu Kingdom of 2 decades past. After all, the only ones capable of founding a force like Hongxiu Lu while harboring murderous intent towards the Gu family would indeed be the remnants of the Southern Yu Kingdom. Yes, Hongxiu Lu was indeed established by the remnants of the Southern Yu Kingdom 20 years ago. As for their identities, I presume you are aware. Gu Yixin nodded, affirming Gu Beizong's assertion. After receiving Gu Yixin's confirmation, Gu Beizong closed his eyes to ponder for a moment. When he reopened them, his demeanor had returned to calmness. "When I led the army to break through the capital of the Southern Yu Kingdom, there was indeed a group that took advantage of the chaos to escape from the palace. Judging by their skills, they were likely the secret guards of the Southern Yu royal family." Hearing this, Gu Yixin couldn't help but feel perplexed. Could they truly have breached the army's encirclement? In response to Gu Yixin's confusion, Gu Beizong smiled and shook his head, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. "No matter how formidable an individual's martial prowess, they must still prostrate themselves before a vast army. If not for the Southern Yu General Fu Yunfei valiantly resisting with the Imperial Guards, how could a mere handful of secret guards possibly break through the encirclement of my Kanglan Kingdom's forces?" As he spoke, Gu Beizong let out a sigh. For the sake of escorting those secret guards out of the city, Fu Yunfei had fought to the death, and by the time Gu Beizong arrived, Fu Yunfei had already succumbed to exhaustion. Recalling Fu Yunfei, Gu Beizong naturally thought of Gu Yixin, whom he had brought back to the residence. Not having seen him for so many days, he couldn't help but ask, "Have you seen Yixin? That lad has not returned home for several days." Faced with Gu Beizong's inquiry, Gu Yixin showed hesitation, contemplating whether to disclose the matter of Gu Yixin and Xianing Zhao to Gu Beizong. "What? Is it possible that Yixin has encountered some misfortune?" Noticing Gu Yixin's hesitation, Gu Beizong's heart sank. "Do you know why those secret guards fought to the death to escape the city?" After a moment of contemplation, Gu Yixin resolved to speak the truth. For Gu Beizong would inevitably learn of these matters sooner or later. "Why?" Gu Beizong asked, his tone laced with curiosity, having never understood the actions of those secret guards all those years ago. Yet, having not heard from them for so many years, he had not given it much thought. Did Gu Yixin possess some knowledge? Because they were protecting the sole bloodline of the Southern Yu royal family, the princess Xianing Zhao, who was escaping the city. Upon hearing Gu Yixin's words, Gu Beizong's first reaction was disbelief. Impossible. It is well known that when the Southern Yu emperor ascended the throne, he had no offspring. How could there possibly be a princess? Witnessing his father's unwavering conviction, Gu Yixin felt somewhat helpless. "You see, the reason Xianing Zhao was able to escape a calamity is somewhat related to you. How could the Southern Yu princess possibly be connected to me?" Gu Beizong asked, bewildered. "When you led the army to war, your unstoppable momentum coincided with the birth of Xianing Zhao. The Southern Yu emperor, fearing that after the fall of his kingdom, you would slaughter the Southern Yu royal family, concealed the news of her birth." Observing Gu Yixin's incredulous gaze, Gu Beizong felt a tinge of embarrassment. "I cannot be blamed for that." The Southern Yu army was indeed incapable of withstanding a blow, but he quickly realized this had little to do with Gu Yixin. Before Gu Beizong could inquire further, Gu Yixin provided the answer. "In order to win over Fu Yunfei to defend his kingdom, The Southern Yu Emperor betrothed Xianning Zhao to his only son, and she is due to arrive in the capital shortly. Yichun must have been captured by the people of Hongqiu. Upon hearing this, Gu Baizong's pupils constricted, his fierce gaze fixed intently on Gu Yixian. You know Yiqin's identity? Gu Yixian nodded, his gaze landing on the national sword bestowed by the emperor as a reward for Gu Baizong's triumphant return 20 years prior. Though I was but a child at the time, I vaguely recall that Yiqin was not born of my mother, but rather was brought back by you from outside. Given the bond between father and mother, there could be no such thing as an illegitimate child, and the relationship between Gu Baizong and the Southern Yu General Fu Yunfei was well known, thus Yiqin's identity was not difficult to discern. Gu Baizong gazed at his only son, a storm brewing in his eyes, his voice low. He is your brother. I know, and I have given him opportunities, yet he has not cherished the family that raised him for 20 years. Gu Yixian stood undaunted before Gu Baizong's piercing gaze. This is absurd. Are 20 years of nurturing to be overshadowed by blood ties? Gu Baizong slammed his palm on the table, causing the ink and brush to topple over. His fierce eyes locked onto Gu Yixian, clearly in disbelief. However, as he beheld his son's calm expression, his resolve began to wane, and he ultimately sank into a chair. Wearied, what do you intend to do? Observing Gu Baizong's despondent demeanor, Gu Yixian felt a pang of sympathy, but spoke nonetheless. If he remembers his identity as the second son of the Gu family, then he shall remain my brother. But if he colludes with the remnants of the Southern Yu, noticing the fleeting glimmer of murderous intent in Gu Yixian's eyes, Gu Baizong opened his mouth to say something but ultimately just nodded solemnly. You shall handle this matter. Do not disclose any of this to your mother. I understand. I will not mention it to mother. After speaking, Gu Yixian rose and walked towards the door, knowing that Gu Baizong would need time to process this information. Xianer, how do you know of these matters? As he reached the door, Gu Baizong's voice called out from behind. Gu Yixian did not turn around, merely responding in a somber tone. Father, is this truly important? You only need to know that I will always be the legitimate eldest son of the Gu family, forever your and mother's son. That is sufficient. Upon hearing these words, silence enveloped the study. Meanwhile, a painted boat quietly docked at the capital's wharf. Chapter 15. You should call him Fu Yiqin. The following day at court, the atmosphere in the Golden One Hall was tense. Emperor Xiao Xiansi surveyed the civil and military officials from his dragon throne after finishing the memorial regarding Gu Yixian's assassination attempt, his tone indifferent. Last night, the Marquis of Wuhan was attacked. Can any of you tell me who is responsible for this? Upon hearing this, the officials trembled, lowering their heads, afraid to meet the emperor's furious gaze, while inwardly cursing the audacity of whoever dared to assassinate the newly appointed Marquis of Wuhan in broad daylight. Seeing no one respond, Xiao Xiansi's expression grew increasingly frigid, his gaze landing on the Minister of Justice. Xia Guanghai, you shall inform me. Xia Guanghai stepped forward trembling, bowing deeply before Xiao Xiansi. Your Majesty, the Ministry of Justice has already commenced an investigation, and we believe we will soon uncover the assassin behind the attack on the Marquis of Wuhan. Then tell me, how soon is soon? Xiao Xiansi's tone remained icy, while Xia Guanghai began to sweat profusely. I do not know. Xia Guanghai knelt on the ground, wishing he could bury his head into the earth. Humph, relay my decree. The incident involving the Marquis of Wuhan's assassination shall be jointly investigated by the Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, and the Imperial Shadow Guards. If you cannot identify the assassin through this means, I shall hold you accountable. After issuing his decree, Xiao Xiansi turned to the previously silent Gu Baizong, his tone softening. Rest assured, my loyal minister, I will provide the Marquis of Wuhan with an explanation. This old minister thanks His Majesty for his immense grace. Gu Baizong bowed in gratitude. Yet there was a hint of unease in his eyes, for this matter might pertain to Gu Yixian. With the issuance of Xiao Xiansi's decree, the capital was soon abuzz with rumors, the populace rife with speculation. What is going on? Why are there so many soldiers on the streets? I heard that someone attempted to assassinate the Marquis of Wuhan last night, and this morning the emperor was enraged, ordering a thorough investigation into the matter. What? Who would dare to assassinate the Marquis of Wuhan? What audacity! And how is the Marquis now? I do not know, but he should be fine. After all, the Marquis has survived numerous battles on the battlefield. How could he possibly be harmed by a few assassins? Meanwhile, Gu Yixian awoke to a sharp pain in the back of his neck, opening his eyes to find himself in a dimly lit room. His hands and feet bound tightly with hemp ropes. As he attempted to rise, a jolt of pain shot through his neck once more. Memories from before he lost consciousness flooded back, after parting ways with Gu Yixian. He had intended to seek out other friends for a drink to alleviate his boredom, only to be ambushed from behind at a corner, catching only a glimpse of a figure in a conical hat before losing consciousness. "You are awake," a cool voice echoed in the room, and as the candlelight flickered to life, Gu Yichen finally beheld the scene around him. A woman clad in a pale moon-white gown emerged from behind a screen, followed closely by a figure in a conical hat. Upon seeing the figure in the hat, Gu Yichen's expression turned instantly ecstatic. "It's you, the one who knocked me out that day." The woman gestured for him to be quiet. After deftly adjusting the oil lamp on the table, the warm, yellow glow intensified, illuminating the faint trace of vermilion between her brows. "I am Xianing Zhao, the princess of Nanyue." Before Xianing Zhao could finish her words, she was interrupted by Gu Yichen, who scoffed disdainfully, saying, "Umph, Nanyue was obliterated 20 years ago. What princess are you talking about?" The young man, "You," at this. Lin Fengxing, standing behind Xianing Zhao, narrowed his eyes coldly, his hand moving to raise his sword, only to be restrained by Xianing Zhao. "I do not care who you are. If you are wise, release me at once. My father is the current Duke of the state. Should he discover my disappearance, he will undoubtedly order a thorough investigation, and you will all face dire consequences." Gu Yichen, now composed, gazed at Xianing Zhao with indifference and queried, "Are you so certain that Gu Baitsong is your father?" Xianing Zhao met his gaze, her tone laden with complexity. Gu Yichen was taken aback, his eyes narrowing as he pressed, "What do you mean by that?" "There should be a character fu tattooed on your left shoulder, correct?" Xianing Zhao remarked, her eyes fixated on Gu Yichen's shoulder. Taken aback again, Gu Yichen realized that indeed, he bore the tattoo, having once inquired of his parents about its meaning. Yet they had remained silent. How does this woman know? Seeing Gu Yichen lost in thought, Xianing Zhao continued, "Gu Baitsong is not your biological father. Your real father is General Fu Yunfei of Nanyue, who fell 20 years ago. Your true name should be Fu Yichen. That tattoo was marked by your mother before her demise, intended to remind you of your heritage." Gu Yichen's face turned ashen. Disbelief etched across his features as he retorted, "You speak nonsense. How could my father be a general of Nanyue? My father is Duke Gu Baitsong. Belief is for you to decide, but that tattoo on your shoulder is irrefutable." Xianing Zhao replied, her tone still frosty, "Nanyue was destroyed by my father's own hand. If, as you claim, I am the son of Fu Yunfei, why would he leave me, a remnant of the Fu family, to be raised in the kingdom of Kanglan?" Gu Yichen regarded Xianing Zhao with skepticism. Though the tattoo was genuine, why would Gu Baitsong keep the child of an enemy, nurturing him as his own? "Heh, Gu Baitsong and General Fu were once known to be friends. Surely you are aware of this." Lin Fengxing interjected, casting a mocking glance at Gu Yichen. Gu Yichen found himself at a loss for words. Caught off guard, he was entirely unaware that Gu Baitsong and his wife had never mentioned the events of 20 years past regarding non-Aue.as for his companions. They would never discuss such matters in his presence. Who would dare speak of his father in front of the Duke's son? In order to escort me out of the city, General Fu led the Imperial Guards against the Kanglan army until he succumbed to exhaustion. It was only upon your mother's fervent pleas that Gu Baitsong, recalling his past friendship with General Fu, spared your life. Xianing Zhao elucidated. I never imagined that the father I have known for 20 years is, in fact, the enemy who annihilated my entire family." With the last flicker of hope extinguished, Gu Yichen forced a bitter laugh, his gaze vacant as he looked at Xianing Zhao. "Why have you brought me here? What is your purpose in telling me all this?" "Naturally, it is for vengeance." Xianing Zhao's vermilion mark glowed crimson in the candlelight. "The fall of Nanyue has led to countless of my people being displaced. This blood feud must not go unavenged. Vengeance, with just you." Gu Yichen's expression reflected disdain. The Gu family alone was not something Xianing Zhao could contend with, let alone the formidable Kanglan kingdom. Alone, we cannot succeed. That is why I sought you. Just then, a thunderous noise erupted from outside, interrupting Xianing Zhao. Chapter 16. The soldiers arrive. Bang! The door to the room burst open, and a young man dressed as a vendor rushed in, his eyes wide with urgency as he addressed Xianing Zhao. "Miss, the soldiers are upon us." Xianing Zhao's expression shifted dramatically, while Lin Fengxing bellowed, "What is happening? How did the soldiers discover this place?" "I do not know. The soldiers have breached the courtyard, and our brothers are desperately holding them off. Please, miss, you must leave at once." The youth's face was a mask of panic, clearly bewildered by the turn of events. "Enough of this. We must go." Xianing Zhao quickly regained her composure, fully aware that this was no time for discussion. Agreed. Lin Fengxing recognized the urgency and prepared to escort Xianing Zhao away. However, she did not leave immediately. Instead, turning to Gu Yichen, "The soldiers have arrived. If you stay here, you will return to the Gu family and continue as their second son. But now that you know all of this, can you still enjoy the privileges the Gu family provides with a clear conscience? Her words, soft yet piercing, struck at Gu Yichen's core, revealing the turmoil in his eyes. Come with us. I know you have many questions. After I explain everything, if you still wish to remain the Gu family's son, I will not stop you. Upon hearing this, Gu Yichen's hesitation evaporated, and he nodded at Xianing Zhao. All right, I will go with you. Seeing Gu Yichen acquiesce, Xianing Zhao signaled to Lin Fengxing. Without a word, Lin Fengxing stepped forward and, to Gu Yichen's astonishment, effortlessly lifted him as if he were a mere chick, then deftly leaped through the window. To Gu Yichen's surprise, the seemingly delicate Xianing Zhao proved to be an adept as well, her feet barely brushing the ground as she agilely followed Lin Fengxing, her speed no less impressive. In the alley, Gu Yishuan, clad in a fitted outfit, sat atop a horse, his cold gaze surveying the bodies of the fallen rogues beneath the soldiers' long spears. Bang! As the last one fell, the once bustling alley fell silent, leaving behind a sea of blood and the corpses of hundreds of soldiers. Reporting to the Duke, the criminals have been entirely eradicated. A bloodied, armored general approached Gu Yishuan, bowing respectfully. Well done, Gu Yishuan acknowledged, a glimmer of appreciation flickering in his eyes as he regarded the general, who was tasked with patrolling the imperial city. You flatter me, my lord, a gang of rogues is hardly worthy of mention. The general replied humbly, recognizing that, before their well-trained army, the scoundrels from Hongxiu Tower were no match. Seeing the general's modesty, Gu Yishuan chose not to prolong the conversation, flicking his whip as he ventured deeper into the alley. Upon reaching the courtyard where Xianing Zhao had been, the hooves of his warhorse were already stained with blood. Gu Yishuan surveyed the vacant courtyard with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Yet, it was to be expected. If capturing her had been so simple, she would hardly be the protagonist, knowing that Xianing Zhao's first destination upon arriving in the capital would be here. He had dispatched troops to see if he could apprehend her directly. Alas, she had escaped. Dismounting, he entered the dimly lit room, where the oil lamp still flickered, suggesting they had not departed long ago. After scanning the room's furnishings, he noticed a length of rope with binding marks. It seemed Gu Yichen had indeed been held captive here. Grasping the rope, a chill flickered in Gu Yishuan's eyes. Since Gu Yichen had been brought here, but was not present now, it appeared he had left with Xianing Zhao. Had he made the same choice as before? Let me see what capabilities you remnants of Nanhue possess. Discarding the rope, Gu Yishuan exited the courtyard and mounted his horse, leading the soldiers out of the alley. Just as he was about to exit, a figure clad in black robes and wearing an iron mask blocked their path. Who goes there? The general, riding behind Gu Yishuan, gripped his blade tightly, shouting as the soldiers aimed their spears at the cloaked figure. Their expressions tense and wary. Gu Yishuan raised a hand to signal for silence, his gaze sweeping over the dark figure's embroidered insignia. Recognizing the individual's identity, he then addressed the general. You may return. He is not our enemy. The general hesitated, but, seeing Gu Yishuan's calm demeanor and recognizing the figure, called to the soldiers, return to camp. After the sound of hose faded into the distance, Gu Yishuan turned to the cloaked figure and inquired. You are the supreme commander of the Imperial Shadow Guards, Xian Ying. My lord, your gaze is sharp. It is indeed I, the figure replied, bowing, their raspy voice emanating from beneath the mask. What brings you here? Gu Yishuan asked, puzzled, as he could not recall any prior dealings with the Emperor's minions. This morning, upon hearing of your assassination attempt, His Majesty was furious in the Hall of Golden Chimes, ordering us to investigate the matter thoroughly. That is how I found you, Xianing explained, his voice hoarse, his features obscured by the mask. Gu Yishuan's expression shifted to realization. He had been too preoccupied with gathering troops to catch Xianing Zhao to have learned of the morning's events. I assume the rogues you are hunting are linked to the same group that sought to assassinate you. What do you know of their identities? Xianing pressed. In recent years, the rising power in the underworld is the Hongxiu Tower. Gu Yishuan replied candidly, harboring no intention to conceal the truth. Even if he remained silent, the Imperial Shadow Guards would uncover it soon enough. Is at the Red Sleeve Tower. A flicker of contemplation passed through Xin Ying's eyes. After a brief silence, he spoke. I understand. I will issue orders to apprehend those from the martial world associated with the Red Sleeve Tower. You may rest assured, my lord. Indeed. Gu Yishuan nodded, yet his heart was devoid of hope. The Red Sleeve Tower was no ordinary force in the martial realm. Under the meticulous management of Xianing Zhao, even some ministers in the court had been infiltrated by it. I shall take my leave now. After bowing once more, Xian Ying's figure flickered and vanished into the alley. Having resolved matters here, Gu Yishuan mounted his horse and rode towards the Duke of Dinghu's residence. Thoughts of his mother, Mu Rongyun, plagued him. and he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He had sneaked out this morning. Should Morong Yun discover that he had been injured the previous night and had mobilized troops to besiege the Red Sleeve Tower's people, he would surely face her wrath again. Sigh, one must endure, for she is indeed my mother. With a sigh, Gu Yishuan's expression remained largely unchanged. Having been an orphan in his past life, he had grown to appreciate this feeling of being cared for. Upon returning to the Duke of Dinghua's residence, he noticed a carriage stationed outside. Recognizing the wooden plaque hanging from it, he deduced whose carriage it was. The Anping Marca residence? Chapter 17. Lin Shishue's visit. Gu Yishuan dismounted, raising his hand to summon the doorman. What brings the Anping Marquis carriage here? Young master, the doorman hurriedly approached. It appears a young lady named Lin Shishue has come to find you. She was about to leave upon seeing you were not here, but was invited in by the madam. At the mention of the doorman's words, Gu Yishuan's mind conjured the image of a small face with reddened eyes. Shaking his head, he stepped into the residence. Just as he reached the entrance of the main hall, he spotted Lin Shishue's little maid eavesdropping with her ear pressed against the door, while inside, Morong Yun's voice, laced with laughter, floated out. Miss Lin possesses such exquisite features, more enchanting than the newly gifted jade guanine from the palace. Observing Morong Yun's gaze, which appeared to be sizing up a prospective daughter-in-law, Lin Shishue's ears turned crimson, and she clutched her handkerchief tightly. Madam, you flatter me. In my youth, your beauty was unparalleled in the capital, and you remain as graceful and dignified as ever. How could I presume to compete? Hearing Lin Shishue's words, Morong Yun's eyes glimmered with satisfaction. Though she still remarked, I am already a mother of two. I have long since lost my youthful charm. How can I compare to you young ladies? As she spoke, Morong Yun couldn't help but inwardly reproach Gu Yishuan, lamenting that he had no interest in women. Just the other day, he had gone out, and now such a lovely and obedient girl had come calling. Miss Lin, what do you think of my son Xianer? Madam, I have come to express my gratitude for Master Gu's life-saving intervention last night. Had he not intervened, I would have perished at the hands of that assassin. Before Morong Yun could finish her sentence, Lin Shishue's delicate face flushed crimson, and disregarding all decorum, she stood to take her leave. Noticing Lin Shishue's shyness, Morong Yun realized she had acted too hastily and quickly reassured her. I was too forward. Miss Lin, please sit. Xianer should return shortly. What a troublesome child. He was injured just last night, yet he neglects his recovery and goes out early today. It truly gives one cause for concern. A hint of worry and reproach crossed Morong Yun's face. Upon hearing Morong Yun's words, Lin Shishue too felt a wave of concern, but she comforted, Madam, do not worry. Master Gu must have urgent matters to attend to, and given his capabilities, he shall be fine. Upon hearing Lin Shishue's words, Morong Yun's worries eased somewhat, and she took her hand, engaging her in conversation. Outside, Gu Yishuan noticed the little maid's ears turning red, murmuring something under her breath. As he approached, he overheard her words. It seems Madame Morong is quite fond of the young lady. Does this mean the young lady is to marry the Marquis of Wuan as her personal maid? Must I? As she rambled, her face grew increasingly flushed, and shyness glimmered in her eyes. Gu Yishuan, standing behind the little maid, observed her with a bemused expression, and playfully tapped her on the back of the head. Ouch! The little maid exclaimed, clutching her head and turning to find Gu Yishuan, her face instantly turning beet red, realizing he must have overheard her words. Master, little girl, do not let your imagination run wild. Gu Yishuan bore no ill will towards the maid and affectionately ruffled her hair before stepping into the main hall. The two ladies turned towards the door upon hearing the sound, and upon seeing Gu Yishuan, Lin Shishue immediately rose to curtsy. Greetings, my lord. However, Morong Yun was not as formal. She rushed to Gu Yishuan's side, relieved to see he was clean and unharmed, yet she reproached him. You rascal, running about after being injured. Did you not hear the doctor advise you to rest for a few days? And you made Miss Lin wait for you for so long. It's nothing. I didn't wait long at all, Lin Shishuе interjected softly, her gaze falling upon the bloodstains on Gu Yishuan's boots, her expression turning to one of alarm. Just as she was about to speak, she caught Gu Yishuan's glance towards Morong Yun and then shake his head, signaling her to remain silent. Seeing this, Lin Shishue swallowed her words. Gu Yishuan, sensing Morong Yun's displeasure, felt a sense of helplessness. Mother, it's merely a surface wound, nothing serious. Your son is quite resilient. I shall recover shortly. After soothing Morong Yun, Gu Yishuan turned to Lin Shishue. Might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Miss Lin, Lin Shishue replied. I have come to express my gratitude for your life-saving intervention last night. Were it not for your timely actions, I would have met my end at the hands of that assassin. Xiaozhu, come here. Lin Shixue called the little maid at the door, taking a box from her hands. This is blood ginseng I brought from Jiang'an, known for its ability to invigorate blood flow and replenish vitality. I implore you, Master Gu, to accept it. Gu Yishuan looked at the box being offered to him and shook his head. Miss Lin, there is no need for such generosity. That it was I who brought you trouble. You should take the blood ginseng back. However, Lin Shixue stubbornly shook her head, her watery eyes gazing earnestly at Gu Yishuan. Though those assassins sought to harm you, you saved my life, and you have aided me at the Anping Marquis residence. Therefore, you must accept this blood ginseng today. Gu Yishuan, recognizing Lin Shixue's determined nature, knew that if he refused today, she would not let the matter rest easily. Very well, I shall accept the blood ginseng. Seeing Gu Yishuan take the box, Lin Shixue finally sighed in relief. Meanwhile, Murong Yin observed their exchange, her eyes shimmering with curiosity, noticing Lin Shixue seemed poised to take her leave after presenting the box. She quickly interjected, Xianer, Miss Shixue has waited for you so long. You must extend her the courtesy of hospitality. Take her around the residence. I will arrange for the kitchen to prepare some pastries for you. Without waiting for Gu Yishuan to refuse, she hurriedly exited the main hall. Gu Yishuan, watching his mother's retreating figure, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, shaking his head helplessly before turning his attention back to Lin Shixue. Miss Lin, please, allow me to escort you. In the face of this unexpected turn of events, Lin Shixue felt somewhat flustered, but seeing Gu Yishuan's invitation, she nodded gently and followed him to the back courtyard. Meanwhile, in a concealed room within the capital, Gu Yichen reclined in a chair, rhythmically pressing his hands against his temples, attempting to alleviate the dizziness that plagued him. Not far from him, Xianingzhou was also sweating lightly, lifting a teacup from the table to sip delicately while her gaze settled upon Lin Fengxing. Lin uncle, have there been any updates? Though Lin Fengxing had rushed all the way, burdened with Gu Yichen, he remained composed. Hearing Xianingzhou's inquiry, he shook his head in response. None. The brethren there should all be dead. Alas, Lin uncle, you should not have attempted to assassinate Gu Yishuan last night. Upon hearing Lin Fengxing's reply, Xianingzhou's eyes filled with helplessness as she sighed. Miss, could it be that our attempt on the assassination last night exposed our position? Lin Fengxing spoke, confusion evident in his eyes. With their skills, he believed they should not have left any traces. Indeed, otherwise the authorities would not have discovered the location so swiftly. Xianingzhou nodded, a sense of helplessness lingering in her heart. The assassination attempt had not been sanctioned by her. It was organized by Lin Fengxing without her knowledge. Had it been successful, all would have been well, but now, with the failure of the attempt, the emperor was furious, and the city was under martial law. With officials from the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court patrolling the streets, even the rarely seen emperor's enforcers, the Weighing Guards, had been mobilized. For a time, it would not be easy for them to operate within the capital. After Gu Yishuan returned to the city, he has been accompanied by guards. Last night, I was informed he was seen alone in the city, and I aimed to seize the opportunity to eliminate him. But the attempt failed. Lin Fengxing's eyes were filled with regret. When Gu Yishuan triumphantly returned, he had heard the words of the common folk and felt a surge of anger. Upon receiving word from his subordinate that Gu Yishuan had been spotted within the city, he immediately set off to confront him, only to discover that Gu Yishuan had enlisted the city patrol. No matter, for now we possess Gu Yichen as our pawn. The eradication of the Gu family is but a matter of time. Xianingzhou remarked, his gaze falling upon Gu Yichen, who was currently massaging his temples. Chapter 18. Lin Shixue's request. In the back courtyard of the Duke of Dinggua's residence, Gu Yishuan and Lin Shixue were seated in a pavilion, with the young maid Zhua standing nearby, beside a stone table laden with pastries just delivered by Murong Yun. My mother is indeed like that. I hope Miss Lin does not take offense. Remembering Murong Yun's gaze as she departed, which resembled that of a mother-in-law regarding her daughter-in-law, Gu Yishuan couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. My lord, you just.to receive the lady's favor. Shixue would be overjoyed rather than offended. Lin Shixue replied softly, although her eyes held an inexplicable depth. Is that so? Gu Yishuan observed her, skepticism evident in his gaze. In the narrative, this Lin Shixue was undeniably strong-willed, never seeking favors from the powerful, striving solely for revenge through her own means, and had never yielded even to Lu Huijin, the Duke of Jinyuan. It was only when the two fell in love that she accepted Lu Huijin's assistance. My lord, do I not resemble a fish trapped within this small pond, destined to spend my life yearning for the freedom I cannot attain? Lin Shixue did not respond directly, her gaze fixed on a fish swimming in the pond. her voice tinged with melancholy. Just yesterday, she had expended great effort to secure an opportunity to leave the residence. This morning, upon merely expressing her desire to visit Gu Yishuan, Lin Ruichang had immediately donned a different facade. And even that woman dared not speak out. What she had to struggle for seemed trivial in the eyes of someone as significant as Gu Yishuan. This disparity brought about a disorienting sense of futility for Lin Shishue, who had lived 2 lives. Miss Lin, you jest. As the daughter of the Anping Marquis, how could you be akin to a fish devoid of freedom? Gu Yishuan responded with a smile, fully aware of Lin Shishue's intentions and her current predicament. Yet, he had matters concerning Skinning Zhao to attend to, leaving him little time to indulge in the affairs of the Anping Marquis. My lord, do you truly remain unaware? Lin Shishue turned to him, her eyes filled with suspicion but predominantly certainty, convinced that Gu Yishuan understood her meaning yet chose not to acknowledge it. Cough, cough. I am merely a man of martial prowess. How could I possibly fathom the thoughts of young ladies? Gu Yishuan replied, his gaze wandering. Even the esteemed Marquis of Wuhan would feign ignorance. Lin Shishue looked at him, her eyes filled with a lingering sorrow, mist beginning to gather within them. Gu Yishuan, observing her tearful countenance and glancing at Murongyun, who lurked in the distance with a watchful eye, felt a headache coming on. Stop the charade. I fear my mother might rush over to give me a beating. Gu Yishuan rubbed his temples, a look of resignation on his face. At his words, Lin Shishue's mournful gaze brightened with surprise. So, my lord is willing to assist me. However, Gu Yishuan shook his head, and before she could speak, he interjected. You suspect your mother was harmed by someone, yet you currently lack the means to investigate. Hence you seek my assistance, is that not so? Upon hearing Gu Yishuan's words, Lin Shishue's delicate visage momentarily froze in shock. How did he know? I could investigate this matter with relative ease, yet the question remains, why should I aid you? What do I stand to gain from it? Gu Yishuan's expression turned cold. He was aware of the plot and knew who was responsible for Lin Shishue's mother's demise. Investigating the truth was not overly challenging, but why should he lend his hand to Lin Shishue? Lin Shishue found herself at a loss for words in the face of Gu Yishuan's indifferent demeanor. Indeed, aside from having met a few times, they shared no familial bond. Gu Yishuan had saved her the previous night. Yet what obligation did he have to assist her? Miss Lin, negotiations can only transpire when both parties possess equal strength, and it is evident that you are not yet worthy of such discussions. Gu Yishuan lightly tapped his fingers on the table, his gaze towards Lin Shishue devoid of warmth. He was no fool. He would not extend unconditional help merely out of sympathy for her plight. Suddenly, footsteps approached from outside the pavilion. Gu Yishuan turned to see Murongyun entering, carrying freshly brewed tea. Mother, what brings you here? Gu Yishuan quickly approached and took the lacquer tray holding the teacups from her hands. If I hadn't come, Shishue would have been on the verge of tears from your bullying. Murongyun shot a glare at Gu Yishuan as she reached Lin Shishue's side, noticing her despondent demeanor. Shishue, what troubles you? Did this wretched boy bully you? Tell me, and I shall teach him a lesson. Having been discreetly observing their interaction, Murongyun could not help but be concerned. After all, her son had only just begun to form a connection with such a lovely young lady. How could she not care? Initially, upon entering the courtyard, the two seemed to be enjoying their time together, but after she delivered the pastries, the atmosphere shifted drastically, seeing Gu Yishuan on the verge of making Lin Shishue cry. Murongyun hurriedly intervened. Upon hearing Murongyun's voice, Lin Shishue finally came to her senses, forcing a faint smile. Rest assured, madam, Gu Gongzi has not bullied me. Is that so? Murongyun immediately cast a doubtful glance at Gu Yishuan, who remained unperturbed by his mother's scrutinizing gaze. He had not bullied Lin Shishue. He had merely stated a fact. Well, the day grows late, so I shall take my leave. Lin Shishue rose, nodding gently to Murongyun before preparing to depart. Shishue, Murongyun began to plead her to stay, but Gu Yishuan stopped her with a shake of his head, signaling that it was unnecessary to retain her. Seeing this, Lin Shishue performed a graceful bow to both of them before exiting the pavilion. Accompanied by Zhuer, however, just before leaving, she turned to cast one last glance at Gu Yishuan. He met her gaze with a calm demeanor, comprehending her unspoken resolve. She would not relent, once Lin Shishue had departed. Murongyun turned to her son, her tone tinged with displeasure. Xiener, what is going on between you and Shishue? Were you not getting along well at the outset? Watching Lin Shishue's retreating figure, Gu Yishuan shook his head, murmuring, she wishes for my assistance in investigating a matter, but I declined. Murongyun's expression shifted to one of confusion. Given her son's capabilities, aiding in an investigation should not pose a significant challenge. Noting her puzzled gaze, Gu Yishuan elaborated, the matter in question occurred long ago, involving many individuals. I am currently preoccupied with dealing with the assassins and lack the energy to assist her. Upon hearing this, Moro-Yun felt a tinge of disappointment but ultimately accepted her son's reasoning. In her heart, her son remained her top priority. By the way, mother, are you familiar with the Duke of Jiyuan? Gu Yishuan inquired, recalling the animosity he had sensed from Lu Huijin that day. After all, he had previously had no dealings with Lu Huijin, and the source of his hostility likely stemmed from the Gu family. The Duke of Jiyuan, Lu Huijin. I am not well acquainted, but the previous Duke of Jiyuan was once your father's deputy general, and they together orchestrated the campaign to annihilate Nanwei 20 years ago. When your father returns, you might inquire about it. Although uncertain as to why her son had suddenly brought up Lu Huijin, Moro-Yun pondered for a moment before sharing what she knew. Hearing his mother's words, a glint of realization flickered in Gu Yishuan's eyes as he murmured to himself, is this related to the Nanwei annihilation from 20 years ago? Chapter 19. Gu Yichen returns as evening approached. The atmosphere in the Duke of Dinghua's residence grew somewhat tense. Several servants passing through the main hall cautiously peered inside before hastily retreating. Speak. Where have you been these past few days? Why have you not returned home for so long? Moro-Yun sat firmly in her chair, her gaze fixed disapprovingly on Gu Yichen, who stood before her. I went out of town with friends. Mother, please do not be angry. As he spoke, Gu Yichen moved behind Moro-Yun, attempting to massage her shoulders in hopes of alleviating her displeasure. Humph, your elder brother has been injured yet you still venture out. And you two return only after so many days of revelry. You brothers truly offer no respite. Seeing Gu Yichen's demeanor, Moro-Yun let out a cold huff, although her irritation had lessened considerably. Gu Yichen, hearing his mother mention Gu Yishuan, betrayed a complex expression. He had learned from Xianingzhao about his true lineage, realizing that he and Gu Yishuan were not blood brothers. Xianingzhao had urged him to exploit the trust the Gu family placed in him to assist her in executing certain plans, and he had acquiesced. However, observing the woman who had raised him, he began to question if his actions were right. Yet, now that he had committed to Xianingzhao, he understood that he could not turn back. He only hoped that Moro-Yun would not hold it against him in the future. Yichen has returned, a voice called from outside, prompting Gu Yichen to lift his gaze, discovering Gu Baitsong entering, followed closely by Gu Yishuan. After Gu Baitsong returned home, Gu Yishuan immediately sought him out to inquire about the Duke of Jiyuan. As he had suspected, Lu Huijin's father had perished in the campaign to annihilate Nanwei 20 years prior. Gu Baitsong recounted that the cause was Lu Huijin's reckless ambition, which led him into an encirclement by the enemy, ultimately resulting in his demise at the hands of a hail of arrows. Just as Gu Yishuan pondered the connections involved, a servant reported Gu Yichen's return, prompting him and Gu Baitsong to come here. Father, elder brother. Gu Yishuan greeted the two, his tone as unvarnished as usual. Yet Gu Yishuan discerned a hint of estrangement in his eyes. It is good to have you back. Gu Baitsong nodded, his gaze reflecting a hint of complexity. Gu Yishuan had already informed him that Gu Yichen had met with Xianingzhao. Therefore, Gu Yichen must be aware of his true origins, yet he still appeared at the Gu family residence, feigning nonchalance. What could be his motive? Yichen is back. My elder brother was in the wrong that day. He should not have spoken to you in that manner, and I hope you do not take offense that a smile graced Gu Yishuan's lips, his tone laced with a touch of regret, as if he genuinely wished to apologize to Gu Yichen. Elder brother, please do not say that. It was my own indiscretion that day. I hold no grudge against you. Gu Yichen shook his head, his expression calm, seemingly unaffected by Gu Yishuan's words from that day. What are you two brothers playing at? Moro-Yun interjected, her eyes filled with confusion as she overheard their conversation. It is nothing, mother. Yichen has just returned and must be hungry. Please ask the kitchen to prepare something for him. Gu Yishuan replied with a smile, dismissing any concern. What Xian'er says is correct. Hurry and have the kitchen prepare some food so that Xian'er doesn't go hungry, Gu Baitsong remarked, glancing at Gu Yishuan and sighing inwardly. Moro-Yun observed the peculiar atmosphere among the three of them. Yet, as her husband had spoken, she refrained from further inquiry and exited the hall to instruct the servants to prepare the meal. As Gu Baitsong watched his wife leave, he turned to Gu Yishuan and Gu Yichen. I have matters to attend to. You two brothers may converse for a while. With that, he cast a final glance at Gu Yishuan before departing the hall. I heard from mother that you were injured, elder brother. Once the room was left with just the two brothers, Gu Yichen took the initiative to speak. Gu Yishuan observed his slightly anxious demeanor, a cold smirk flickering in his eyes that he took a seat, casually picked up a teacup from the table, took a sip, and replied with a calm expression, "It is nothing serious. I was ambushed by a few assassins last night and sustained some superficial injuries." At this, Gu Yichen's eyes narrowed, Who would dare to be so audacious as to attempt to assassinate my elder brother? Gu Yishuan looked up at him, a smile playing on his lips. I have yet to uncover the identity of the assassin, but they left traces behind as they fled that I followed those traces and discovered their hiding place this morning. Hearing this, Gu Yichen's pupils constricted. The one who had stormed into Skinning Zhao's hideout this morning was none other than Gu Yishuan. Did elder brother find anything of significance? A flicker of panic crossed Gu Yichen's eyes. Recalling that he had been with Skinning Zhao this morning, if Gu Yishuan were to find out. Fortunately, Gu Yishuan's response did not disappoint him, as he shook his head with a tinge of regret in his tone. I did not find anything useful. By the time my men dealt with the distractions, the mastermind had already fled. Gu Yichen immediately breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes reflecting gratitude, yet he echoed Gu Yishuan's sentiment. What a pity! Gu Yishuan merely shook his head, offering no further response as he rose and headed towards the door. Mother has been quite worried about you during your absence. When you dine with her later, remember to cheer her up. Will elder brother not join mother for the meal? Gu Yichen inquired, puzzled. No, I have matters to attend to. You can keep her company. After uttering this, Gu Yishuan exited the hall. Gu Yichen watched his brother's retreating figure, a mysterious glimmer flickering in his eyes. His immediate task was to remain quietly within the Gu family estate, waiting for the storm surrounding the assassination to pass before executing his next plan. Upon returning to his chamber, Gu Yishuan contemplated the sword hanging on the wall for a moment before quietly uttering, Gu Yi, young master. A figure appeared outside the door, bowing respectfully. In this era, prominent families often trained covert assassins. As these individuals were not only loyal but also capable of handling unsavory matters, the Gu family, of course, was no exception, having nurtured a group known as the Qianji Guards. Gu was the leader of these guards, reporting solely to Gu Baizong and Gu Yishuan. Even in a past life where the Gu family met with demise, Gu Yichen had expended considerable effort to fully control the Qianji Guards. Maintain close surveillance on the second young master during this period. Report to me immediately should anything unusual arise, Gu Yishuan instructed, his tone indifferent. Yes, Gu Yi replied softly before vanishing outside the door. In the following days, the capital remained remarkably tranquil. Gu Yishuan was forcibly confined to the Duke of Dinghua's residence under the pretext of recuperating, while Gu Yichen exhibited no signs of abnormality. Behaving as if he were still the second young master of the Gu family on a particular day, as Gu Yishuan noticed his injuries had nearly healed, he was practicing with a halberd in the training grounds when a servant approached with an invitation. Young master, this is an invitation from the Jin Yuan Marquis residence. Clang. The iron halberd struck the ground as Gu Yishuan wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel before taking the invitation. An invitation? Upon reading its contents, a look of puzzlement crossed his face. It turned out that Lu Huijin was hosting a banquet at his residence tomorrow evening, inviting many young masters and ladies of the capital. And he was among the invitees. Indeed, young master, the servant from the Jin Yuan Marquis residence mentioned that the Marquis is eagerly awaiting your presence and requests that you attend without fail. The servant who delivered the invitation spoke with his head bowed. I suspect it is more than just a simple banquet, Gu Yishuan scoffed, recalling the hostility Lu Huijin had displayed towards him that day. How could he genuinely invite him to a so-called banquet? There must be some hidden agenda. Yet, since the invitation had been extended, to decline would be to disregard Lu Huijin's good intentions. A glint of cunning gleamed in Gu Yishuan's eyes as he murmured. On the following morning, after finishing breakfast and returning to his room, Gu Yishuan heard Gu Yi's voice from outside. Young master, I have matters to report. Upon hearing this, Gu Yishuan promptly invited him in. Curious as to why Gu Yi, who had been silent these past few days, would suddenly seek him out. Gu Yi entered the room and produced a slip of paper from his pocket. Presenting it to Gu Yishuan, this was discreetly sent out of the residence by the second young master this morning. I intercepted it with my men. Please take a look. Gu Yishuan took the slip and, after reading its contents, felt a chill wash over him. Take my token and go. That evening, as the sky was ablaze with the sunset, Gu Yishuan and Gu Yichen exited the residence, each boarding a carriage headed for the Jin Yuan Marquis residence. Indeed, Gu Yichen, as the second young master of the Gu family, was also on the guest list, and due to Murong Yun's repeated insistence, Gu Yishuan brought along a dozen guards. Inside the carriage, Gu Yishuan's fingers repeatedly traced the jade pendant at his waist, his gaze growing increasingly frigid as he listened to the synchronized footsteps of the guards outside. Before the entrance of the Jin Yuan Marquis residence, lanterns were lit high, and several carriages were lined up along the bluestone path. As Gu Yishuan's carriage came to a halt, a young servant stepped onto a low stool to lift the curtain. Marquis of Wuan, Second young master Gu. Please enter. Gu Yishuan leaped from the carriage, surveying his surroundings, and was surprised to spot the carriage belonging to the Anping Marquis residence. The memory of Lin Shishue's departing gaze that day made Gu Yishuan feel a bit of a headache. Why do I keep running into that girl? Hearing his murmur, Gu Yichen turned, puzzled. Elder brother, what did you say? Nothing. Let us go. Gu Yishuan shook his head and strode towards the Marquis' entrance. Gu Yichen quickly followed suit. While the guards remained outside, the steward of the Marquis had long awaited their arrival at the porch and immediately approached them as Gu Yishuan and Gu Yichen approached. I greet the Marquis of Wuan and second young master Gu. To Gu Yishuan nodded, signaling for the steward to rise. The Marquis has instructed me to await your arrival. Please follow me. The steward stood up and respectfully gestured for them to enter. Gu Yishuan nodded, leading Gu Yichen as they followed the steward into the Marquis' residence towards the banquet hall. Upon reaching the entrance of the main hall, the steward signaled to a young servant waiting at the door. The servant quickly understood, hastening into the hall to announce, the Marquis of Wuan has arrived. Upon hearing this, the guests in the hall immediately ceased their activities and turned to face the entrance. As Gu Yishuan stepped into the hall, they all bowed in unison. We pay our respects to the Marquis of Wuan. Gu Yishuan surveyed the room, immediately spotting many familiar faces among the crowd. These were the scions of noble families, indicating that Lu Huijin had indeed put considerable thought into this banquet. Behind him, Gu Yichen felt a surge of jealousy at this scene, his hands tightening slightly within his sleeves. Please rise. Today is a banquet hosted by the Jin Yuan Marquis, and I am but a guest. There is no need for excessive formalities. Gu Yishuan's voice rang clear and pleasant, easing the tension among the guests. Despite being of similar age to them, Gu Yishuan was the legitimate son of the Duke of Ding and a marquis bestowed by the emperor. His status far surpassed theirs. Yet, among the gathered elite of the capital, there were those of comparable standing. From the crowd emerged a young man clad in an opulent white robe, his face somewhat youthful. He waved at Gu Yishuan, his voice tinged with excitement as he called out, Brother Yishuan. Hearing someone address him thus, Gu Yishuan turned to look, instantly recognizing the identity of the speaker, the young prince of the current dynasty, Xiao Jingheng. Gazing upon the youthful visage of Xiao Jingheng, Gu Yishuan couldn't help but smile. This lad stood in stark contrast to his elder brother, who was confined to a wheelchair due to a debilitating leg injury and spent his days immersed in scholarly pursuits. Typically, the younger one would trail behind, clamoring for lessons in martial arts, dreaming of the day he could charge into battle. Yishuan, you've been back for quite some time. Why haven't you come to find me? Xiao Jingyan traversed the crowd and approached Gu Yishuan, his tone tinged with mild dissatisfaction. It's not that I haven't had the time. You know well the circumstances I faced upon returning to the city. Gu Yishuan replied, chuckling softly at the boy's indignant expression. Upon hearing Gu Yishuan's words, Xiao Jingyan recalled the assassination attempt on him, his gaze laced with concern. That I heard from my brother that you faced an assassination attempt. I had intended to visit you, but my brother forbade me. Are you all right? I'm fine. Just a few superficial wounds. A couple of assassins won't be able to do me any serious harm. Gu Yishuan reassured him, shaking his head. That's a relief, Xiao Jingyan sighed, visibly easing. Brother, young prince, a friend is calling me. I must take my leave. Gu Yicheng, noticing the two engrossed in conversation while feeling somewhat awkward, seized the moment when someone in the crowd called for him and promptly excused himself. Go ahead, Gu Yishuan nodded, having indeed seen someone beckoning to Gu Yicheng. Xiao Jingyan made no objection, feeling neither fond nor particularly antagonistic towards his younger brother. Once Gu Yicheng departed, Xiao Jingyan promptly seized Gu Yishuan's arm and led him to a more secluded seat, his voice tinged with regret. I had hoped to accompany you on this expedition, but my brother absolutely forbade it, waxing eloquent about how a young master should not be out in the world. I couldn't care less about that, but he threatened to break my legs if I attempted to sneak away, leaving me as crippled as he is. Gu Yishuan found himself bemused by Xiao Jingyan's plight. Your brother is merely looking out for you. The battlefield is no trifling matter, it can be deadly. Shaking his head, Xiao Jingyan seemed disinterested in the topic and excitedly urged Gu Yishuan. Enough of that. Tell me about your expedition. Chapter 21. The enraged Lin Feiyao. The banquet was abuzz with merriment, with young nobles gathering in clusters, some feigning congeniality, others genuinely engaging, all appearing to revel in spirited conversation. Among the female guests, Lin Shishue and Lu Yitong sat together, occasionally casting glances toward Gu Yishuan. Sister, why do your eyes frequently wander towards the Marquis of Wuan? Could it be that you harbor feelings for him? Lu Yitong, noting Lin Shishue's distracted demeanor, couldn't resist inquiring with a teasing smile. You jest. Lin Shishue began to retort, But her words were abruptly interrupted by Lin Feiyao, who approached with a mocking tone. Miss Liu, my sister's gaze upon the Marquis of Wuan is even more overt than that of infatuated characters in a play. I advise you to keep your distance. You wouldn't want to catch her unsavory habits. Lin Feiyao, clad in embroidered shoes, approached with a cadre of wealthy young ladies who snickered at her remarks. Louis Tong's eyes flared with indignation, ready to reprimand, but Lin Shishui restrained her. With a calm demeanor, she addressed Lin Feiyao. It seems my father's recent confinement has made you aware of your own missteps. Lin Feiyao's eyes burned with fury at Lin Shishui's words, recalling her failed attempt to frame her and the subsequent days of confinement imposed by Lin Ruichang. Today, with her mother's assistance, she had finally been released to attend the banquet hosted by the Marquis of Jinyuan. To her dismay, she soon noticed Lin Shishui's eyes lingering on Gu Yixuan, the very man she could not forget. Word had reached her that Lin Shishui, the so-called illegitimate child, had supposedly forged a connection with Gu Yixuan in mere days. This was intolerable. When she overheard Lu Yitong's inquiry, she seized the opportunity to belittle her rival, only for Lin Shishui to counter with the issue of her confinement. Before Lin Feiyao could respond, Lin Shishui continued, moreover, as the legitimate daughter of the Anping Marquis, you are the face of the household. In such a formal setting, do you not feel that your coarse language could bring shame upon our father? Lin Shishui spoke with an air of indifference, her gaze dripping with disdain as she regarded Lin Feiyao. Realizing that both this half-sister and her brother were equally foolish, the anger on Lin Feiyao's face intensified as she noticed the disdain mirrored in the eyes of the surrounding noble ladies, who whispered amongst themselves about her blatant rudeness, questioning the upbringing of the Anping Marquis's wife. What wife? The Anping Marquis has but one. Oh, is he truly so devoted as to marry only one? What man isn't fickle? Is not the third Miss Lin a known illegitimate child? I've heard the Anping Marquis once considered taking a concubine, but all the prospective candidates met with mysterious deaths. I suspect his legitimate wife had a hand in it. Is it true that the Anping Marquis's wife is so malicious? Lin Feiyao, overhearing their gossip, felt her anger surge and sharply retorted, what nonsense are you spouting? Her voice rang out, drawing the attention of those around them. The women, realizing they had been overheard, faltered and hastily retreated, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Lin Feiyao's companions quickly surrounded her, offering comfort. Yao Yao, do not be upset. Meanwhile, Lu Yitong, witnessing the entire exchange, was left speechless, turning to Lin Shishui with incredulity. Sister, what did you just say? Why did Lin Feiyao react so fiercely at that moment? Lin Shishui reverted to her previously demure demeanor, lightly laughing as she replied to Lu Yitong's inquiry, I merely stated the facts. Did you not hear Lin Feiyao's words? But, despite Lin Shishui's assertions, Lu Yitong remained skeptical. Lin Feiyao had often clashed with her, yet she had always held her ground. Why today was she so easily provoked by Lin Shishui? Observing Lu Yitong's disbelief, Lin Shishui simply smiled sweetly, choosing not to elaborate further. She recalled the earlier gossip and felt a flicker of contemplation. Could her mother's death truly be connected to Li Huiru? Yet, given her current limitations, she had no means to investigate the past. Reflecting on this, Lin Shishui's gaze drifted toward Gu Yixuan in the distance. She removed a somewhat rustic hairpin adorned with floral motifs from her hair, tracing the patterns with her fingers, quietly vowing, Mother, you forbade me from coming to the capital, yet here I am. Fear not, I shall soon uncover the truth and restore your honor. Meanwhile, as Gu Yixuan engaged in spirited discourse with Xiao Jingyan about the battlefield while sipping wine, he sensed a gaze upon him. Looking up, he found Lin Shishui's eyes upon him, a look of helplessness creeping onto his face. Noticing Gu Yixuan's sudden silence, Xiao Jingyan raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Upon following his gaze, he spotted a young lady clad in a pale green gown, her delicate features exuding an air of charm that was hard to resist. This revelation left Xiao Jingyan astounded. In his recollection, Gu Yixuan rarely paid attention to noble women. Yet here he was, fixated on one. Recovering from his surprise, Xiao Jingyan's expression turned teasing as he quipped, Yixuan, who is that young lady? Has she truly enchanted you? Returning to reality at Xiao Jingyan's remark, Gu Yixuan, seeing the teasing glint in his eyes, replied with a hint of exasperation, what do you mean enchanted? She is merely a friend. However, Xiao Jingyan was not convinced by this declaration of mere friendship. His gaze filled with suspicion. Friend, I've never heard of you befriending any young lady from a noble family. Before Gu Yixuan could respond, he continued, speaking of which, you are no longer a child. It may be time to consider a wife. That young lady seems quite suitable. With a swift motion, Gu Yixuan delivered a playful smack to Xiao Jingyan's forehead, prompting the young lad to cover the spot in pain. You, a mere child, are concerned about my lifelong affairs. Just as Xiao Jingyan was about to retort, he caught sight of the dangerous glint in Gu Yishuan's eyes and could only mutter under his breath, "What a little brat! In just a few years, I will have reached adulthood, and at that time, I shall undoubtedly marry a lady of unparalleled beauty, unlike Yi Xian, who, to this day, remains all alone." Upon hearing Xiao Jingyan's mutterings, Gu Yishuan couldn't help but feel a few strands of annoyance appear on his forehead. Just as he was about to continue disciplining the young rascal, his peripheral vision caught sight of Lin Shishue gracefully approaching him. Chapter 22. Lin Shishue's proposition. As Lin Shishue drew near, Xiao Jingyan immediately began to exchange knowing glances with Gu Yishuan. Yi Xian, she is here to see you, he remarked. Gu Yishuan shot him a glare. Feeling a surge of headache as he beheld Lin Shishue's determined demeanor, he truly found himself at a loss when it came to this stubborn young lady. Among the guests, it seemed Lin Shishue was intent on seeking Gu Yishuan, and the expressions directed her way were tinged with surprise. After all, they had heard no whispers of any connection between the Marquis of Wuan and any young lady. "Greetings, Your Highness," Lin Shishue said, ignoring the curious gazes as she approached Gu Yishuan and performed a respectful bow. Before Gu Yishuan could utter a word, Xiao Jingyan, unable to restrain his excitement, interjected, "May I ask, which family does this esteemed lady belong to? Just now, I noticed Yi Xian was quite captivated by you. It's my first time witnessing him so interested in a maiden." "Ouch, Yi Xian, why did you hit me?" Xiao Jingyan exclaimed, clutching his forehead after Gu Yishuan delivered a firm knock to his head. "Who told you to speak nonsense?" Gu Yishuan retorted, disregarding Xiao Jingyan's reaction and turning his attention back to Lin Shishue. "Miss Lin, is your visit related to that day's events?" Lin Shishue, her face slightly flushed from Xiao Jingyan's comments, nodded in response to Gu Yishuan's inquiry. "Indeed, my lord." With a resigned shake of his head, Gu Yishuan glanced at the eavesdropping Xiao Jingyan. "Jingyan, you should leave now. Yi Xian, you two carry on. It seems someone is calling for me." "I shall take my leave," Xiao Jingyan interjected, rising from his seat and making his way into the crowd. However, before departing, he cast Gu Yishuan a series of knowing glances, as if to say, "Look how considerate I am." Seeing Xiao Jingyan's misunderstandings about his relationship with Lin Shishue deepen, Gu Yishuan couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Nevertheless, with Xiao Jingyan soon out of earshot, Gu Yishuan turned to face Lin Shishue. "I believe I have already made my position clear that day. Why do you still persist? Moreover, I currently lack the energy to assist you, as I have yet to resolve matters concerning those assassins." In response to Gu Yishuan's words, Lin Shishue's expression remained unchanged, and she spoke with calm determination. "I am well aware that assistance does not come without reason. However, if I am bold enough to seek out the Marquis, does that not pique your curiosity regarding my motives?" "Oh, then do enlighten me," Gu Yishuan replied, intrigued. "Since you are aware of the matter I wish to investigate, you must also know my mother's identity." Lin Shishue posed a question instead of revealing her reason. "That is indeed the case," Gu Yishuan nodded, fully cognizant of the narrative. He knew that Lin Shishue's mother, Lu Ruoxuan, was the daughter of the esteemed Lu family in Jiangnan. During his youth, Lin Ruichang had met her while traveling in Jiangnan, and they quickly fell in love, resulting in Lin Shishue's birth. While the Lu family may not rival the Gu family in status, their wealth accumulated over generations was indeed formidable. At this juncture, Lin Shishue's gaze faltered momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure and continued, "Before my grandfather passed away, he entrusted my mother with the key to our family's treasury, which she, before her death, passed down to me. If the Marquis is willing to assist me in discovering who harmed my mother, I am prepared to offer you the wealth accumulated by the Lu family over generations." Gu Yishuan's expression shifted to one of astonishment upon hearing Lin Shishue's proposition. He had not anticipated that she would be willing to offer the Lu family's treasures in exchange for his help. In the original narrative, due to an invasion by a rival nation, the court had dispatched Lu Huijin to defend against the threat but struggled to provide provisions. In desperation, Lin Shishue, already the Marquis's wife, had to extract wealth from the Lu family treasury to support Lu Huijin, ultimately leading to her being honored as a noble lady. "Are you so casually offering me the Lu family's wealth? Will the Lu family consent to this?" Gu Yishuan inquired with a smile, recalling that in the original story, the Lu family had vehemently opposed Lin Shishue's intention to use their treasury for military provisions. It was only after considerable pressure from the court, along with a multitude of promises, that they begrudgingly acquiesced. "That is for the Marquis to consider. I merely need to hand over the key to the treasury." Lin Shishue replied coolly, Her feelings towards the Liu family, apart from her mother and grandfather, being non-existent, that a significant part of her reason for coming to the capital was the Liu family's relentless torment, pressuring her to surrender the key. Yet, in her previous life, she had been naive, believing that seeking refuge with her father would shield her from avarice. Little did she know, she had merely jumped from one den of wolves into another. Even her biological father was insatiably covetous of those treasures, willing to subject her to untold suffering, ultimately abandoning her to perish alone. However, the circumstances had changed. Lin Shixue gazed at the powerful young man before her, a glimmer of hope flickering in her eyes. Ha! Splendid. Truly splendid. Gu Yixuan regarded Lin Shixue with astonishment, taken aback by her swift recognition of the importance of power in this lifetime. It seemed that his resolute stance against Lin Feiyao's slander at the Anping Marquis' residence had left a significant impact on her. Does this mean the Marquis agrees to assist me? Lin Shixue inquired, her gaze fixed on Gu Yixuan, who wore a smile. Naturally, Gu Yixuan nodded. Investigating Liu Ruoxuan's case was not particularly challenging for him. Merely a bit troublesome. No one would ever complain about having more money. As for any objections from the Liu family, Gu Yixuan was unconcerned. Unlike in the original plot, he had no need for their consent. Before an ironclad army, all obstacles would be reduced to dust. Upon receiving Gu Yixuan's affirmative response, Lin Shixue's eyes sparkled with delight. She lifted the floral hairpin adorning her head and presented it to Gu Yixuan. This is the key to the treasury. Please accept it, my lord. However, Gu Yixuan did not immediately take the hairpin. Instead, he gazed at Lin Shixue and asked, "Are you not afraid I might change my mind?" In response to Gu Yixuan's question, Lin Shixue merely shook her head, her tone earnest. "I trust the Marquis." Observing Lin Shixue's serious expression, Gu Yixuan couldn't help but smile as he accepted the ancient floral hairpin. As his fingers traced the delicate patterns of the hairpin, he retrieved his jade pendant from his waist and handed it to Lin Shixue. Chapter 23. The first encounter of the male and female protagonists? Your mother passed away 5 years ago. The passage of time makes this investigation rather tedious. Keep this jade pendant. If you cannot wait for my findings, feel free to seek me at the Duke of Dingguo's residence, and I shall inform you of what I discover. Lin Shixue accepted the pendant, but just as she was about to speak, Xiao Jingyan reappeared from seemingly nowhere, sporting a look that suggested he had caught them in the act, and pointed at them while exclaiming, "Humph, you've already exchanged tokens of affection, yet you still claim there is nothing going on. Caught red-handed, aren't you?" Upon hearing Xiao Jingyan's words, Lin Shixue's face instantly turned crimson. Clutching the jade pendant Gu Yixuan had given her, her speech faltering, "Little prince, it's not what you think. We were merely..." Yet her shy demeanor only served to affirm Xiao Jingyan's suspicions about their relationship. However, he did not press Lin Shixue further, instead turning to Gu Yixuan. "Xian, do you have anything to say?" Gu Yixuan shot Xiao Jingyan a glare, casually grabbing a half-eaten pastry from the table and tossing it at him. "You talk too much. This is merely a token for business. Do not read too much into it." Xiao Jingyan caught the pastry with a swift motion, leaning in with a mischievous grin. "A token? Who uses a jade pendant as a token for business? Clearly, someone is trying to win the favor of a young lady." Lin Shixue's face was as red as blood, and just as she prepared to defend herself, Gu Yixuan raised a hand to halt her, turning to Xiao Jingyan with a dangerous glint in his eyes. "Jingyan, if you continue to spout nonsense, I might just send someone to escort you back to the palace and have Prince Chu confine you for a few days." I doubt he would refuse my request. Xiao Jingyan instinctively recoiled at this, aware that his brother enjoyed disciplining him. If Gu Yixuan truly dispatched someone to return him, and mentioned this to Xiao Jingyan, he would undoubtedly be all too willing to assist. Reflecting on this, Xiao Jingyan decided to refrain from further comments about the tokens of affection. All right. I want to say another word. Okay. Nonetheless, he turned to Lin Shixue, patting his chest as he declared, "Miss Shixue, if you ever find yourself bullied by my cold-faced brother, do not hesitate to seek me out. Why would I look for you?" At this point, noticing Gu Yixuan's bemused expression, Xiao Jingyan realized he had already committed himself to his words. As Xiao Jingyan's eyes flickered, he continued, "I will assist you. I will convey to Madame Murong that she ought to discipline Brother Yixuan." Observing Xiao Jingyan's somewhat fearful yet feigned bravado in the presence of Gu Yixuan, Lin Shixue could not help but smile softly and replied, "Then I shall express my gratitude to the young prince." Gu Yixuan, disinterested, casually lifted the wine cup from the table for a sip, and noticing Lin Shixue still standing nearby, he inquired with confusion, "You?" However, before he could finish, a servant stationed at the door announced loudly, "Lord Ji Yuan has arrived." Following this, Gu Yishuan turned his gaze to see Lu Huaijin, a tall figure clad in a black cloak with a stern countenance, striding into the hall, accompanied by a young man dressed in scholarly robes. Upon the arrival of Lord Ji Yuan, the assembly bowed in unison. Yet, Gu Yishuan and Xiao Jingyan remained motionless. Gu Yishuan remained seated in his chair, casually sipping from his wine cup, while Xiao Jingyan mirrored his demeanor. Albeit with a pastry instead of a cup, their actions stood out conspicuously among the crowd, and Lu Huaijin immediately noticed them alongside Lin Shixue. For reasons unknown, the sight of Lin Shixue in the company of Gu Yishuan stirred a sense of irritation within Lu Huaijin. Nevertheless, in such a significant occasion, he refrained from expressing his feelings, instead addressing the bowing crowd with a resonant voice, "Please rise." Only then did the crowd stand, parting to allow Lu Huaijin to pass through to the head seat, where the scholar accompanying him took his place behind him. Seated at the head of the table, Lu Huaijin surveyed the attendees, his tone grave yet not cold. "The purpose of today's banquet is to invite esteemed individuals here, to express my gratitude for their support of the Jinyuan Lord's residence over the years. However, many are preoccupied with court affairs and could not attend. Thus I have invited all of you young masters and ladies as a token of my appreciation." Upon hearing this, the crowd bowed once more, exclaiming in unison that they dared not. Although they understood this to be mere formalities, they felt compelled to show due respect to Lu Huaijin's status. However, Xiao Jingyan, being the younger brother of the king of Chu, felt no such constraints. While munching on a pastry, he turned to Gu Yishuan in confusion, asking, "Brother Yishuan, what exactly is this cold-faced fellow inviting us for?" Lin Shixue, overhearing Xiao Jingyan's reference to Lu Huaijin, stifled a laugh, though Lu Huaijin's frosty demeanor suggested this title was not entirely inappropriate. Gu Yishuan smiled faintly, uncertain of Lu Huaijin's intentions, and shook his head in response. "I do not know, but it seems unlikely to be merely a banquet." Indeed, as Gu Yishuan had surmised, Lu Huaijin exchanged a few pleasantries before a maid appeared, bearing a lacquer tray. Upon seeing the items on the tray, Gu Yishuan turned to Lin Shixue, his expression somewhat peculiar. Noticing his gaze, Lin Shixue turned her head, puzzled. "My lord, what is it?" "Nothing." Gu Yishuan waved his hand, though he felt increasingly intrigued, for the tray held 9 linked rings. In the original narrative, Lin Shixue and Lu Huaijin had first met due to the 9 linked rings. It had also taken place at a banquet, where someone presented this challenging puzzle, but none succeeded in solving it. Ultimately, it was Lin Shixue, who had encountered the 9 linked rings during her travels with a merchant caravan, who managed to unravel the puzzle. It was during this event that Lu Huaijin became interested in her. Furthermore, when Lin Feiya bullied Lin Shixue at the banquet, Lu Huaijin intervened, thus solidifying their acquaintance. Hence, upon seeing the 9 linked rings in the maid's hands, Gu Yishuan's gaze at Lin Shixue was laden with significance. After all, despite the differing circumstances, was this not the very scene of the protagonist's first encounter? As Gu Yishuan pondered, he noticed Lu Huaijin rising from his seat to take the 9 linked rings from the maid's tray, declaring, "This is a small object I have unexpectedly discovered, known as the 9 linked rings. While its craftsmanship may appear simple, unraveling it is no easy feat. Fortunately, with all of you talented individuals present today, I have brought it forth. Should anyone succeed in solving it, I shall bestow upon them the snowy landscape after rain painted by the esteemed artist of the previous dynasty." Upon Lu Huaijin's proclamation, 2 maids stepped forward, gradually revealing a painting depicting a vast snowy landscape. Chapter 24. Let me try. Upon seeing the snowy landscape after rain, gasps filled the hall. Genuine masterpieces from the previous dynasty's esteemed artist are scarce, each one worth a fortune. The fact that Lord Jinyuan would offer such a prize was astounding. If I unravel the 9 linked rings, will Lord Jinyuan truly gift me the snowy landscape after rain? Inquired a young man clad in white. Unable to suppress his excitement, Lu Huaijin turned his gaze towards him, a faint smile breaking his stoic demeanor as he nodded in affirmation. Indeed. With that, Lu Huaijin shook the 9 linked rings in his hand, and the hall erupted into hushed murmurs, with several self-proclaimed clever young men eagerly preparing to try their hand at the puzzle. Even among the female guests, some young ladies gazed at the 9 linked rings in Lu Huaijin's grasp with glimmering eyes. "May I give it a try?" The white-clad young man spoke first. With a gentle nod from Lu Huaijin, the maid placed the 9 linked rings before him. As he grasped the rings, all eyes turned towards him, filled with curiosity, eager to see if he could solve this peculiar puzzle. Taking a deep breath, the young man began to manipulate the rings with deft fingers. The metallic rings clinked together, and soon the first 3 rings fell apart. The crowd gasped in astonishment, some even lamenting why they hadn't acted first. Yet, just as everyone believed he would succeed, the young man faltered. beads of sweat forming on his brow, despite his determination. His efforts only caused the rings to become more entangled. Flushed with embarrassment, he placed the 9 linked rings back on the tray, murmuring a soft concession before retreating into the crowd. The onlookers were equally astonished. It seemed the 9 linked rings were indeed a formidable challenge. Yet, some remained unconvinced, picking up the rings in turn, only to meet the same fate as the young man in white. Even several young ladies stepped forward to attempt. But all were met with failure, drawing a larger crowd around the maid. Throughout this, Lu Huijin remained silent, seated at the head, sipping his wine while occasionally surveying the gathering. Meanwhile, as Lin Shixue gazed at the 9 linked rings, memories from her childhood surfaced. When her mother was still alive and she was but a child, she had insisted on wandering the city with her mother. It was during that time she had encountered the 9 linked rings in a caravan passing through Jiangnan. Begging her mother to buy one for her, reluctantly, her mother had obliged, yet she could not unravel it. Crying in frustration. It was a kind merchant within the caravan who, seeing her distress, finally taught her how to solve the puzzle. Miss Lin, what are your thoughts on the 9 linked rings? Gu Yishuan, having finished his drink, turned to the quietly observing Lin Shixue. Startled from her reverie by his inquiry, Lin Shixue's gaze flickered with complexity as she softly replied. In my youth, I encountered the 9 linked rings during a journey with a caravan through Jiangnan. It appears simple, yet unraveling it is far from easy. Could it be that the Lord possesses the skill to solve it? Lin Shixue's eyes bore into Gu Yishuan with curiosity. Gu Yishuan nodded, acknowledging that prior to his arrival in this realm, he had a penchant for such brain-teasing items. Solving the 9 linked rings would indeed be within his capability. Just as he was about to speak, Xiao Jingyan, having discarded half-eaten pastry onto the plate, clapped his hands and declared, "Is it merely a matter of untying a few rings? Allow me to give it a try." Without awaiting Gu Yishuan's or Lin Shixue's response, he strode confidently towards the gathered crowd. Observing Xiao Jingyan's retreating figure, Gu Yishuan felt a twinge of exasperation. Could this impetuous young man truly unravel the puzzle? As the onlookers parted respectfully to grant Xiao Jingyan passage, they greeted him with deference. "Young prince." "Yes," Xiao Jingyan waved dismissively, signaling them to refrain from excessive courtesy as he approached the individual attempting to solve the 9 linked rings. "Young prince, here you go." The young man, recognizing Xiao Jingyan's status, willingly passed the rings to him. Xiao Jingyan accepted the 9 linked rings, not immediately attempting to solve them, but rather studying them closely. After grasping the underlying principles, his fingers began to dance with agility, and amidst the crisp sounds of clinking rings, one by one, the links began to fall apart. The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that the young prince was truly capable of unraveling the 9 linked rings? Even Gu Yishuan sat up straight, his expression filled with surprise, mirrored by Lin Shixue, whose eyes shone with admiration as she watched Xiao Jingyan, a slight brightness illuminating her gaze, sensing the astonished stares from those around him. Xiao Jingyan's lips curled into a proud smile as more rings fell away under his deft manipulation. The young prince indeed possesses extraordinary wisdom. He has managed to unravel the intricate puzzle of the 9 linked rings. Your words ring true, dear brother. However, before he could finish speaking, his companion tugged at his sleeve, and when they turned back to look at Xiao Jingyan, they found him holding the 9 linked rings, which had already been disentangled from 7 of its circular components. No matter how he manipulated it, he could not extract the metal rod within. Observing this, those who had just praised Xiao Jingyan suddenly felt a twinge of embarrassment. Just then, a mocking laugh erupted from the crowd. The young prince, who cannot even master horseback riding and archery, dares to solve the 9 linked rings. Upon hearing this, a spark of anger flashed in Xiao Jingyan's eyes as he turned abruptly towards the source of the voice. Who spoke? Come forth and face me. The few individuals standing before Xiao Jingyan exchanged glances, retreating slightly, until a young man clad in a scarlet robe, stout in stature and leaning on a cane, stepped forward. Zhao Fuchen, was that remark yours? Xiao Jingyan's gaze bore into the youth, filled with fury. Not far away, Gu Yishuan observed Zhao Fuchen with a glint of coldness in his eyes. This Zhao Fuchen is the son of the Minister of Revenue, who once ordered the execution of a little girl for accidentally colliding with his carriage. Gu Yishuan and Xiao Jingyan, who happened to be wandering the streets at that moment, were consumed by rage and nearly beat him to death, with Gu Yishuan even breaking his leg and leaving him at the minister's doorstep. This was the only time Gu Yishuan had struck someone without facing reprimand from Gu Baizong. It is astonishing how quickly this fellow has recovered. As Lin Shixue gazed at him in astonishment, Gu Yishuan rose from his seat, a flicker of cold light in his eyes, and strode purposefully towards the crowd. Why don't you mount a horse and demonstrate? Zhao, a mere cripple like you dares to mock me. Xiao Jingyan sneered, Recalling Zhao Fuchen's earlier taunt while eyeing the cane in his hand, Zhao Fuchen leaned on his cane, and upon hearing Xiao Jingyan's words, a flash of resentment crossed his gaze as he retorted coldly, "If the young prince cannot solve the 9 linked rings, then it seems my words ring true. Why resort to leveraging one's status?" As his words fell, those around him, who had previously been subdued by Xiao Jingyan's status, began to murmur in agreement. Brother Zhao speaks wisely. If the young prince cannot solve it, then it's indeed a bit of a disgrace for the royal family. He is still too young. It's natural he cannot unravel the 9 linked rings, but using his status to suppress others is inappropriate. Xiao Jingyan, being merely a youth, could hardly withstand such provocation, hearing the murmurs around him. His face flushed crimson, and he hurled the 9 linked rings at Zhao Fuchen. Clang! Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Fuchen had anticipated this and sidestepped just in time, the metallic sound ringing sharply as the rings struck the ground. Is the young prince simply embarrassed and furious? Zhao Fuchen observed the enraged Xiao Jingyan, his tone dripping with mockery. Thud. On the main seat, Lu Huaijin lightly tapped his wine cup against the table. Eyeing Xiao Jingyan with a solemn expression, "This is my wager. If the young prince is not interested, he might as well return it instead of making such a scene." Despite his words, Lu Huaijin's gaze remained fixed on Gu Yishuan, who was making his way through the crowd. Ha! Since you doubt me so, I shall demonstrate for you today, Xiao Jingyan declared defiantly, just as he bent down to retrieve the fallen 9 linked rings. A hand pressed down on his shoulder, he turned to scold, only to find it was Gu Yishuan holding him back. "Brother Yishuan," Xiao Jingyan began, but Gu Yishuan shook his head, signaling him to remain silent. Then turned to Zhao Fuchen beside him. "Young Master Zhao, it seems your injury has healed rather swiftly." He paused, eyeing the cane in Zhao's hand with a hint of intrigue. "Didn't you say that Jingyan's equestrian skills are lacking? Why not mount a horse and show us?" The crowd, upon hearing Gu Yishuan's words, regarded Zhao Fuchen with bemusement. Who in the capital does not know that Zhao, the son of the minister, had his leg personally broken by the Marquis of Wuhan and had been recuperating for months? Barely able to walk with the aid of his cane, now the Marquis suggests he should ride and shoot. Is this not tantamount to murder? Zhao Fuchen's eyes filled with venom at Gu Yishuan's suggestion. But constrained by his status, he could only lower his head to mask his emotions. Ha! The Marquis just as for equestrian skills, how could I dare to show off before the Marquis, though my words may have been excessive? The young prince indeed cannot solve the 9 linked rings. Could it be that the Marquis can? Zhao Fuchen spoke softly, aware that Gu Yishuan wished to defend Xiao Jingyan. Yet, even as the Marquis of Wuhan, he could not openly confront him at such a gathering. Ha! I am quite curious whether the Marquis can indeed unravel these rings. Lu Huaijin observed Gu Yishuan, resting his chin on one hand. His expression tinged with interest. Gu Yishuan bent down to pick up the fallen rings, glanced at Lu Huaijin, and then focused back on Zhao Fuchen. "Should I succeed, what will you do?" Zhao Fuchen looked at the rings in Gu Yishuan's grasp, a flicker of panic crossing his features. However, considering that so many present were stumped by the 9 linked rings, how could a mere martial artist like Gu Yishuan possibly solve it? After a moment of deliberation, he gritted his teeth and declared, "If the Marquis can unravel these rings, I shall present to you the Songshan map, a treasured piece from my father's collection." This proclamation elicited gasps from the audience. While the Songshan map may not compare to the Jia Shanshueji II of the previous dynasty's master painter, it is still a work of great renown, its value immeasurable. Is it true that the Minister of Revenue would allow you to wager that Songshan map? Gu Yishuan inquired, withholding his immediate agreement. "You need not worry about that, for I am a man of my word. If the Marquis can indeed solve the 9 linked rings, I shall personally deliver the Songshan map to the Duke of Ding and apologize to the young prince for today's events." Remembering his father, Zhao Fuchen felt a twinge of fear, yet he could not backtrack now that he had spoken, even adding another condition. "Very well, but you must uphold your end. Should you fail to produce the Songshan map, I shall personally retrieve it from your residence." Hearing Zhao Fuchen's assurance, a smile finally graced Gu Yishuan's face, and he prepared to begin unraveling the 9 linked rings. At that moment, however, Xiao Jingyan could not help but tug at Gu Yishuan's sleeve, his tone laced with concern. "Brother Yishuan, these rings are not so easily unraveled. It would be best to let it go." In Xiao Jingyan's view, while Gu Yishuan was proficient in military strategy and martial arts, the 9 linked rings required more than mere strength to solve. He feared that if Gu Yishuan were to embarrass himself due to his involvement, it would be difficult for him to persuade Gu Yishuan to accompany him in the future. "Fear not, this trivial matter poses no challenge for me," Gu Yishuan replied confidently, noticing Xiao Jingyan's worried expression as his gaze fell upon the rings. Each ring was connected by a metal rod, with the rod's end threaded through a long handle. The rings constrained and interacted with one another. To unravel them, one must first unlock the preceding rings to create the necessary conditions for the subsequent ones. Furthermore, both the removal and placement of the rings follow a specific order. Missteps would render previous efforts futile, requiring a methodical approach. Yet, while it may appear complex, there exists a discernible pattern, once mastered. Unraveling them is not particularly difficult. At this moment, Lin Shishue had also made her way into the crowd, her gaze directed at Gu Yixuan with a hint of curiosity, although a merchant in her former caravan had revealed the method to solve the 9 linked rings. It took her considerable time to master it fully. Could it be that Gu Yixuan possesses similar knowledge? As Gu Yixuan remained motionless, Zhao Fuchen's earlier panic began to dissipate, prompting him to taunt. Though the Marquis possesses remarkable martial prowess, the 9 linked rings cannot be unraveled by sheer force. Even amidst so many talented individuals here today, it remains an impossible feat if the Marquis cannot do it. We certainly cannot. Before Zhao Fuchen could complete his sentence, Gu Yixuan's wrist flicked, and the 9 linked rings emitted a series of metallic clinks. In the astonished gaze of the crowd, the 7th ring disengaged with a click, followed smoothly by the 8th falling to the ground. Finally, with a gentle twist, the 9th ring released the metal rod, and the entire assembly cascaded into his palm, leaving only the bare copper rod to clatter into the lacquered tray. As the audience fell into stunned silence at Gu Yixuan's swift unraveling of the 9 linked rings, even Zhao Fuchen, who had previously mocked him, took a step back in disbelief. Xiao Jingyan approached the maidservant. Picking up the now empty copper rod from the lacquer tray, his eyes wide as he turned to Gu Yixuan. "Brother Yixuan, when did you learn this skill?" Gu Yixuan cast him a sidelong glance, his expression unflustered. "I often advise you to read more and refrain from merely wielding blades and firearms, yet you never listen. Now you stand there, dumbfounded, don't you?" Xiao Jingyan stared at Gu Yixuan's earnest demeanor, momentarily taken aback, for it was he who had always relished in swordplay and weaponry. Gu Yixuan paid no heed to the bewildered expression of Xiao Jingyan and turned his gaze towards Zhao Fuchen, calmly stating, "Master Zhao, what now?" Upon hearing Gu Yixuan's voice, Zhao Fuchen finally snapped back to reality from his earlier shock. His eyes resting on the empty copper rod in Xiao Jingyan's hand, he could not help but think that if his father were to discover that he had unwittingly lost the treasured Songshan map, he would surely be lucky to retain even one of his legs. This thought filled Zhao Fuchen with an overwhelming sense of dread, prompting him to speak without thought. The 9 linked rings were partially solved by the young prince. And although the Marquis of Wuan has removed the remaining 3, this cannot be considered a complete solution. It was merely a coincidence. Yes, just a coincidence. Observing Zhao Fuchen's obstinate demeanor, the young masters and ladies from distinguished families around him cast scornful glances in his direction, whispering amongst themselves, "Ha! Who would have thought that the son of the deputy Zhao would be so shameless?" Indeed, the Marquis of Wuan has clearly solved the most challenging rings, yet he refuses to acknowledge it. This man is notoriously brazen, and he often uses his father's influence to oppress the townsfolk. It's no wonder the Marquis of Wuan has broken one of his legs. I am too ashamed to associate with him. Zhao Fuchen, hearing their remarks, felt a tumult of emotions wash over him, his face alternating between shades of green and red. Yet, in his desperation to avoid the loss of the Songshan map, he stubbornly refused to admit defeat. "Hey, you worthless cripple, how dare you renege? It seems that beating you has yet sufficed, has it?" Upon witnessing Zhao Fuchen's audacity, Xiao Jingyan's eyes flared with fury, and he rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront him. Sensing the threat, Zhao Fuchen's eyes widened with fear, and he instinctively stepped back. However, he feared his father far more than he feared Xiao Jingyan's wrath. Gu Yixuan, noticing Zhao Fuchen's defiance, felt a chill wash over him. He grasped Xiao Jingyan's arm, his tone indifferent as he said, "Then let us restore the 9 linked rings to their original state. I shall solve them again. If you still refuse to acknowledge your defeat, I shall have Deputy Zhao personally send someone to carry you back." Xiao Jingyan's eyes lit up with anger at Gu Yixuan's words, and he turned to the stoic Lu Huijin, who was merely observing the spectacle. "Ice Face, quickly summon someone to restore these 9 linked rings. Then, when Brother Yixuan solves them, we shall see how this worthless cripple will continue to deny." The crowd fell silent upon hearing Xiao Jingyan's address to Lu Huijin, and the latter's stern visage twitched slightly. His gaze fell upon Gu Yixuan, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes as he spoke with a hint of resignation. "This 9 linked ring was also something I stumbled upon. Even I am unable to solve it, let alone restore it." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jingyan felt his previously simmering anger reignite. Since Lu Huijin dared to present the 9 linked rings, how could he possibly be incapable of solving them? This was clearly a ploy to prevent Gu Yixuan from obtaining the Jiashan Shueji map. He was about to challenge Lu Huijin when Gu Yixuan pressed a hand on his shoulder. Shaking his head, he then turned to Lu Huijin. Since the Marquis Jin Yuan is unable to restore it, how about I find someone else to do so? The onlookers exchanged astonished glances throughout this entire ordeal. Only Gu Yishuan seemed capable of solving the puzzle, let alone restoring it. Moreover, it appeared from his words that he would not be the one to do it himself. Could there be someone else here capable of solving the 9 linked rings? Lu Huijin, too, displayed surprise, but he still doubted that anyone besides himself and Gu Yishuan could tackle the puzzle, and thus he nodded, "There is no objection." Upon receiving Lu Huijin's consent, a smile graced Gu Yishuan's lips as he turned to Lin Shishue, who stood amidst the crowd. "Miss Lin, you mentioned earlier that you solved the 9 linked rings in your youth. Would you be willing to restore them now?" The crowd immediately shifted their gazes to Lin Shishue, who was a strikingly beautiful young woman with a graceful demeanor. Several young masters gasped in surprise. "Whose daughter is she? I have never seen her before, since she arrived in the carriage of the Omping Marquis. She must be from the Omping family. Does Omping Marquis not only have Lin Feiyao as his daughter? When did he acquire such a stunning daughter? I heard she is the Marquis' illegitimate daughter, who recently entered the Omping household. So that's the case. Ahem, gentlemen, should we not focus on the matter of the 9 linked rings? Why digress into discussing her background? Haha. No need to concern ourselves with such trivial details." Lin Shishue, who had been called upon by Gu Yishuan, felt a bit flustered. However, upon seeing Gu Yishuan's earnest expression, she stepped forward under the scrutiny of the crowd. "I pay my respects to the Marquis Jin Yuan." Lin Shishue curtsied gracefully to Lu Huijin at the head table, before turning to Gu Yishuan, her voice trembling slightly as she spoke. "My lord, do you truly wish for me to restore it? I only solved the 9 linked rings in my youth. I fear I may not." Yet, before she could finish, Gu Yishuan interrupted her, gazing intently into her eyes. "I believe in you." As Lin Shishue met Gu Yishuan's starry eyes, a blush crept onto her cheeks, and she nodded gently. She then approached the servant in front of her, taking the disassembled 9 linked rings from the lacquer tray, and began to reassemble them before the astonished crowd. As Lu Huijin observed Lin Shishue, he felt a growing, inexplicable emotion welling within him. He wondered why, after so many years without interest in any woman, he would experience such feelings for one he had only encountered twice. Yet, before he could ponder further, Lin Shishue swiftly completed the assembly of the 9 linked rings. The crowd, now captivated, noted that the rings in her hands were identical to the ones Lu Huijin had presented earlier. Gu Yishuan, seeing this, refrained from further commentary, stepping forward to take the 9 linked rings from Lin Shishue. His fingers danced over them, the metallic clinks ringing out sharply. In no time, he had removed all the rings, causing Zhao Fuchen to collapse to the ground with a look of utter desolation. "Marquis Jin Yuan, what now?" Gu Yishuan ignored the crumpled Zhao Fuchen, his gaze steady upon Lu Huijin. The latter slowly rose, regarding Gu Yishuan with an enigmatic glimmer in his eyes as he spoke. Chapter 27. Another poem. Lu Huijin gazed at the scattered 9 linked rings in Gu Yishuan's hands, a smile of resignation playing at his lips. "The Marquis of Wuan possesses remarkable skill. I, Lu, am willing to accept defeat. Bring forth the Jiangshan Shueji map for the Marquis of Wuan." As soon as Lu Huijin's words fell, 2 maidservants stepped forward, delicately cradling a beautifully framed ancient painting as they approached Gu Yishuan. The assembly's eyes were drawn to the artwork. Although they had glimpsed the Jiangshan Shueji map from afar earlier, they had not observed its details closely. The painting depicted snow-covered mountains, a river shrouded in mist, and a solitary boat adrift on the chilly waters, where an old man clad in a straw raincoat fished alone, the blank spaces conveying a vastness of sky and earth. Surely, this painting is a genuine masterpiece by the great artist of the previous dynasty? Indeed, I once saw a replica in my father's study. While they appear similar, the depth of meaning is worlds apart. Who would have thought that Marquis Jin Yuan would genuinely part with the Jiangshan Shueji map for the Marquis of Wuan? Marquis Jin Yuan's word is as good as gold, far beyond the likes of Zhao Fuchen. Upon hearing this, the crowd's gaze shifted to the prostrate Zhao Fuchen, their eyes filled with disdain. As he regained his senses, Zhao Fuchen scrambled to Gu Yishuan's feet, clutching at his garments with a look of terror, pleading, "Master Gu, Marquis of Wuan, I beg you to spare me this time. I am willing to exchange other treasures for the Tsongshan map. If my father discovers I have lost his Tsongshan map, I shall surely be beaten to death." Thud. Before he could finish his plea, Gu Yishuan kicked him away, gazing down at Zhao Fuchen with an indifferent tone. "That I have made myself quite clear. Should you continue to pester me, I shall have Deputy Zhao personally retrieve the Tsongshan map and take you back to the Duke's residence." Zhao Fuchen, however, remained deaf to these words, still begging for mercy. Lu Huijin, observing Zhao Fuchen's pitiful state, felt a flicker of disdain and waved his hand. Soon, several attendants entered the hall to carry Zhao Fuchen away. Xiao Jingyan spat at the departing figure and proclaimed triumphantly, "Had I known it would come to this, why bother with the initial pretense? What a disgrace to Deputy Zhao." Afterward, Xiao Jingyan turned his gaze to Lin Shishua, who stood quietly to the side, praising, "Who would have thought that Miss Lin could solve the 9 linked rings? Truly worthy of being." Before he could finish, he sensed a dangerous glare directed at him. Turning to find Gu Yishuan smiling at him, the expression on his face seemed to say, "Continue, I am unbothered." But seeing this, Xiao Jingyan dared not continue, offering Lin Shishua an awkward smile and standing quietly beside her. Lin Shishua felt her cheeks flush at the compliment, particularly at the last remark, causing her heart to race as she lowered her head, nervously twisting her handkerchief. Gu Yishuan, noticing Xiao Jingyan's sudden restraint, casually scanned the room, only to see Lu Huijin staring intently at the blushing Lin Shishua, an unfamiliar emotion stirring within him. He could not understand why, after years of disinterest in women, he would find himself affected by one he had only met twice. Without waiting to unravel this mystery, he strode over to Lin Shishua, positioning himself between her and Lu Huijin. As Lu Huijin noticed that his line of sight was obstructed by Gu Yishuan, he reluctantly withdrew his gaze, yet found himself inexplicably intrigued by the woman who had stirred his emotions on multiple occasions. After Zhao Fuchen's shouts faded into the distance, Gu Yishuan's attention returned to the maidservant holding the Jiangshan Shueji Tu. A flicker of interest passing through his eyes. The Gu family had always been a clan of rugged warriors, naturally disinterested in the pursuits of cultured scholars. However, Murong Yun had a penchant for the works of such literati, and he imagined that presenting this painting to his mother would bring her immense joy. "Wait a moment, Marquis Wen." Just as Gu Yishuan reached out to lift the ancient painting, Lu Huijin's voice interrupted his motion. The crowd gasped in surprise at Lu Huijin's intervention. Gu Yishuan paused, turning to regard Lu Huijin with a glint of coldness in his eyes. Was the Jin Yuan Marquis reconsidering his stance? Beside him, Xiao Jingyan also turned to Lu Huijin, his expression betraying anger. "You intend to renege, just like that crippled fool?" Confronted by the questioning gazes of those around him, Lu Huijin gently shook his head, fixing his gaze on Gu Yishuan, a smile gracing his lips. This painting had traversed through centuries from the previous dynasty, inspiring countless esteemed scholars who sought to capture its ethereal grandeur in verse. Yet none had succeeded. Coincidentally, not long ago at the Spring Breeze Garden Poetry Gathering, the Marquis Wen had composed an exquisite poem titled Plum Blossom, which Master Zhou had taken back to the Hanlin Academy, where it was eagerly studied by numerous scholars. Today, as fate would have it, since the Marquis Wen had acquired this renowned painting, why not allow him to inscribe a poem for it? What say you? Esteemed guests, upon hearing these words, the crowd's interest was piqued, and discussions erupted. That Plum Blossom poem was actually penned by the Marquis Wen. I heard from a friend who attended the Spring Breeze Garden gathering that the Marquis indeed composed a poem about plums, garnering much praise from the scholars present. What you say is true. I have read the Marquis Wen's Plum Blossom, and it certainly deserves the accolades bestowed by the Jin Yuan Marquis. Who would have thought that the Marquis Wen is not only skilled in martial arts but also possesses remarkable literary talent? Truly a paragon of both culture and valor. Yet, despite their praise, it seemed that composing a poem for the Jiangshan Shueji Tu would not be a trivial task. At that moment, Lin Feiyao, who had stormed outside in anger, re-entered the hall. Upon raising her gaze, she spotted Gu Yishuan among the crowd. Looking at the handsome and extraordinary Gu Yishuan, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. However, upon noticing Lin Shishua standing beside him, a wave of fury surged within her. That little vixen, how dare she attach herself to the Marquis Wen so swiftly? Following Lin Feiyao outside, Louis Tong, who had just finished mocking her, approached Lin Shishua. Observing the crowd's discussion about Gu Yishuan, she inquired curiously, "Sister, what transpired earlier? Why does it seem everyone is talking about the Marquis Wen?" Lin Shishua, hearing Louis Tong's question, recounted the events that had unfolded. "I never anticipated my sister could solve the 9 linked rings," Louis Tong exclaimed, astonished after hearing the whole story. She had witnessed many people attempt to unravel it without success earlier. Lin Shishua smiled faintly, not responding to Louis Tong's surprise, her gaze lingering on Gu Yishuan, wondering if he could indeed compose a poem for the Jiangshan Shueji Tuesday, feeling the collective gaze of the crowd upon him. Gu Yishuan began to surmise Lu Huijin's intentions for hosting this gathering that he glanced at the young scholar behind Lu Huijin, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, that I see no reason not to. Lu Huijin's eyes sparkled with delight upon hearing this, and promptly commanded, "Bring forth the brush and ink for the Marquis Wen." Chapter 28. The youth's reckless words. Upon Lu Huijin's words, several attendants quickly appeared with brush, ink, paper, and inkstone before Gu Yishuan. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Jingyan, who had been momentarily dazed by the earlier discussions and unaware of Gu Yishuan's poetic talent at the Spring Breeze Garden, finally regained his composure. Yishuan, when did you learn to write poetry? Xiao Jingyan's gaze was fixed on Gu Yishuan, as if he were observing a peculiar creature. You can solve the 9 linked rings, and now you can write poetry. Is this truly the same Gu Yishuan who spends his days wielding weapons and scorns scholars? I have always been able to write. You simply never noticed before, Gu Yishuan replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring his face. Though he maintained a calm demeanor, this world lacks the exquisite poetry of Huaxia, and it would be quite reasonable for me to take on the role of a literary scribe. I implore the Marquis to allow me to compose a poem. Noting Gu Yishuan's hesitance, Lu Huijin smirked coldly and urged him on. As Lu Huijin pressed, Gu Yishuan cast a glance at him and the young scholar behind him, as if recalling something. A glimmer of insight crossed his eyes. And rather than immediately taking up the brush, he approached Lu Huijin deliberately. Does the Marquis harbor any doubts? Seeing this, Lu Huijin's conviction about the young scholar and the words exchanged between them deepened. He coldly addressed Gu Yishuan. What is it that you wish to convey? The crowd, observing the unfolding tension, was filled with confusion, wondering why the Marquis Wuan had yet to compose a poem despite the materials laid before him. Unfazed by their inquisitive gazes, Gu Yishuan focused on Lu Huijin, speaking in a tone audible only to the two of them. If I were to compose a poem that resonates with the essence of this painting, would the Jin Yuan Marquis be willing to share the cultivation methods of your ink crow guard with me? At Gu Yishuan's proposition, Lu Huijin's pupils constricted. The ink crow guard was a secret force he had been nurturing in the shadows. How could Gu Yishuan possibly know of it? Marquis Wuan, you jest out. I possess no such methods for cultivating an ink crow guard. Lu Huijin forced a smile, suppressing the rapid beating of his heart. Oh, is that so? It seems I have been misinformed, Gu Yishuan replied with a feigned innocence. However, it would be prudent for the Jin Yuan Marquis to keep a close watch over his household, lest baseless rumors begin to circulate. Today, it is merely I who knows this. Should others come across such falsehoods and report to His Majesty that the Jin Yuan Marquis dares to privately train his own soldiers, the consequences could be dire. A smile adorned Gu Yishuan's face, yet his words caused Lu Huijin to break into a cold sweat. The cultivation of assassins by noble families was an unspoken rule, typically overlooked. However, should it be brought to light, the ramifications would be severe. After all, nurturing a band of loyal assassins in the very capital where the emperor resides, what could that imply? Rebellion. Moreover, the number of his ink crow guards was not insignificant. And if this were to reach the emperor's ears, as these thoughts raced through his mind, Lu Huijin felt a surge of terror mixed with fury. Who had divulged information about the ink crow guards to Gu Yishuan? As for why Gu Yishuan dared to speak so boldly about the matter of assassins, it was because the Gu family's Qianji guards functioned as scouts on the battlefield, providing intelligence to the army. Knowledge that the emperor was well aware of. Seeing the fleeting anger in Lu Huijin's eyes, Gu Yishuan realized he had achieved his objective and chose to remain silent, turning his attention back to the Jiangshan Shueji Tuesday. Observing that Gu Yishuan had merely exchanged a few words with Lu Huijin before returning, the crowd was filled with curiosity. However, as they anticipated Gu Yishuan's poetic composition, they set aside their questions, waiting in silence for him to write. Approaching the Jiangshan Shueji Tu, Gu Yishuan's gaze fell upon the painting. As he absorbed the imagery, he felt an overwhelming sense of vastness and depth. And a poem that harmonized perfectly with it began to form in his mind. Dipping his brush in ink, he composed a quatrain on the rice paper amidst the audience's eager anticipation. Once Gu Yishuan completed his writing, Xiao Jingyan could hardly contain his excitement. Rushing forward to seize the poem. To avoid Gu Yishuan's embarrassment, he refrained from reading it aloud immediately, instead scrutinizing the verses on the rice paper. Yet, the more he examined it, the more astonished he became, for even he, a layman in poetry, could sense the same profoundness mirrored in the ancient painting. The crowd, witnessing Xiao Jingyan's astonished expression, grew increasingly curious about the content of Gu Yishuan's poem, prompting one individual to speak up. Little Prince, why not recite what the Marquis Wuan has written so we may all appreciate it together? Indeed, Little Prince, do not keep it to yourself. We are all very eager to hear the Marquis Wuan's verses. Seeing that Gu Yishuan had indeed composed a poem, Lu Huijin could only suppress the matter of the ink crow guards. However, witnessing Xiao Jingyan's astonishment filled him with unease. Yet he recalled the words exchanged with the young scholar behind him and managed to stifle his rising emotions. Finally, as the surrounding voices urged him on, Xiao Jingyan regained his composure and began to recite from the rice paper in hand. In 1,000 mountains, no birds take flight, in 10,000 paths. No traces of man remained. An isolated boat, an old man in a raincoat, fishing alone in the cold river snow. As Xiao Jingyan's voice faded, the hall fell into a profound silence. The young ladies and gentlemen, well-versed in poetry and literature, gaped in disbelief at Gu Yixuan. Lu Huaijin, who had been smirking coldly, felt his smile freeze on his face, his eyes riveted on the rice paper in Xiao Jingyan's hand. The young scholar behind him had previously assured him with confidence that Gu Yixuan was incapable of producing any noteworthy poetry. Even the plum blossom must have been written by someone else. Yet now, what was happening? Lu Huaijin abruptly turned to the young scholar behind him, a flicker of icy murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The young scholar, bewildered by Gu Yixuan's ability to produce such verses, felt a surge of fear at the murderous look in Lu Huaijin's eyes and could only muster the courage to speak. This poem is merely a clever trick. Traditionally, quatrains are known for their simplicity. How can they possibly compare to the meticulousness of regulated verse? Moreover, how can one fish for snow on a cold river? It is a clear misuse of words, just as his words trailed off. A renowned young gentleman could no longer contain himself. He slammed his hand on the table and vehemently rebuked the young scholar. You insolent fool, the essence of poetry lies in its imagery, and cannot be constrained by form. The Jianjia from the Book of Songs is also a quatrain. Does it not stand as a timeless masterpiece? As this gentleman spoke, others could no longer restrain themselves. Erupting in fervent agreement, the phrase fishing for snow is brilliant precisely because it transforms stillness into motion, encapsulating the solitude of the universe upon a single fishing rod. Do you not grasp what it means to leave no word unspoken yet convey all elegance? The poem by the Marquis of Wuhan is indeed short in lines yet rich in meaning, leaving us younger generations feeling utterly ashamed. Xiao Jingyan, witnessing the audacity of the scholar to disparage Gu Yixuan's poetry, also spoke up. You claim that Brother Yixuan's poetry is lacking. Are you capable of composing something superior? With these words, the atmosphere was charged with a chorus of, "Please, enlighten us." This left the scholar retreating in trepidation, nearly knocking over the porcelain vases on the antiquities shelf behind him. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Lu Huaijin glanced at Gu Yixuan, who was observing him with a smile that was not quite a smile. His fingers nearly digging into his palm. He suddenly recalled the earlier threat concerning the Mo Yahweh. If this continued, Gu Yixuan might very well reveal more secrets in public. Gritting his teeth, Lu Huaijin feigned calm and raised his hand. Gentlemen, please do not be incensed. This is merely a matter of literary taste. The poem by the Marquis of Wuhan is indeed exquisite. I, Lu, hold the utmost admiration. Upon hearing Lu Huaijin's words, the angry crowd finally reined in their emotions, although their gazes toward the young scholar still brimmed with disdain and anger. Meanwhile, Gu Yixuan, who had been silently observing, suddenly noticed something amiss. Where was Gu Yixuan? Chapter 29. What brings you here? Gu Yixuan searched the crowd for Gu Yixuan's figure, but to no avail. Observing this, a chilling glint flashed in his eyes. Brother Yixuan, what are you looking for? Xiao Jingyan inquired with curiosity. Nothing, Gu Yixuan replied. Shaking his head, he then turned to pick up the painting titled Snow Clearing Over the River and smiled at Lu Huaijin. Then I shall express my gratitude to Lord Jinyuan for the gifted painting. Gu Yixuan had now come to a complete understanding. Lu Huaijin harbored murderous intent towards him. However, due to the assassination attempt he had recently survived, any rash action would surely attract the court's attention. Thus, he intended to host a banquet to publicly humiliate him, seeking revenge for the disgrace he suffered at Chunfeng Garden, even without Xiao Jingyan and Zhao Fuchen's involvement. The 9 linked rings would have similarly fallen into his hands, and even if he were to miraculously solve the 9 linked rings, he would still face the subsequent challenge of composing poetry. Yet, Lu Huaijin was oblivious to the fact that the current Gu Yixuan was no longer the simpleton who only wielded blades and spears. Moreover, Gu Yixuan intentionally brought up Lu Huaijin's covert cultivation of the Mo Yahweh, sowing seeds of doubt regarding whether the Jinyuan Marquis' residence harbored spies planted by him, thereby unsettling Lu Dada. My apologies. Marquis Wuhan, your words are indeed harsh. This was merely acquired through your own merit. Lu Huaijin forced a smile, feigning cheerfulness. Gu Yixuan, upon hearing this, chose not to elaborate further, tossing the painting into Xiao Jingyan's arms. As Xiao Jingyan looked on in confusion, Gu Yixuan instructed, Jingyan, please take this painting and escort Miss Lin away for the time being. Marquis Wuhan, your poem is truly magnificent. as if it sprouted from the very painting itself. Yet, before Gu Yixuan could finish, a woman's voice interrupted him. He turned to see Lin Feiyao gracefully approaching, her gaze filled with admiration, her smile radiant. "What brings you here?" Before Gu Yixuan could respond, Lu Yitong, standing beside Lin Shixue, could no longer restrain herself and spoke up, her eyes wary as she regarded Lin Feiyao. She had just witnessed Gu Yixuan glance at Lin Shixue because of Lu Huijin, prompting her to step protectively in front of Lin Shixue. The budding relationship between Lin Shixue and Gu Yixuan was fragile enough. As Lin Shixue's close friend, she did not want Lin Feiyao to interfere. "What do you mean by that, Miss Lu?" Feiyao merely wishes to express her admiration for the poetic talent of the Marquis Wuan. "Is that not permissible?" Lin Feiyao shot a look of indignation at Lu Yitong. Earlier, she had gone out with several friends to enjoy some leisure time, only to find this woman trailing behind, occasionally mocking her. Now, she was even attempting to prevent her from speaking to Gu Yichen. Did she truly consider Lin Feiyao to be a pushover? Who knows what ulterior motives you have in approaching the Marquis Wuan, you woman who resorts to self-harm to ensnare your own sister? In response to Lin Feiyao's words, Lu Yitong sneered dismissively, her gaze filled with disdain. "I did not harm Lin Shixue." Upon hearing Lu Yitong's accusation, a flicker of panic crossed Lin Feiyao's eyes, yet she stubbornly shouted, casting glances at Gu Yixuan, "You claim you did not harm my sister Shixue, then why has the Anping Marquis confined you?" Observing Lin Feiyao's obstinacy, Lu Yitong's disdain grew stronger, her tone dripping with scorn as she retorted, "That is because..." Lin Feiyao was momentarily speechless, turning to Gu Yixuan, eager to explain the incident at the Anping Marquis' residence. "Marquis Wuan, you must believe me. That day I did not harm Shixue, it was..." Yet, before she could finish, Gu Yixuan interrupted her, his gaze towards Lin Feiyao indifferent, his tone calm as he stated, "Miss Lin, the outcome of that day's events is known to all present. There is no need for you to explain anything to me." Hearing Gu Yixuan's words, Lin Feiyao's eyes filled with urgency and panic. She was about to open her mouth to explain when Gu Yixuan continued, "I appreciate Miss Lin's praise, but the facts remain. Miss Lin, please take your leave." With that, Gu Yixuan turned and departed with Xiao Jingyan and the others, leaving Lin Feiyao standing alone. Mother was right. This despicable illegitimate daughter is indeed just like her seductress mother, adept at ensnaring men. Yet, she dares to pursue the Marquis Wuan. If so, then I shall not hold back. Gazing at Lin Shixue, who obediently followed Gu Yixuan, Lin Feiyao's heart swelled with jealousy and resentment. Recalling her mother's words, a venomous thought began to take root within her. "Miss Lin, did that Lin Feiyao ever harm you?" From Brother Yixuan's earlier words, could it be that he was also present at that time? Xiao Jingyan, holding the painting and following behind Gu Yixuan, recalled the earlier conversation, his gaze curious as he regarded the quietly following Lin Shixue. Lin Shixue nodded, just about to respond to Xiao Jingyan when she noticed him pause. As if he had remembered something, his gaze flitted back and forth between Gu Yixuan and Lin Shixue, astonished as he exclaimed, "Could it be that you fell for Brother Yixuan because he heroically rescued you from that predicament?" Upon hearing Xiao Jingyan's blunt words, Lin Shixue's face turned crimson, and she quickly waved her hands in protest. "No, it's not like that, Your Highness. The Marquis Wuan and we are not." However, before she could finish, Lu Yitong beside her interjected, casting a knowing glance at Lin Shixue and Gu Yixuan. Then turning to Xiao Jingyan, she said, "Your Highness, you are indeed astute. It is just as you surmise. Sister Shixue was indeed captivated by the Marquis Wuan's gallantry that day, and subsequently developed feelings for him." Hearing Lu Yitong's words, Xiao Jingyan's eyes sparkled with delight, a smug expression gracing his face as he exclaimed, Sister, what are you saying? When did I ever develop feelings for the Marquis Wuan?" Lin Shixue's face burned like fire at Lu Yitong's declaration, her eyes filled with embarrassment and anger as she repeatedly struck her handkerchief against Lu Yitong. "Oh, dear sister, must you continue this charade?" Lu Yitong pleaded, but her eyes still held a mischievous spark. As Gu Yixuan walked ahead, listening to the playful banter and light-hearted teasing between the two women, a sense of helplessness washed over him. In truth, he was unsure of his own feelings towards Lin Shixue. Were they merely friendship? When he saw Lu Huijin's gaze on Lin Shixue, a sense of discontent stirred within him. Yet, to declare that he liked her seemed an exaggeration. Gu Yixuan shook his head, striving to cast aside these tangled thoughts, as this was not the time for such musings. Meanwhile, on the streets outside the Jinyuan Marquis' residence, shadows stealthily emerged. Chapter 30. A golden opportunity to eliminate Gu Yixuan. The long-absent Gu Yichen reappeared in the hall, perplexed to find everyone gathered around a sheet of Xian paper engaged in fervent discussion. Brother Zhang, why is everyone so engrossed? Gu Yichen approached a familiar young gentleman. His expression curious. The gentleman, engrossed in appreciating Gu Yishuan's poem Snow on the River, was momentarily irked by the interruption. However, upon realizing it was Gu Yichen, his irritation dissipated, and he responded amiably. Ah, it is you. Gu, we are currently enjoying the poem crafted by the Marquis Wuan. Gu Yichen was momentarily stunned by the revelation. What, Gu Yishuan? Writing poetry? Is there even the slightest connection between the two? Zhang Hao observed Gu Yichen's expression, which seemed to be one of disbelief, and could not help but inquire with a tone of curiosity. Just now, Lord Wuan had recited a poem inspired by the renowned painting the snowy landscape after the rain from the previous dynasty. Could it be that Brother Gu was unaware of this? Upon hearing this, Gu Yichen came back to his senses and nodded in acknowledgement before asking, I was not present in the hall earlier, and thus I am indeed unaware of what transpired. I would be most grateful if Brother Zhang could enlighten me. Realizing the misunderstanding, Zhang Hao began to recount the events that had just unfolded in the hall. As he finished narrating, Gu Yichen's expression fell into a state of bewilderment once more. When did Gu Yishuan master the intricacies of the 9 linked rings? What astonished him even more was that Gu Yishuan, a mere martial man with knowledge solely of military strategy and combat, could compose poetry? Noticing Gu Yichen's reaction, Zhang Hao was filled with confusion. Was not Gu Yichen the brother of Lord Wuan? Why did he seem to be learning for the first time that Lord Wuan could write poetry? Ha ha ha. I am merely astonished that my elder brother could craft a verse so perfectly aligned with the essence of the snowy landscape after the rain. There is no need to concern yourself, Brother Zhang. Hearing Zhang Hao's inquiry, Gu Yichen chuckled lightly, offering a casual response. Zhang Hao, understanding the situation, refrained from further discussion and turned to join the others in appreciating the poem Snow on the River. Gu Yichen's gaze remained fixed upon the scroll encircled by the crowd, a myriad of questions swirling in his mind as he scanned the hall for Gu Yishuan's figure. When did my elder brother become a poet? However, soon a complex expression flickered in his eyes, and he sighed softly, but perhaps these matters are no longer of import. Meanwhile, an elderly man clad in butler attire approached Lu Huaijin from behind and whispered. My lord. As Lu Huaijin pondered how Gu Yishuan had come to know of his clandestine cultivation of the Mo Yagard, he turned to the old man, his gaze inquisitive. What is it? The old man stepped forward, whispering a few words into Lu Huaijin's ear. Upon hearing the old man's words, a flash of anger ignited in Lu Huaijin's eyes as he exclaimed, Preposterous! How dare they attempt an assassination within my Jin Yuan Marquis residence? Yet the old man shook his head, addressing Lu Huaijin with a tone of urgency. My lord, this is the perfect opportunity to eliminate Gu Yishuan. Upon hearing this, Lu Huaijin firmly replied, No. Should Gu Yishuan meet with misfortune in the Jin Yuan Marquis residence, the emperor will surely hold me accountable, and I would also have to face the wrath of the Duke of Dinghua. The risks far outweigh the benefits. The old man, undeterred by Lu Huaijin's response, continued with a glint of cold determination in his eyes. They have stated they will take Gu Yishuan away, ensuring he does not perish within the Marquis residence. Even if the emperor were to be enraged, he could only charge you with negligence in protecting him for the Duke of Dinghua. Haha, if Gu Yishuan were to die, would he still have the leisure to trouble you? Hearing the old man's argument, Lu Huaijin's eyes flickered with contemplation. After a moment, his gaze settled upon Gu Yishuan in the distance, and a cold light flashed within them. In a tranquil corner of the hall, Gu Yishuan observed the two ladies engaged in playful banter and coughed lightly. Ahem, may I have a moment of your attention, ladies? Upon hearing Gu Yishuan's voice, Lin Shishue gradually ceased her actions, her cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze, too shy to meet Gu Yishuan's eyes. In contrast, Lu Yitong displayed a more composed demeanor, looking at Gu Yishuan without any hint of embarrassment from being caught discussing others behind their backs. What is it, Lord Wuan? Gu Yishuan then turned his attention to Xiao Jingyan, who stood nearby clutching a painting scroll. Jingyan, has His Highness the Prince of Chu dispatched guards to escort you? Upon hearing this, Xiao Jingyan's eyes filled with confusion, yet she nodded in affirmation. Yes, my elder brother mentioned that the capital is currently unsafe. Hence, he sent some guards with me. Acknowledging her response, Gu Yishuan glanced at the two ladies, who appeared puzzled, and continued, You must leave the residence immediately, accompanied by the guards I brought, who will escort you home safely. Upon hearing Gu Yishuan's words, Xiao Jingyan's expression shifted to one of alarm as she quickly queried, Brother Yishuan, is something amiss? Lin Shishue and Lu Yitong, too, turned to Gu Yishuan with expressions of concern. Gu Yishuan's gaze fell upon the flickering lights of the Jin Yuan marquee residence outside, his tone imbued with a chill. Tonight is unlikely to be peaceful. You must depart at once. Otherwise, I fear I may be unable to attend to you later. Xiao Jingyan's eyes were filled with urgency as she opened her mouth to speak, but Lin Shixue interjected, "Is it the same assassin who attempted to take your life that night?" Lin Shixue regarded Gu Yishuan with palpable worry. The memory of that fateful night still vivid in her mind, Gu Yishuan cast her a surprised glance, but nodded nonetheless, addressing Xiao Jingyan. "Those assassins are likely to have arrived. Their target is me. Should they encounter you, they will not hinder you, so you must leave swiftly. What about you, Brother Yishuan? Furthermore, we are within the Jin Yuan marquee residence. Surely those assassins would not dare to come here." Xiao Jingyan voiced her concerns, glancing anxiously at Lu Huaijin in the distance. "Knowing that assassins are on their way, I have made all necessary arrangements, so there is no need for worry. Moreover, whether Lu Huaijin is willing to assist is another matter entirely." Gu Yishuan's gaze also shifted to Lu Huaijin, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He had little faith that Lu Huaijin, who harbored intentions of murder towards him, would lend a hand in thwarting the assassins from Hongxiu Tower. Upon hearing Gu Yishuan's words, Xiao Jingyan bit her lip, eager to voice further objections, but a single glance from Gu Yishuan silenced her. Resigned, she nodded in understanding and declared firmly, "Very well, I shall take them away. Brother Yishuan, do take care of yourself. I will swiftly return with reinforcements to assist you." With that, she turned to lead Lin Shixue and Lui Tong away. My lord. Lin Shixue cast a worried glance at Gu Yishuan, wanting to say something more, but was interrupted by Gu Yishuan. "Do not fret. Do you not trust me? Rest assured, I still intend to investigate that matter. I shall remain safe." Gu Yishuan offered a reassuring smile to Lin Shixue. Attempting to comfort her, Lin Shixue beheld Gu Yishuan's smile. Her heart gradually calmed. Now that Gu Yishuan was aware of the impending danger, he must have devised a plan. Remaining here would only hinder him. With this thought in mind, Lin Shixue nodded at Gu Yishuan, taking hold of the still-dazed Lui Tong as they followed Xiao Jingyan toward the exit of the hall. Just then, a sudden cry echoed from outside. "Assassins!" Chapter 31. The assassins arrive. Assassins, with the shout reverberating from outside, accompanied by the clamor of battle and the startled cries of the marquee residence's servants, chaos ensued. "What is happening? Assassins! What assassins? How could there be assassins here? This is the Jin Yuan marquee residence. How could assassins possibly infiltrate? Where are the guards of the marquee? Quickly, someone!" As the sounds of chaos grew increasingly frantic, the young nobles and ladies at the banquet were thrown into disarray. The hall soon filled with a cacophony of voices. Yet, amidst the turmoil, Lu Huaijin remained unperturbed, his demeanor calm as he addressed the old man beside him. "Have the Emoya guard discreetly protect these young nobles and ladies. Additionally, send word to those outside, instructing them to ensure the safety of these individuals. Should anything happen to them, they will face the wrath of the entire Kanglan court." Yes, the old man, having received Lu Huaijin's orders, bowed respectfully before departing. However, the guests within the hall could no longer contain themselves. Several highborn young gentlemen turned to Lu Huaijin, demanding answers. "What is the meaning of this, Marquis Jin Yuan?" The foremost among them, young Master Zhao, slammed his hand upon the table, glaring at Lu Huaijin. "We were invited to your banquet, yet we now find ourselves besieged by assassins. This is intolerable. Yet still, not a single guard has appeared. Is it possible that all the guards of the marquee have perished?" The others echoed his sentiments, their voices rising in indignation. "Indeed, from the moment the chaos began, not a single guard has shown themselves. Could it be that the Marquis has orchestrated this ruse to trap us all? Marquis Jin Yuan, I shall surely report today's events to my father upon my return, and he shall hold you accountable before the Emperor." In an instant, the noise within the hall drowned out the clamor of battle outside. Lu Huaijin's eyes flashed with a mix of fury and helplessness. To facilitate the assassin's entry, he had withdrawn most of the guards, leaving only a few unaware subordinates to impede the intruders. However, facing the angry gazes of the assembled guests, he rose, his voice steady and unflustered. "Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. The Marquis's guards are en route." He surveyed the ashen faces around him, deliberately lowering his tone as he continued, "I implore you to follow me to the back hall for safety. Should any harm befall you, I shall personally apologize before the Emperor." Upon hearing his words, the guests' expression softened somewhat, and they began to rise, following Lu Huaijin toward the back hall. "Brother Yishuan, what shall we do?" With the cries of battle growing ever closer, Xiao Jingyan realized they could not escape and turned her worried gaze toward Gu Yishuan. "Gu Yishuan, observing the anxious expressions of the three, was about to speak when he caught sight of a tile on the roof shifting slightly out of the corner of his eye. At that moment, the roof tiles suddenly shattered, and a dark figure, wielding a long knife, descended, its blade glinting menacingly as it aimed for Gu Yishuan's face. "Be careful!" Amidst Lin Shirshua's alarmed cry, a cold glint flashed in Gu Yishuan's eyes as he swiftly kicked a nearby table aside. Bang! The table struck the assassin's face with a muffled thud, sending the shadowy figure tumbling backward, its long knife clattering to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Yishuan grabbed a wine jug from the table and hurled it towards the breach in the roof. Followed by two more muffled groans from above, indicating the presence of more hidden attackers. "Jing Yin, protect the two young ladies," Gu Yishuan uttered, glancing back, before his foot deftly hooked the fallen knife from the ground. His gaze directed towards the hall, icy determination radiating from his eyes. Bang! The wooden window shattered violently as several figures clad in black leaped into the hall, each brandishing bloodied knives, their murderous intent sweeping across the room before converging upon Gu Yishuan in the corner. Ah, there truly are assassins. Where are the guards? Where are they? The young masters and ladies, unable to flee in time, were engulfed in terror, their frantic cries echoing in the chaos. Just then, from among the black-clad assassins emerged a diminutive elder, who surveyed the panicking crowd with a flash of disdain in his eyes before casually tossing out three throwing knives. Clang! The knives struck the bluestone tiles before the crowd, their lethal gleam silencing the commotion instantly. "Gentlemen, we are here solely for one person and mean no harm to you. Please, calm yourselves." A middle-aged man dressed in white, with a long sword at his waist, stepped forward, addressing the visibly shaken assembly in a gentle tone. "Why bother speaking so much with them? Dead scholar, in my opinion, it would be better to eliminate them all at once, to spare us the sight," interjected a beguiling woman clad in a sheer gown and veiled headdress, her sultry voice dripping from beneath the veil. Upon hearing her words, the crowd erupted into further chaos, and Lu Huiqin cast a cold glare at the woman. If these young aristocrats were to perish here, not only would this group of assassins face furious retribution, but he too would be implicated. Fortunately, the scenario he had dreaded did not unfold, as the middle-aged scholar shook his head gently at the enchanting woman's words, his tone remaining calm. "The young lady has instructed us not to harm these people." Alas, what a pity, the alluring woman sighed regretfully, though her gaze still bore a bloodthirsty intent as it roamed over the crowd. "Enough with the idle chatter. Quickly take Gu Yishuan away. If the Imperial Shadow Guard detects us, that young lad won't be able to hold them off for long." The diminutive elder spoke, his gaze settling upon Gu Yishuan, who held the long knife. Understood. The two individuals speaking earlier ceased their discussions and focused intently on Gu Yishuan. Their target was the Marquis of Wuan. How dare they? Did they not fear the retaliation of the Duke of Dinghua? It seemed these individuals were indeed the ones who attempted to assassinate the Marquis of Wuan that fateful day. Who would have thought they possessed such audacity to dare strike at the residence of the Jin Yuan Marquis? In the crowd, Gu Yichen listened to the discussions around him, his gaze directed at Gu Yishuan, filled with cold resolve. "Elder brother, do not hold it against me. After all, I am the son of Fu Yunfei." Gu Yishuan gazed at the three figures, his murderous intent surging that he recognized their identities. They were all top-tier assassins from the Hongxiu Tower. Crack! The beguiling woman struck first, unsheathing a 9-section whip from her waist. The sound of the whip slicing through the air echoing as it lunged toward Gu Yishuan's face, coated in a lethal powder. Yishuan Gu, Xiao Jingyan, who had shielded the two ladies behind a pillar, gasped in alarm. Seeing the 9-section whip coming toward him, Gu Yishuan leaned back sharply, the whip's tip grazing his nose and leaving 5 charred marks on the pillar behind him. "Why persist, young master?" The woman laughed playfully, swaying her hips as she approached Gu Yishuan, her wrist flicking as the whip coiled like a serpent around his ankle. Boom! Observing this, Gu Yishuan propelled himself into the air, his one foot striking the ground, the 9-section whip crashing onto a chair behind him, splintering it into fragments. Yet, just as Gu Yishuan's sword, the middle-aged scholar suddenly unsheathed his sword, thrusting it at Gu Yishuan's ribs at an extraordinarily cunning angle. Chapter 32. Self-sacrifice of Gu Yishuan. Faced with the incoming sword, Gu Yishuan immediately spun, drawing his knife to parry. Clang! The sharp sound of metal clashing resonated as Gu Yishuan utilized the momentum to leap into the air, delivering a powerful kick aimed at the beguiling woman's face. As this unfolded, the woman hastily withdrew her whip, leaning back, yet the force of Gu Yishuan's kick blew away her veil, revealing a ghastly scar on her left cheek. Upon seeing her scar exposed, the woman could no longer maintain her composure, turning to glare at the elder who had remained inactive, her tone stripped of its previous respect. "You old fool, why don't you act already?" The elder snorted coldly, suddenly unleashing 3 chains from his sleeves, the iron hooks at their ends gleaming ominously as they shot towards Gu Yishuan's back in a triangular formation. As Gu Yishuan landed, he immediately sensed a terrifying force approaching from behind and, without a moment's hesitation, spun around to sweep his knife horizontally. Clang! The sharp sound of metal clashing rang out as one chain was sent flying by his blade, crashing into a nearby pillar. However, the remaining 2 chains ensnared his arms like constricting serpents. The elder's eyes gleamed with delight as he forcefully yanked on the chains, attempting to render Gu Yishuan's arms incapacitated with the iron hooks. Creak! The chain between the elder and Gu Yishuan tightened instantly, producing a sound that grated on the ears, yet the iron hook clamped on Gu Yishuan's shoulder seemed to meet an invisible barrier, unable to penetrate even a fraction. Die! Gu Yishuan's eyes blazed with cold fury as he bellowed, his veins bulging, and with a fierce tug, he yanked the chains binding his arms backward. The elder, caught off guard by Gu Yishuan's sheer strength, stumbled forward a few steps. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Yishuan delivered a kick to the elder's chest, sending him flying, the chains that had ensnared his arms falling to the ground, now devoid of their master's control. Attack together. Seeing this, the beguiling woman, disregarding her scar, hissed at the middle-aged scholar, brandishing her 9-section whip as she charged at Gu Yishuan once more. The whip, propelled by a fierce gust, hurtled toward Gu Yishuan, who swiftly sidestepped and, in the same motion, kicked a ceramic pot containing greenery at the beguiling woman as the pot shattered. The middle-aged scholar's sword was already poised before Gu Yishuan swung his knife in a sweeping arc, a lethal aura enveloping him as he pressed the middle-aged scholar back with relentless force. Observing this, the beguiling woman suddenly redirected her 9-section whip, aiming to ensnare Gu Yishuan's wrist, only for him to deftly sever the whip's tip with a countering strike. Who would have thought that the infamous poison whip Rakshasa, blood-handed scholar, and chain demon would possess such meager skills, compared to the Qin Feng sword's Lin Fengxing? "You are leagues behind." Gu Yishuan nonchalantly flicked off the remaining segment of the whip still clinging to his blade. The tip of his knife angled threateningly at the two, his expression rife with disdain. After several exchanges, Gu Yishuan had gauged the capabilities of his adversaries. Despite being top-tier assassins, their prowess paled in comparison to Lin Fengxing's. "Humph, don't celebrate too soon." Gu, the beguiling woman, brandishing the now truncated 9-section whip, glared at Gu Yishuan with gritted teeth. The elder, having been kicked away, rose from the ground, his gaze toward Gu Yishuan brimming with murderous intent. His voice hoarse and indifferent. "Little brat of the Gu family, I do not wish for you to perish here. Otherwise, do you think you could withstand the onslaught of so many of us?" At this moment, the middle-aged scholar joined in, regarding Gu Yishuan with a calm demeanor. "Jiu Gongzi, you might as well surrender and come with us peacefully, lest you suffer later." Hearing their threats, a smile curled at the corners of Gu Yishuan's mouth as he gradually lowered his long knife. The onlookers in the distance erupted into a murmur. "What is happening? Why has the Marquis of Wuhan put down his weapon? It shouldn't be. Just a moment ago, the Marquis was holding his own against 3 opponents without faltering. Why would he suddenly lower his arms? Could it be that those people are threatening the Marquis? Impossible. How could the Marquis be intimidated by these assassins? What power do they have to threaten him?" The crowd's speculation was laced with confusion. Meanwhile, Lu Huaiqin and Gu Yichen, amidst the throng, exchanged glances, both feeling a flicker of hope at Gu Yishuan's gesture of putting down his weapon. "Brother Gu, why are you not worried about the Marquis of Wuhan's predicament?" At that moment, Zhang Hao, standing beside Gu Yichen, noticed his expression, which bore no trace of concern for his elder brother's peril, and a look of suspicion crept into his eyes. Gu Yichen, upon hearing this, felt a wave of panic wash over him, hastily explaining, "Of course, I am worried, but I have faith in my elder brother. He would never simply submit to these assassins. His decision to lower his weapon must be a calculated move." Upon hearing Gu Yichen's words, Zhang Hao's suspicions gradually dissipated. "I understand now." Just then, the young Master Zhao, who had previously questioned Lu Huaiqin, spoke up, capturing everyone's attention. "Does Zhao Xiang know why the Marquis of Wuhan has put down his weapon?" In response, several voices eagerly inquired. "Yes," Master Zhao nodded, his gaze sweeping across the crowd as he continued. "The reason the Marquis of Wuhan has laid down his arms is undoubtedly because those assassins are using our lives to threaten him, forcing him into submission." Upon hearing Master Zhao's assertion, the crowd suddenly comprehended, realizing that this was the only plausible explanation for why Gu Yishuan would relinquish his weapon under favorable circumstances. However, The crowd soon became agitated. The Marquis of Wuan was actually willing to be at the mercy of others for our sake. Some women even couldn't help but feel their eyes redden, softly exclaiming, "This is the Marquis of Wuan. He has never yielded, even when outnumbered 3-1, yet now he is willing to protect us." Jin Yuan Ho. Suddenly, someone turned to Lu Huaijin, their eyes filled with fury. "You claimed the guards would arrive promptly. But how long has it been? We have yet to see a single guard. I suspect you intend to deliberately place the Marquis of Wuan in peril. Indeed, perhaps these assassins were arranged by Jin Yuan Ho. With the sole purpose of assassinating the Marquis of Wuan, Jin Yuan Ho, I hope you can provide a reasonable explanation for this matter. Otherwise, should I return home, I will ensure that His Majesty punishes you for the crime of attempting to assassinate the current Marquis of Wuan." "So will I." In an instant, Lu Huaijin found himself besieged by the wrath of the crowd. Witnessing this, Lu Huaijin felt a flicker of panic rise within him, but more than that, he was consumed by anger that these assassins had yet to make their move, leaving him in such a predicament. Meanwhile, Gu Yixin, who was facing off against 3 elite assassins, might have remarked if you were aware of their thoughts. "Ahem, you are overthinking things. I am not that grand Gu family scion. At least you possess some discernment." The elder, seeing Gu Yixin genuinely obeying and putting down his weapon, could not help but express his admiration. "Yixin, brother, my lord." Not far behind Gu Yixin, Xiao Jingyin and the others gasped in surprise, their eyes filled with worry and confusion as they gazed at him. Hearing their voices, Gu Yixin turned and offered a reassuring glance. Then he directed his gaze towards the multitude of black-clad assassins behind the elder, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Who told you I was all alone?" Chapter 33, 1,000 Enemies. Slaughtering Jiuyi. Outside Jin Yuan Ho's residence, the cries of battle continued unabated. Xianing Zhao and Lin Fengxing stood atop a rooftop, quietly observing their subordinates attacking the guards brought by Gu Yixin. "Miss, do you truly believe that sending only the 3 of them will be enough to capture Gu Yixin?" Lin Fengxing, standing behind Xianing Zhao, gazed at the brightly lit Jin Yuan Ho's residence. His tone tinged with concern. He had fought alongside Gu Yixin that night and knew his strength was formidable. Capturing him would be a daunting task for the trio known as the Ghostly Hands. Upon hearing Lin Fengxing's inquiry, Xianing Zhao shifted her gaze to the Jin Yuan Ho's residence, her expression calm as she replied, "No matter how strong Gu Yixin is, he cannot possibly escape the encirclement of so many of us. Lin Shu, fret not." Hearing Xianing Zhao's words, Lin Fengxing felt somewhat relieved, yet he could not help but ask, "What if Gu Yixin refuses to yield?" At this, a glimmer of icy determination flashed in Xianing Zhao's beautiful eyes. Her words cool as she responded, "Then let him perish here." Upon hearing Xianing Zhao's cold declaration, Lin Fengxing's expression changed in surprise, turning to her with a hint of confusion. "Did you not promise Lu Huaijin that you would not allow Gu Yixin to die in his residence?" "How could that be?" Xianing Zhao scoffed, her gaze toward the Ho residence filled with derision, as she replied indifferently, "Ha, Lin Shu, do you truly believe Lu Huaijin is sincerely cooperating with us? He is merely afraid that if he takes action, he will face retribution from the Emperor of Kanglin and Gu Baitsong, and thus seeks to use us as pawns to eliminate Gu Yixin. Once we capture Gu Yixin and take him out of the residence, he will be the first to strike against us.by then, even if we have not yet killed Gu Yixin. He will act on his own accord and shift all blame onto us." As she spoke, Xianing Zhao paused, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. "Moreover, would it not be better for Gu Yixin to die within Jin Yuan Ho's residence? Once he is dead, Gu Baitsong, in his fury, will undoubtedly seek revenge, and Lu Huaijin, the host of this gathering, will certainly bear the brunt of Gu Baitsong's wrath. As far as I know, Lu Huaijin has secretly cultivated a formidable force, and he harbors a vendetta against Gu Baitsong for the murder of his father. Should the two collide, Kanglin will undoubtedly descend into chaos. By that time, the chess piece we have placed within the Gu family will be able to play its role." Upon hearing Xianing Zhao's words, even Lin Fengxing could not help but shudder. He understood that if Gu Baitsong, a warrior who had once waged a war to annihilate a nation, were to become enraged, the entire Kanglin would be thrown into turmoil. Time is of the essence. "Lin Shu, go deal with those guards brought by Gu Yixin. Once the Ghostly Hands emerge, we must leave swiftly. After all, we are within the capital, and I fear delays may lead to unforeseen circumstances." Seeing that the Red Sleeve Tower's people were unable to deal with Gu's guards, a flicker of impatience crossed Xianing Zhao's eyes as she addressed Lin Fengxing. "Understood." Lin Fengxing nodded in response, lightly leaping off the rooftop and heading towards the entrance of Jin Yuan Ho's residence. Boom! Just as Lin Fengxing unsheathed his long sword, and was about to enter the fray. A sound akin to distant thunder reverberated from the alleyway. A sense of foreboding surged within Lin Fengxing as he quickly turned his gaze, only to see nearly 100 cavalry clad in black armor, their long swords hanging at their sides, swiftly approaching. The Gu family as personal troops. Upon seeing the distinctive black armor of the cavalry, Lin Fengxing's pupils constricted, and he immediately turned to shout at the people of the Red Sleeve Tower, who were still besieging the remaining guards. Forget about them. Quickly block those cavalry. The Jianghu individuals from the Red Sleeve Tower, who were engaged in attacking the remaining guards, were taken aback by Lin Fengxing's command. Filled with confusion. Cavalry? What cavalry? But when they turned to see the cavalry charging towards them, their expressions turned to sheer terror. Lin Daxia, did you not say there would be no issues with tonight's operation? Why have the officials appeared, and as cavalry no less? Those are armored cavalry. How can we possibly stand against them? Lin Fengxing was equally perplexed by the sudden appearance of the Gu family's personal troops. However, there was no time to ponder such matters. The allies sent to resolve the situation within Jin Yuanho's residence had yet to emerge. They must buy time. With that thought, Lin Fengxing gritted his teeth and roared at the Jianghu individuals. Even if we cannot hold them off, we must make a stand. We must buy time for our brothers inside. If even one person flees in this battle today, I, Qing Fengjian, will pursue them to the ends of the earth and slay them. Hearing Lin Fengxing's threatening words, several Jianghu individuals who had contemplated slipping away were left with no choice but to abandon that idea. Under Lin Fengxing's fierce resolve, the Red Sleeve Tower's Jianghu members gripped their weapons tightly, bracing themselves for the confrontation, though their trembling hands betrayed their underlying fear. Amidst the thunderous sound of hooves, the cavalry drew ever closer, the lead figure towering and robust like a bear, clad in dark red heavy armor, wielding a massive black halberd. You scoundrel! How dare you attempt to assassinate the Marquis of Wuan? Prepare to pay with your life. With a thunderous roar that echoed like a clap of thunder, the leading commander spurred his horse forward, the beast beneath him towering over the other cavalry mounts, charging straight toward Lin Fengxing and his companions. As the imposing figure approached, Xianing Zhao, perched atop the rooftop, felt her pupils constrict and was about to shout a warning to Lin Fengxing, but it was too late. The commander closed the distance in an instant, raising his formidable halberd, imbued with an aura of iron and blood, and swung it down fiercely towards Lin Fengxing. As the heavy halberd hurtled toward his face, Lin Fengxing's pupils dilated, and he instinctively raised his long sword to defend himself. Clash! A resounding crash echoed as Lin Fengxing's sword was bent under the weight of the halberd, the sheer force causing his hands to tremble and his grip to falter, shattering the cobblestones beneath his feet. Thud! Unable to withstand the overwhelming force, Lin Fengxing fell to one knee, his trembling arms straining to hold the sword in place, desperately preventing the halberd from descending upon him. Cough! 1,000 enemies. Slaughtering Jiuyi, Lin Fengxing spat out a mouthful of blood, struggling to raise his head and glare at the burly warrior on horseback, gritting his teeth as he spoke. I did not expect you to possess some discernment. Indeed it is you, Tu Jiuyi. Few can withstand a strike from me. You are quite the figure. Seeing that Lin Fengxing recognized him, Tu Jiuyi let out a boisterous laugh, praising him for being able to withstand his next strike. Yet, that was where the praise ended. Tu Jiuyi's expression turned cold, his arm gripping the halberd tightening as he unleashed his strength. Clash! A sharp, metallic sound rang out as Lin Fengxing's sword shattered, the tip of the halberd radiating a chilling crimson light as it severed Lin Fengxing's left arm. Thud! With his arm cleaved off, Lin Fengxing fell to the ground with a thud, gritting his teeth to stifle a groan, blood seeping continuously from the corner of his mouth. Witnessing Lin Fengxing endure the agony of his severed arm without a sound, Tu Jiuyi's eyes flickered with appreciation. He then raised the iron halberd, ready to claim his head, but just then, Chapter 34, Kill Him. Seeing Tu Jiuyi raise his halberd to take Lin Fengxing's life, Xianing Zhao's face was filled with urgency as she swiftly flicked several silver needles from her sleeve. Lin Shu, run! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The silver needles glinted with a cold light, slicing through the air with a series of faint whistling sounds as they shot toward Tu Jiuyi's face, sensing the murderous intent. Tu Jiuyi glanced up at the incoming silver needles, his expression filled with disdain. With a flick of his halberd, he swatted the silver needles aside. However, in that brief moment of distraction, Lin Fengxing seized the opportunity to spring to his feet, lightly pushing off the ground and leaping onto the rooftop to join Xianing Zhao. Just then, the cavalry led by Tu Jiuyi arrived at the scene. Their gazes were devoid of emotion. Without the need for two Jiuyue's orders, they instinctively drew their long blades from their waists and charged towards the dazed individuals of Hongxiu Tower, who were left petrified by two Jiuyue's intimidating presence. What manner of creature is this? Lin Daxiao is unable to withstand even a single strike from him. But enough of this. If you wish to live, flee quickly. Run. Run. Upon seeing the cavalry charge towards them, the stunned members of Hongxiu Tower finally regained their senses, their eyes widening in terror as they shouted and scattered in all directions. Yet how could they possibly outrun the Gu family's elite cavalry? They barely managed a few steps before being felled by the long blades beneath the horses' hoofs. General, should we pursue? A soldier approached Tu Jiuyue, glancing at the fleeing figures of Xianing Zhao and Lin Fengxing, and inquired in a hushed tone. Tu Jiuyue remained silent, planting his iron halberd into the ground. Then from the side of his warhorse, drew forth a massive iron bow. Creak. Tu Jiuyue drew the bowstring, the colossal bow instantly taking the shape of a full moon, emitting a sound that sent chills down one's spine. Whoosh! As Tu Jiuyue released the bowstring, the iron bow reverberated with a hum, and the gleaming arrow shot forth with a piercing shriek, aimed directly at Xianing Zhao's back. Enduring the excruciating pain in his left shoulder, Lin Fengxing, upon hearing the sound of the arrow slicing through the air, felt his pupils constrict in alarm. He had no time to think. He swiftly pivoted and rushed to Xianing Zhao's side, pushing her aside with all his might. Thud! The arrow struck fiercely into his right shoulder, the tip puncturing straight through his scapula, droplets of blood splattering onto Xianing Zhao's face. Lin Fengxing let out a muffled groan, his entire body propelled forward by the force of the arrow. Staggering a few steps, Lin Shu, Xianing Zhao cried out in alarm, hastening to support Lin Fengxing. Miss, you must flee. Pay me no mind. With Xianing Zhao's aid, Lin Fengxing barely managed to steady himself, catching a glimpse of Tu Jiuyue once more drawing back his bow. And he urgently spoke, but Xianing Zhao did not heed his words. Her gaze darted across the surrounding buildings until it brightened upon spotting a narrow alleyway, and she immediately assisted Lin Fengxing in leaping towards it. Whoosh! Just as the two of them landed on the rooftop, an arrow whizzed past the spot where they had just stood. General, observing the disappearance of Xianing Zhao and her companion from sight, a soldier by Tu Jiuyue's side could not help but voice his thoughts. The alley they entered is too narrow for the warhorses to follow. There is no need to pursue, and we must prioritize the matter of the Marquis of Wuhan. Tu Jiuyue shook his head regretfully, uttering a few words to the soldier beside him before dismounting and retrieving the iron halberd he had thrust into the ground. Striding toward the Jin Yuan Marquis residence. Within the banquet hall of the Jin Yuan Marquis residence, the three elderly men, upon hearing the clattering of hooves from outside, coupled with Gu Yishuan's earlier words, felt a wave of panic rise within them. Yet Gu Yishuan remained composed, inwardly noting, "They have arrived." This morning, after receiving information from Gu Yi regarding Gu Yicheng's clandestine message to Xianing Zhao, Gu Yishuan had sent Gu Yi to the outskirts of the city to summon the Gu family's elite troops and Tu Jiuyue, leading the people of Hongxiu Tower into a trap. The elder knew that something had gone awry, recalling that Xianing Zhao had once mentioned that if absolutely necessary, she could kill Gu Yishuan right here. All of you, attack. Kill him. He bellowed angrily at the black-clad assassins behind him. And then, with a flick of his wrist, sent the iron chain flying towards Gu Yishuan. Gu Yishuan regarded the iron hook hurtling towards him with a chilling gaze, understanding that as long as he could buy time until reinforcements arrived, none of these individuals would escape. Whoosh! Just as Gu Yishuan deflected the elder's iron hook with his blade, a sharp sound sliced through the air from his side. The alluring woman had once again produced a 9-section whip. The whip darting towards his vital areas like a serpent striking its prey. Gu Yishuan pivoted to evade, yet was still struck by the whip's end on his shoulder, causing him to grunt in pain. However, the whip, which should have pierced his flesh, seemed to meet an unseen barrier. Through the hole made by the iron hook, he could glimpse the glimmer of golden silk armor under the flickering candlelight. No wonder the iron hook could not penetrate. The elder's chain still bore fragments of his clothing, and having been puzzled as to why his iron hook could not pierce Gu Yishuan's shoulder, he now understood. But soon after, a surge of dread welled up within the elder. It appeared Gu Yishuan had foreseen their assassination attempt tonight, or else why would he be wearing golden silk armor? With this realization, the elder tightened his grip on the chain, the iron hook gleaming menacingly as it lunged for Gu Yishuan's throat. Gu Yishuan struck the chain with the back of his blade, leveraging the momentum to retreat, just as the white-clad swordsman's sword came slashing in from the right, aimed straight for his unguarded ribs. At that moment, the black-clad assassins had also closed in from behind, each brandishing long blades as they advanced toward him. Seeing the dire situation, Gu Yixuan immediately swung his blade to parry the white-clad swordsman while simultaneously kicking over a sandalwood table to block the assailants behind him. Bang! Gu Yixuan forced the white-clad swordsman back with a strike, then swiftly turned to slash downward, his somewhat dulled blade slicing through the throats of 3 assassins. Yet the number of assassins was overwhelming. Each strike aimed to be lethal, targeting his lower body and joints, leaving him in a precarious position. Crack! At that moment, the alluring woman once more brandished her 9-section whip. The sound of it slicing through the air as it sped towards Gu Yixuan's head. With the black-clad assassins entangling him, Gu Yixuan had no choice but to use one hand to fend off the advancing assassins while raising the other to block the 9-section whip. The alluring woman, realizing she could not harm Gu Yixuan clad in golden silk armor, swiftly maneuvered her wrist, causing the whip to wrap around his forearm. With a sudden tug, she yanked on the whip, causing Gu Yixuan, distracted by fending off the assassins, to stumble slightly. Surround him. Do not give him a moment to breathe. The elder sprang into the air, his feet barely touching the ground as he swung his arm, sending the iron hook flying once more towards Gu Yixuan. With one hand ensnared by the alluring woman's whip, Gu Yixuan, restricted in his movements, kicked over a black-clad assassin, then immediately swung his blade to intercept the incoming iron hook. Clang! Just as Gu Yixuan deflected the iron hook, he felt a blade from a black-clad assassin strike his back. Fortunately, the armor mitigated the damage. He retaliated with a swift slice that severed the assassin's throat, blood splattering onto his face, only for another sword to come at him. Gu Yixuan sidestepped just in time, the blade barely grazing his neck, narrowly avoiding a severed artery, faced with the onslaught of several attackers. Even Gu Yixuan began to feel overwhelmed. Just as the assassin's long blade was about to descend upon Gu Yixuan's neck, he bellowed in rage, "Old man, if you don't make a move soon, I'll be dead." Chapter 35, crushing through like a sledgehammer. Boom! The main entrance of the banquet hall shattered with a resounding crash, and an obsidian iron halberd flew into the hall. Thud! The tip of the halberd gleamed with a chilling light, piercing through the chest of the black-clad assassin who had been aiming a strike at Gu Yixuan. Bang! The iron halberd impaled the assassin's chest, pinning him against a pillar. In the face of this sudden turn of events, the 3 elders were immediately thrown into disarray, turning their gazes toward the entrance of the hall. Yixuan, despite having become the Marquis of Wuan, remained so reckless. Tu Jiuyue's rough voice echoed, followed by the surge of dozens of armored soldiers flooding into the hall, encircling all the members of Hongxiu Tower. Upon seeing the figure resembling a ferocious bear, the elder's pupils constricted, his voice quivering slightly. "The one who can take on 1,000 men, Tu Jiuyue." Hearing the elder's words, the alluring woman and the white-clad swordsman felt a sudden sense of dread. Tu Jiuyue, the foremost general under Duke Gu Baizong, had made a name for himself during the war that annihilated the Nanwei Kingdom 20 years ago, leading 3,000 iron cavalry to shatter an army of 60,000, thus earning the title of a man who can take on 1,000. Gu Yixuan's martial skills were taught to him by Tu Jiuyue, and his previously impulsive and combative nature was largely influenced by him. Seizing the moment while the others were momentarily stunned, Gu Yixuan swung his blade to slay a black-clad assassin, swiftly maneuvering to escape the battlefield. Leaning on his long blade, which had become somewhat dulled from numerous clashes, Gu Yixuan gasped for breath and, casting a reproachful glance at Tu Jiuyue, remarked, "With death looming near, how can I maintain my composure?" Hearing Gu Yixuan's complaint, Tu Jiuyue felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had actually arrived earlier than the soldiers. However, seeing Gu Yixuan engaged in battle with the 3 elders, he had intended to observe his capabilities. Never expecting Gu Yixuan to be aware of his presence outside, "You remnants of Nanwei have yet to perish." Tu Jiuyue turned his gaze toward the elder, his tiger-like eyes filled with icy murderous intent. Among those who escaped the Nanwei capital all those years ago, this elder was one of them, and he remembered him due to the unique weapons he wielded. The elder remained silent, his gaze scanning the hall in search of an escape route. But they had already been completely surrounded by soldiers. How could they hope to flee? Slay them all, leave no one alive. Seeing the elder's silence, Tu Jiuyue ceased further words, accepting the iron halberd handed to him by a nearby soldier, and coldly declared, before striding towards the 3 elders. With a thunderous roar, Tu Jiuyue swung the iron halberd, creating a powerful gust as he lunged toward the 3 elders like a tiger descending from the mountains. The elder, gritting his teeth, swung the iron chain in an attempt to defend himself, but Tu Jiuyue's strike sent shockwaves through his hands, causing him to relinquish his grip on the chain. Thud! Seizing the moment, Tu Jiuyue advanced, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust, and with a horizontal sweep of his iron halberd, he cleaved the elder in 2 at the waist. The alluring woman, witnessing this, was filled with terror. She retreated while wielding her 9-section whip, attempting to ensnare Tu Jiuyue. Tu Jiuyue regarded her actions with disdain, making no effort to evade as the whip coiled around his arm, before he seized the whip's end and yanked it sharply. The woman stood no chance against his immense strength, being pulled right before him, and Tu Jiuyue mercilessly swung his other hand, iron halberd in tow. Her eyes widened in shock, unable to emit a single scream. Her head rolled to the ground, eyes still open in terror. The white-clad swordsman, sensing the impending doom, turned to flee. A futile struggle. Tu Jiuyue's gaze was devoid of emotion as he let out a cold grunt. Raising his hand to hurl the iron halberd in his grasp, the halberd radiated a chilling aura of iron and blood, piercing through the back of the white-clad swordsman like an arrow released from its bow. Pinning him against the wall, the entire process was executed with remarkable efficiency. The three masters before Tu Jiuyue resembled mere clay chickens and tile dogs, utterly powerless to retaliate. Meanwhile, the soldiers were not idle. Well-trained and in perfect harmony, they engaged in fierce combat with the black-clad assassins. Despite the desperate resistance of the assassins, they stood no chance against the seasoned soldiers clad in armor. Before long, the ground was strewn with the lifeless bodies of the black-clad assassins, and those who remained, sensing the tide had turned, sought to surrender, only to be mercilessly slain by the soldiers. Once the dust had settled, Gu Yishuan approached Tu Jiuyue and inquired, "Uncle Tu, how fared the assassins outside?" Tu Jiuyue flicked the blood from his halberd, and, upon hearing Gu Yishuan's question, glanced at him with a raised eyebrow. "No longer calling me old man." Gu Yishuan offered an awkward smile, his tone tinged with a hint of embarrassment. "Well, the situation was urgent, wasn't it? Besides, who told you to just stand by?" Tu Jiuyue chose not to pursue Gu Yishuan's earlier remark, as he had often chastised him while teaching martial arts, and this time was relatively mild. With a regretful shake of his head, he remarked, "The ordinary rabble has been dealt with, but alas, one swordsman and a white-clad woman escaped. Those two should be the masterminds behind this assassination. However, the swordsman lost an arm to me, and in his attempt to protect the white-clad woman, he sustained an arrow wound. He should not have long to live." Upon hearing Tu Jiuyue's words, Gu Yishuan was not surprised. He had never expected to eliminate Scanning Zhao this time. After all, she was the heroine, shielded by the so-called aura of the protagonist, and it was unlikely she would perish so easily. Being able to take down so many masters from the Hongxiu Tower and severely injure Lin Fengxing, Scanning Zhao's top fighter, was already a considerable achievement in Gu Yishuan's eyes. At that moment, Xiao Jingyan approached Gu Yishuan, noting the bloodstains covering him, and inquired with concern, "Brother Yishuan, are you all right? With my golden silk soft armor, I am unharmed. This is all the blood of our enemies." Gu Yishuan shook his head, signaling that he was fine. Hearing this, Xiao Jingyan breathed a sigh of relief, but upon catching sight of the burly Tu Jiuyue, his eyes sparkled with excitement. "General Tu, I have long heard of your reputation as a man who can take on thousands. Meeting you today is truly extraordinary." Xiao Jingyan had been aware of Tu Jiuyue's prowess for ages, but due to his long years spent training soldiers in the barracks and his brother's disapproval of his martial pursuits, he had never had the chance to meet him. To encounter him today was a thrilling experience. "Your Highness flatters me. I am but a rough warrior, unworthy of such praise from you." Tu Jiuyue replied respectfully, mindful that Xiao Jingyan was the younger brother of the current king of Chu, and thus, he could not afford to be careless. Meanwhile, Gu Yishuan regarded Tu Jiuyue with a hint of sympathy. Xiao Jingyan had no other skills but a knack for pestering others to teach him martial arts, and Tu Jiuyue was bound to suffer because of it. "Lord," at that moment, Lin Shishue's voice rang out. Gu Yishuan turned to see her and Lui Tong supporting each other, making their way towards him. "Are you both all right?" Gu Yishuan asked, noticing their pale faces and trembling bodies, his concern evident. Do not worry. "My lord, we are fine. Just..." Lin Shishue glanced at the elderly man who had been cleaved in two by Tu Jiuyue, a flicker of fear crossing her eyes, her already pale face growing even more ashen. If Lin Shishue was affected this way, Lui Tong's complexion was even worse. She could hardly bear to look at the old man's corpse. However, when her gaze inadvertently landed on the head of the beguiling woman lying on the ground, her fright intensified, and she hurriedly covered her mouth, dashing away. Observing the two women's reactions, Gu Yishuan felt a sense of helplessness. Tu Jiuyue's methods were indeed ruthless. After contemplating for a moment, he approached Lin Shishue, gently patting her back to alleviate her queasiness. The sudden contact startled Lin Shishue, causing her to shiver, and a faint blush crept onto her pale cheeks. Instinctively, she shifted away, but her legs wobbled, and she stumbled forward. landing directly in Gu Yishuan's embrace. To avoid staining her with his blood, Gu Yishuan quickly supported Lin Shixue, and as he gazed at her delicate face, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. Upon seeing the smile in Gu Yishuan's eyes, Lin Shixue's face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly pushed against his shoulder, stammering, "My lord, I'm fine, and besides, it's improper for men and women to be so close." Trembling yet insisting she was fine, Gu Yishuan retorted, "You are shaking. Let me help you over there to rest." His hand, brushing against the thin fabric, felt the slight tremor in Lin Shixue, and he led her toward a relatively intact chair. Lin Shixue's heart raced, and she caught sight of several guards casting furtive glances in their direction. Feeling so embarrassed, she wished to disappear into the ground. She bit her lip, softly protesting, "Really, it's unnecessary. I just need a moment to compose myself." Before she could finish her sentence, the memory of her earlier fall into Gu Yishuan's arms flashed before her, and she raised her hand to smooth her disheveled hair, her ears burning as if they could bleed. Gu Yishuan helped Lin Shixue into a chair, and just as he turned to seek out Tu Jiuyue, he spotted the white-clad young master Zhao approaching. Today's events owe much to Lord Wuan. On behalf of all the young masters and ladies, I extend my gratitude to you, Lord Wuan. Young Master Zhao bowed respectfully before Gu Yishuan, his words laden with appreciation, recognizing him as Zhao Fei. The son of the Minister of War, Gu Yishuan raised his hand to assist him. "Young Master Zhao, there's no need for such formalities. These assassins were after me, so it is I who have inadvertently implicated you all." However, Zhao Fei shook his head in response, continuing, "While that may be true, it is also an undeniable fact that you willingly laid down your weapons to protect our lives, and my gratitude is therefore warranted." Gu Yishuan, filled with confusion, thought, "When did I ever lay down my weapons to protect your lives?" But before he could decipher Zhao Fei's words, Lu Huijin also approached, after the assassination attempt on Lord Wuan. "My household's guards failed to arrive in time, placing you in peril. This is indeed my fault, and I ask for your forgiveness." Lu Huijin bowed deeply before Gu Yishuan, his head lowered to conceal the anger and resentment in his eyes. He had not anticipated that the assassins from Hongxiu Tower would prove so inept. He had withdrawn the guards from around the banquet hall, yet they still failed. Even more surprising was the fact that Gu Yishuan's reinforcements had arrived so swiftly. Given Gu Yishuan's previous reaction, it seemed he had anticipated this assassination, prompting him to summon Tu Jiuyue in advance. Otherwise, how could Gu Yishuan's family troops arrive so promptly from outside the city? Gu Yishuan regarded Lu Huijin with icy disdain. How could he not understand that Lu Huijin had intentionally withheld the guard's arrival to allow the assassins from Hongxiu Tower to deal with him? "Lord Ji Yuan, there is no need for further words. I will report the events of this banquet to my father, who will then inform His Majesty, allowing him to make the final judgment." Just as Gu Yishuan was about to speak, Zhao Fei could no longer contain himself, his initial respect for Lu Huijin having evaporated, replaced by palpable anger. Hearing a mere son of a minister speak to him in such a manner ignited the already simmering rage within Lu Huijin. He turned to Zhao Fei, his eyes cold as he shouted, "Impudent! How dare you speak to me in such a tone?" In the face of Lu Huijin's fury, Zhao Fei remained unperturbed, calmly meeting his gaze. "Lord Ji Yuan, this sentiment is not mine alone. It is shared by all the young masters and ladies." Lu Huijin's expression shifted as he turned to the crowd, only to find their eyes filled with indignation. The absence of the Jinyuan Lord's guards had allowed the assassins to breach the banquet hall, putting the pampered young nobles in jeopardy, an intolerable affront. Observing this, Gu Yishuan chose not to say more. He walked over to Lu Huijin, patting him on the shoulder with a cold smirk. "Lord Jinyuan, you need not seek my forgiveness. Rather, consider how you will explain this to His Majesty in the Golden Luan Hall tomorrow." With that, he did not wait for Lu Huijin's response and strode directly toward Tu Jiuyue and Xiao Jingyan. Lu Huijin clenched his fists tightly at Gu Yishuan's words, his eyes blazing with fury mixed with a hint of panic. The situation had escalated beyond his control. After a long, deep breath, he exhaled, preparing to arrange matters, just as Gu Yishuan had suggested. His most pressing concern was not Gu Yishuan, but rather the impending condemnation from the ministers and the emperor's wrath during the morning court session. Just as Lu Huijin was about to delegate the cleanup of the banquet hall's aftermath, his gaze inadvertently landed on Lin Shixue, who was seated shyly with a flushed face. A peculiar sensation stirred within him, prompting him to approach her involuntarily. Yet, before he could come closer, Lin Shixue noticed him. Lin Shixue cast a disdainful glance at Lu Huijin, who was striding toward her, her eyes brimming with aversion. In her previous life, influenced by the memories of her past, she held a relatively favorable view of Lu Huijin. However, After witnessing Gu Yishuan's perilous situation at the banquet today, and Lu Huijin's guards failing to appear in a timely manner, her fondness for him had plummeted to its nadir, bordering on disdain. Noticing the evident displeasure on Lin Shishue's face, Lu Huijin refrained from approaching her, unwilling to make a fool of himself. Yet his curiosity about her only intensified. Meanwhile, Xianingzhao was supporting the pale and faint Lin Fengxing as they arrived before a small medical clinic. Chapter 37. Su Qing died before the clinic. Lin Fengxing, aided by Xianingzhao, had turned as pale as a sheet, his strength allowing him to endure until now, for had it been another, they would have succumbed to excessive blood loss long ago. Miss, there's no use in exerting yourself. My injuries are beyond even divine intervention. And alas, I shall never. Lin Fengxing spoke weakly, but his words were interrupted by Xianingzhao. Uncle Lin, please refrain from speaking for now. With that, Xianingzhao helped Lin Fengxing to the clinic's entrance and knocked on the door. A bitter smile crept across Lin Fengxing's heart. Having just lost an arm and suffered an arrow wound, who could possibly save him? However, seeing Xianingzhao's determination, he decided to remain silent, hoping that the doctor within would promptly inform her of his condition, allowing her to relinquish hope, after which he could prepare his final words. Moments later, the clinic door swung open, revealing a girl clad in a thin nightgown, rubbing her eyes in a daze.so late at night. Who is it? As soon as Xianingzhao laid eyes on the girl, a glimmer of joy flashed in her eyes. Qidai, it's me. Upon hearing Xianingzhao's voice, the sleepy Su Qingdai immediately roused, her expression shifting dramatically upon seeing Lin Fengxing's dire state. Sister Ningzhao, what has happened? What is wrong with this uncle? Faced with Su Qingdai's inquiries, Xianingzhao had no time to explain. She supported Lin Fengxing, her tone urgent. We can discuss later. I know your medical skills are exceptional. Please, save Uncle Lin. Understanding that there was no time for further discussion, Su Qingdai quickly joined Xianingzhao in helping Lin Fengxing into the clinic. That an hour later, Lin Fengxing lay quietly on a wooden bed within the clinic, his body punctured with silver needles. Although his complexion remained as pale as ever, the bleeding had ceased, and his breathing gradually stabilized. Su Qingdai stood by the bed, her fair cheeks beaded with sweat. After placing the last silver needle, she exhaled a deep breath and wiped her brow. Seeing her state, Xianingzhao hurriedly approached, her voice laden with concern. Qidai, how is Uncle Lin? His life is preserved, but it appears he has endured a tremendous force. Numerous meridians are ruptured, and some of his internal organs have been shattered, compounded by the loss of an arm. It is impossible for him to regain his former strength. Su Qingdai took the handkerchief offered by Xianingzhao, wiping the sweat from her brow as she spoke. Upon hearing this, Xianingzhao's tense expression finally relaxed. As long as his life was saved, nothing else mattered. With a sigh of relief, she glanced at Lin Fengxing, a wave of dread washing over her. Having accompanied her for so many years, he had become a paternal figure in her heart. She shuddered at the thought of what she would do if anything were to happen to him. Sister Ningzhao, what on earth transpired? How could this uncle sustain such grievous injuries? If you had arrived even a moment later, not even I could have saved him. After a brief respite, Su Qingdai posed her question, eager to understand the events that had led to Lin Fengxing's severe condition. Such an injury, amputation coupled with the shattering of multiple organs, was something she had never encountered, even after years of following her master in medicine. Xianingzhao felt a surge of anger at Su Qingdai's inquiry. She too yearned to know what had happened. The night's operation had been progressing smoothly, and they were on the verge of successfully eliminating Gu Yishuan, only to have Tu Jiuyue unexpectedly intervene, inflicting grave harm upon Lin Fengxing. However, after the initial anger, confusion settled in. How had Tu Jiuyue appeared at the Jin Yuan Marquis' residence? Wasn't the Gu family's elite forces stationed outside the city? Could it be that Gu Yishuan had foreseen their assassination attempt and had preemptively summoned Tu Jiuyue and the Gu family's troops? Sister Ningzhao. As Xianingzhao pondered these connections, a delicate hand waved before her eyes, pulling her back to reality. I encountered a formidable martial artist in the Jianghu, and Uncle Lin sustained such severe injuries while protecting me. After a moment of contemplation, Xianingzhao chose to withhold the full truth from Su Qingdai. Even if Su Qingdai wouldn't betray her, Gu Yishuan was still a powerful figure, and the fewer people who knew about this incident, the better. Furthermore, should Su Qingdai learn of it, it would not bode well for her. If Gu Yishuan discovered, she would undoubtedly be treated as an accomplice. Is that so? Su Qingdai was somewhat skeptical of Xianingzhao's explanation. The fact that Lin Fengxing had managed to endure such injuries indicated his considerable strength. However, the injury on his left shoulder was from a halberd, and she had yet to hear of any Jianghu expert wielding such a weapon. But out of trust for Xianingzhao, Su Qingdai refrained from pressing further. After conversing for a while longer, she went to prepare medicine for Lin Fengxing. Watching Su Qingdai's retreating figure, Xianingzhao fell into deep thought. Who could have leaked information about this operation? Suddenly, a realization struck her, and her eyes glinted coldly. Gu Yiqing. Outside the Jin Yuan Marquis' residence, Gu Yishuan bid farewell to the gathering of young gentlemen and ladies, then turned to the quietly standing Lin Shishue. A smile gracing his lips. Miss Lin, may I escort you back to your residence? Since leaving the Marquis' estate, Lin Shishue had consistently followed behind him, and with the group of young gentlemen and ladies bidding their farewells. He thought to arrange for someone to see her home. Unexpectedly, the girl adamantly refused, insisting on waiting for him, even turning down Lu Yitong's invitation to return together, snapped back to reality by Gu Yishuan's inquiry. Lin Shishue's cheeks flushed crimson. She herself could not fathom why she was waiting for Gu Yishuan. She only knew that after accidentally falling into his embrace moments ago, she felt dizzy. Longing to remain by his side, hearing his words and gazing upon his smiling, handsome face, her heart raced, leaving her at a loss for words as she stammered, I can return on my own. No need to trouble the Marquis. Observing Lin Shishue's flustered demeanor, Gu Yishuan chuckled and shook his head, realizing that if he were to truly escort her home, she would likely remain blushing and silent throughout the journey. Very well, I shall arrange for someone to see Miss Lin home. Without waiting for her to decline, he turned to one of the soldiers standing nearby and commanded, arrange for a few men to escort Miss Lin home. Yes, the soldier acknowledged and promptly set about making arrangements. After these tasks were completed, Gu Yishuan's gaze returned to Lin Shishue as he smiled. Miss Lin, please. With her face still aflame, Lin Shishue nodded shyly. Her eyes lowered, and then she hurriedly darted to the carriage, slipping inside with remarkable speed. Watching her scurry away, Gu Yishuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. As he observed the carriage, escorted by soldiers, gradually vanish from sight. He turned his attention to Gu Yiqing, who had remained silent since exiting the residence. Chapter 38. Gu Yiqing is but another piece on my chessboard. What is your perspective on tonight's assassination attempt? Yiqing. Gu Yishuan regarded Gu Yiqing with a scrutinizing gaze, his tone calm as he spoke. Startled by the sudden inquiry, Gu Yiqing felt a wave of panic rise within him upon meeting Gu Yishuan's assessing eyes. The events unfolded abruptly today, and I am not fully aware. A cold glint flickered in Gu Yishuan's eyes at Gu Yiqing's response, and he abruptly shifted the subject. Before the assassin appeared at the banquet tonight, your presence was notably absent. Where were you? At Gu Yishuan's words, Gu Yiqing's pupils constricted. Had Gu Yishuan discovered something? Although terror gripped him, he mustered the courage to respond. I found the hall stifling, so I stepped outside for some fresh air. That's why you didn't see me, brother. Is there an issue with that? Gu Yiqing's flimsy justification elicited disdain from Gu Yishuan. Though he was disinclined to pursue the matter further, Tio Xianingzhao, Gu Yiqing was merely a pawn to counter him. But the reverse was equally true for Gu Yiqing. It's nothing. I was merely concerned for you, Gu Yishuan said, pausing as he glanced at Tu Jiuyue in the distance before continuing. I have matters to discuss with General Tu. You should return and reassure our parents. Relieved by Gu Yishuan's decision not to press further, Gu Yiqing nodded and turned toward the carriage he had arrived in. After Gu Yiqing departed, Gu Yishuan strolled over to Tu Jiuyue. Meanwhile, Xiao Jingyan stood beside Tu Jiuyue, incessantly inquiring about the legendary battle that had established Tu Jiuyue's reputation 2 decades prior. Bound by his status, Tu Jiuyue could not refuse, but his recounting of the events paled in comparison to Gu Yishuan's captivating narratives, leaving Xiao Jingyan rather dissatisfied. Seeing that Xiao Jingyan was not entirely satisfied, he contemplated asking Tu Jiuyue to impart his martial skills. However, Gu Yishuan quickly approached to interrupt their conversation. Jingyan, it is getting late. You should return and not cause His Highness the Prince of Chu to worry. Tu Jiuyue would not consider your status when training, and even he was nearly worn out by Tu Jiuyue's rigorous training back in his day. With your slender arms and legs, how could you endure it? Brother Yishuan. Xiao Jingyan began to protest, but was silenced by a glare from Gu Yishuan. Would you like me to have someone tie you up and take you back? Faced with Gu Yishuan's ultimatum, Xiao Jingyan could only acquiesce with a reluctant nod. All right, I will return now. Yet before departing, he cast a lingering glance at Tu Jiuyue, a look that momentarily unsettled even the battle-hardened general. Thank you for tonight's matters, Uncle Tu. Gu Yishuan stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Tu Jiuyue, though he had now attained the title of Marquis of Wuhan. Tu Jiuyue held the esteemed rank of a general responsible for the military in the day and night patrols of the palace and capital. Wielding substantial power, His presence tonight was largely due to the ties he shared with Gu Yishuan as his disciple, and his relationship with Gu Baizong.it is nothing, just a few ruffians from the Jianghu. After staying in the capital for so many years, they provided me with an opportunity to stretch my limbs, Tu Jiuyue replied nonchalantly, his affection for the young man evident. Not only because Gu Yishuan was Gu Baizong's son, but also because over the years, Gu Yishuan was the only one to receive his genuine teachings. Thus, when Gu Yi came to inform him of an assassination attempt on Gu Yishuan, he personally led the troops to intervene. Nevertheless, I cannot allow you to make a trip in vain. Tomorrow, I shall send some wine for you and the soldiers who came tonight to enjoy, Gu Yishuan declared. Upon hearing this, Tu Jiuyue's eyes brightened. He had 3 great loves in life: war horses, weaponry, and fine wine. However, his wife had always kept a tight rein on him, forbidding him from indulging in alcohol. This gesture from Gu Yishuan was a delightful surprise. Ha ha ha, you truly understand me, young man. Should such matters arise in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall not mind the trouble. Tu Jiuyue laughed heartily, clapping Gu Yishuan on the shoulder in a boisterous tone. Gu Yishuan couldn't help but feel a flicker of joy at Tu Jiuyue's words. With the title of 10,000 men's enemy bestowed upon him 2 decades ago, he was now in his prime. And his strength ranked among the top 3 in the realm. Having such a formidable ally was akin to adding wings to a tiger, as the matters at hand seemed to be resolved. Gu Yishuan prepared to leave. Yet, at that moment, Tu Jiuyue placed a hand on his shoulder, his gaze fixed on the direction Gu Yichan had departed, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Yishuan, do you know why the Grand General brought you and Gu Yichan to seek me out for martial instruction? Yet I only taught you. Even after all these years, Tu Jiuyue and some of Gu Baizong's former commanders still habitually referred to him as the Grand General, rather than Duke of Dinghua. At Tu Jiuyue's words, Gu Yishuan recalled the outcome of the original plot, that in that narrative, both Gu Baizong and Gu Yishuan met their demise, while Gu Yichan, leveraging the emperor's trust in the Gu family, gained military power. However, the first adversary they would face in their quest to breach the capital was none other than Tu Jiuyue, the 10,000 men's enemy. Gu Yichan had intended to use his status as the sole heir of the Gu family to command Tu Jiuyue. But little did he know that Tu Jiuyue was well aware of his lineage. As the most trusted general under Gu Baizong, Tu Jiuyue knew that Gu Baizong had left behind a bloodline from the Fu family, which he had taken back to Kanglan to raise. Thus, when Gu Yichan attempted to recruit him, Tu Jiuyue was incensed and sought to execute him on the spot. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Xianing Zhao had anticipated this turn of events, poisoning his drink, leading to Tu Jiuyue being besieged and ultimately killed by numerous experts from Hongxiu Tower. Regaining his composure, Gu Yishuan took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult of emotions within, and spoke. It is because Gu Yichan is not of the Gu family's bloodline, but rather the son of the former General Fu Yunfei from Nanyue, correct? At Gu Yishuan's revelation, Tu Jiuyue was momentarily taken aback. His gaze filled with confusion. Did the Grand General inform you of Gu Yichan's origins? Gu Yishuan shook his head, his tone calm. My father never mentioned it. It was merely my own deduction. Before Tu Jiuyue could respond, Gu Yishuan continued, I know what you wish to express. Indeed, Gu Yichan is connected to the remnants of Nanyue, and tonight's assassination was orchestrated by him. Hearing this, Tu Jiuyue's confusion deepened. Then why did you not apprehend him directly? Instead, feigning ignorance, Gu Yishuan simply shook his head, gazing into the distant empty alleyway, his tone enigmatic. Those Nanyue remnants seek to exploit Gu Yichan's identity to infiltrate the Gu family. Yet, for me, Gu Yichan is no different than a pawn to confuse them. Just as tonight, as long as Gu Yichan is used wisely, we will eventually ensnare those Nanyue remnants. Observing Gu Yishuan's calm demeanor, Tu Jiuyue felt a moment of disorientation, as if he were witnessing the strategic brilliance of Gu Baizong in his prime. After a brief pause, Tu Jiuyue looked at Gu Yishuan and couldn't help but smile broadly. Indeed, you possess a semblance of the Grand General's demeanor. In response, Gu Yishuan smiled, ready to speak, when a soldier's voice rang out from a distance. Who goes there? Chapter 39. The intervention of an unknown force. Who goes there? With the soldier's shout, both Gu Yishuan and Tu Jiuyue turned their attention towards the source. A figure clad in a black robe embroidered with a mysterious bird, wearing an iron mask, emerged in the alleyway. Gu Yishuan approached, gesturing for the soldiers to withdraw, his gaze locking onto the masked figure with a glint of coldness. Xianing, since you have appeared here, you must already be aware of what has transpired. Assassins have emerged in the capital, and I previously informed you of their identities. Yet, after such a lengthy delay, what reason do you have for your tardiness? At this point, Gu Yishuan paused, stepping closer to Xian Ying and firmly grasping his shoulder. Is tone indifferent? Or shall I conclude that the Imperial Shadow Guards tasked with overseeing the realm are merely a group of inept individuals? Gu Yishuan's audacity to venture into danger alone tonight stemmed not only from his faith in Tu Jiuyue but also from his expectation that the Imperial Shadow Guards would respond promptly upon the appearance of assassins at the Jin Yuan Marquis residence. Yet he had not anticipated that Xian Ying would arrive only now. Upon hearing Gu Yishuan's words, Xian Ying's figure trembled imperceptibly, and he immediately bowed, a raspy voice emerging from beneath the mask. My lord, it is not that the Imperial Shadow Guards did not respond. On our way to provide assistance, we were intercepted by a group of skilled individuals. The flicker of light passed through Gu Yishuan's eyes as he turned to Xian Ying, his voice heavy with concern. Intercepted? Xian Ying nodded, raising a hand to indicate his torn robe, continuing, indeed, as soon as the assassins from Hongxiu Tower made their appearance, our scouts detected them. However, when I led my men to offer support, we were blocked by a group of unidentified assassins. At this, Xian Ying paused, glancing at Gu Yishuan before proceeding. Moreover, it was not just us. Even the 1,000 Mechanisms Guard under Commander Gu was similarly obstructed. Among them were 2 individuals whose strength matched that of Commander Gu and myself. We struggled for a long time without being able to vanquish them. It was only thanks to Commander Gu forcibly restraining those 2 that I was able to arrive. Fortunately, General Tu arrived in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. This incident reflects poorly on the Imperial Shadow Guards, and I implore you to impose the appropriate punishment. With that, Xian Ying clasped his hands and knelt on one knee. Listening to Xian Ying's report, Gu Yishuan narrowed his eyes slightly, his mind racing with thoughts. This incident could not possibly be the doing of Hongxiu Tower. Their strength was insufficient to simultaneously obstruct both the Imperial Shadow Guards and the 1,000 Mechanisms Guard. Moreover, with 2 experts capable of rivaling Xian Ying and Gu Yi, it seemed even more implausible. The strongest figure within Hongxiu Tower, Lin Fengxing, was merely on par with Xian Ying. The likelihood of involvement from Lu Huijin or the Emoya Guards was also slim, as they would be unable to impede both the Imperial and 1,000 Mechanisms Guards. Could it be that another force was intervening? Pondering this, Gu Yishuan turned back to Xian Ying. Were you able to discern the identities of those individuals? Xian Ying shook his head, his voice laced with uncertainty. They were all masked in black scarves, and their techniques were exceedingly varied, making it impossible to ascertain their identities. Hearing this, Gu Yishuan too found himself at a loss. There were indeed forces within the capital with such capabilities, but they had no incentive to aid Hongxiu Tower, given that it was colluding with the remnants of Nanwei, a crime punishable by extermination of the entire clan. Shaking his head to suppress his confusion, Gu Yishuan resolved to inquire further into the details with Gu Yi. Upon returning, he raised a hand to assist Xian Ying to his feet. Since you were obstructed, the fault does not lie with you. Rise. Thank you, my lord. Upon hearing Gu Yishuan's words, Xian Ying stood once more. While I do not hold you accountable for your responsibilities, the sudden emergence of so many unidentified experts in the capital is bound to incite the Emperor's wrath. Xian Ying, you should consider how to report this matter to His Majesty. Gu Yishuan's statement. Xian Ying fell into silence, and after a moment, he spoke. This matter shall be handled by me. There is no need for Marquis Wuan to concern himself. Upon reaching this point, Xian Ying paused momentarily before continuing. Should the Marquis discover any traces of those individuals, I would be grateful if you could inform me. That is only natural. Gu Yishuan nodded in agreement. Observing this, Xian Ying turned to glance at the brightly illuminated Jin Yuan Marquis' residence before taking his leave. Once Xian Ying departed, Tu Jui approached Gu Yishuan, his brow furrowed in confusion. Yishuan, what transpired? Why has that fellow Xian Ying come here? Gu Yishuan lifted his gaze to the pitch-black night sky, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. It seems a band of nefarious characters has surfaced in the capital, and in the days to come, I may require your assistance. Uncle Tuesday. Hearing this, Tu Jud was momentarily taken aback, before a bloodthirsty smile crept across his lips, his eyes shining with cold brilliance. A bunch of mere rabble. I shall slay as many as dare to come. In response, Gu Yishuan's face also broke into a smile. Tu Jud was correct. They were nothing more than filthy rats who dared only to hide in the shadows. Incapable of stirring any significant turmoil. As he sat in the carriage heading back to the Duke of Dinggui's residence, Gu Yishuan closed his eyes, contemplating the events of the evening. First, he had promised Lin Shixue to investigate her mother's affairs, which would not pose a challenge. He could simply instruct Gui to handle it. Then there was Lu Huijin. By revealing the existence of the Mo Yahweh to him, he would undoubtedly suspect that there was a spy within the mansion. Moreover, due to the delay in dispatching guards tonight, those ministers in the court would be in quite the predicament, leaving them little time to turn their attention towards him. Next, he considered Xianingzhe and Hong Xiuelu. After tonight's events, Hong Xiuelu had suffered significant losses, with even their top expert nearly slain by Tu Jud, making it difficult for them to cause any further disturbances. What needed to be done now was to send someone to search the entire city for Xianingzhe as swiftly as possible. Lastly, there were those mysterious experts. Recalling Xian Ying's words, a cold glimmer flickered in Gu Yishuan's eyes that it was imperative to ascertain their identities quickly, for he detested the sensation of being watched from the shadows. Upon returning to the Duke of Dinggua's residence, Gu Yishuan inquired with the servants and learned that Murong Yun had already retired for the night, which relieved him. If his mother were to discover that he had once again faced an assassination attempt that night, she would undoubtedly be filled with worry. He made his way to the main hall, where he found Gu Baitsong seated alone at the head of the table, sipping tea. "Father, are you not yet asleep?" Gu Baitsong gently shook his head in response, not answering Gu Yishuan's question, but instead inquiring with a soft tone, "You weren't injured, were you?" Hearing his father's concern, Gu Yishuan felt warmth in his heart and shook his head in reply. "I wore the gold and silk armor bestowed upon you by His Majesty years ago. It is impervious to blades and swords, and thus I am unharmed." Gu Baitsong nodded, gazing at Gu Yishuan as he spoke. "I have been informed of tonight's events by Gu Yi." He absent-mindedly stroked the teacup in his hand, and before Gu Yishuan could respond, he continued, "In the past, Tu Jui often remarked that men should drink strong liquor, for tea is a drink meant for those frail scholars." Chapter 40. The cause of the previous Marquis's death. Father. Noticing a hint of discontent in Gu Baitsong's demeanor, Gu Yishuan was about to speak but was silenced by his father. Gu Baitsong's gaze fell upon the teacup in his hand, a trace of self-mockery flickering in his eyes. "Some have mistaken my years of tea drinking for weakness, assuming me to be one of those scholars." However, when Gu Baitsong's eyes landed upon Gu Yishuan's tattered and blood-stained robes, the teacup in his hand shattered instantly. "Yet they forget that my position as Duke of Dingwu was carved from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood." Gu Baitsong's eyes blazed with fury, akin to an enraged lion. Since being conferred the title of Duke 2 decades ago, he had not taken action himself. Yet it seemed that this very restraint led some to perceive him as aged. Daring even to target his only son, Gu Yishuan, the remnants of Nanwei were one thing. After all, it involved Gu Yicheng, and fearing for his wife's feelings, he had entrusted the matter to Gu Yishuan. But now, an unknown group had emerged, daring to obstruct Gu Yi and Yu Yingui, who were rushing to aid Gu Yishuan. Did they truly believe Gu Baitsong to be a soft persimmon? Observing the furious Gu Baitsong, Gu Yishuan found himself in a daze. Since he could remember, his father had always maintained a demeanor of calm and composure, never displaying such anger over anything. Regaining his senses, Gu Yishuan hastily spoke, not wishing for Gu Baitsong to lose his reason and commit any rash acts. "Father, there is no need for anger. I will handle matters regarding those assassins." However, before Gu Yishuan could finish, he was interrupted by Gu Baitsong. Gazing at his son, who bore a striking resemblance to him, standing tall and proud, Gu Baitsong's eyes glimmered with pride. "Xianer, I am pleased with all you have accomplished upon your triumphant return. I know you can resolve these issues. But I am still alive. You are my son, and these matters do not fall solely upon your shoulders." With that, Gu Baitsong's tone shifted, his eyes glinting with cold fire. "Moreover, I wish to see who dares to lay a hand on the Gu family." Given Gu Baitsong's words, Gu Yishuan ceased to insist, recounting the occurrences at the Jin Yuan Marquis banquet that evening. Gu Baitsong was somewhat surprised to learn that Gu Yishuan could compose poetry. Yet he did not pry further. Upon hearing that Lu Huijin had deliberately refrained from sending guards to support Gu Yishuan, leaving him to face the assassins of Hong Xiuelu alone, a chill passed through Gu Baitsong's eyes. This Lu Huijin is as foolish as his father. Gu Yishuan, intrigued by Gu Baitsong's words, pondered what had transpired between Lu Huijin's father and his own during the campaign against Nanwei all those years ago. "Father, what exactly happened back then? Why does Lu Huijin harbor animosity towards the Gu family?" Gu Yishuan inquired, his tone laced with curiosity. Upon hearing Gu Yishuan's question, Gu Baitsong's eyes shone with reminiscence. After a moment of contemplation, he began to explain. The commander of that war was supposed to be Lu Huijin's father, the previous Marquis of Jin Yuan, Lu Qidong. Though I gained considerable fame in the military due to my exceptional achievements, my status and rank were still far inferior to Lu Qidong. Gu Yishuan furrowed his brow in confusion. If that is the case, then why was it you who became the commander in the Nanwei Annihilation War 2 decades ago? Noticing Gu Yishuan's bewilderment, a smile appeared on Gu Baitsong's face as he gazed reverently towards the direction of the imperial city. It was His Majesty who, against all opposition, appointed me as the commander. while Lu Qidong became my deputy. Realizing this, Gu Yishuan's expression shifted to one of understanding. No wonder his father had always shown such respect towards the emperor. He had received the emperor's favor. Because it was the emperor's arrangement, Lu Qidong, though harboring resentment, dared not voice his grievances. Until one day, our forces achieved a great victory, and the main general of the Nanyue army fled. Many of my generals wished to pursue them. Yet fearing it might be a ruse, I intended to send Tu Jui, for even if it were indeed a trap, with Tu Jui's unmatched bravery, he could still lead the troops out. However, therein lay the issue. Tu Jui was my trusted confidant, and the entire army was aware of this. Lu Qidong believed I was deliberately bestowing such merit upon Tu Jui to cultivate him as my confidant, and insisted on going himself, despite my attempts to persuade him otherwise. In the end, he even went so far as to turn against me, and since he was determined to seek death, I allowed him to go. You know what happened next. Lu Qidong fell into a trap set by the Nanyue army and perished from multiple arrows. After Gu Baizong finished recounting the events, Gu Yishuan nodded, yet still felt perplexed. If Lu Qidong brought about his own demise, then why would Lu Huaijin blame you for his father's death? Gu Baizong, hearing Gu Yishuan's question, smiled coldly. After I single-handedly vanquished a nation, His Majesty personally welcomed me outside the city. Such honor naturally breeds envy among petty individuals. Unable to voice their discontent openly, they spread rumors in the shadows, alleging that I had plotted against Lu Qidong, because I had indeed clashed with Lu Qidong over differing opinions. Some believe these claims wholeheartedly. It is likely Lu Huaijin has also fallen prey to such slander, hence his belief that I orchestrated his father's death. Gu Yishuan nodded, finally unraveling all his doubts regarding Lu Huaijin. Seeing that Gu Yishuan had no further queries, Gu Baizong said, "You should rest early. His Majesty will likely summon you for the morning court." This. Gu Baizong paused momentarily before continuing, "From now on, you need only focus on dealing with the remnants of Nanyue. I will take care of those unidentified experts." Gu Yishuan nodded and turned to leave the main hall, making his way towards his chamber. After Gu Yishuan departed, Gu Baizong sat alone in the main hall, deep in thought for a moment before softly uttering, "Gu Yi." As Gu Yishuan walked towards his room, he passed by Gu Yicheng's small courtyard, where he discovered his brother still awake, sitting under the eaves lost in thought. "Yicheng, are you not going to rest?" Gu Yishuan called out. Upon hearing Gu Yishuan's voice, Gu Yicheng immediately awakened, and upon seeing Gu Yishuan standing outside the courtyard, a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. "Elder brother, you have returned?" Gu Yishuan nodded and continued to inquire. "The hour is late. Why are you still awake?" "Ah, I have been pondering who dared to attempt an assassination on you tonight. Feeling quite vexed, which is why I thought to come out for some fresh air," Gu Yicheng replied. Hearing this, a cold smile flickered in Gu Yishuan's eyes, while the assassination attempt was indeed a reality. Whether it stemmed from genuine concern for him was another matter entirely. However, having said no more, he advised Gu Yicheng to rest early before making his way towards his residence. As Gu Yishuan departed, Gu Yicheng let out a sigh of relief. He had indeed been preoccupied with thoughts of the assassination attempt that had transpired that night. The plan had been meticulously devised, so why had it faltered? Moreover, the demeanor of Gu Yishuan at that moment suggested he might have been privy to the impending attack, as he had preemptively summoned Tu Jiaye and a contingent of soldiers. Sigh. It would be best to wait for Xianingzha to arrive and discuss this matter with her. Unable to fathom the situation, Gu Yicheng shook his head, exhaled a deep breath, and turned to enter his chamber. Chapter 41. I could kill that scoundrel. The following morning, chaos reigned within the Golden Hall. Gu Yishuan had once again been the target of an assassination attempt, yet neither the Ministry of Justice nor the Court of Judicial Review had made any headway in their investigation. Xia Xuanzi, the emperor, was infuriated and directly chastised the Minister of Justice and the Chief Justice within the Golden Hall. Subsequently, courtiers whose sons had attended the banquet at the Jin Yuan Marquis' residence began to counsel Emperor Xia Xuanzi, insinuating that Marquis Lu Huaijin had secretly colluded with the assassins, intentionally neglecting to dispatch guards for support, thus placing the Marquis of Wuhan in peril. They urged His Majesty to hold Lu Huaijin accountable. Of course, Lu Huaijin had his own faction within the court, and after some maneuvering the previous night, several courtiers emerged to defend him, asserting that it was not a matter of Lu Huaijin failing to send guards, but rather that the incident had occurred so abruptly that the Marquis' guards could not react in time. The court erupted into disarray as courtiers exchanged heated words. The eunuchs beside Xia Xuanzi, despite multiple attempts to quell the uproar, were met with little success. Just as the arguments reached a fever pitch, Gu Baizong, who had rarely spoken in court for over a decade, stepped forward. To the astonishment of all present, he approached Lu Huijin and delivered a kick that sent him sprawling to the ground, before turning to Xiao Xuanzi to offer an apology. Yet, how could Xiao Xuanzi impose punishment upon Gu Beizong? After a few casual admonitions, he swiftly moved past the matter. Gu Beizong's actions signaled to the officials that the Duke of Dinghua, having witnessed his son face assassination attempts twice, could no longer restrain himself. The atmosphere in the court shifted dramatically. Several military generals, once under Gu Beizong's command, stepped forward to implore Xiao Xuanzi to impose severe penalties upon Lu Huijin. Those who had previously defended Lu Huijin fell silent. Dissuaded by the sudden turn of events, once the dust settled, Xiao Xuanzi announced that Lu Huijin would be fined for a year and placed under house arrest for a month. Gu Yishuan was not taken aback by this outcome. For the incident had unfolded unexpectedly, and there was no substantial evidence implicating Lu Huijin in collusion with the assassins. The failure of the Marquis' guards to arrive in time could only be attributed to negligence. And the outcome was largely a result of the counsel from various courtiers and Gu Beizong's intervention. As the principal figure in the assassination incident, Gu Yishuan remained silent throughout, refraining from expressing any opinions. Both Xiao Xuanzi and Gu Beizong tacitly avoided mentioning the unidentified assassins. After the court session concluded, Gu Yishuan and Gu Beizong exited the grand hall together. Meanwhile, not far off, Lu Huijin stood alone, casting a furtive glower at the father and son of the Gu family, a glint of concealed malice flickering in his eyes. Those courtiers who had refrained from speaking out of fear of Gu Beizong now sought to approach Lu Huijin, hoping to offer a defense. Yet, Lu Huijin ignored them, merely glancing at Gu Yishuan and Gu Beizong before sweeping away with a flick of his sleeve. Simultaneously, within a small clinic in the capital, after a night of recuperation, although Lin Fengxing remained in a state of unconsciousness, his complexion had improved from the pallor of the previous night, now showing signs of color. Sister Ningxiao, have you not slept all night? Su Qingdai entered the room holding a freshly brewed medicinal concoction. Discovering Xie Ningxia seated by the bedside, her eyes bearing traces of bloodshot weariness. Upon hearing her voice, Xie Ningxia lifted her gaze to the doorway where Su Qingdai stood, a forced smile gracing her lips as she replied, I was concerned about Uncle Lin's injuries and decided to keep watch by the bed. You need not worry. Su Qingdai approached the bedside, observing the exhausted countenance of Xie Ningxiao, and shook her head, urging, Sister Ningxiao, you must prioritize your own health. Uncle Lin's wounds have stabilized. He will be fine. Xie Ningxiao, upon hearing her words, offered a slight nod without verbal response. She reached out to take the medicinal broth from Su Qingdai's hands, cautiously feeding it to Lin Fengxing while saying, I am truly grateful to you, Qingdai. Had it not been for your assistance, Uncle Lin might have. Su Qingdai gently shook her head, her expression earnest as she replied, Sister Ningxiao, do not speak of such things. Had you not intervened, who knows what might have befallen me? Hearing Su Qingdai's words, Xie Ningxia felt a wave of relief wash over her. A year prior, she had fortuitously saved Su Qingdai from a perilous situation among a group of wandering fighters, discovering her remarkable medical skills in the process. Since then, even after Su Qingdai relocated to the capital, the two maintained correspondence. Thus, when Lin Fengxing sustained severe injuries, Xie Ningxiao immediately thought of Su Qingdai, who was not only in the capital but also possessed exceptional medical acumen. Recalling the content of their letters, Xie Ningxiao could not help but smile as she looked at Su Qingdai. Let us set aside such matters for now. I remember you mentioning a certain gentleman in your letters multiple times. May I inquire as to his identity, that he could hold such significance in your thoughts? At Xie Ningxiao's inquiry, Su Qingdai's mind drifted to the visage of that man, her delicate features flushing with embarrassment and vexation. Clenching her small fist, she gritted her teeth. What significance? I would rather kill that scoundrel. Seeing Su Qingdai's reaction, Xie Ningxiao's curiosity was piqued. What transpired to incite such anger within you? Even when you faced peril, you remained unflappable. Yet now, you are riled by a man. Upon Xie Ningxiao's questioning, Su Qingdai felt a tinge of embarrassment and decided it best not to divulge the details. Just why it is nothing. Sister, do not pry. I shall tell you once I find that scoundrel. Noticing Su Qingdai's bashful demeanor, Xie Ningxiao surmised that something significant had transpired between them, while not one to indulge in gossip. Her curiosity regarding the man's identity was undeniable, prompting her to inquire, very well, I shall refrain from asking, but which family does this man belong to that he could inspire such resentment in you? Glancing at Xie Ningxiao's beaming expression, Su Qingdai realized she had likely guessed the situation, her cheeks flushing a deeper shade as she murmured, I do not know his identity, but judging by his splendid attire, He must belong to a prominent family. Taken aback by Su Qingdai's admission of ignorance regarding the man's identity, Xianing Zhao felt a mix of surprise and concern. Yet, as clarity dawned, she resolved to investigate the man's identity once Lin Fengxing's condition improved. Su Qingdai was not just a sisterly companion, but had also saved Lin Fengxing's life. She could not allow her to be ensnared by a libertine. "Where has Gui gone?" Gu Yixuan inquired. Gazing at the Qianji guard before him with a hint of perplexity, after returning to the Duke of Dinghua's residence post-court, he intended to summon Gui to investigate the matter concerning Lin Shixue's mother. Only to discover that Gui was inexplicably absent from the estate. "The commander received orders from the emperor this morning and has taken his men out of the residence. I am unaware of his whereabouts," replied the Qianji guard respectfully. Nodding in understanding, Gu Yixuan surmised that Gu Yi was likely occupied with matters concerning those unidentified experts. However, since Gu Beizong had entrusted the matter to him, he refrained from further inquiries, instead instructing the Qianji guard, "Take a few men." Meanwhile, as Gu Yixuan organized the Qianji guard to investigate the identity of Lin Shixue's mother, within a secluded courtyard in the capital. Chapter 42, Dy, Chuntang? Within a secluded courtyard in the capital, a dozen individuals clad in black night attire, their faces obscured by black veils, lay concealed. Their garments bore numerous tears, some even stained with blood. The uninjured among them tended to their wounded companions. Despite the remoteness of their location and the absence of onlookers, they remained resolute, stifling any sound during the dressing of wounds. "Has there been any word from the master?" One of the relatively unharmed black-clad individuals whispered to a companion in similar condition. Shaking his head, the latter responded, "Since last night, the only directive from the master has been to remain hidden and on standby. No further news has come." The inquirer nodded, a flicker of complexity passing through his eyes, choosing not to speak further. Just then, a faint sound emerged from outside the door. The two men immediately rose, their gazes fixed on the entrance, while the resting figures among them also stood, the atmosphere within the room tense with anticipation. Whoosh! The sound of an arrow slicing through the air pierced the stillness, and the dilapidated wooden window shattered as a glinting arrow struck the central pillar of the room. The leading figures among the black-clad individuals felt their pupils constrict in shock. Without hesitation, they kicked the door open and fled outside. Though the rest of the black-clad individuals had not received any orders, they instinctively followed suit. However, as they leaped out of the room, they found the entire courtyard surrounded. Yueying, Qianji, the leader among the black-clad individuals, glared at the encircling figures, a chilling light in his eyes as he spat through clenched teeth. "You dare linger in the capital after obstructing our support for the Marquis of Wuhan last night? I am curious, who grants you such audacity?" Two figures stepped into the courtyard, their sharp gazes piercing through their iron masks, aimed directly at the two leaders of the black-clad individuals, their tone frigid. As the Emperor's surveillance organization, the Yueying Guard has eyes everywhere in the capital. Last night, the unexpected ambush by these cloaked figures was entirely due to their surprise tactics. Now, with the assistance of the Gu family's Qianji Guard, tracking down these shadowy figures is hardly a formidable challenge. Xianing, what can you accomplish by discovering our hideout? Our strengths are not significantly disparate. If my brother and I unite with determination, breaking free would be as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. After the initial chaos subsided, the two leading black-clad figures regained their composure. One of them, gazing at Xianing and his companion Gui, spoke in a calm tone. Upon hearing this, a glint of derision flickered in Xianying's eyes. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air as a dark iron halberd whizzed past Xianying's ear. Aiming directly at the speaker among the black-clad men, "Kill." Gui, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke, drawing his long sword from his waist, a murderous intent emanating from his gaze as he charged at the cloaked figures. "Remember to leave some alive." Seeing this, Xianing ceased his words and, after uttering a brief remark, drew his long blade and lunged towards the black-clad men. After arranging for the Qianji Guard to investigate Lin Shixue's matter, Gu Yixuan intended to head to the training ground to practice the halberd techniques imparted by Tu Jiuyue. However, just as he stepped out of the courtyard, he spotted Murong Yun approaching with several maidservants. Immediately, Gu Yixuan advanced to meet them. Noticing Gu Yixuan clad in martial attire, Murong Yun inquired, "Xianer, where are you off to?" Upon observing his mother's composed demeanor, Gu Yixuan surmised that Gu Beizong had instructed someone to conceal last night's events from her. Relieved, he replied, "I have nothing pressing to attend to, so I thought I might practice at the training ground." After speaking, Gu Yixuan noticed the maidservants behind Murong Yun carrying various items and playfully asked, "Mother, what brings you here? Have you come to visit your son bearing gifts?" Murong Yun shot him a disapproving glance and retorted, You've barely recovered from your injury and already wish to train. Do you think your body is made of iron? Moreover, this is not a gift. It's a collection of medicinal herbs I procured for you. Hearing this, Gu Yishuan felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. He was already healed, having sustained no injuries last night, so he protested, "Mother, I am fully recovered and have no need for these." His tone carried a hint of helplessness. Upon hearing Gu Yishuan's words, Mo Rongyun glared at him and admonished, "What do you mean fully recovered? How could you possibly be completely healed in just a few days? Your father was just like this, never caring for his own body. He would rush back into battle shortly after his wounds healed, leaving him with many hidden afflictions. You must not emulate his ways." After her admonition, Mo Rongyun noticed Gu Yishuan was about to retort and immediately silenced him with a glance. She then took the medicinal herbs wrapped in brown paper from her maidservant. "These are precious herbs I went through great lengths to obtain for you, that if you dare refuse, I shall see to it that you regret it." With no choice but to comply, Gu Yishuan reluctantly accepted the herbs from her. When his gaze fell upon the paper, he noticed the source of the herbs and his expression turned curious. "Dai Chun Eng." Upon hearing Gu Yishuan's murmured words, Mo Rongyun's eyes sparkled with excitement as she replied, her voice tinged with enthusiasm, "Indeed, it is Dai Chun Eng. It is a newly established clinic in the capital. And Dr. Su's medical skills are exceptional. Many noble families seek her out when they fall ill. That I learned of her from the wives of some prominent families. When you were injured, I intended to summon Dr. Su, but I hesitated, thinking she never makes house calls. In the following days, I sent someone to Dai Chun Eng to find her, hoping she could prescribe some herbs for you, but regrettably, she was out of the clinic during that time. Today, I went in person, hoping for luck, and to my surprise, Dr. Su happened to be present at the clinic, so I brought back some herbs for you." Mo Rongyun continued her lengthy explanation, but Gu Yishuan barely absorbed her words. He felt as if he had heard the name Dai Chun Eng before, but he couldn't quite place it. When Mo Rongyun's voice suddenly trailed off, Gu Yishuan snapped back to attention and, setting aside his scattered thoughts, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your concern, mother." Though he truly had no need for the herbs, Mo Rongyun's care was genuine. The warmth of maternal affection filled Gu Yishuan's heart. Mo Rongyun, taken aback by his sudden formality, found it unusual. Her son had always been rather carefree in her presence. When had he become so polite? Yet, seeing Gu Yishuan's earnest demeanor, she felt a sense of pride that her son was finally maturing. With a hint of nostalgia, she advised him, "Just remember, Mother is doing this for your own good. Try to stir up less trouble in the future, and do not give me cause for worry." Gu Yishuan nodded, recalling the painting he had received from Lu Huijin, the snow clearing over the mountains. He promptly said to Mo Rongyun, "Mother, do you not enjoy paintings? I just acquired a piece by the renowned painter of the previous dynasty. The snow clearing over the mountains from the Jin Yuan Marquis estate last night." Chapter 43. What brings the Duchess of Dingwu to the clinic? Just as Gu Yishuan was showing his mother the painting, the battle in the secluded courtyard drew to a close. Clad in armor, Tu Jiuyue sat atop several black-clad corpses, casually tearing a piece of fabric to wipe the blood from his halberd. Nearby, Xian Ying and Gui looked down at the ground, observing a black-clad figure who had been tortured to the point of being unrecognizable. Such resilience is not typically nurtured by ordinary forces. Xian Ying's raspy voice emerged from beneath his iron mask, tinged with a hint of resignation. "No matter, there are still a few alive. We can take them back for further interrogation." Gu glanced at the incapacitated black-clad figures, his tone indifferent as he replied. Upon hearing this, Xianing nodded, turning his gaze to Tu Jiyue, and respectfully stated, "I extend my gratitude to General Tuesday." Tu Jiyue's expression remained calm. He acknowledged Xian Ying's words of gratitude with a simple nod. "It is my duty to guard the capital. The presence of these unidentified individuals in the city necessitated my intervention, so there is no need for you to express such thanks, Commander Xian." Tu Jiuyue had intervened at the Emperor's behest, tasked with assisting the Yueying Guard in handling these enigmatic experts. After Tu Jiuyue's remarks, Xian Ying refrained from further conversation, instructing his subordinates to take the surviving black-clad figures before bidding farewell to Tu Jiuyue. Once Xian Ying departed, Tu Jiuyue noticed that Gui still had no intention of leaving and inquired, "Commander Gu, are you not leaving?" Gui was waiting for the city guards to arrive to clean up the aftermath. But what was he waiting for? Hearing Tu Jiuyue's question, Gui did not respond immediately. Instead, he surveyed the courtyard. Tu Jiuyue, observing his behavior, wore a puzzled expression. Once the courtyard was left solely with the Qianji Guard, Gui approached Tu Jiuyue and spoke in a low voice. "The Lord has a few words to convey to General Tu, but with so many ears around earlier, I thought it prudent to wait until the Yuan guard had departed. Upon hearing this, Tu Jiuyue's confusion deepened. The Yuan guard was the emperor's trusted faction. Gu Beizong held great trust in them. So what could be said that should not be overheard? What words does the Grand General wish to impart? Unable to discern the meaning, Tu Jiuyue directly inquired. Jiuyue's expression darkened, and he leaned closer to Tu Jiuyue's ear, whispering a few words. As Tu Jiuyue listened, his expression shifted from confusion to shock. After Gui finished speaking, he stood and bowed respectfully to Tu Jiuyue. The Lord's message has been conveyed. I shall take my leave. Tu Jiuyue remained immersed in the gravity of Gui's words, merely waving his hand to signal him to depart. Gui promptly turned and, along with his Qianji guard, vanished from the courtyard. Tu Jiuyue gazed at the remnants of the battle strewn across the ground, his eyes glimmering with contemplation as he muttered to himself, how could it possibly be? Inside Daichuntang, after a persuasive discussion with Su Qingdai, Xianing Zhao finally managed to take a brief rest after administering the medicinal soup to Lin Fengxing. Recently awakened, Xianing Zhao sat upright at a table, diligently writing on a sheet of rice paper. During her visit to the capital, the only skilled fighters accompanying her from the Hongxiu Tower were Lin Fengxing and an elderly man. The rest were merely ordinary followers. In her original plan, the strength of these individuals sufficed to execute her objectives. By successfully assassinating Gu Yishuan at the border and pinning the blame on the Zhangchu kingdom. Xianing Zhao anticipated that Xiao Xuanzi would surely be infuriated, dispatching troops to retaliate against Zhangchu. Subsequently, she could manipulate the court of Kanglin Kingdom to install Gu Beizong as the leader. Then, on Gu Beizong's journey to the border, she would send Lin Shu to eliminate him. Following this, she could reveal Gu Yichen's true lineage, leveraging the emperor's trust in the Gu family to place him in command of the Kanglin army. This plan would set her on the path to restoring her kingdom. Yet, to her astonishment, her plot had faltered from the very beginning. Gu Yishuan had not died. This misstep triggered a cascade of failures in her subsequent plans. And following the failed assassination attempt last night, her pool of capable experts had dwindled significantly. Thus, she resolved to pen a letter back to the Hongxiu Tower in Jiangnan, requesting reinforcements. As Xianing Zhao was engrossed in her letter, the door was suddenly pushed open. She withdrew her brush and turned to see Su Qingdai. At that moment, Su Qingdai's beautiful eyes sparkled, and a plump purse danced in her hand, presenting herself as a little money enthusiast. Noticing Xianing Zhao's gaze, Su Qingdai immediately approached her side, speaking in a tone imbued with mystery. Sister Ning Zhao, can you guess who visited the clinic today? Seeing Su Qingdai's demeanor, Xianing Zhao couldn't help but smile, knowing that it must be those affluent nobles seeking her remedies. However, she feigned ignorance and curiously asked Su Qingdai, who is it? Who could make my sister appear so animated? Is it that scoundrel who has captured your thoughts? At Xianing Zhao's teasing, Su Qingdai's cheeks flushed, and she shot a look of playful annoyance at her. Oh, sister, what are you saying? It couldn't possibly be that fellow. Observing her flustered reaction, Xianing Zhao, with a twinkle in her eye, inquired, if it's not him, then who could it be? It's the wife of the Duke of Dinghua. Su Qingdai shot Xianing Zhao a glare, responding with a hint of annoyance due to the teasing. The wife of the Duke of Dinghua. Upon hearing Su Qingdai's words, Xianing Zhao's smile instantly faltered. Yet, Su Qingdai remained oblivious to her sudden change in expression and continued, indeed, this morning I prepared the medicine for Uncle Lin. And when I went to open the door, I discovered Madame Mouron had been waiting outside rather early. Regaining her composure, Xianing Zhao's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she asked, what brought her here? Hearing this, Su Qingdai regarded her with a peculiar look. What do you mean? What else could she want at the clinic but to seek treatment and gather medicine? Noticing the lingering doubt in Xianing Zhao's eyes, Su Qingdai continued, she mentioned that the newly appointed Marquis of Wuhan was recently attacked and injured, so she thought to come to my clinic to procure some medicinal herbs to help restore his health. One must say, as the wife of the Duke of Dinghua, her generosity is evident, as she casually offered silver far exceeding the value of those herbs. After a moment of silence, Xianing Zhao lifted her gaze to Su Qingdai, her tone oddly inquisitive. Will the Duchess of Dinghua return? Though puzzled by Xianing Zhao's question, Su Qingdai shook her head in response. She likely won't return, as the Marquis of Wuhan has already recovered. She was merely concerned he might develop lingering ailments, hence her visit to gather medicine. Hearing Su Qingdai's words, a flicker of contemplation crossed Xianing Zhao's eyes. Chapter 44. Gu Beizong's speculation as evening approached. The Duke of Dinghua's residence was ablaze with light. Gu Yishuan sat in a chair, rubbing his slightly sore hands. He gazed at Murong Yun, who stood excitedly before the writing desk, holding sheets of rice paper. his expression a mix of exasperation and amusement. 18 noon, he had presented her with the snow-clearing landscape, and upon seeing this authentic masterpiece from the previous dynasty's renowned painter, her face had been filled with shock and joy. Prompting her to inquire about its origin, Gu Yixuan recounted the events from the Jin Yuan Marquis' residence the previous night, deliberately omitting the assassination part. When Murong Yun learned that Gu Yixuan could compose poetry, her expression was one of disbelief. After all, she was well aware of her son's tendencies, spending his days practicing martial arts and discussing military strategies with his father, rather than writing poetry. Seeing her skepticism, Gu Yixuan resolved to showcase some of his work, effortlessly composing a poem from his memories of a past life. Murong Yun was immediately astonished. Her son truly could write poetry. Yet, as reality set in, she remained somewhat doubtful, suggesting that Gu Yixuan must have had someone write it for him. Of course, he had not sought aid, so he asked Murong Yun to provide a topic for him to write on. The ensuing results were predictable. After Gu Yixuan composed several poems from his memories upon her request, Murong Yun was utterly taken aback and insisted that he write even more. The more he wrote, the more elated she became, leading him to spend an entire afternoon penning poetry, leaving his wrists somewhat strained. "Mother," Gu Yixuan called out, only to find Murong Yun still absorbed in the verses on the desk. Unresponsive to his words, observing her rapt attention, he felt a twinge of helplessness. Had he known she would be so enthralled, he would have written less. "Mother, I'm hungry." Unable to contain his frustration, he raised his voice slightly. Upon hearing her son's call, Murong Yun snapped back to reality, feeling a bit sheepish as she noticed Gu Yixuan's exasperation. "Look at me. So engrossed in these poems that I've forgotten you haven't eaten. I'll arrange for the kitchen to prepare a meal for you." She reassured him and then instructed the nearby maid. "Come, take these poems back to my chamber." Several maids promptly approached the writing desk, carefully gathering the sheets inscribed with verses. Murong Yun then exited the room with them, her excitement palpable. Just before leaving, Gu Yixuan caught her murmuring something to herself. "Humph. Tomorrow I shall take Xiener's poetry to show those ladies, and let them see just who dares to claim that the sons of the Gu family are mere brutes." Hearing his mother's low mutterings, Gu Yixuan couldn't help but chuckle, pouring himself a cup of tea from the pot on the table. However, he had barely taken a few sips when Gui appeared at the door. "Young master, there are some developments regarding the matter you assigned to the Qianji Guard today." Upon hearing this, Gu Yixuan promptly invited him in to elaborate. "Come in and tell me." Once Gui entered the room, Gu Yixuan inquired, "I only assigned this at noon. How's there news so soon?" Gui, calm and collected, nodded without the slightest hint of pride on his stern face. The young master has already provided specific names and locations, so finding them is naturally not difficult. The individuals residing in the outskirts of the city have already been apprehended by the Qianji Guard. However, those located far in Jiang and may take some time to bring back to the capital. Gu Yixuan nodded at this, neither affirming nor denying Gu Yi's words. Even the most capable Qianji Guard could not possibly transport someone from the distant Jiang and in a single day. The matter surrounding Lin Shixue's mother, Lu Ruoxuan's death, was not overly complex. However, due to the passage of time, few knew the details, and those who did were far away in Jiangnan, which was why Gu Yixuan had initially hesitated to assist Lin Shixue in investigating this matter. But now that Lin Shixue had entrusted him with the Lu family's treasury, he naturally felt compelled to take it seriously. After instructing Gui to ensure the captured individuals were kept under strict surveillance, Gu Yixuan shifted his focus to inquire about Gu Yi's business that day. "I sent someone to find you at noon, only to be told you were not in the estate. Furthermore, I heard you left early in the morning on your father's orders. Did you receive any updates regarding the individuals who obstructed you and the Yuing Guard last night?" Since Gu Beizong had mentioned it would be handled by him, Gu Yixuan chose not to interfere, though he remained curious about the identities of those skilled individuals. Gui, upon hearing Gu Yixuan's question, did not withhold information and recounted the day's events to him. "Today, we collaborated with the Yuing Guard and managed to eliminate all those skilled individuals." Gu Yixuan's eyes widened in surprise. The Xianying and Gui had swiftly located and eradicated all those formidable figures. He was well aware of the Qianji Guard's prowess, and it appeared that the Yuing Guard, as the Emperor's minions, were equally formidable. Yet, recalling Xianying's words from the previous night, Gu Yixuan felt a twinge of confusion. Last night, Xianying mentioned that two of those skilled individuals were on par with you and him. How did you manage to deal with those two? Upon hearing Gu Yixuan's question, Gu Yi explained, "The Emperor personally issued a command for General Tu to come assist us, so we encountered little resistance in dealing with them." Gu Yixuan nodded in understanding. With Tu Jiuyue's involvement, Those so-called experts were indeed no match. In that case, have you uncovered their identities? Gu Yixuan fixed his gaze on Gui, pressing for more information. This time, Gui hesitated before speaking, a rare look of uncertainty crossing his typically stoic face. Noticing this, Gu Yixuan's eyes narrowed, and he asked, "What doubts do you have?" After a brief silence, Gui finally spoke softly. "Today, Xin Ying and I interrogated one of them, but did not glean any useful information." However, seeing Gui falter at this point, Gu Yixuan's eyes glinted coldly as he urged, "But what?" Thud. Gui, sensing Gu Yixuan's ire, immediately knelt on one knee, bowing his head with his fists clasped. "However, it is my conjecture that the forces behind them are likely those of the royal family." The royal family? Gu Yixuan was momentarily taken aback. What? How could members of the royal family possibly intervene to aid the individuals from Hongxiu Tower in assassinating me? The favor that Xiao Xuanzi shows to the Gu family is well known. Who would dare risk the emperor's wrath to act against me? Indeed, the young master surmises correctly. Only the royal family and a few high-ranking officials in the court could cultivate such formidable individuals. Now that Gui had spoken, he divulged all the information he possessed to Gu Yixuan without reservation, just as Gu Yixuan was about to inquire why those high-ranking officials would not be responsible. An answer began to form in his mind. Chapter 45. Lin Shixue is in trouble. Firstly, there are no conflicts of interest between those high-ranking officials and the Gu family, so they have no reason to risk the repercussions of provoking Gu Beizong by assisting Hongxiu Tower. Then comes the most crucial point. Although Emperor Xiao Xuanzi of the Kanglin Kingdom is in the prime of his life, he has no offspring to succeed him, resulting in the position of crown prince being vacant. The court officials have repeatedly advised him to bear a dragon heir with the empress to stabilize the nation, to which Xiao Xuanzi has acquiesced. However, after all these years, there has been no news of a prince's birth, leading certain royal relatives to become restless. If such treachery were to be contemplated, the Gu family, loyal subjects of the emperor, would undoubtedly be the first to bear the brunt. Gu Yixuan remained silent for an extended period and, upon regaining his composure, noticed Gu Yi still kneeling on the ground. He waved his hand, signaling him to rise and leave Gu Yi. Upon hearing this, stood up and bowed once more to Gu Yixuan before slowly exiting the room. Royal relatives, Gu Yixuan murmured to himself, pondering which royal relatives might be inclined to act against him. Yet, upon further contemplation, he realized that almost anyone could be a potential threat. After all, the allure of the throne is too great for any individual to resist. It is no wonder that Gu Beizong suggested he handle this matter, as it indeed involves a delicate situation with royal relatives. At that moment, a maid approached, inviting Gu Yixuan to dine. Faced with this circumstance, Gu Yixuan had no choice but to temporarily suppress his doubts and rose to leave the room. In the following days, the capital seemed to return to its usual tranquility. However, Gu Yixuan noticed that Gu Yichen appeared increasingly anxious, causing Murong Yun some concern as well. He could easily deduce that Gu Yichen was worried about Xianing Zhao, who had not contacted him for some time, fearing that she might expose something. Meanwhile, Xianing Zhao had garnered much attention from influential figures due to her exceptional medical skills, which made those tasked with finding assassins hesitant to search extensively around Dai Chuntang, allowing her to remain hidden within the capital. One morning, after finishing breakfast and preparing to head to the training grounds, Gu Yixuan saw a servant hurrying towards him. "Young master, there is someone outside seeking your presence." Upon hearing this, Gu Yixuan displayed a look of confusion and inquired, "Did the individual disclose their identity?" The servant nodded, producing a jade pendant and respectfully stating, "It is a young girl, claiming to be Miss Lin Shixue's maid. She instructed me to deliver this jade pendant to you." Gu Yixuan took the pendant in hand and recognized it as the one he had given to Lin Shixue. Feeling a twinge of curiosity, he had mentioned that should Lin Shixue wish to inquire about her mother's situation, she could use this pendant to seek him at the Duke of State's residence. This matter must be of utmost importance to Lin Shixue. Why then did she not come herself, but send her maid instead? "Let her in," Gu Yixuan commanded, unable to fathom the reasoning behind it. "Yes." The servant complied immediately, bowing as he hurried towards the Duke of State's gate. Watching the servant leave, Gu Yixuan absent-mindedly stroked the jade pendant while taking a sip of tea, a hint of perplexity in his eyes. Moments later, the servant returned, accompanied by a girl dressed as a maid. Gu Yixuan looked up to see that the young girl was indeed Zhu, Lin Shixue's maid. Zhu's face was dirty, with a visible red mark resembling a handprint, and her sleeves were slightly tattered. The instant she saw Gu Yixuan, her eyes reddened, and tears began to stream uncontrollably. Observing her distress, Gu Yishuan sensed something was amiss and promptly approached the girl, asking softly, "You are Zhu, correct? Why have you come alone? Where is your young mistress?" Upon hearing Gu Yishuan's words, Zhuo could no longer suppress her tears and cried out, "Lord, my young mistress." However, her words were drowned out by her sobs. Gu Yishuan felt a sense of helplessness in this situation, yet he could not muster any anger towards the young maid. At that moment, a nearby servant, displaying keen insight, quickly offered a handkerchief. Gu Yishuan accepted it and gently wiped the tears from Zhuo's face, patiently inquiring, "Please, do not cry. Wipe your tears and tell me slowly, what has happened to your young mistress?" Zhuo, sniffling as she dabbed her face with the handkerchief, took a while before she managed to choke out, "Lord, 2 days ago." Through Zhuo's tearful account, Gu Yishuan finally understood why she had come alone. It turned out that Anping Marquis Lin Ruichang had recently been plagued by nightmares each night, as though tormented by some malevolent force. Coincidentally, the Marquis's wife had lost a priceless jade hairpin. The ever-displeased Lin Feiyao accused Lin Shixue of stealing her mother's hairpin and demanded a search of Lin Shixue's quarters. Naturally, Lin Shixue would not admit to such slander, nor would she yield to their demands to search her room. However, in an effort to placate his wife's fury, Lin Ruichang permitted the search of Lin Shixue's chambers. Unsurprisingly, nothing was found, and Lin Shixue believed that this was merely a scheme devised by Lin Feiyao and her mother to humiliate her. Yet, just 2 days prior, Lin Ruichang suddenly collapsed, and the physician summoned claimed it was not an illness, but rather the result of witchcraft. This revelation astonished everyone at the Marquis's residence, prompting them to summon a renowned Taoist priest from the capital. Under the priest's incantations, Lin Ruichang astonishingly regained consciousness. Upon learning that he had been afflicted by witchcraft, Lin Ruichang was filled with rage and demanded that the priest identify the perpetrator. To the astonishment of all at the Anping Marquis's residence, the priest pointed his finger directly at Lin Shixue, even uncovering witchcraft items from her room. Faced with such circumstances, although Lin Shixue argued her case, the enraged Lin Ruichang refused to listen, taking it upon himself to imprison her. The red mark on Zhuo's face was a result of her defending Lin Shixue against Lin Feiyao's maid. Originally, Zhuo too had been imprisoned, but fortunately, Lin Shixue had secretly bribed some servants after her arrival at the Anping Marquis's residence. Lin Shixue entrusted the jade pendant to Zhuo, instructing her to seek Gu Yishuan, and with the assistance of those bribed servants, Zhuo was able to escape the Marquis's residence that very morning. Upon escaping, Zhuo rushed directly to the Duke of State's residence. This incident had also occurred in the original narrative, but by that time, Lin Shixue was already well established and capable of handling such treachery with composure. Since that would happen much later, Gu Yishuan had not given it much thought. It seems my presence in the intertwining of the narrative have created a butterfly effect. A cold glint filled Gu Yishuan's eyes, and his heart was ablaze with fury. At this moment, Lin Shixue had only just arrived in the capital and held little influence within the Anping Marquis's residence. This situation appeared dire indeed. Chapter 46. You are not worthy to speak of my mother, Lord. Only you can save my young mistress now. This morning, as I left, I overheard some servants at the Marquis's residence mentioning that the master intends to punish her with family law. My young mistress has been frail and sickly since childhood. She cannot withstand such punishment. Only you can rescue her. Zhuo's face was streaked with tears as she looked at Gu Yishuan, sobbing. Gu Yishuan nodded, immediately instructing the servant standing nearby, "Prepare the horses." Yes, the servant promptly complied. Just then, Murong Yun, who had been walking towards the main hall, noticed the hurried servant and entered with a puzzled expression. Upon seeing Gu Yishuan and the tear-streaked Zhuo, her confusion deepened, and she inquired, "Xianer, what has happened?" Gu Yishuan turned to face Murong Yun as she arrived at the main hall's entrance, not wishing to conceal anything. Lin Shixue is being falsely accused, and Lin Ruichang intends to punish her. Zhuo has come to find me, asking for my help. Upon hearing that Lin Shixue was in trouble, Murong Yun's expression shifted in surprise. She held a favorable impression of Lin Shixue and had even considered matchmaking her with Gu Yishuan. Then Xianer, you must go quickly and ensure that nothing happens to Shixue. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Murong Yun did not take the time to inquire further, directly urging Gu Yishuan to act. Gu Yishuan nodded in response and proceeded to leave the main hall with Zhuo. However, just as he was about to step outside, Murong Yun suddenly called out, "Xianer, remember to take the guards with you." Gu Yishuan paused, turning to look at Murong Yun. Noticing her concerned expression, he understood that the previous assassination attempt had left her with lingering fear. A smile appeared on Gu Yishuan's face as he reassured his mother. "Do not worry, mother. I will take the guards, and this time, we are heading to the Anping Marquis' residence. Nothing will go awry. Hearing this, Morong Yu nodded, her anxiety slightly alleviated. When Gu Yishuan and Zhuo arrived outside the Duke of State's residence, the servants had already prepared the horses and a carriage. Additionally, there were over a dozen guards equipped with long blades at their waists. These guards were different from those Gu Yishuan had taken to the Jin Yuan Marquis' residence. Their expressions were calm, their gazes indifferent, exuding the fierce aura of seasoned soldiers, following the assassination attempt Gu Yishuan had faced at the Jin Yuan Marquis' residence. Gu Baizong had replaced the Duke of State's guards the very next day with the Gu family's elite troops, who had just returned from the border. You cannot ride a horse. I will take the guards ahead. You can follow in the carriage, Gu Yishuan said as he approached a sleek black stallion. Though Zhuo wished to accompany Gu Yishuan, she could not ride, and with red-rimmed eyes, she nodded in agreement. Lord, you must arrive before they resort to family law. Otherwise, my young mistress. As she spoke, tears began to well up in her eyes once again. Gu Yishuan reached out to gently pat her head, offering comfort. Do not worry. Your young mistress will be safe. Upon finishing his words, Gu Yishuan swiftly mounted his horse, brandishing his whip as he galloped towards the Anping Marquis' residence, accompanied by a retinue of over 10 guards. Inside the main hall of the Anping Marquis' estate, a crowd had gathered, their gazes fixated upon the frail figure before the ancestral tablet of the Lin family. Lin Shixue knelt on the stone floor, her emaciated form straightening despite trembling uncontrollably. Her left cheek was swollen to an alarming degree, and strands of hair clung to her forehead, matted with dried blood. The hem of her plain skirt bore several lash marks seeping with blood, yet none compared to the desolation reflected in her eyes. Putting on airs of nobility, Lin Feiao sneered, delicately pinching a handkerchief to cover her nose while her gaze lingered on Lin Shixue's injuries. A flicker of satisfaction danced in her eyes as she coldly remarked, stealing a jade hairpin and practicing witchcraft, truly befitting a lowly merchant's daughter, just like your mother, with a heart as venomous. Before Lin Feiao could finish her taunt, Lin Xiang, standing beside her, barked, "Humph. I told father back then not to let this illegitimate daughter into our household. And now, father, ever kind-hearted, took you in. Yet you repay him with that malevolent sorcery. It's an unforgivable crime." Hearing his son's words, Lin Ruichang's previously pale face turned ashen, veins bulging on his hands as they pressed against the offering table. The first wife, Li Huizhu, seated beside him, regarded Lin Shixue pale yet defiant, with a glimmer of mockery in her eyes. She turned to Lin Ruichang, her voice tinged with a hint of sympathy. My lord, Shixue is your own flesh and blood. Perhaps she has been instigated by someone with ill intent. Upon hearing this, Lin Shixue raised her head, her gaze locking on to Li Huizhu. Despite the latter speaking on her behalf, no trace of gratitude stirred within her heart. In her past life, this woman had similarly defended her each time Lin Feiao accused her. And back then, Lin Shixue had naively believed Li Huizhu genuinely cared for her. Reflecting on it now, it seemed a mere act, a performance by the mother and daughter duo. How truly ironic. As anticipated. The moment Li Huizhu's words fell, Lin Feiao interjected, but that voodoo doll was embroidered with father's birth date and included her own cut nails. How do you explain that? Bang. Explain. Lin Ruichang slammed his palm on the table in outrage. With evidence and witnesses present, is there still a need for explanation? I never expected that the Lu family, a prominent clan in Jiangnan, could produce such a venomous daughter as you. At the mention of Lu Ruoxuan, Li Huizhu's eyes flickered with interest. Finally, Lin Shixue, who had remained silent, interjected, her eyes fixed on Lin Ruichang. I see contempt lacing her voice. You are unworthy to speak of my mother. Lin Ruichang's face darkened in fury at her words. Pointing towards the family punishment staff made of jujube wood, its copper tip glinting ominously, as he thundered, You rebellious girl. Do you think I won't strike you dead today? Lin Shixue gazed up at Lin Ruichang's contorted face, a metallic taste rising in her throat. The day she was dragged into the woodshed and imprisoned, she had wanted to argue that the voodoo doll had been planted in her makeup box. But with each attempt, Lin Xiang had lashed her mercilessly. As her father stood by, a mere observer, hearing Lin Feiao's mocking words about her being a curse upon her parents and witnessing Li Huizhu's pretentious tears, Lin Shixue suddenly laughed, a laugh more grotesque than tears, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Strike if you wish, but I have one final question for you. Lin Shixue's fingers brushed against the blood-stained hem of her skirt. Before Lin Ruichang could respond, her voice, as soft as a summer breeze, continued, Before her death, my mother's last wish was to see you one last time, yet all she received was a letter stating the daughter of a merchant is unworthy of my Anping. I wish to ask you, was that letter penned by your own hand? Lin Ruichang's furious expression faltered. a flicker of uncertainty crossing his features. Just as he was about to speak, Li Huizhu interjected, "My lord, why waste words on her? The events of the past are long forgotten. Who could possibly recall? She merely seeks to evoke your pity." Upon hearing Li Huizhu's words, Lin Ruichang's confusion dissipated, replaced by an even deeper rage. This rebellious daughter dared to invoke the memory of the deceased Lu Ruoxuan to elicit his remorse and seek forgiveness for her transgressions. Truly unforgivable. Lin Shixue looked up, meeting Li Huizhu's gaze, which was laced with mockery, and her heart began to piece together certain truths. As Lin Ruichang grasped the Juju punishment staff, Lin Shixue slowly closed her eyes. The loving visage of her mother surfacing in her mind, followed by her grandfather and Zhuer. Finally, a handsome and valiant face materialized. My lord, it seems I shall not be able to fulfill my promise. Chapter 47. Even the tiger does not eat its young. Boom. Just as Lin Ruichang was about to bring the Juju punishment staff down upon Lin Shixue, the grand red door of the Anping Marquis' estate erupted with a tremendous crash. Swish, as a narrow gap appeared in the tightly shut door, a piercing sound sliced through the air. Clang. A glimmering arrow shot forth from the crevice, striking the Juju staff from Lin Ruichang's hands. In the face of this unforeseen turn of events, Lin Ruichang stared in bewilderment at the staff sent flying, while Lin Shixue, who had awaited the impending strike, slowly opened her eyes to find the onlookers gazing at the entrance with expressions of shock and uncertainty. Creak. With an excruciatingly grating sound, the grand red door of the Anping Marquis' estate swung open. There stood Gu Yishuan, clad in a dark embroidered robe, wielding a longbow as he positioned himself at the threshold. His handsome visage was icy, and his gaze swept over the gathered crowd within the hall, filled with indifference. Some of the lower servants, sensing the peril, attempted to advance and obstruct him, but Gu Yishuan's guards surged in behind him. Swish! Without waiting for Gu Yishuan's command, those guards unsheathed their long knives, the blades glinting ominously against the throats of the servants. Seeing the gleaming knives, some of the more timid servants crumpled to their knees in terror. The crowd within the hall was equally astonished, Lin Feiyao's eyes flashing with panic as she subtly stepped back behind Lin Ruichang. Li Huizhu's complexion paled, though she maintained a semblance of composure. Lin Xiang, consumed with rage, could no longer care for Gu Yishuan's status and shouted angrily, "Gu Yishuan, what do you intend to do?" Upon hearing Lin Xiang's outburst, Lin Shixue turned to the door, her eyes lighting up with a glimmer of hope at the sight of the tall figure. Unfazed by Lin Xiang's fury, Gu Yishuan remained impassive, handing his bow to a nearby guard before striding towards the hall. As Gu Yishuan approached, Lin Xiang, who had been furious moments ago, stiffened, involuntarily taking a step back. Lin Ruichang, finally snapping back to reality after hearing his son's roar, was taken aback to see Gu Yishuan daring to invade his estate with guards, threatening his people without cause. Glaring at Gu Yishuan, who had crossed the threshold, Lin Ruichang seethed with rage as he bellowed, "Marquis Wuan." Gu Yishuan stepped over the threshold, casting a cold glance at the furious Lin Ruichang before kneeling before Lin Shixue. His fingers gently brushed over her pale face, pausing momentarily as they touched the blood at her mouth. "Does it hurt?" Hou Lin Shixue's voice caught in her throat as she gazed into his eyes, filled with concern, and at that moment, the weight of her grievances surged forth. Tears welling in her eyes, Gu Yishuan tenderly wiped away the tears from her cheeks, his gaze icy, yet filled with a bone-deep chill. As he softly reassured her, "Do not fear, I am here." With that, Gu Yishuan removed his outer robe, carefully draping it around Lin Shixue's trembling shoulders. One arm encircled her waist while the other cautiously avoided her injuries. Gently helping her to her feet, Lin Shixue shivered, her body weak from both her wounds and 2 days without food, relying solely on him to remain upright. Witnessing this, Lin Feiyao clenched her fists, jealousy radiating from her. Lin Ruichang, seeing Gu Yishuan not only dismiss his prior words but also act as if he were above all, felt his anger boiling over, barking, "Gu Yishuan, do you truly believe my Anping Marquis' estate is merely a decoration?" Gu Yishuan steadied Lin Shixue at his side, turning to face the enraged Lin Ruichang, his voice icy as he retorted, "Even a tiger does not consume its young. Yet the Anping Marquis lays such cruel hands upon his own daughter, truly a sight to behold." Upon hearing this, Lin Ruichang's face turned a dark shade of anger. Just as he opened his mouth to respond, Lin Feiyao interjected first, "Marquis Wuan, it was Lin Shixue who cast that vile witchcraft upon her father, prompting him to resort to punishment. He is not to blame." Lin Feiyao glanced at Lin Shixue, pale in Gu Yishuan's embrace, before fixing her gaze on Gu Yishuan, her heart seething with malice. "You wretched illegitimate daughter. Let the Marquis see your true colors this time." Gu Yishuan's gaze shifted to Lin Feiyao, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He knew well that the straw doll found in Lin Shishue's room, embroidered with Lin Ruichang's birth date, had been secretly planted there by Lin Feiyao under the guise of searching for Li Huizhu's jade hairpin. However, he could hardly be bothered to pay attention to the malicious thoughts of that woman. Turning his gaze towards Lin Ruichang, he spoke with a tone laced with sarcasm. How ridiculous it is that the esteemed Marquis of Anping would so easily believe a Taoist's words and assume that his own daughter is employing witchcraft against him. As soon as Gu Yishuan finished his remark, Lin Xiong interjected. My father has been plagued by nightmares every night, and the doctor who came to treat him has also stated that he has fallen victim to witchcraft. Moreover, Daoist Qingyang is a renowned sage within the Qifeng Temple. How could he possibly be mistaken? It is undoubtedly this despicable illegitimate daughter who has cast a spell on my father. Observing Lin Xiong's unwavering confidence, a flicker of something inexplicable crossed Gu Yishuan's eyes as he glanced at Lin Feiyao, then coldly remarked, Miss Lin, is this truly the case? Upon feeling Gu Yishuan's piercing gaze upon her, Lin Feiyao's eyes momentarily betrayed a hint of panic. My lord, this is a private matter concerning the Marquis of Anping. Your uninvited presence is already unwarranted, and to speak so disrespectfully to the Marquis and Feia is rather dismissive of our esteemed household. At that moment, Li Huiru, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke, her gaze fixed on Gu Yishuan, her tone indifferent. Seeing this woman take the initiative, Gu Yishuan's eyes glimmered with intrigue as he inquired, Do you also believe that Shi Shui has cast a spell against the Marquis of Anping? Before Li Huiru could respond, a sardonic smile curled at the corners of Gu Yishuan's mouth as he continued. I often hear Shi Shui say that you are the one who cares for her the most in the Marquis' household. Yet, it appears that both you and Miss Lin harbor hidden animosity towards her. Upon hearing Gu Yishuan's words, the onlookers turned their gazes towards Li Huiru, their expressions revealing a hint of bewilderment. Indeed, just moments ago, she had spoken in defense of Lin Shishui. Why was she now siding with Lin Feiyao? Li Huiru, sensing the scrutiny, felt an involuntary flicker of discomfort on her face but maintained her composure. While I too find it hard to believe that Shi Shui would harm the Lord, the facts remain as they are. There is no need for further discussion on the matter. Li Huiru's words only deepened the sarcasm in Gu Yishuan's eyes, and disinterested in further dialogue, he declared coldly. Today, I intend to take Shi Shui with me, and I dare anyone to stop me. The moment Gu Yishuan's words fell, the faces of those from the Marquis of Anping's household turned grim. Lin Ruichang's expression was one of fury, and just as he was about to speak, a voice echoed from outside the main hall. What great authority the Marquis of Wuan wields. Chapter 48. The intervention of the Prince of Duan. What great authority the Marquis of Wuan wields. Upon hearing this, Xiao couldn't help but think they had entered the residence of the Duke of Dinghua. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside the main hall, prompting everyone inside to turn their heads. There stood a young man, clad in luxurious robes, with a somewhat sallow complexion, at the Grand Vermilion Gate of the Marquis' estate, flanked by several guards. His gaze fell upon Gu Yishuan, a cold smile playing on his lips. Upon seeing the newcomer, Li Huiru's eyes sparkled with delight, and her previously tense demeanor relaxed instantly. After speaking, the young man, along with his guards, took a step towards the main hallway, with a swift sound. One of the guards stationed at the entrance drew his sword, blocking their path. Witnessing this, the young man's eyes flared with anger, and the guards behind him also unsheathed their swords, confronting Gu Yishuan's men. The atmosphere in the Marquis of Anping's estate became charged with tension as the two groups faced off. The young man, observing the indifferent guards from the Gu family, turned to Gu Yishuan and shouted furiously. Gu Yishuan, you know my identity, yet you allow your guards to act in this manner. Gu Yishuan regarded the young man with a contemplative glimmer in his eyes. After his prior conversation with Gu Yi, he had become quite sensitive to the presence of royal family members. After a moment's reflection, Gu Yishuan instructed his guards, let him in. Upon hearing this, the guards reluctantly sheathed their swords, though their gazes remained frosty. Humph. The young man noted the change in mood, his anger somewhat subsiding, though his expression remained sour. With a cold huff, he proceeded towards the main hall. Lin Ruichang, regarding the young man, felt a flicker of light in his eyes as he suppressed his inner rage and led the household in a respectful bow. We pay our respects to the young prince. In an instant, all present in the hall, except for Gu Yishuan and Lin Shishui, bowed before the young man. Xiao Jingfei, noticing Gu Yishuan's lack of deference, felt a chill in his gaze, but said nothing further, simply instructing everyone to rise. As Lin Ruichang stood up, he was about to speak when Xiao Jingfei turned his attention to Li Huiru beside him, a smile gracing his face. Auntie, my mother heard about the witchcraft incident at the Marquis of Anping's estate, and sent me to check on things. Li Huiru smiled in response, though she feigned humility as she replied, I apologize for causing your mother concern. It is nothing of great significance. My husband can handle it himself. However, at this moment, her gaze shifted towards Gu Yixuan. Upon hearing Li Huiru's words, Xiao Jingfei first glanced at the fallen Jujube with staff and arrows in the distance before turning his attention to Gu Yixuan. Yet, when his gaze landed on Lin Shishui, who appeared pale and exuded an aura of vulnerability in Gu Yixuan's embrace, a glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes. Gu Yixuan, noticing this, swiftly narrowed his eyes. His tone icy as he warned, Xiao Jingfei, keep your eyes to yourself. Xiao Jingfei, incensed by Gu Yixuan's audacity, glared back, his voice rising in fury. Gu Yixuan, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? Do you believe I won't inform my father and have him punish you? In response, Gu Yixuan regarded Xiao Jingfei with disdain, his voice cold as he retorted, You think you can act in the name of the Prince of Duan? You might as well call your elder brother. As for your threats of having the Prince of Duan punish me, I am the Marquis of Wuan, appointed directly by His Majesty. Any transgressions are His Majesty's to address, not the Prince of Duan. Xiao Jingfei's face flushed with anger at Gu Yixuan's words. He detested anyone mentioning his elder brother in his presence, seeing how easily he had provoked Xiao Jingfei. Gu Yixuan turned to Li Huiru, a trace of mockery glinting in his eyes. Li Huiru's family background was not particularly illustrious, yet her sister had married into the Prince of Duan's household and was favored by him, which had elevated the Li family's status. Given their close relationship, even Lin Ruichang generally refrained from angering Li Huiru. Xiao Jingfei was, after all, the son of Li Huiru's sister and the Prince of Duan. Unfortunately, despite the prince's fondness for Xiao Jingfei's mother, he could not dismiss his legitimate wife to elevate her as the princess. Consequently, even though Xiao Jingfei was deeply favored by the prince, he was not the legitimate heir, hence not the Prince of Duan's heir apparent. This reality fueled Xiao Jingfei's resentment towards his elder brother, who outshone him in every regard, while he himself squandered his days in revelry. At that moment, Li Huiru interjected, Marquis of Wuan, as I previously mentioned, this is a private matter of the Marquis of Anping. As for your intentions to forcibly take Lin Shishui, if that is truly your aim, we cannot stop you. However, with the young prince present, should he report this to the Prince of Duan, the latter would certainly be unable to punish the Marquis of Wuan, yet to uphold the laws of the court. The Prince of Duan will undoubtedly advise His Majesty, claiming that the Marquis of Wuan unlawfully intruded upon our household, even drawing his sword against us in a bid to abduct Shishui. Such an offense of trespassing and abducting a noble lady will surely incur His Majesty's wrath upon the Marquis of Wuan. Li Huiru paused, her words weighty. How things unfold is for the Marquis of Wuan to discern. I ask that you withdraw from this matter. Upon hearing Li Huiru's words, Gu Yixuan regarded her with a chilling gaze. This woman had indeed been the mastermind behind the Marquis of Anping's affairs for decades. Her insight remarkably astute. Xiao Jingfei, listening to Li Huiru's statements, gradually regained his composure and turned to Gu Yixuan, his voice frigid. And he speaks wisely. Gu Yixuan, this is a private matter of the Marquis of Anping, and you are not qualified to interfere. Depart at once. Should you choose otherwise, I will certainly inform my father and have him advise His Majesty to punish you. Gu Yixuan remained silent, casting a glance at Xiao Jingfei and Li Huiru before directing his gaze towards the Grand Vermilion Gate. Speaking with an air of inexplicable certainty, the time has come. Upon hearing Gu Yixuan's words, the members of the Marquis of Anping's household exchanged perplexed looks, their eyes following Gu Yixuan's line of sight to the Vermilion Gate, yet finding nothing amiss. Gu Yixuan, what nonsense are you spouting? I advise you to leave now. I will not inform my father of today's events. Xiao Jingfei scoffed derisively, his voice laced with mockery. Marquis of Wuan, this is a matter of the Marquis of Anping. You should take your leave at that moment. Lin Ruichang, who had been silent since Xiao Jingfei's arrival, finally spoke up, casting a glance at Lin Shishui and Gu Yixuan's arms, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. My lord, please leave. Do not concern yourself with me. Otherwise, His Majesty will surely punish you. Lin Shishui, nestled in Gu Yixuan's embrace, also spoke up, her voice faint. She had been listening to the conversations in the hall and understood that if Gu Yixuan insisted on taking her away, he would undoubtedly face the Emperor's wrath. She was grateful for Gu Yixuan's rescue, yet she did not wish for him to suffer consequences on her behalf. You will be fine. Trust me. Gu Yixuan reassured Lin Shishui before his gaze returned to the Grand Vermilion Gate. At this moment, Chapter 49, is there anything more Gu need to elaborate on? Suddenly, a cacophony of whoos resounded outside the Onping Marquis residence, followed by a flurry of hurried footsteps. Miss. The cry of Zhuer echoed as the young girl appeared at the entrance. Briskly making her way towards the main hall, behind her trailed several members of the Qianji guards, who were escorting two disheveled figures. Upon seeing these two figures, Li Huizhu and Lin Feiyao exchanged glances. A flicker of panic flashing in their eyes, their demeanor instantly becoming somewhat awkward. Miss, how could you? As Zhuer entered the main hall, she beheld Lin Shishue in Gu Yishuan's arms, her complexion pale and marked with traces of blood. Causing her eyes to redden instantly, tears streaming down her cheeks. Zhuer, I'm fine, there's no need to worry. Seeing Zhuer on the verge of tears, Lin Shishue forced a smile and attempted to comfort her. Young master, the individuals have been brought here. At that moment, a Qianji guard approached Gu Yishuan, bowing respectfully while gesturing towards the two disheveled individuals behind him. Gu Yishuan nodded, then turned his gaze upon the members of the Onping Marquis residence. A cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Dou recognized these two. Upon hearing Gu Yishuan's words, the eyes of the Marquis' household fell upon the two figures, their faces etched with confusion. Xiao Jingfei, believing Gu Yishuan was merely putting on a show, looked at him with disdain and mockingly retorted, Gu Yishuan, do you truly think that merely presenting two random individuals can absolve Lin Shishue of her crimes? Gu Yishuan ignored his derision, maintaining an expression of calm as he regarded the people of the Onping Marquis residence. That moment, Lin Xiang seemed to have made a discovery, speaking in astonishment. These two appear to be the doctor who treated my father and the Taoist Qingyang. Hearing Lin Xiang's words, the members of the Marquis' household displayed surprise, scrutinizing the two individuals closely, and indeed recognizing them as the doctor and Taoist Qingyang. However, confusion soon followed. How had these two ended up in such a state? Witnessing this, Li Huizhu's eyes grew increasingly frantic, her heart filled with uncertainty. Hadn't she arranged for someone to escort these two out of the capital? How could they possibly appear here now? As for Lin Feiyao, her situation was even more dire. The moment the two individuals stepped into the main hall, her complexion drained of color, her body trembling uncontrollably. Gu Yishuan glanced at Li Huizhu and Lin Feiyao before focusing on the Qianji guard, inquiring, where did you find these two? Upon hearing Gu Yishuan's question, the Qianji guard immediately bowed and replied, after receiving the young master's order, we promptly searched the city for these two, only to discover they had stealthily slipped out of the city this morning. We hastened our pursuit and managed to intercept them on the outskirts of the capital. After the Qianji guard finished speaking, Gu Yishuan turned his gaze to Lin Ruichang, a mocking smile dancing on his lips. Onping Marquis, is there still anything more I need to elaborate on? In truth, even if Gu Yishuan forcibly took Lin Shishue away today, the members of the Onping Marquis residence would not dare to protest. Nonetheless, to be cautious, Gu Yishuan had instructed the Qianji guards to capture these two pivotal figures before leaving the residence. Lin Ruichang, upon hearing this, shifted his gaze towards the two individuals, ultimately fixing his eyes on Li Huizhu and Lin Feiyao. His expression laden with complexity, he understood that Gu Yishuan's words were intended to spare him embarrassment. Yet he appeared as though he had aged a decade, sighing deeply as he turned to Gu Yishuan, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Alas, Marquis Wuan need not elaborate further. The truth is already known to me. However, before Lin Ruichang could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Xiao Jingfei, who glared at Gu Yishuan, his eyes ablaze with indignation. Gu Yishuan, these two have yet to utter a word, and you have already rendered your verdict. Is this not a blatant disregard for both the Onping Marquis and myself? Little Prince, upon hearing Xiao Jingfei's words, Lin Ruichang's expression tightened, just as he was about to speak, but Xiao Jingfei waved his hand to cut him off. There is no need for the Onping Marquis to concern himself. I shall seek justice for you. At this proclamation, Lin Ruichang's eyes brimmed with helplessness, his heart aflame with untold fury, yet he had no outlet for it. Merely turning to cast a fierce glare at Li Huizhu. Witnessing this, Li Huizhu also wore a look of helplessness, her heart equally perplexed. How could her sister, so astute, have given birth to such a fool as Xiao Jingfei? Gu Yishuan regarded Xiao Jingfei, noting his obstinate ignorance, a cold smile playing upon his lips. Since the little prince insists, let us hear their account. With that, Gu Yishuan signaled to the two Qianji guards holding the doctor and Taoist Qingyang. The guards, upon receiving the signal, released their grip, delivering a swift kick to the knees of the two men. They fell to the ground with a thud, revealing several bruises beneath their clothing, clearly sustained during their attempted escape. You two, speak. Is it truly the case that Miss Lin Shishue has cast a curse upon the Onping Marquis, causing him to suffer nightly torment? The doctor, who had treated Lin Ruichang, trembled violently, burying his head in the ground, utterly unable to utter a word. Meanwhile, the Taoist Qingyang, clad in tattered robes, lifted his head, peering through his disheveled hair at Li Huizhu, only to find her gazing at him with an icy stare. The Taoist Qingyang shuddered violently, stammering, I am. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Jingfei's expression brightened, and he immediately turned to mock Gu Yixin. Ji Yuixuan. These two can hardly articulate a coherent thought. And yet you dare to assert that it was not Lin Shixue who placed a curse upon the Anping Marquis. In the face of Xiao Jingfei's derision, Gu Yixuan remained unperturbed, responding with a tone of indifference. If a physician and a sage cannot even articulate their words, then they have no reason to continue living. Just as Gu Yixuan finished speaking, a resounding whoosh echoed as the Qianji guards unsheathed their gleaming blades. The cold steel pressed against the throats of the two men. I shall speak, feeling the icy touch upon his neck. The previously trembling Taoist Qingyang's eyes widened in terror, and he shouted, I shall speak. Observing this, Gu Yixuan gestured for the guards to sheath their blades, fixing a cold gaze upon the Taoist Qingyang. If you utter a single falsehood, I shall take your head. The Taoist Qingyang trembled in acknowledgement, his voice quavering as he spoke. The Anping Marquis has not been afflicted by any curse. The straw doll in Miss Lin Shixue's chamber is merely an ordinary object, not something intended for casting spells. Upon hearing the Taoist Qingyang's words, the assembly in the hall wore expressions of astonishment, their eyes filled with bewilderment. If that were the case, then why had the Taoist Qingyang previously accused Lin Shixue? Claiming she had cursed Lin Ruichang, Lin Xiang glared at the Taoist Qingyang, his eyes glinting with cold fury as he demanded, then how do you explain my father's ailment? The Taoist Qingyang trembled at the inquiry, his voice filled with trepidation as it emerged from his tousled hair. I do not know. Lin Xiang's face flushed with anger, and he stepped forward, poised to strike the Taoist Qingyang, only to be halted by Gu Yixuan's piercing gaze. Gu Yixuan then turned his attention to the doctor, who had remained silent thus far, his tone icy as he spoke. This now falls to you to explain. Chapter 50. I shall break your legs. The doctor, kneeling on the ground, trembled at Gu Yixuan's words, recalling the fate of the Taoist Qingyang, and dared not to lie. He bowed his forehead heavily to the ground, his voice trembling with fear as he stated, the Anping Marquis has not been afflicted by any curse. His nightly nightmares are due to an overdose of realgar and aconite. The doctor raised his head, quaking as he explained to the assembly the effects of these two medicinal herbs. These two substances can indeed serve to calm the spirit, but if consumed in excessive quantities, they will induce hallucinations and relentless nightmares. Upon hearing the doctor's account, the hall erupted in shock, and Lin Ruichang trembled with rage. In recent days, Li Huizhu had frequently instructed Lin Feiyao to bring him medicinal concoctions, claiming they were for calming the spirit and nurturing vitality. It now became apparent that the symptoms he had been experiencing were entirely due to Li Huizhu's concoctions. However, Gu Yixuan provided no time for reflection. As soon as the doctor finished speaking, he demanded, who instructed you to falsely accuse Miss Lin Shixue? Upon hearing Gu Yixuan's words, Lin Ruichang abruptly turned to glare at Li Huizhu, his eyes ablaze with fury. The two kneeling individuals, sensing Gu Yixuan's icy gaze, recalled his earlier proclamation, and their eyes swiftly shifted to Li Huizhu. Faced with the scrutiny of the three, Li Huizhu could no longer maintain her composed demeanor. Panic washed over her face. Meanwhile, Xiao Jingfei, observing the two's gaze upon Li Huizhu, felt a surge of anger, and barked, What are you all staring at my aunt for? Do you seek death? Upon hearing Xiao Jingfei's words, Gu Yixuan regarded him with disdain, astonished by his foolishness. As if he could not discern the gravity of the situation, the members of the Marquis' household, upon hearing this, also turned their gazes towards Li Huizhu, their eyes flickering with suspicion. Could it be? Just as the assembly pondered, Taoist Qingyang, looking at Li Huizhu, steeled himself and declared, It was indeed Madame Li who offered me 100 taels of silver to feign the discovery of a straw doll in Miss Lin Shixue's chamber. Subsequently framing her for casting a curse upon the Anping Marquis, Madame Li promised that upon completion of this task, I would receive another 100 taels and be escorted out of the city, ensuring that this matter would remain undiscovered. Hearing Taoist Qingyang's confession, the doctor, no longer wishing to conceal the truth, bowed repeatedly as he recounted, Madame Li also bestowed upon me 100 taels of silver, and those vermilion and aconite were also acquired from me. Madame Li further declared that should the plan succeed, she would send me to Jiang'an to open a medical clinic. She instructed me to add threefold vermilion to the Marquis' medicine. She claimed that this would cause the Marquis to suffer incessant nightmares, at which point the blame could be shifted to Miss Lin. Enough. The physician's words were abruptly cut off by Lin Xiang's sharp interruption. His gaze directed at the two with an intensity filled with murderous intent, before shifting towards Li Huizhu. Mother, this cannot be true. Everything they say is a lie, is it not? Within the Anping Marquisate. Only Li Huizhu and Lin Feiyao were privy to this matter. Not even Lin Xiang was aware. Confronted by her son's inquiry, Li Huizhu's expression faltered slightly, her fingers gripping the hem of her garment. Yet she remained silent. Witnessing this, Lin Xiang's eyes darkened, and the room erupted in a clamor, everyone gazing at Li Huizhu with disbelief. They had not anticipated that the usually dignified and virtuous lady could harbor such malevolence. Willing to poison the Marquis merely to frame Lin Shishue. At this moment, Lin Feiyao also slumped in her chair, her eyes filled with terror as she looked at Lin Ruichang. For she not only knew of this scheme but had personally delivered Li Huizhu's medicinal concoctions to Lin Ruichang. Gu Yishuan turned his gaze to Li Huizhu, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his lips as he scoffed. I have heard that the Anping Marquis's wife is dignified and virtuous, managing the entire household with great order, regarded as a paragon among the ladies of the capital. Today, seeing is believing. The rumors are indeed untrustworthy, for the mistress's heart is so malicious, willing to poison Miss Shishue to bring about her downfall. Upon hearing Gu Yishuan's words, the crowd's gaze towards Li Huizhu shifted, as though they were looking at a stranger. At this moment, Xiao Jingfei felt somewhat at a loss. However, seeing Gu Yishuan daring to speak thus of Li Huizhu, he could not help but shout in anger. Gu Yishuan, how dare you speak so of my aunt? Furthermore, how can you prove that what these two have said is not the result of your coercion? Faced with the undeniable evidence, Xiao Jingfei still sought to create confusion, prompting Gu Yishuan to regard him with an icy glare. Young prince, out of respect for Prince Duan, I have been tolerant towards you today. But this does not justify your unreasonable obstinacy. You. Hearing Gu Yishuan's accusation of his unreasonable behavior, Xiao Jingfei's face flushed with anger. He was about to retort when Gu Yishuan's voice cut through sharply. Xiao Jingfei, should you continue your obstinacy, I shall break your legs and personally seek an audience with His Majesty to atone for my actions. Gu Yishuan's gaze, filled with a chilling resolve, pierced through Xiao Jingfei. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Gu Yishuan, Xiao Jingfei instinctively took a step back, his eyes betraying a hint of panic. He now had no doubt that should he dare to counter Gu Yishuan's words, Gu Yishuan would indeed carry out his threat. As for seeking forgiveness from the emperor, it was well known within the Kanglin kingdom that Xiao Xuanzi valued the illustrious Gu family highly. He admired Gu Yishuan to such an extent that he had directly conferred upon him the title of Marquis of Wuan without informing the court. Meanwhile, Xiao Jingfei was merely a carefree prince, not even the heir apparent. Under such circumstances, how could Xiao Xuanzi genuinely punish Gu Yishuan? Noticing Xiao Jingfei's silence, Gu Yishuan's murderous intent dissipated as he turned to Lin Ruichang, saying, Marquis Anping, since the truth has now come to light, I shall take my leave. Without waiting for Lin Ruichang's response, Gu Yishuan bent down to lift Lin Shishue into his arms and strode out of the main hall. Watching Gu Yishuan carry Lin Shishue away, Lin Ruichang hesitated, ultimately refraining from speaking. His gaze fell upon the disarray within the Marquisate's main hall, then shifted to Li Huizhu. His chest heaved a few times before a trickle of blood escaped his lips, and he collapsed into darkness. Father, Marquis. The onlookers gasped in shock. Rushing towards the fainted Lin Ruichang, Gu Yishuan also heard the commotion from within the hall. But it no longer concerned him. He cradled Lin Shishue as he approached the Marquisate's entrance. Gazing down at her pale, bloodied visage, a flicker of compassion crossing his eyes as he spoke softly, I shall take you home, and I promise you will never be harmed again. Upon hearing Gu Yishuan's words, Lin Shishue opened her eyes, meeting his gaze filled with tenderness. Without uttering a word, she nestled her head against his chest. As she inhaled his scent, Lin Shishue finally closed her eyes, burying all her grievances and fears within this sanctuary of tranquility. Chapter 51. Returning home, Lin Shishue fell into a deep slumber in Gu Yishuan's embrace, the jolting of the carriage over the cobblestone road failing to stir her lashes even slightly. Zhuo sat quietly on the opposite side of the carriage, noticing Gu Yishuan with his eyes closed in contemplation, and dared not disturb him, casting worried glances at Lin Shishue nestled in his arms. Prince Duan. Gu Yishuan's eyes remained slightly closed as he recalled Xiao Jingfei from earlier, pondering the significance of this name. His father had mentioned that the unknown masters from that night might be affiliated with the royal family. Today, he had clashed with the son of Prince Duan, Xiao Jingfei. Could this all merely be coincidence? Yet, it could be argued that it was indeed coincidental, for Xiao Jingfei's mother was the younger sister of Li Huizhu. Perhaps it was she who had summoned Xiao Jingfei to the Anping Marquisate. Furthermore, while Prince Duan was a brother to Xiao Xuanzi, he was the weakest among the princes and thus unlikely to have nurtured such formidable experts. Years ago, Xiao Xuanzi did not ascend to the throne as the rightful heir but emerged victorious through a bloody struggle among many princes. Prince Duan did not distinguish himself among the princes and had placed his hopes on Xiao Xuanzi, receiving the title of Prince Duan only after Xiao Xuanzi's ascension. Additionally, 20 years prior, Gu Beizong had vanquished the Southern Yu, a power comparable to the Kanglin Kingdom, resulting in the absence of formidable foes surrounding the Kanglin Kingdom. Consequently, there were no princes wielding military power within the kingdom. If one were to consider who among the current princes held the most power, it would undoubtedly be the Qi Prince, who possessed the bountiful lands of Jiangnan. However, with the Qi Prince absent from the capital, it seemed implausible that these masters could be his subordinates. Among the princes currently residing in the capital, apart from Prince Duan, there was only the Chu Prince, who was excused from duty due to his disability, as ordered by Xiao Xuanzi. Xiao Jingxing was merely the emperor's nephew, yet he, alongside many uncles, had been conferred princely titles, and news regarding his father was scarce. Due to his physical condition, the Chu Prince seldom made public appearances. Although he had a close relationship with Xiao Jingyan, he knew little about his elder brother who spent his days within the manor. The only time he had encountered Xiao Jingxing was during Xiao Xuanzi's heavenly sacrificial ceremony. Gu Yishuan recalled Xiao Jingyan's elder brother, Xiao Jingqing, as his eyes slowly opened, a peculiar light glinting within them. It appeared that upon returning home, he would need to consult with his father once more. The carriage continued its journey until it finally halted before the gates of the Duke of Dinghua's residence. Zhuge lifted the curtain, and Gu Yishuan carried Lin Shixue out of the carriage, hastening towards the interior of the estate. As soon as he stepped through the gates of the Duke's residence, Gu Yishuan spotted Murong Yun. Upon seeing her son return safely, Murong Yun's expression softened, relief washing over her. As Gu Yishuan approached, Murong Yun's gaze fell upon Lin Shixue, wrapped in Gu Yishuan's outer robe. Her face ashen, and she was taken aback. "Yishuan, what has happened?" In response to his mother's inquiry, Gu Yishuan shook his head and replied, "It was the people of Anping Marquisate who attacked her. I will explain everything to you later. First, let us find a physician for Shixue." Hearing this, Murong Yun nodded and promptly instructed a nearby maid to fetch a doctor, then accompanied Gu Yishuan to bring Lin Shixue into a guest room. Gu Yishuan laid Lin Shixue upon the bed in the guest room, and soon after, the maid returned with a physician, since Lin Shixue was a woman and her injuries were on her body. The maid thoughtfully arranged for a female doctor. Once the female doctor entered the room and began to examine Lin Shixue's injuries, Gu Yishuan turned to Zhuge, instructing her to wait outside, before stepping out of the room alongside Murong Yun. As they exited, Murong Yun eagerly questioned Gu Yishuan. "Yishuan, what exactly transpired? How did Shixue end up in such a state?" Gu Yishuan, upon hearing his mother's inquiry, recounted the events leading to Lin Shixue's slander by Li Huizhu and the occurrences at Anping Marquisate that day. After listening to Gu Yishuan's account, Murong Yun's face hardened with anger as she scoffed, indignantly stating, "Humph! I have always sensed that the wife of Anping Marquis harbors deep schemes. There have been whispers among the ladies that the Marquis has contemplated taking concubines, and those women have met untimely ends. Now that you mention it, those women were likely victims of her machinations. I never imagined that Li Huizhu could be so malicious, scheming against Shixue and daring to poison the Marquis." After saying this, Murong Yun recalled Gu Yishuan's mention of the conflict with Xiao Jingfei, the son of Prince Duan, and expressed her concern. "Yishuan, you clashed with Xiao Jingfei today. He is the son of Prince Duan. And I fear." Noticing the worry etched on Murong Yun's face, Gu Yishuan gently patted the back of her hand, reassuring her, "Mother, you need not fret, let alone the fact that Xiao Jingfei is merely the son of Prince Duan's favored concubine and not the heir. Prince Duan himself is merely a leisurely prince without any real power. Moreover, my father is the Duke of Dinghua, and I am personally conferred the title of Marquis of Wuhan by His Majesty. The emperor would not permit him to act recklessly." Hearing Gu Yishuan's words, Murong Yun felt reassured, having great confidence in her husband's influence in the court. After understanding the events of the day, Murong Yun turned her gaze towards the tightly shut door. She recalled the worry etched in her son's gaze when he had just carried Lin Shixue into the manor, with an expression of perplexity. She turned to Gu Yishuan and inquired, "So, how do you intend to accommodate Shixue from now on?" Upon hearing Murong Yun's words, Gu Yishuan was momentarily taken aback, as he had not truly contemplated this matter. The Anping Marquis South residence was no place for Shixue to return to. as for her accommodation. After pondering for a brief moment, Gu Yishuan replied, "For the time being, let her stay in the manor." The moment Mo Rongyan heard Gu Yishuan's response, her countenance brightened with joy. Her son had finally come to his senses. She nodded in agreement. "Yes, let Shushui remain here. Returning to the Anping Marquis' residence may expose her to further schemes from Li Huiru." At this point, Mo Rongyan gazed at Gu Yishuan, her tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. "Besides, you and your father only focus on martial arts and military texts daily. Having Shushui in the manor provides a companion for me to converse with and alleviate my boredom." Hearing his mother's remarks, Gu Yishuan offered an awkward smile and nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, the door swung open, and the female physician emerged. Mo Rongyan hurried forward to inquire, "Doctor, how is Shushui's condition?" Recognizing Mo Rongyan, the physician immediately responded respectfully, "Rest assured, my lady. Miss Lin primarily suffered from external injuries and shock. There is no grave concern. She simply has multiple bruises on her body and requires proper recuperation. I shall prescribe a few concoctions to invigorate her blood circulation and reduce bruising. She must take them regularly." Upon hearing this, Mo Rongyan let out a sigh of relief, gestured for the doctor to take her leave, and then entered the room to assess Lin Shushui's condition. Gu Yishuan, too, felt a sense of ease wash over him. Just as he was about to step into the room to check on Lin Shushui, he spotted Gu Yicheng's figure approaching from a distance. Chapter 52. King Chu, Xiao Jingheng. Gu Yishuan observed Gu Yicheng's silhouette, noting that he seemed to have just returned from outside, after Gu Yicheng disappeared around a corner. Gu Yishuan raised his hand to summon a servant. "Has the second young master gone out today?" The servant promptly replied, "Indeed, young master. Shortly after you departed the manor, the second young master followed suit." A flicker of light danced in Gu Yishuan's eyes upon hearing the servant's response. Has he finally begun to make connections? In recent days, the Qianji Guard and Weiying Guard had been scouring the capital for traces of Xianingzhao. Yet they had found nothing. Gu Yishuan was also quite curious about where Xianingzhao might be hiding. It now appeared that there was no need to search for her, as she would likely reveal herself soon. After contemplating for a moment outside the door, Gu Yishuan turned and entered the room. My lord, as Gu Yishuan stepped inside, Zhu Er, who stood beside the bed, immediately spoke up. Gu Yishuan nodded, his gaze falling upon Lin Shushui, who remained unconscious. He inquired, "Is your young lady still not awake?" Since Gu Yishuan had carried Lin Shushui out of the Anping Marquis' residence, she had fallen asleep and had yet to awaken. Zhu Er nodded, her earlier worry dissipating as she replied, "The doctor mentioned that the young lady has been weak from not eating for 2 days and will wake after a period of rest." Gu Yishuan nodded gently, then turned to Mo Rongyan, who stood by the bed, saying, "Mother, you have been anxious all day. Now that Shushui is safe, you should take a moment to rest." Mo Rongyan, upon hearing her son's words, turned to respond that she was fine, but seeing the determination in his eyes, she could only acquiesce with a sigh. "Very well, I shall rest for a while. You must take good care of Shushui." "Rest assured, mother," Gu Yishuan replied with a smile, seeing her off as she exited. After Mo Rongyan left, Gu Yishuan settled beside the bed, his gaze resting on Lin Shushui's pale face. Her hair was tousled, with bits of unclean dust clinging to her forehead, and a faint red mark marred her right cheek. Gu Yishuan reached out to smooth the disheveled strands of hair. At that moment, Zhu Er approached the door, accepting a copper basin from a maid, before coming to Gu Yishuan's side and softly suggesting, "My lord, allow me to help the young lady wash her face." Gu Yishuan turned to look at the basin and cloth in Zhu Er's hands and replied, "I shall do it." Zhu Er, astonished by Gu Yishuan's insistence, saw his serious demeanor and nodded in compliance. Gu Yishuan took the warm cloth and gently wiped Lin Shushui's face. As Zhu Er watched him, a faint blush crept across her cheeks as she pondered something. Once Gu Yishuan noticed Lin Shushui's complexion improving, he stood and instructed Zhu Er to continue watching over her. Subsequently, Gu Yishuan exited the room, intending to seek Gu Baizong to inquire about King Chu, Xiao Jingheng. Upon entering the main courtyard, Gu Yishuan found his father seated in an armchair, engrossed in a military treatise. "Father," Gu Yishuan called out, as his father was so absorbed that he had not noticed his arrival. Gu Baizong, upon hearing his son's voice, returned to the present, shifting his gaze from the book to Gu Yishuan. A semblance of realization crossed Gu Baizong's face as a smile broke forth. "Xianer, what business do you have with the guards today? Did you bring back a young lady as well?" Gu Yishuan's expression froze momentarily, realizing that Gu Baizong must have heard the commotion when he brought Lin Shushui back. He proceeded to recount the events that had transpired at the Anping Marquis' residence that day. After listening to Gu Yishuan's account, Gu Baizong remained composed. To him, the happenings at the Anping Marquis's residence were merely trifling disturbances and could not stir any significant ripples within him. However, when Gu Yishuan mentioned his intention to accommodate Lin Shishue in the manor, Gu Baizong's gaze shifted to him, revealing a hint of surprise. Knowing his son well, he pondered when he had ever shown such concern for a woman. Nonetheless, Gu Baizong felt pleased that Gu Yishuan had found a suitable companion and remarked, "In that case, let the young lady stay in the manor. It will provide your mother with someone to converse with. My mother thinks the same." Gu Yishuan assented as for whether the Anping Marquis would come to demand her return. That concern was simply brushed aside by the father and son. What right did a mere Marquis have to dictate terms to the Duke's residence? After discussing Lin Shishue's situation, Gu Yishuan finally broached the subject of his visit. "Father, how much do you know about King Chu, Xiao Jingheng?" Upon hearing this, Gu Baizong paused in his actions, placing his teacup back onto the table. He raised his gaze to meet Gu Yishuan's, a glimmer of intensity flashing in his eyes as he gravely asked, "Do you suspect it as King Chu?" Gu Baizong had already surmised that Gu Yi had shared his suspicions with Gu Yishuan. And thus, Gu Yishuan's mention of Xiao Jingyang implied he was indeed harboring doubts. Gu Yishuan nodded, then hesitated before responding, "I merely harbor some conjectures. After all, among the princes currently in the capital, there were only the Duke of Duan and King Chu. The Duke of Duan was merely a leisurely prince, disinterested in expanding his territory and lacking the resources to cultivate skilled individuals. If it were not him, then it could only be the usually low-profile King Chu." Gu Baizong, upon hearing this, did not respond immediately but continued to question, "Then why could it not be those princes who have ventured forth to expand their territories?" Gu Yishuan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Those feudal princes lack the reach. Only those with established influence in the capital could conceal their actions from the Yueying Guard and place so many skilled individuals within the city." Upon hearing this, Gu Baizong gazed at Gu Yishuan with an expression of approval, nodding as he remarked, "You are correct, I too suspect it might be King Chu. Yet he has maintained such a low profile that the Qianji Guard has found nothing of value despite multiple investigations." Realizing that his father shared the same suspicion, Gu Yishuan nodded, his eyes sparkling with contemplation as he continued, "Father, do you know why Xiao Jingyang, being merely the emperor's nephew, has been granted a title like the other uncles?" Gu Baizong, after a moment of silence in response to Gu Yishuan's inquiry, finally spoke. "Xiao Jinghong's title as King Chu was not conferred by the emperor, but inherited from the previous King Chu." "What?" Gu Yishuan exclaimed in surprise. The fact that Xiao Jinghong's title as King Chu was not bestowed by the emperor was shocking. This matter involves some secrets, and few in the capital discuss it. "It is entirely normal for you not to be aware." Gu Baizong continued. "During the reign of the late emperor, only 2 princes were awarded titles apart from the crown prince, one being the current emperor, Wei Wang, and the other being King Chu, Xiao Xianlin. Following the sudden demise of the crown prince, the emperor and King Chu emerged as the 2 most powerful princes among the royal offspring. Originally, the late emperor favored King Chu, but for reasons unknown, several months before his passing, King Chu suddenly threw his full support behind the current emperor's ascension, with King Chu eliminated as a rival. The emperor faced no obstacles and ascended the throne smoothly, yet shortly after the emperor's coronation, King Chu passed away. The emperor, remembering that Xiao Jingyang and his brother were still young, appointed Xiao Jingyang, the eldest son of King Chu, to inherit the throne. Once Gu Baizong finished speaking, Gu Yishuan remained silent for a long time. Some of his suspicions now confirmed. He had sensed a familiarity when he heard Murong Yun mention Dai Chun'ang and Dr. Su that day. It turned out to be Chapter 53, Kill If You Must. Through Gu Baizong's narration, Gu Yishuan finally concluded that this was a plot from a novel titled The Divine Physician as Princess, where the male lead was indeed King Chu, Xiao Jingheng, while the female lead was the sole disciple of the Divine Physician, Su Qi Dai. It appears that the individuals behind those formidable experts are likely indeed Xiao Jingheng. Gu Yishuan, recalling the original plot of this narrative, felt a flicker of coldness in his eyes. In the original storyline, Xiao Jinghong's father, the former king of Chu, was wronged and killed by the emperor, and he himself became crippled due to a great fire, which instilled a deep-seated hatred for the emperor within him. Although the intertwining plots of various novels may have introduced some deviations, the fundamental storyline should largely remain intact. In the original narrative, Xiao Jingheng secretly nurtured numerous skilled individuals in the capital to avenge his father's death, while also covertly courting influential ministers within the court. Now, with the presence of the Gu family in the kingdom of Kanglin, the military forces are nearly entirely under the control of the Grand General Gu Baizong. for Xiao Jinghang to exact revenge on the emperor. The Gu family is an insurmountable obstacle, thus the likelihood of him targeting me, the legitimate heir of Gu Baizong, is exceedingly high. With this thought, Gu Yishuan turned to Gu Baizong and spoke solemnly, "Father, the individuals behind those experts must be Xiao Jinghang." Upon hearing Gu Yishuan's unwavering tone, Gu Baizong's expression turned grave. "What makes you so certain?" Gu Yishuan gently shook his head and continued, "Father, please do not question how I came to know this, but I am quite confident that it is indeed Xiao Jinghang. I implore you to prepare accordingly." Hearing this, Gu Baizong refrained from further inquiries. After a moment of contemplation, he gazed at Gu Yishuan and remarked, "If it truly is Xiao Jinghang, then this matter is far from simple. Although the king of Chu, Xiao Xianlin, has perished, several of his loyal subordinates still exist, and a few hold significant positions." Noticing Gu Baizong's expression of concern, Gu Yishuan pondered for a moment before responding. "Those individuals need not be worried about. Your standing in the court is unassailable. And even if they were to unite, they could not stir up any significant trouble. The only real concern now lies with His Majesty's attitude towards the late king of Chu." As Gu Yishuan spoke, a glimmer of brilliance shone in his eyes. Given the current strength of the Gu family, it should not be difficult to deal with Xiao Jinghang, but this would inevitably put them at odds with the emperor. Years ago, to maintain control over Xiao Xuanlin's subordinates, Xiao Xuanzi spared the lives of the young Xiao Jingyang and Xiao Jingnan. After all these years, Xiao Jingyang has acted discreetly, presenting an air of ignorance regarding past events. And the former subordinates of Xiao Xianlin have remained obedient. Gu Yishuan is currently uncertain about Xiao Xuanzi's stance towards Xiao Jingyang, for in the original plot, Xiao Xuanzi only discovered Xiao Jinghong's treachery at the end, indicating that he must currently trust him. Xiao Xuanzi has treated the Gu family well, and Gu Yishuan does not wish to jeopardize that relationship over a mere Xiao Jinghang. Upon hearing Gu Yishuan's words, Gu Baizong understood the connections involved. After a prolonged silence, he raised his gaze to Gu Yishuan, a glimmer of icy resolve flashing in his eyes as he spoke in a low voice. "If it truly comes to such an unavoidable juncture, a mere king of Chu can be eliminated without hesitation. As for His Majesty, I shall personally explain the situation to him, and you need not fret." Upon hearing his father's words, Gu Yishuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He genuinely feared that Gu Baizong might hesitate due to the fact that Xiao Jinghang is a member of the royal family. As for whether killing Xiao Jinghang would provoke the emperor against the Gu family, Gu Yishuan was not particularly concerned, as long as evidence of Xiao Jinghong's treasonous intentions could be presented to Xiao Xuanzi. It is likely that he would not harbor resentment towards the Gu family. With this in mind, Gu Yishuan paused briefly before continuing. "Father, after the death of Xiao Xianlin, his former subordinates appear to be compliant, yet there are certainly undercurrents at play. Now that Xiao Jingyang intends to strike against our Gu family, he will undoubtedly seek to ally with these individuals in secret. To thoroughly eradicate future threats, we must not only monitor Xiao Jinghang but also ascertain the backgrounds of his accomplices. Gu Baizong nodded, his fingers idly tracing the teacup in his hand. "Indeed, as long as we can uncover evidence of his collusion with the former subordinates of Xiao Xianlin and their nefarious intentions, His Majesty will likely not turn a blind eye. I will dispatch individuals to gather this incriminating evidence. You need not worry." Hearing Gu Baizong's assurance, Gu Yishuan felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. The father and son duo continued their discussion for a while longer until Gu Yishuan noticed that night had fallen and took his leave. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Daichun Hall, a particularly special guest was about to arrive. As dusk settled, in the small courtyard of Daichun Hall, Su Qingdai was busy organizing the medicinal herbs she had just dried that day. Suddenly, a figure appeared silently behind her. While arranging the herbs, Su Qingdai heard the sound of fabric rustling in the breeze behind her. With a swift motion of her wrist, she flung the herbs behind her. However, the newcomer elegantly waved his robe, and the herbs fell with a clatter onto the bluestone tiles. Upon turning around and seeing the visitor, a flush of embarrassment and anger surged in Su Qingdai's eyes as she exclaimed, "You scoundrel! How dare you return to my clinic?" The man stood tall in a dark embroidered robe, with sword-like brows and dark, fathomless eyes that seemed to harbor a universe of stars. Xiao Jinghang, observing the flustered Su Qingdai, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips beneath his well-defined nose as he replied, "Miss Su, since this is a clinic, how could I, a patient, possibly be unwelcome?" Su Qingdai's delicate features contorted with indignation upon hearing his words. A fortnight ago, one night, she had answered a knock at the door, only to find herself pinned beneath this man as she opened the clinic's door. In a moment of instinct, she had intended to retaliate, only to discover that he had already lost consciousness. Recalling her master's teachings, she took him back to the clinic to tend to his injuries. However, halfway through, the man suddenly awakened and restrained her, using a sleeping potion to render her unconscious before she could utter a word. When she awoke the next day, he had vanished without a trace. Had it not been for the fact that her clothes remained intact, she might have believed herself to have encountered a rogue. Miss Su, I was compelled to use the sleeping potion that day. Besides, I did not do anything untoward, Xiao Jingyang said, sensing her silence and the anger etched on her face. Feeling somewhat helpless, that day he had left the city on business, and in a bid to maintain secrecy, he had not brought any guards. Unexpectedly, an old ailment had flared up on his return, prompting him to hastily seek a clinic for some herbs to alleviate his pain. Only to lose consciousness at the door to protect his identity upon waking. He had put Su Qingdai to sleep. After returning home and conducting a thorough investigation, he discovered that Su Qingdai was indeed the disciple of the renowned healer, Sun Zhongmiao, whom he had been desperately searching for. Thus, he had come back to Su Qingdai, seeking her assistance and introducing him to Sun Zhongmiao for treatment of the hidden ailment in his leg. Upon hearing Xiao Jinghong's explanation, a hint of crimson crept onto Su Qingdai's cheeks. She took a deep breath, forcing down her ire, and replied with an unfriendly tone, "You should leave. You are not welcome here." Without waiting for Xiao Jinghong's reaction, she turned and strode into the room. Xiao Jinghang, observing her departure, stepped forward and placed a hand on her shoulder, attempting to stop her. Just then, a series of faint whistling sounds pierced the air. Chapter 54. The arrival of Xiao Jingyan Wush. Just as Xiao Jinghong's hand touched Su Qingdai's shoulder, several faint whistling sounds rang in his ears. Without hesitation, he pivoted and retreated. As soon as he moved away, several silver needles whizzed past the spot where he had been standing. Xianing Zhao's silhouette materialized, swiftly positioning herself beside Su Qingdai, shielding her from harm, her gaze fixed warily on Xiao Jinghang. "Qingdai, who is this person?" Xianing Zhao's eyes remained glued to Xiao Jinghang as she inquired of Su Qingdai behind her. Seeing the situation unfold, Su Qingdai's expression shifted, and she quickly explained, "He is the scoundrel I mentioned to you." Upon hearing Su Qingdai's words, Xianing Zhao sighed in relief. Although she was unaware of the nature of their relationship, Su Qingdai's demeanor suggested that she harbored no ill feelings towards him. After explaining to Xianing Zhao, Su Qingdai turned to face Xiao Jinghang, speaking in a harsh tone. "Sister Ningzhao is quite formidable. If you wish to avoid dire consequences, you should leave at once." Xiao Jinghang remained silent at her words, his gaze lingering on Xianing Zhao, a peculiar light flickering in his eyes, accompanied by a smile. "Xianing Zhao, I did not expect to find you here." At the sound of Xiao Jinghong's voice, Xianing Zhao's previously relaxed demeanor stiffened. Her eyes fixated on him, and several silver needles slipped into her grasp. The implication of Xiao Jinghong's words suggested that he was aware of her being pursued by court officials. Su Qingdai, taken aback by Xiao Jinghong's statement, suddenly realized that he seemed to recognize Xianing Zhao. Regaining her composure, she immediately asked Xiao Jingyang, "Scoundrel, do you know Sister Ningzhao?" Hearing Su Qingdai's inquiry, Xianing Zhao scrutinized Xiao Jinghong's face, confusion clouding her mind. She could not recall having met him before. Upon hearing Su Qingdai's question, Xiao Jingyang nodded but subsequently shook his head, stating, "I know her, but she may not recognize me." This response left both women puzzled, and Xianing Zhao coldly demanded, "What do you mean by that?" Unfazed by Xianing Zhao's inquiry, Xiao Jinghang maintained a calm demeanor as he replied, "It means nothing. I simply did not expect to find you here. Clearly, my visit today was ill-advised." After a brief pause, Xiao Jinghong's gaze shifted to Su Qingdai. "I came today intending to request Miss Su to introduce me to the esteemed healer, Sun Zhongmiao, but since Miss Xie is present, we shall discuss this matter another time. I take my leave." With that, Xiao Jingyang departed without waiting for the two women to respond, his footsteps light as he vanished from the small courtyard. Upon witnessing the figure of Xiao Jingyang departing, Xianing Zhao's expression turned icy. The fact that this unidentified individual was aware of her movements compelled her to take decisive action, just as Xianing Zhao was about to pursue. The voice of Lin Fengxing suddenly resonated within the courtyard. "Miss, do not chase after him. He is a formidable expert." Hearing this, Xianing Zhao paused momentarily and turned to see Lin Fengxing standing beneath the porch. Although Lin Fengxing's complexion was still somewhat pale, he appeared significantly better than he had a few days prior. His gaze was fixed on the direction in which Xiao Jinghang had vanished, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Noticing Xianing Zhao's gaze upon him, he began to explain, "From the agility of this person's movements, his strength is likely considerable, and with his unknown identity, Miss, it would be perilous to pursue him rashly." Upon hearing Lin Fengxing's words, Xianing Zhao nodded in agreement. quelling her desire to chase after Xiao Jinghang. She turned to her sister, Su Qingdai, and softly inquired, "Sister, do you truly not know the identity of that man?" Regaining her focus at Xianing Zhao's question, Su Qingdai shook her head and replied, "He suddenly appeared at the clinic one night a fortnight ago. Incapacitated me and took some medicinal materials. Aside from that, he did nothing else, and I am unaware of his identity." Xianing Zhao's eyes flickered with contemplation upon hearing Su Qingdai's account. This individual possessed remarkable skills and was aware that Su Qingdai's master was the renowned healer Sun Zhongyao, suggesting that his identity was far from ordinary. Tomorrow, the emissaries from Jiangnan should arrive. We shall wait until they come to investigate this person's identity, Xianing Zhao mused internally. Meanwhile, Su Qingdai gazed in the direction where Xiao Jingyang had departed, then turned to glance at Xianing Zhao and Lin Fenxing, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. It seemed that Sister Ning Zhao's identity was also quite extraordinary. On the following morning, within the Duke of Dinghua's residence, Gu Yishuan had just completed his morning ablutions and intended to check on Lin Shishue's condition when a servant informed him that Xiao Jingyan was seeking him. The mere thought of Xiao Jingyan caused Gu Yishuan some trepidation. Having confirmed that Xiao Jingyang was indeed the individual behind those formidable experts, he found himself at a loss about how to confront him. Nevertheless, since the visitor had arrived, Gu Yishuan would not decline the meeting and promptly made his way to the reception hall. Upon entering the reception hall, Gu Yishuan's gaze fell upon Xiao Jingyan, clad in a fitted outfit, accompanied by a figure standing behind him. As soon as Xiao Jingyan spotted Gu Yishuan, he eagerly approached, exclaiming, "Brother Yishuan." Observing Xiao Jingyan's youthful visage, Gu Yishuan could not help but smile. Glancing at his attire, he inquired with curiosity, "Jingyan, what brings you to seek me today, dressed in such a manner?" Xiao Jingyan, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head and replied, "It has been a while since I sought your guidance on martial arts. Today I thought to come and spar with you." Gu Yishuan could not help but chuckle at Xiao Jingyan's words. With his rudimentary skills, how could he possibly engage in a proper spar? It was evident that he merely wished to learn from him. However, given Xiao Jingyan's enthusiasm, Gu Yishuan decided not to refuse and prepared to take him to the training grounds. Yet, as Gu Yishuan's gaze fell upon the indifferent young man behind Xiao Jingyan, who cradled a sword in his arms, he halted his steps and asked, "Jingyan, who is this?" Noticing Gu Yishuan's inquiry regarding the young man's identity, Xiao Jingyan pouted slightly and replied with a hint of reluctance, "This is a guard assigned to me by my elder brother. He mentioned that the capital has been rather tumultuous lately and insisted that I take him wherever I go." Upon hearing their conversation, the young man, still clutching his sword, reluctantly bowed to Gu Yishuan and introduced himself, "I am Han Feng, honored to meet the Marquis of Wuhan." Gu Yishuan regarded the bowing Han Feng, a glimmer of recognition flashing in his eyes. This was one of Xiao Jinghong's two formidable bodyguards. "Rise," Gu Yishuan commanded. With Xiao Jingyan present, he chose to disregard Han Feng's demeanor and led both of them toward the training grounds. Upon arriving at the training grounds, Xiao Jingyan eagerly selected a long saber. Seeing his enthusiasm, Gu Yishuan also picked up a saber to practice with him. Although both wielded sharpened weapons, Gu Yishuan's prowess far surpassed that of Xiao Jingyan. With deliberate leniency, Gu Yishuan allowed Xiao Jingyan to engage him, and rather than sustaining injuries, Xiao Jingyan found himself exchanging blows with Gu Yishuan. Observing the two from the sidelines, Han Feng's expression was filled with disdain, and he occasionally let out a scoff. Chapter 55. I fear to wound the Marquis of Wuhan. Clang. The two sabers clashed, producing a resounding metallic echo as Gu Yishuan and Xiao Jingyan retreated to opposite sides. "Brother Yishuan, let us take a moment to rest," Xiao Jingyan sighed, wiping the sweat from his brow. Gu Yishuan, still composed, nodded at Xiao Jingyan's suggestion. However, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Han Feng, who regarded him with an air of superiority. The sight stirred a coldness within Gu Yishuan. Both Han Feng and Xiao Jinghong's other bodyguard had been trained since childhood by Xiao Jingyang himself. Aside from Xiao Jingyang, they seemed to hold no one else in regard, even looking down upon Xiao Jingyan. So Gu Yishuan was not surprised by Han Feng's demeanor. At that moment, Xiao Jingyan, resting with his sword, also noticed Gu Yishuan's gaze and turned to follow it. Discovering Han Feng's disdainful stare directed at him, anger surged within Xiao Jingyan. How dare Han Feng look down upon both him and Gu Yishuan? "Han Feng, come here," Xiao Jingyan shouted at the young man standing at the edge of the training ground. Han Feng understood that his earlier contempt had been noticed by both men, yet he exhibited no concern that he strode forward to stand before Xiao Jingyan and bowed slightly, calmly stating, "Your Highness, what are your orders?" Xiao Jingyan's eyes bore down on the bowed Han Feng, filled with irritation. The guards around his elder brother showed utmost respect to him, yet they treated him the young prince, with disdain. He had previously mentioned this to his elder brother, only to be brushed off. Han Feng's presence was merely a reluctant concession from his elder brother, and today, his disdain for Gu Yishuan and himself could not go unpunished. I've heard from my elder brother that your martial skills are commendable. I noticed you observing my spar with brother Yishuan earlier. Since I am weary now, why not let you spar with brother Yishuan? It will also allow me to ascertain whether my elder brother's claims hold true. As Xiao Jingyan spoke, he glanced at Gu Yishuan, his eyes seemingly conveying a request for assistance in reprimanding this insolent individual. Aware of his own limitations, Xiao Jingyan understood that he could not match Han Feng's abilities. However, Gu Yishuan was exceptionally skilled and could help and teach Han Feng a lesson. Gu Yishuan comprehended Xiao Jingyan's intent, but did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he turned to Han Feng with a sly smile. I have no objections, but it depends on whether Guard Han wishes to spar with me. Han Feng, still bowing his head, exhibited a hint of contempt. Although rumors circulated about Gu Yishuan's exceptional martial prowess, he regarded it as mere boasting from a scion of a prominent family. He spoke in a calm tone. Perhaps it is best to forego the spar. I fear I might unintentionally harm the Marquis of Wuhan. Xiao Jingyan's eyes flared with anger upon hearing Han Feng's retort, ready to respond. But Gu Yishuan interjected. Gu Yishuan, realizing that Han Feng underestimated his abilities, initially had little interest in engaging with him. Yet, given Xiao Jingyan's insistence, he saw this as an opportunity to gauge the strength of Xiao Jinghong's guard. No worries. During our spar, swords do not discern. If you inadvertently cause harm to me, I shall pardon you. Gu Yishuan declared, pausing momentarily before continuing. Moreover, I wish to witness the capabilities of His Highness the Prince's guards and determine whether they are worthy of protecting Jingyan. Han Feng's eyes glinted with a cold light upon hearing Gu Yishuan's chilling words. He raised his head and replied in a frigid tone, if that is the case, I shall not hold back. With Han Feng's acceptance, excitement flickered in Xiao Jingyan's eyes as he nodded at Gu Yishuan and swiftly moved aside to observe. Once Xiao Jingyan had stepped away, Han Feng placed one hand on the hilt of his sword, an unyielding aura enveloping him, his gaze fixed intently on Gu Yishuan. Gu Yishuan, still holding the saber he had used to practice with Xiao Jingyan, regarded Han Feng's sharp demeanor with calmness. Marquis of Wuhan, be careful. With a glint of coldness in his eyes, Han Feng issued a low warning, swiftly unsheathing his sword. The blade gleamed ominously as it sliced through the air, aiming directly for Gu Yishuan's throat. In response, Gu Yishuan's eyes darkened. With a flick of his wrist, he angled his saber to deflect the incoming strike. Clang! The weapons collided, creating a crisp sound as sparks flew in all directions. Unfazed, Han Feng continued his onslaught, targeting Gu Yishuan's vital points with relentless precision. Gu Yishuan's expression hardened further as he countered with a sweeping arc of his saber, neutralizing each attack before shifting from defense to offense, his blade swirling like a dragon as it aimed for Han Feng's lower body. Han Feng, upon witnessing Gu Yishuan's assault, scoffed and met the strike head-on, resolutely absorbing the blow. Clang! The resonating clash echoed, accompanied by a sharp crack, as Gu Yishuan's saber was shattered by Han Feng's sword. Brother Yishuan, my lord! Suddenly, two exclamations echoed from outside the training ground. After Xiao Jingyan called out, he turned to see another voice belonging to Lin Shishue. At that moment, Lin Shishue's complexion had regained its rosy hue, yet due to her lingering weakness, Zhu'er was supporting her from the side. She gazed anxiously at Gu Yishuan, whose weapon had been severed within the arena. Gu Yishuan, upon noticing her concern, felt a flicker of helplessness. The knife he wielded was merely an ordinary weapon and could not possibly compare to the exquisite iron sword in Han Feng's grasp. Although he heard Lin Shishue's shout, he was unable to respond, as Han Feng had already launched another attack. Seeing Gu Yishuan's long knife shattered, Han Feng's eyes glimmered with ecstasy. Xiao Jingyan's personal guard. He was well aware of Xiao Jingyan's intentions regarding the Gu family. While he could not truly harm Gu Yishuan at that moment, he recalled Gu Yishuan's earlier words. Even if he were to injure him, he would not hold a grudge. In light of this, a cold glint flashed in Han Feng's eyes as he raised his sword and charged directly at Gu Yishuan. My lord, be careful, Lin Shishue exclaimed, her face paling at the sight. Xiao Jingyan, witnessing Han Feng's continued aggression, felt a surge of anger rise within him. Han Feng, cease this at once, he bellowed. Yet Han Feng appeared oblivious to Xiao Jingyan's command. Relentlessly advancing towards Gu Yishuan as Han Feng approached, Gu Yishuan's gaze finally hardened with murderous intent. Just as the long sword was poised to pierce his chest, he swung the remaining half of his long knife, deflecting the blade and delivering a powerful kick to Han Feng's chest. Bang! Han Feng quickly raised his other hand to shield his chest, but Gu Yishuan's kick struck his arm, producing a dull thud that forced him to stagger back several steps. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Yishuan leaped to the weapons rack and grasped a dark-colored iron halberd. Chapter 56. Dare to show him disrespect, and I shall slay you. Gu Yishuan brandished the dark halberd. Its sharp tip glinted with a chilling light under the sun. Just then, a whoosh pierced the air as Han Feng's sword lunged toward Gu Yishuan's neck from behind. Boom! Gu Yishuan's expression remained impassive as he twisted his wrist sharply. The halberd swept through the air like a dragon's tail, slicing outward with a whistle. Clang! The halberd struck Han Feng's sword with a resounding clash, causing the long sword to veer off course, sending Han Feng himself staggering several steps to the side. Regaining his footing, Han Feng's hand trembled around the sword as he looked upon Gu Yishuan, who now wielded the halberd. The contrast between Gu Yishuan with the halberd and Han Feng with the long knife was stark. Good. Xiao Jingyan watched, his blood surging with excitement, his earlier worries transformed into cheers. Lin Shixue, witnessing this scene, let out a sigh of relief, her grip on her handkerchief gradually loosening. Are you still afraid of being harmed? Gu Yishuan coldly regarded Han Feng, his tone calm. Upon hearing this, a flash of humiliation crossed Han Feng's eyes. He had actually felt fear towards a scion from a noble family. Gritting his teeth, he raised his sword and charged at Gu Yishuan once more. Seeing Han Feng dare to attack again, Gu Yishuan smirked coldly, raising the halberd to confront him. Clang! The two clashed within the training ground, the sound of their weapons colliding ringing out. Gu Yishuan wielded the halberd with sweeping motions, forcing Han Feng to retreat repeatedly. Faced with Gu Yishuan's relentless assault, Han Feng found himself at a loss for words, having to fend off his strikes while retreating. Suddenly, in a hurried attempt to evade, Han Feng exposed a fatal flaw. Gu Yishuan's eyes turned icy as he exerted force, the halberd cutting through the air with a sharp crackle, aimed directly at Han Feng. Realizing a gust of wind above him, Han Feng reacted too late. He gritted his teeth and raised his sword, attempting to block the halberd. Boom! The two weapons collided, creating a thunderous sound akin to a clap of thunder. Xiao Jingyan and Lin Shixue looked up, witnessing Gu Yishuan standing tall, holding the halberd with both hands, the tip pressing down on Han Feng's sword. Han Feng, with both hands clinging to his sword, found himself forced to one knee, his sword now warped into an arc. Gu Yishuan regarded the kneeling Han Feng with an unemotional gaze. The reason he had been so flustered during previous assassination attempts was that his most proficient weapon was the halberd taught to him by Tu Jiuyue, rather than swords or knives. As a disciple of a formidable master, although his prowess could not rival Tu Jiuyue, Gu Yishuan, wielding the halberd, was indeed among the elite in the martial world, far beyond what Han Feng could withstand. I have no intention of clashing with His Highness the Prince of Chu, yet you seem to have disregarded Jingyan's orders, Gu Yishuan stated coldly, fixing his gaze upon Han Feng. Remember, you are merely a dog raised by the Prince of Chu. Since Jingyan is the prince's brother, he is also your master. Should you dare to show him disrespect again, I shall slay you. After uttering these words, Gu Yishuan lifted the halberd and turned to return the weapon to the rack. Only after Gu Yishuan withdrew the halberd did Han Feng manage to rise, looking at Gu Yishuan's retreating figure with frustration and anger. Yet, following the battle, he understood he was no match for Gu Yishuan. He suppressed the fury within and, holding the bent sword, respectfully bowed towards Gu Yishuan's back. I shall heed the commands of the Marquis of Wuan. Noticing that Han Feng had refrained from launching a sneak attack, Gu Yishuan felt a tinge of disappointment. He had hoped that if Han Feng dared to strike from behind, he would have slain him right then and there. After Gu Yishuan returned the halberd to the rack, Xiao Jingyan immediately approached him, his eyes filled with admiration as he exclaimed, "Brother Yishuan, splendid work. I've long wanted to deal with that guy." Gu Yishuan smiled at the excited Xiao Jingyan, glancing at Han Feng in the distance before speaking. "If he dares to show you disrespect again, come to me, and I shall handle him." Hearing Gu Yishuan's words, Xiao Jingyan nodded, but for some reason, his expression suddenly turned somewhat dejected. Noticing Xiao Jingyan's sudden change in demeanor, Gu Yishuan inquired with concern, "Jingyan, what is the matter?" "Huh, I'm fine. Brother Yishuan, you need not worry," Xiao Jingyan replied, forcing a smile. Compared to his elder brother Xiao Jing'an, Gu Yishuan seemed more like an elder brother to him, teaching him martial arts and guiding him through the capital, always supporting him. Unlike Xiao Jing'an, who would merely brush off his concerns about Han Feng's disrespect with a few casual remarks and would obstruct his attempts to seek out Gu Yishuan. Although Gu Yishuan sensed that Xiao Jingyan was troubled, he respected his desire for privacy and refrained from pressing further. My lord, at that moment, Lin Shixue's voice came from behind Gu Yixuan. He turned to see Lin Shixue standing gracefully with her maid Zhuer beside her. Observing Lin Shixue, Gu Yixuan noted that she appeared much better than the previous day, her expression more relaxed. However, he was puzzled by her presence at the training ground and asked, "Miss Shixue, what brings you here?" Lin Shixue stammered, her cheeks flushing a deeper shade of red upon hearing Gu Yixuan's question. She had just awakened that morning and learned from Zhuer that Gu Yixuan had brought her back to the Duke of Dinghua's residence the previous day. Personally tending to her needs, embarrassed yet overwhelmed by a strong desire to see Gu Yixuan, she had sought out Murongyun with Zhuer and learned that Gu Yixuan and Xiao Jingyan had come to the training ground, prompting her to follow them. Yet now, standing before Gu Yixuan, she found herself at a loss for words. Zhuer, standing nearby, felt anxious at her mistress's inability to articulate her thoughts and tugged at Lin Shixue's sleeve. Whispering urgently, "Miss, you mentioned this morning that you had much to discuss with the Marquis of Wuhan." Upon hearing Zhuer's words, Lin Shixue's ears turned crimson as she fidgeted with her handkerchief, suddenly bowing toward Gu Yixuan and murmuring, "Thank you, my lord, for saving my life." After speaking, she realized her voice was dry and hoarse, wishing she could find a crevice in the ground to hide. Gu Yixuan, observing her flustered demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. "You have just recovered. Do not linger in the wind here. Return to your room to rest, and I shall come find you shortly." Upon hearing Gu Yixuan's words, Lin Shixue nodded, her face flushed, just as she was about to respond. Xiao Jingyan interjected, "Brother Yixuan, you and Miss Shixue should return to your room to talk. I will take my leave first." Gu Yixuan, surprised by Xiao Jingyan's remark, looked at him curiously. This lad would typically linger until dusk when seeking him for training. What had caused him to depart so suddenly today? "Jingyan, what is the matter with you today? Don't you usually practice with me for a long while before leaving?" Xiao Jingyan simply exchanged a few casual words with Gu Yixuan before leading Han Feng away without further explanation. Meanwhile, Lin Shixue, watching Xiao Jingyan's retreating figure, expressed her concerns. "My lord, is it because of me? It has nothing to do with you. That fellow is usually boisterous, and today he seems rather odd," Gu Yixuan reassured her, shaking his head. However, as he gazed at Xiao Jingyan's departing figure, his heart also harbored some confusion. Xiao Jingyan, accompanied by Han Feng, arrived at the entrance of the Duke Dinghua's residence. He gazed upon the imposing plaque. A bitter smile involuntarily crept across his lips. Chapter 57. The Inquiry of Xiao Jingheng. After Xiao Jingyan departed, Gu Yixuan returned to his quarters with Lin Shixue. Upon learning from Zhuer that she had gone in search of him without having eaten anything that morning, he immediately ordered the servants to prepare breakfast for her. "Lord, it's unnecessary. Shixue is not hungry," Lin Shixue interjected upon noticing his actions. However, Gu Yixuan shook his head and replied, "The doctor has said that your health is still quite fragile. How can you forego your meals?" Hearing this, Lin Shixue could only nod in agreement. Remembering the events of the previous day, she hesitated slightly before addressing Gu Yixuan. "Lord, since you brought me back, what will happen regarding the Anping Marquis residence?" Upon hearing Lin Shixue mention the Anping Marquis residence, Gu Yixuan observed her pale visage and calmly stated, "In the days to come, you shall remain at the Duke Dinghua's residence. For the Anping Marquis residence, there is no need for concern. I will handle it." Lin Shixue's expression turned to one of alarm as she hurriedly responded, "That cannot be. I am already immensely grateful for your rescue yesterday. How can I impose upon the Duke Dinghua's residence?" Gu Yixuan, seeing her distressed reaction, gently shook his head and replied, "If you do not stay at the Duke Dinghua's residence, where else could you go? Would you return to the Anping Marquis residence?" At his inquiry, Lin Shixue fell silent, a sense of desolation washing over her. Indeed, her biological father harbored a deep-seated animosity towards her, and she had but a handful of friends in the capital. Her closest companion was but Louis Tong, yet how could she trouble Louis Tong in such a manner? In this vast capital, aside from the Duke Dinghua's residence, it seemed she had nowhere else to turn. Noticing Lin Shixue's melancholic demeanor, Gu Yixuan smiled and continued, "Since you do not wish to return to the Anping Marquis residence and cannot find another place to go, then remain here. My mother is quite fond of you. Your presence will provide her with someone to converse with and alleviate her boredom." Upon hearing Gu Yixuan mention that Murongyun liked her, Lin Shixue, whose spirits had been somewhat low, felt her heart lighten, replaced by a sense of shyness. Her cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she lowered her gaze, unsure of what to say in response. Zhuer, who had been quietly listening by the door, felt a surge of exasperation. How could her usually astute mistress turn into such a flustered figure in front of Gu Yixuan? She rushed over to Lin Shishue's side and whispered in her ear, "Miss, do you truly wish to return to the Anping Marquis residence and endure suffering? The Marquis and Lady Murong treat you with such kindness. Staying at the Duke Dinghua's residence is infinitely better than going back." Jiu Yishuan observed the quiet exchange between the two, choosing not to interrupt, and simply watched them in silence. Zhuer's words seemed to awaken Lin Shishue from a daze. Biting her lip, she lifted her gaze to Gu Yishuan, her face still flushed, and softly said, "Then, I must trouble you and the lady." Gu Yishuan smiled at her response and nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, a servant announced that breakfast was ready. Gu Yishuan rose and led Lin Shishue and Zhuer towards the dining hall, with Lin Shishue trailing behind him at a leisurely pace. Seeing Lin Shishue's demeanor, Zhuer stealthily pinched her waist from behind, teasingly remarking, "With the way you walk, one might think you were 80. Lin Shishue turned to glare at her but quickened her steps to close the distance to Gu Yishuan. Zhuer, witnessing this, wore a look of satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Upon returning to the Chu Wangfu, Xiao Jingyan did not seek out Xiao Jingheng but went straight to his own chamber. Meanwhile, Han Feng entered the main courtyard and was met with the sight of Xiao Jingheng seated in a wooden wheelchair in the garden. "Your Highness," Han Feng approached Xiao Jingheng, bowing respectfully. Xiao Jingheng sat quietly in his wheelchair, his gaze fixed on the two fish frolicking in a large vat in the courtyard. He spoke in a calm tone. "I heard from the servants that you and Jingyan went to the Duke Dinghua's residence." Without hesitation, Han Feng replied respectfully, "Yes, Your Highness. Today, the young prince wished to spar with Gu Yishuan, and I accompanied him." Xiao Jingyang nodded, neither approving nor disapproving of Xiao Jingyan's actions, and then inquired, "How was the security at the Duke Dinghua's residence?" Han Feng took a moment to reflect before responding, "The defenses are extremely stringent. Even those who appear to be ordinary guards are seasoned veterans who have returned from the battlefield. Additionally, there are several hidden sentries closely monitoring every movement within the Duke Dinghua's residence. Any unexpected occurrences would summon the guards immediately." Hearing Han Feng's assessment, Xiao Jingyang nodded, letting out a slight sigh of resignation. It seems that Gu Beizong is now rather cautious due to the assassination attempt on Gu Yishuan. After speaking, Xiao Jingyang turned to find that the robes on Han Feng bore signs of wear and tear, prompting him to question, "Did you engage in combat?" A flicker of reluctance crossed Han Feng's eyes. Yet he recounted the day's events regarding his spar with Gu Yishuan. After listening, Xiao Jingheng regarded Han Feng's discontented expression and calmly stated, "Gu Yishuan's martial prowess is unparalleled, having been personally taught by the renowned Shuren Jui. Defeating you is hardly surprising." Han Feng nodded in agreement, though a sense of dissatisfaction lingered within him. Xiao Jingyang noticed this discontent but chose not to comment further, feeling a sense of frustration regarding his brother Xiao Jingyan's attitude towards Gu Yishuan. When the incident with Xiao Xianlin had occurred, Xiao Jingyan had been merely an infant, and over the years, Xiao Jingheng had never broached the subject with him. When Xiao Jingyan first interacted with Gu Yishuan, Xiao Jingyang had attempted to intervene, but his brother had not heeded his warnings, resulting in their current close relationship. Should Xiao Jingyan discover his intentions towards Gu Yishuan, he would undoubtedly oppose them. Yet, as Xiao Jingyan was his brother, Xiao Jingheng felt powerless, only able to sigh inwardly. At that moment, another figure approached from outside the courtyard. As he stepped inside, he was taken aback upon seeing Han Feng's disheveled appearance. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Xiao Jingheng's eyes brightened, and before he could approach, he inquired directly, "Lai Ren, what have you discovered?" Lai Ren hastened to Han Feng's side, bowing respectfully as he replied, "Your Highness, I have gathered the information. Miss Su was pursued by rogue elements upon her arrival in Jiangnan and was saved by Xianing Zhao. Their bond was thus formed, and they have maintained correspondence since. It is likely that Xianing Zhao's presence at Dai Chun Tang is related to this." Xiao Jingheng, contemplating Lai Ren's words, drummed his fingers against the armrest of his wheelchair, a thoughtful gleam flashing in his eyes. Chapter 58, "Shouldn't you provide me with an explanation?" Noticing the contemplative expression on Xiao Jingheng's face, Lai Ren hesitated before asking, "Your Highness, since you have already met Xianing Zhao, why not propose an alliance? After all, their targets are the Gu family and the Emperor as well." Xiao Jingheng snapped back to attention and shook his head in response. "While Xianing Zhao's objectives align with ours, she is a remnant of the Southern Yu nation. Her identity is far too sensitive. If discovered, all our efforts would be in vain." He paused momentarily, his eyes gleaming with a strange light as he added, "Moreover, from the assassination attempt at night, it seems Gu Yishuan is well aware of their movements and arrangements. To engage with her recklessly could expose us to the Gu family scrutiny." Lai Ren and Han Feng exchanged glances. their understanding deepening as they regarded Xiao Jing'eng with increasing respect. Maintaining his calm demeanor in the face of their admiration, Xiao Jinghong's thoughts drifted to Su Qingdai, and after a moment of contemplation, he instructed the two, if Xianing Zhao's involvement is exposed, Su Qingdai, who is aiding her concealment in the capital, will surely be implicated. We must find an opportunity to extract Su Qingdai from Xianing Zhao's side. Lai Ren and Han Feng nodded in compliance with Xiao Jinghong's directive. Following this, they reported additional matters to him before taking their leave. Once they had departed, Xiao Jing'eng sat alone in the courtyard, gazing at the two fish in the vat, murmuring to himself, the emperor, the Gu family. Meanwhile, Gu Yichen approached a tavern in the capital, scanning the surroundings with a vigilant eye. After ensuring there were no unusual occurrences, he stepped inside. Guided by a tavern attendant, Gu Yichen arrived at the door of a private room. Once the attendant's figure vanished around the corner, he pushed the door open and entered. However, the moment he stepped into the room, a long sword was pressed against his neck. Gu Yichen halted, casting a glance at the middle-aged man wielding the sword before turning to the serene figure of Xianing Zhao seated at the table. His eyes filled with icy disdain. Xianing Zhao, what is the meaning of this? Xianing Zhao placed her teacup down gently, fixing her gaze on the unmoving Gu Yichen as she replied in a calm tone. Gu Gongzi, do you not understand my intentions? That night, how did Gu Yishuan learn of our actions and preemptively make arrangements, leading to significant losses for my people? Should you not provide me with an explanation? Upon hearing these words, Gu Yichen's eyes flared with indignation as he quietly admonished Xianing Zhao. Do you suspect that I am the one who betrayed you? Xianing Zhao remained silent, yet her gaze towards Gu Yichen was rife with skepticism. The implication unmistakable. Observing the doubt reflected in Xianing Zhao's eyes incited a torrent of fury within Gu Yichen. However, casting a glance at the impassive middle-aged man beside him, he inhaled deeply, suppressing his anger, and coldly addressed Xianing Zhao. If I had truly divulged to Gu Yishuan the information about your assassination, do you think you would still be seated here conversing with me? Xianing Zhao's expression remained unchanged upon hearing Gu Yichen's words. Then how did Gu Yishuan come to know of it? Seeing that Xianing Zhao clung to this question, Gu Yichen's demeanor grew ever colder. Why do you not consider that it could be someone from your own ranks who has faltered? At this juncture, a note of derision tinged Gu Yichen's voice. I risk my life to provide you with intelligence, yet instead of investigating within your own circle, you cast suspicion upon me. I am beginning to genuinely question whether you are truly the princess of Nanwei. Upon hearing Gu Yichen's remark, the middle-aged man, who held a long sword, narrowed his eyes, pressing the blade closer to Gu Yichen's neck. Unfazed by the threat, Gu Yichen maintained his icy stare at Xianing Zhao without a hint of trepidation. Xianing Zhao, unfazed by Gu Yichen's words, contemplated for a moment before gesturing to the middle-aged man. The latter, upon observing her signal, shot Gu Yichen a glare, reluctantly lowering his sword, with the blade now withdrawn from his neck. Gu Yichen discreetly exhaled in relief and took a seat at a wooden table. Young Master Gu, it is not that I wish to doubt you, but the assassination that night was indeed rather peculiar. Xianing Zhao spoke after Gu Yichen was seated, her tone carrying a hint of apology, aware that she could not press Gu Yichen too hard. Otherwise, should he reveal their secrets to Gu Yishuan, all their previous efforts would be for naught. Hearing Xianing Zhao's words, Gu Yichen's anger abated somewhat. Moreover, ever since he had agreed to assist Xianing Zhao in relaying messages, they had become entwined in a shared fate. Even in his fury, he could only suppress it. Once Gu Yichen had calmed his emotions, Xianing Zhao continued her inquiry. Have you gleaned any useful information from Gu Yishuan? Upon hearing her question, Gu Yichen shook his head. No, I refrained from inquiring about that night's events, fearing he might sense something amiss. As he recalled Gu Yishuan, a sigh escaped Gu Yichen's lips. Since his elder brother's return from the borders, he had transformed into a different person altogether. His thoughts growing increasingly profound, and his gaze upon Gu Yichen instilled a sense of dread. Xianing Zhao, upon hearing Gu Yichen's response, felt a tinge of disappointment but refrained from elaborating, instead continuing to inquire about Gu Yishuan's recent activities. Gu Yichen did not withhold any information, recounting all of Gu Yishuan's actions of late. Wait, you mentioned that Gu Yishuan brought back a woman from outside. Xianing Zhao interjected upon hearing Gu Yichen mention Lin Shixue. Gu Yichen, puzzled by Xianing Zhao's sudden interest in a woman, nonetheless proceeded to explain, indeed, Gu Yishuan brought back a woman yesterday. I heard from the servants that she seems to be a lady from the Anping Marquis' residence. The gleam in Xianing Zhao's eyes intensified as she pressed further. What is Gu Yishuan's attitude towards this woman? Gu Yichen pondered for a moment before responding. I cannot say for certain, but this is the first time he has interacted with a woman in many years. So he must be quite invested. As he spoke, A realization dawned upon him, and he fixed his gaze intently on Xianning. You wouldn't be contemplating using this woman to threaten Gu Yixuan, would you? Xianning offered no reply, her thoughts drifting back to the day when Murong Yun sought medicine at Daichentang, a cold glimmer flickering in her eyes, within the Duke of Dinggua's residence. Gu Yixuan and Lin Shixue had just finished their midday meal when Murong Yun arrived seeking Lin Shixue. Noticing the two deep in conversation, Gu Yixuan contemplated withdrawing, but Murong Yun insisted he remain and converse with Lin Shixue. Resigned to his mother's demand, Gu Yixuan took a seat beside them. Their discussion revolved solely around matters concerning women, leaving Gu Yixuan unable to interject. At that moment, a servant approached Gu Yixuan, whispering a few words into his ear. Upon hearing the servant's message, a sharp glint flickered in Gu Yixuan's eyes. Chapter 59. Lin Shixue is kidnapped. While conversing with Lin Shixue, Murong Yun noticed Gu Yixuan's sudden change in demeanor and, recognizing that her son had business to attend to, did not press him further. Xianer, if you have matters to handle, go ahead. You need not remain here. Upon hearing Murong Yun's words, Lin Shixue turned to see a servant standing beside Gu Yixuan and echoed her sentiments. Since the Marquis has matters to attend to, you may go. Shixue will stay here with the lady. Very well. Mother, you and Miss Shixue continue your conversation. I shall return shortly. With both his mother and Lin Shixue urging him to leave, Gu Yixuan no longer hesitated and took his leave. As he exited the room and returned to his courtyard, he found Gu Yi and a member of the Qianji Guard awaiting him. Young master. Upon sighting Gu Yixuan, Gu Yi and the Qianji Guard immediately bowed in respect. There is no need for such formalities. Speak of what you have discovered, Gu Yixuan instructed, gesturing for them to rise as he settled onto a stone chair in the courtyard. Gu Yi nodded and signaled to the Qianji Guard, who stepped forward, addressing Gu Yixuan with deference. We were commanded by the young master to monitor the second young master and discovered that he secretly met with a woman at a tavern today at noon. Upon hearing the Qianji Guard's report, a glimmer of understanding sparked in Gu Yixuan's eyes. He knew that Gu Yichen must have met with Xianning. He continued to inquire, do you know what they discussed? The Qianji Guard, upon hearing Gu Yixuan's question, promptly replied, they met in a private room, and the woman was surrounded by numerous skilled protectors. We feared detection and did not dare approach. Thus we could not overhear their conversation. I take full responsibility for this oversight. Please punish me, young master. After the Qianji Guard spoke, he knelt before Gu Yixuan, clasping his fist in apology. Gu Yixuan, while somewhat disappointed by the lack of information, understood it was not their fault. Observing the Qianji Guard still on his knees, he reassured him. Rise, this matter is not your fault. The Qianji Guard stood up, stepping back to stand quietly beside Gu Yi. Gu Yixuan began to ponder the purpose of Xianning and Gu Yichen's meeting, and after a moment of silence, his gaze settled on Gu Yi. Increased the vigilance of the guards within the residence. Should there be any signs of disturbance, report immediately to me and my father. Gu Yi, upon receiving Gu Yixuan's command, bowed deeply in acknowledgement. Yes. Meanwhile, Lin Fengxing, still bearing injuries, did not accompany Xianning to meet Gu Yichen but instead sent a skilled individual who had just been transferred from Jiangnan to accompany her. At this moment, Lin Fengxing sat in a small courtyard arranged for him and Xianning by Su Qindai, gazing at the envelope in his hand, his expression inscrutable. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. Turning to see Xianning, Lin Fengxing promptly rose to greet her. Mississippi, he approached Xianning and handed her the envelope, whispering, this is a letter from Lu Huijin. Upon hearing Lin Fengxing's words, Xianning's expression shifted, and she hurriedly took the envelope, tearing it open to inspect its contents. Gradually, as she read through the letter, her demeanor began to calm, though a glimmer of surprise flickered in her eyes. On this day, Gu Yixuan received an invitation from Zhou Fuji of the Hanlin Academy to engage in discussions on poetry and prose with various scholars, returning to the Duke of Dinggua's residence only by evening. Yet, upon entering the estate, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. Realizing something was amiss, he quickly made his way to the main hall. Upon arriving at the main hall, Gu Yixuan beheld Gu Beizong seated in the main position, his countenance dark and foreboding. His mother, Murong Yun, paced anxiously within the hall, while Gu Yichen sat quietly in a chair. Xianer, it's about Shixue. Murong Yun rushed to Gu Yixuan's side, gripping his sleeve tightly, her voice trembling with urgency. Mother, do not rush. Speak slowly. What has happened? What is wrong with Shixue? Gu Yixuan, observing his mother's anxious expression, felt a weight settle upon his heart, but sought to calm her first, after taking a deep breath to steady herself. Murong Yun recounted, today, I took Shixue out to purchase rouge and jewelry. While browsing in a shop, She expressed interest in a particular piece, and the attending maid suggested a better option, leading Shi Shiwei to follow her to the back. I thought it was merely to view jewelry, and with Zhu accompanying her, I did not intervene. However, after waiting for a long time without seeing Shi Shiwei return, I went to find her, only to discover she had vanished. After listening to Murong Yun's account, Gu Yishuan contemplated briefly before turning to Gu Baitsong. Father, did you uncover anything from the jewelry shop? Gu Baitsong shook his head and spoke. After your mother returned and informed me of this matter, I immediately dispatched someone to search that shop, yet found nothing. The shopkeeper and the attendants also claimed that there was no maid fitting your mother's description. Upon hearing his father's words, Gu Yishuan's expression darkened further. This was evidently a premeditated abduction. Noticing Gu Yishuan's grim demeanor, Gu Baitsong sighed and attempted to comfort him. I have already sent word to Tu Jiuyue, instructing him to arrange for the city guards to search for Miss Shi Shiwei throughout the city. The Qianzhuai have also been mobilized. As long as Miss Shi Shiwei remains in the capital, we will surely locate her. Xin'er, do not fret excessively. Upon hearing Gu Baitsong's reassurances, Gu Yishuan nodded, his mind racing to deduce who might have kidnapped Lin Shi Shiwei. The abduction of Lin Shi Shiwei must certainly be motivated by self-interest, and those who harbored animosity towards him were none other than Xiao Jingyan, Lu Huijin, and Skining Zhao. Xiao Jingyang, by nature cautious, would not act without certainty. Thus his involvement was unlikely. That left only Skining Zhao and Lu Huijin. Coupling this with the fact that Gu Yiqin had met Skining Zhao just days prior, Gu Yishuan arrived at a conclusion. Turning to Gu Yiqin, Gu Yishuan's gaze was icy. The reason he had allowed Gu Yiqin to remain at the Duke of Dinggua's residence until now was to glean information about Skining Zhao through him. Yet he never anticipated they would dare to target Lin Shi Shiwei. Gu Yiqin, sensing Gu Yishuan's penetrating stare, felt his usual calmness evaporate, replaced by a chilling dread. Could it be that Gu Yishuan had discovered he was the one who relayed the news about Lin Shi Shiwei and Murong Yun leaving the residence today to Xianing Zhao? But that shouldn't be the case. After the last incident, he had been exceedingly cautious, transmitting the information using a method taught by Xianing Zhao, ensuring it remained undiscovered. Seeing Gu Yishuan's gaze shift towards Gu Yiqin, Gu Baitsong's heart sank, realizing this matter was undoubtedly related to the remnants of Nanwei. Just as Gu Yishuan was about to speak, a servant entered from outside, holding an envelope. Young master, someone from outside has brought a letter for you. Upon hearing the servant's words, all eyes in the hall fell upon the envelope, aware that it undoubtedly came from those who had kidnapped Lin Shi Shiwei. Gu Yishuan reached out, took the envelope, and tore it open to read the letter inside. Upon seeing its contents, Gu Yishuan's expression turned icy cold. Noticing Gu Yishuan's demeanor, Gu Baitsong's heart sank, and he immediately inquired, Xin'er, what does the letter say? As Gu Baitsong asked. Murong Yun and Gu Yiqin's gazes also fixed on Gu Yishuan. With an expression of frost, Gu Yishuan replied, it is a letter from the kidnappers of Shi Shiwei, stating that she is in their possession, currently held in an abandoned temple outside the city. They demand I arrive before nightfall, or they will kill her. Upon hearing Gu Yishuan's words, Murong Yun gasped in shock, exclaiming, no, this must be a trap set by those fiends. Xin'er, you cannot go. Gu Baitsong, too, looked at Gu Yishuan with a serious expression, saying, your mother is right. This is clearly a snare laid by the enemy. I will send the Qianzhuai to rescue Miss Shi Shiwei. You cannot go. Seeing that both Gu Baitsong and Murong Yun held firm in their stance, Gu Yiqin feigned concern, urging Gu Yishuan, indeed, brother, what father and mother say is correct. You must not go. Gu Yishuan shot a cold glance at Gu Yiqin, then turned to Gu Baitsong and Murong Yun. His voice resolute, to rashly send the Qianzhuai would only provoke them to desperation. Shi Shiwei is in their grasp. I cannot take that risk. Shi Shiwei was brought back by me. Her current predicament stems from my actions. I must save her. Hearing Gu Yishuan's determination to go alone, Murong Yun's eyes brimmed with anxiety and concern. Yet, seeing his steadfast expression, she realized she could not alter her son's resolve and turned to her husband, hoping he would dissuade him. Gu Baitsong, after hearing Gu Yishuan's declaration, did not respond immediately. Observing his son's unwavering gaze, he remained silent for a moment before finally conceding, very well. But the Qianzhuai must follow closely behind you. Understanding his father's intention, Gu Yishuan nodded in agreement. With the Qianzhuai on his tail, they would act should the situation turn dire, leaving Lin Shi Shiwei to her own fate. All right, Gu Yishuan assented, fully aware of his father's priorities. Knowing that in Gu Baitsong's eyes, Lin Shi Shiwei could not possibly outweigh his own son. With that, Gu Baitsong ceased to impede him. Gu Yishuan returned to his quarters, donned Gu Baitsong's gilded soft armor, seized his iron halberd, and mounted his steed, racing towards the desolate temple on the outskirts of the city. Morongyan watched his departing figure, her eyes filled with trepidation. My dear husband, will it truly be safe for Xian'er to go alone? Gu Baitsong, sensing the worry etched upon his wife's face, wrapped an arm around her shoulders and reassured her, do not fret, my lady, Xian'er is quite capable, and with the Qianzhuai in tow, he shall be fine. Hearing Gu Baitsong's words, Morongyan's expression softened slightly, yet her eyes remained filled with concern. Meanwhile, Gu Yichen gazed in the direction Gu Yishuan had departed, a glimmer of malice flickering in his eyes as he coldly mused. Gu Yishuan, this time you shall not escape your fate. Galloping on horseback, Gu Yishuan raced to the abandoned temple, arriving just as twilight began to envelop the horizon. The temple door stood ajar, flickering firelight seeping through its cracks. Dismounting swiftly, he brandished his iron halberd, his gaze icy as he regarded the dilapidated entrance. Suddenly, 3 darts shot forth from within the temple, hurtling towards Gu Yishuan's face. With a frigid glare, Gu Yishuan swept his halberd, effortlessly deflecting the incoming projectiles. Just then, a round of applause echoed through the air, and Gu Yishuan looked up to see a man with a masked face emerging from the shadows of the temple. I never expected the renowned Duke of Wuan to be so infatuated, daring to venture into peril for the sake of a beloved woman. It truly merits my admiration. Gu Yishuan ignored the masked man's taunts, scanning the surroundings, yet failing to catch sight of Lin Shishua, his expression darkening further. I have arrived. Where is Lin Shishua? Upon hearing Gu Yishuan's continued concern for Lin Shishua, the masked man's eyes flashed with derision as he waved his hand. In an instant, Lin Shishua and Zhuo were dragged forth by several men clad in black. Upon spotting Gu Yishuan outside the temple, Lin Shishua's eyes sparkled with joy, quickly replaced by worry and urgency. She wished to urge Gu Yishuan to flee, but with her mouth gagged, she could only emit muffled whimpers, desperately shaking her head at Gu Yishuan. Seeing that Lin Shishua was unharmed, Gu Yishuan breathed a sigh of relief. Noticing her silent plea for him to escape, he shot her a reassuring glance before his gaze returned to the masked man. You seek me. These two are not involved, now that I am here. Release them. The masked man did not respond immediately, his eyes glancing over the temple's dilapidated walls. The next moment, several black-clad men brandishing swords appeared atop the walls. The masked man's gaze turned frigid as he looked at Gu Yishuan. Speaking in a detached tone, as long as the Duke of Wuan surrenders his life to us, these 2 young ladies will be unharmed. Upon finishing his words, the black-clad men leapt down from the walls, their eyes filled with murderous intent as they advanced towards Gu Yishuan. Weapons drawn. If you seek my life, then come and try. Gu Yishuan's eyes turned cold as he twisted his halberd, its tip glimmering with a deadly sheen. A murderous aura enveloping him. Kill. A voice among the black-clad men shouted, and they all surged forward towards Gu Yishuan. Facing the onslaught of black-clad assassins, Gu Yishuan maintained his composure, his halberd sweeping forward like a dragon emerging from the sea. Striking at the foremost attackers, with a crash, where the halberd swept, the black-clad men were sent flying before they could even reach Gu Yishuan, crashing heavily into those behind them. Seizing this brief moment, Gu Yishuan advanced, his halberd swinging with force, preventing the assassins from drawing near. At that moment, one of the assassins seized the opportunity, attacking Gu Yishuan from behind as he faced off against others. Clang! Yet the long blade did not penetrate Gu Yishuan as expected. Instead, it clanged against him, producing a sharp metallic sound. While the assassin remained stunned, Gu Yishuan swiftly dispatched the other attackers, then countered with a sweeping blow, cleaving the assassin in 2. In mere moments, the sounds of battle and clashing weapons within the temple gradually faded into silence. The ground lay strewn with the bodies of the black-clad men. Gu Yishuan swung his halberd, dispatching the last assassin, blood splattering from the halberd's tip as his gaze fell upon the masked man standing in the shadows of the temple door, casually twirling a silver dart between his fingers. Upon the appearance of the 4 individuals, they exhibited no hesitation, simultaneously hurling daggers towards Gu Yishuan, swiftly leaping down to assail him. Gu Yishuan, observing the 4 daggers hurtling towards him, spun around, wielding his iron halberd to deflect each incoming blade. Yet, before he could regain his footing, the 4 had already approached him with ghostly swiftness. Whoosh! The leader crouched low, thrusting forward with a subtle sound of slicing air, the blade aimed directly at Gu Yishuan's knee. To his right, another assailant swept a short blade towards his throat, while the 2 from behind attacked his flanks in perfect synchrony. Confronted with such a deft coordination, Gu Yishuan lightly tapped the ground with his toes and immediately leaped backward, his iron halberd sweeping towards the necks of the 3 attackers. Naturally, the trio dared not withstand such a fierce assault, instantly retreating. However, one individual seized the opportunity, thrusting a finely forged short blade towards Gu Yixuan while he was still regaining his balance. Gu Yixuan, perceiving the imminent danger, swiftly evaded the lethal strike, the blade grazing his left shoulder, producing a shower of sparks as it clashed with his golden silk armor, although he narrowly escaped this fatal blow. He soon felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. Turning his head slightly, he discovered that the short blade had indeed sliced through his golden silk armor, leaving a gash. The masked man, witnessing this, flashed a cold smirk. Yet, Gu Yixuan did not succumb to fear. Instead, he felt a surge of ferocity, swinging his iron halberd directly at the assailant. The other three immediately advanced, two of them raising their blades to counter Gu Yixuan's assault, while the remaining two sought to launch a surprise attack from the sides. Realizing the precarious situation, Gu Yixuan was compelled to fend off the two attackers, swiftly turning to confront the other two charging at him. However, the four worked in perfect harmony. Each time Gu Yixuan managed to repel them, they would instantly converge from all sides, the gleam of their short blades merging into a deadly array, aware that prolonging this battle would inevitably lead to his defeat. Gu Yixuan scanned the dilapidated temple grounds, his gaze alighting upon a scattered piece of debris. An idea sparked in his eyes. Gu Yixuan pivoted and retreated to the ruins, letting out a fierce shout, and slammed his iron halberd onto the rubble, sending a cloud of dust and debris soaring. As the four rushed towards him, they were enveloped in a storm of dust, seizing the moment when their vision was obscured. Gu Yixuan dashed forward like a specter, aiming his halberd at the individual to his right. Although the man's sight was hindered by the dust, he reacted swiftly, instinctively raising his short blade to block. Clang! Yet, Gu Yixuan's strike was powerful. The halberd crashed against the blade, sending shockwaves through the man's hands, forcing him to stagger back. Gu Yixuan, unwilling to relent, executed a sweeping motion with his halberd, compelling the remaining three to raise their blades in defense. At that instant, Gu Yixuan suddenly altered his attack, his halberd transforming into a flurry of star-like strikes, targeting the throats of the four. Taken aback by his rapid change in technique, they hurriedly raised their blades to parry. Bang! Seizing the opportunity, Gu Yixuan delivered a powerful kick, striking one individual squarely in the chest and sending him sprawling. The remaining three, witnessing this turn of events, attempted to retaliate, but Gu Yixuan had already charged back into the fray, his halberd spinning with lethal precision. With one less combatant, the remaining three displayed evident signs of disarray. Gu Yixuan, spotting an opening, thrust his halberd into one's abdomen and, with a forceful upward flick, hurled him towards the other two. Confronted by the final two adversaries, Gu Yixuan fought as if in a realm devoid of obstacles, his halberd sweeping and cleaving through them in mere moments. The last remaining foe, just regaining his footing, turned to flee upon seeing his comrades strewn across the ground in disarray. Gu Yixuan, unwilling to grant him an escape, locked his gaze on the retreating figure, his eyes glinting with cold resolve, and hurled his iron halberd, piercing through the man's back and pinning him to the earth. After dispatching all his foes, Gu Yixuan, panting heavily, approached the bodies to retrieve his halberd. But when he turned his gaze towards the temple entrance, he realized the masked man had vanished without a trace. Lin Shixue, gazing at Gu Yixuan, drenched in blood, had tears glistening in her eyes, muffled sobs escaping her lips. Observing this, Gu Yixuan hurriedly moved to untie the ropes binding Lin Shixue and Zhu'er. The moment Lin Shixue freed herself, she embraced Gu Yixuan tightly, her tears soaking his blood-stained garments. "You're hurt." Gu Yixuan planted his halberd aside, looking down at the tear-streaked beauty in his arms, gently wrapping her in his embrace, his tone soothing. "You were frightened, weren't you? It's all right now." MHM. Lin Shixue buried her face in Gu Yixuan's chest. Nodding through her sobs, Zhu'er, witnessing the scene, stood quietly to the side, offering no interruption. Under Gu Yixuan's comforting presence, Lin Shixue gradually regained her composure, noticing the blood still flowing from his left shoulder. She tore a piece of fabric from her clothing and began to bandage his wound. Just as Gu Yixuan was about to insist that he was fine, he caught the fierce glare from Lin Shixue, whose eyes were slightly red. Realizing the futility of his protest, he allowed her to tend to his injury. At that moment, several members of the Qianji Guard appeared in the clearing before the dilapidated temple. Respectfully saluting Gu Yixuan, "Young master," they had actually arrived earlier, but upon seeing Gu Yixuan holding Lin Shixue, they refrained from revealing themselves, remaining vigilant from the shadows. "Have you discovered the whereabouts of the masked man?" After Lin Shixue finished bandaging his wound, Gu Yixuan rubbed her small head affectionately, urging her to wait quietly, before rising to address the Qianji Guard. Upon hearing Gu Yixuan's inquiry, the guard replied respectfully, "We noticed when the man departed. Our captain has already led a team to pursue him." Nodding at their response, Gu Yixuan turned and squatted beside the corpses of the 4 assassins who had fought him fiercely. He picked up one of the short blades, examining it closely. It was evident that it was no ordinary weapon, as it had pierced his golden silk armor. Just as Gu Yixuan suspected, these blades were forged from a rare and precious steel, a material that few within the court could procure. It seemed that this encounter involved more than just skinning Zhao. Gu Yixuan's eyes gleamed coldly as he regarded the short blade in his hand. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he began to search through the clothing of the corpses. Sure enough, he discovered something of significance. His gaze fell upon a crow emblem, rusted and concealed within the fabric. A chilling glimmer flashing in his eyes. Lu Huijin, you seek death. Chapter 62. Quickly summoned Dr. Su from Daichintang. The crow emblem on the assassin's attire was the distinctive mark of Lu Huijin's Mo Yahweh. These 4 masters were clearly members of Lu Huijin's Mo Yahweh. Noticing Gu Yixuan's altered expression, one of the Qianji guard cautiously approached, inquiring, "Young master, have you made a discovery?" Gu Yixuan, hearing the guard's question, refrained from responding immediately. Knowing that the bodies of these assassins and the insignia on their garments could not directly link this matter to Lu Huijin. It was one thing for Lu Huijin to abstain from intervening during the assassination at the Jin Yuan Marquis's residence. It was unfathomable that he would dare to collude with Xianing Zhao to target him. Gu Yixuan's gaze shifted to Lin Shishue and Zhu Er, observing their expressions still tinged with shock. "Let us return home." Gu Yixuan shook his head and instructed the Qianji guard. "Understood." With Gu Yixuan's command, the guards ceased to harbor doubts and turned to arrange protection for Gu Yixuan and the 2 women on their way back. Under the escort of the Qianji guard, Gu Yixuan led Lin Shishue and Zhu Er back to the Duke of Dingguo's residence. Upon their arrival outside the estate, they found Murong Yun, accompanied by several maidservants, anxiously standing at the entrance, glancing into the distance from time to time. Upon spotting Gu Yixuan and Lin Shishue being escorted by the Qianji guard, Murong Yun exhaled a sigh of relief and rushed down the steps to greet them. As she approached Gu Yixuan and Lin Shishue, she noticed that neither bore any visible injuries, allowing her to relax further. However, upon seeing Gu Yixuan covered in blood, her expression turned to one of deep concern. "Xian are you all right?" Gu Yixuan, witnessing the worry etched on his mother's face, offered a reassuring smile. "Mother, Shishue and I are fine. The blood on me is from our enemies, so you need not worry." Despite his words, Gu Yixuan intentionally concealed his wounded left arm from her view. However, his efforts proved futile as Lin Shishue's gaze fell upon his shoulder, disregarding Gu Yixuan's silent plea for her to remain quiet, and urgently spoke to Murong Yun. "Madam, the Marquis is injured. Please send someone to fetch a doctor at once." Hearing Lin Shishue's words, Murong Yun's previously relaxed demeanor turned tense, and following Lin Shishue's gaze, she indeed discovered the blood-soaked bandage on Gu Yixuan's shoulder. Shocked, Murong Yun rushed to Gu Yixuan's side to inspect the wound, only to find that the fabric had been thoroughly soaked in blood. Her expression shifting to one of alarm. "Xian didn't you say you were fine? What is the meaning of this injury?" Murong Yun's voice trembled as she gently touched the bloodied fabric, then recoiled, fearful of causing her son pain. Gu Yixuan, witnessing the scene, felt a wave of helplessness and was about to comfort his mother when Gu Yicheng emerged from within the estate, having anxiously awaited news of Gu Yixuan at the Duke of Dingguo's residence. He rushed out upon hearing the commotion outside. When he saw Gu Yixuan and Lin Shishue appearing unscathed, his pupils widened in shock. How could Gu Yixuan be unhurt? Yet, after the initial surprise, a surge of panic and anger welled up in Gu Yicheng. What was Xianing Zhao doing, failing to take such a prime opportunity to eliminate Gu Yixuan? At that moment, Murong Yun also noticed Gu Yicheng's presence and, seeing the increasingly crimson fabric on Gu Yixuan's shoulder, addressed him urgently. "Yicheng, your elder brother has sustained injuries. Please hasten to summon Dr. Su from Daichintang." Murong Yun, her expression fraught with anxiety, spoke, and then recalled that Su Qingdai never visited patients at home, causing a flicker of hesitation in her eyes. Yet, given the urgency of the situation, she cast her reservations aside and directly addressed Gu Yicheng. "If Dr. Su is unwilling to come, then compel her to do so. Afterward, my mother will personally apologize to her." Upon hearing Murong Yun's words, Gu Yicheng's eyes momentarily reflected uncertainty, yet he understood that failing to act would invite suspicion, so he promptly set off toward Daichintang with his attendants. Gu Yixuan, observing Gu Yicheng's departing figure, felt a spark of intrigue. After Murong Yun had seen his injury, he initially intended to summon a physician merely to tend to his wounds. He was unprepared for his mother's profound concern for his condition, prompting her to seek out Su Qingdai. Coincidentally, he also wished to meet Su Qingdai, the fated heroine of Xiao Jinghang, so he refrained from voicing any objections and allowed Gu Yichen to proceed. Once Gu Yichen had left, Murong Yun, alongside Lin Shixue, carefully assisted the seemingly unscathed Gu Yixuan into the residence. Gu Yixuan watched his mother and Lin Shixue's cautious demeanor with a mix of amusement and exasperation. He wore golden silk armor, and aside from the gash on his left shoulder, he was hardly in dire straits. Just as he was about to reassure them of his well-being, he was met with stern glares from Murong Yun and Lin Shixue. Faced with this, he could only concede and allow himself to be supported inside. Meanwhile, Gu Yichen, accompanied by several servants, ambled toward Daichintang, second young master. Should we not hasten our pace given the urgency of the eldest young master's injuries? A servant, noticing Gu Yichen's leisurely strides, hesitated before voicing a reminder. Hearing this, Gu Yichen reined in the reins and turned his cold gaze upon him, his tone indifferent. "It is not your place to dictate how I conduct my affairs." The servant, trembling at the response, quickly bowed and apologized. "I beg your pardon, second young master, for my impertinence." "Humph," Gu Yichen scoffed, dismissing him as he continued on his way to Daichintang. Perched upon his steed, Gu Yichen felt a tempest of anger brewing within him. Such an opportune moment had been squandered by Xianingzhao's blunder. Given Gu Yixuan's prudence, it was certain that he would arrange for Lin Shixue to be closely guarded following this incident, making it significantly more challenging to seize her as leverage against Gu Yixuan in the future. However, now that the situation had unfolded as such, he recognized the futility of his rage, inhaling deeply to suppress his ire. Preparing to confront Xianingzhao upon their next meeting, though Gu Yichen intended to delay, Daichintang was not far from the Duke of Dingguo's residence, and traveling by horseback, they soon arrived at the small medical establishment. Upon reaching the clinic, they found it shuttered. Dismounting, Gu Yichen gazed at the sign bearing the name Daichintang, his expression betraying confusion. According to Murong Yun, Dr. Su was reputed for her exceptional medical skills. Otherwise, she would not have summoned her so promptly after Gu Yixuan's injury. When did such a remarkable physician named Su appear in the capital? As Gu Yichen pondered this, a servant approached the clinic's entrance and knocked. Receiving no response, the servant knocked again, and the door slowly creaked open. In that moment, Gu Yichen momentarily set aside his confusion, his gaze fixating on the door. He beheld the woman who emerged. His pupils constricted in shock. "Xianingzhao? Xianingzhao!" Gu Yichen exclaimed, astonished at the sight of her within the clinic. How could she be here? While Gu Yichen was still reeling from the surprise, a voice from within the clinic called out, "Sister Ningzhao, who is it?" Hearing the inquiry, Xianingzhao lifted her gaze to meet Gu Yichen's, subtly shaking her head to signal him to conceal their connection, before turning her attention back inside the clinic. "I do not know. They appear to be servants from a prominent household, likely seeking your assistance for a patient." After a brief silence, the voice within the clinic resumed, and soon after, Su Qingdai, clad in a red dress, appeared at the door. She surveyed the servants and the still-dazed Gu Yichen, her tone tinged with displeasure. "Whose servants are you? I have stated before that I do not make house calls. Moreover, it is night. What business do you have here?" The servants exchanged glances, unsure how to respond, ultimately turning their eyes toward Gu Yichen, hoping he would speak. Sensing their gaze upon him, Gu Yichen finally regained his composure. Casting a discreet glance at Xianingzhao before addressing Su Qingdai, "You must be Dr. Su. I am Gu Yichen, the son of the Duke of Dingguo. My elder brother has met with an unfortunate accident and sustained injuries. My mother wishes to request your assistance in treating him. We kindly ask you to accompany us. I sincerely apologize for the late disturbance, and as for the consultation fee, you need not worry. The Duke of Dingguo's residence will ensure you are well compensated." Upon seeing Xianingzhao, Gu Yichen could surmise her intentions, his heart swelling with elation, and his tone grew earnest, upon learning that Gu Yichen was the second son of the Duke of Dingguo. Su Qingdai's eyes widened in surprise. She had not anticipated his visit. That a flicker of hesitation crossed her mind. The rule she had set against house calls was intended to prevent unnecessary complications, not to prohibit them outright. Furthermore, considering Gu Yichen's words, the injured party was none other than the esteemed Marquis of Wuhan. The Duke of Dingguo wielded considerable influence. If she were to decline, it might prove difficult for her to continue her practice in the capital. As Su Qingdai hesitated, Xianingzhao interjected with sincerity, "Qingdai, while you may have a rule against house calls, the Duke of Dingguo is a pillar of the nation, and the Marquis of Wuhan is a hero who has repelled foreign invaders. It would not be unreasonable to make an exception for him." Upon hearing Xianingzhao's words, Gu Yichen faltered, a twitch at the corner of his mouth, but he feigned composure to avoid revealing any signs of distress to Su Qi-dai. Reflecting on Xianning statement, Su Qi-dai recalled her master's teaching of the healer's benevolence, and after a moment of contemplation, she nodded. Very well. I shall accompany you to the Duke of Dinggua's residence to treat the Marquis of Wuan's injuries. Upon receiving Su Qingdai's acquiescence, joy illuminated the eyes of both Xianning and Gu Yiqin. Gu Yiqin immediately bowed respectfully to Su Qingdai, stating, "On behalf of my elder brother, I extend my gratitude to you." Dr. Su, there is no need for such formalities, young Master Gu. Please wait here for a moment while I fetch my medical kit. Su Qingdai nodded, uttering a brief remark before turning to re-enter the clinic. As Xianning watched Su Qingdai depart, she glanced at Gu Yiqin before swiftly following Su Qingdai inside. Retrieving her medical kit from her room, Su Qingdai stepped out only to find Xianning standing at the door with a servant girl. Seemingly waiting for her. Su Qingdai recognized the girl as someone who had come to the clinic days prior, sent by Xianning household to serve her. However, she was puzzled as to why Xianning had brought the girl to wait for her and inquired, "Sister Ningxiao, what is the meaning of this?" Xianning smiled at Su Qingdai. "The Duke of Dinggua's residence has sent their second son to summon you, which suggests that the Marquis of Wuan's injuries are quite severe. It would be unwise for you to manage alone at this point." Xianning paused, gesturing toward the servant girl. "Coincidentally, this girl has studied some medicinal knowledge with a physician and could assist you. Please take her along." Upon hearing Xianning suggestion, Su Qingdai felt a sense of clarity, yet a hint of hesitation lingered within her. Something felt amiss, however, seeing the sincerity in Xianning's eyes and trusting her. She ultimately set aside her doubts and nodded in agreement. "If that is the case, I appreciate your thoughtfulness, sister." As Su Qingdai consented, a glint of cunning sparkled in Xianning's eyes, though her expression remained cheerful. "We are sisters. There is no need for such formality." After Xianning spoke, the servant girl dutifully took the medical kit from Su Qingdai's hands and followed her out of the clinic. Watching Su Qingdai's retreating figure, Xianning's smile gradually faded, a sigh escaping her lips. "Sister, do not blame me. I am also compelled by circumstance." At that moment, Lin Fengxing appeared beside Xianning. His gaze fixed on Su Qingdai's silhouette, his expression complex. After all, Su Qingdai had saved his life. Missed before Lin Fengxing could finish, Xianning interrupted, "Uncle Lin, there is no need for further discussion. As long as we successfully assassinate either Gu Yishuan or Gu Baizong, the Duke of Dinggua's residence will descend into chaos, allowing Cui Yue to extract Qi Dai without consequence. At that moment, the complexities in Xianning's eyes had vanished. Her demeanor cold and her tone icy. Hearing her words, Lin Fengxing remained silent, letting out a resigned sigh. Even at his peak, escaping from the Duke of Dinggua's residence after assassinating Gu Yishuan would be impossible. Let alone for Cui Yue, Lin Fengxing understood that these were merely words of self-comfort from Xianning. Yet, as a shadow guard of the Southern Yu royal family, his duty was to obey Xianning's commands and protect her. So he refrained from further discussion on the topic and shifted the conversation. "Miss, the spies lurking outside are still present. Should we leave now?" Upon hearing Lin Fengxing's inquiry, Xianning contemplated for a moment and replied, "Let us wait a while longer. Once Qingdai and Gu Yiqin have departed, we shall take our leave." The spies mentioned by Lin Fengxing had only appeared outside the medical clinic a few days prior. Xianning had dispatched someone to investigate their identities, but to no avail. They merely observed stealthily from outside the clinic, and with the presence of personnel from Hongzhila nearby, she chose not to concern herself too much. Moreover, she harbored a sense that these spies were likely associated with the man who had suddenly appeared within the clinic on that fateful day. She had also sent someone to uncover that man's identity, even leveraging her connections within the Kanglan Kingdom's court. Yet, like the spies, she had found nothing. At that moment, in a concealed corner outside the clinic, several figures in black suddenly emerged. Upon seeing Su Qingdai following Gu Yiqin and his entourage, one of them promptly whispered, "Miss Su has been taken by the Duke's residence. We must report this to our master immediately." Chapter 64. From now on, let Shishua take care of you. Gu Yiqin hurriedly escorted Su Qingdai towards the Duke's residence. Aware of Xianning's plans, he no longer delayed and swiftly returned to the Duke's residence with Su Qingdai. "Dr. Su, we have arrived." Upon reaching the entrance of the Duke's residence, Gu Yiqin turned to Su Qingdai while casting a discreet glance at the maid trailing behind her. He recognized that this woman was sent by Xianning to assassinate Gu Yishuan. Su Qingdai gazed at the imposing Duke's residence and nodded to Gu Yiqin, following him inside. However, as they approached the entrance. They were intercepted by several servants. Second young master, the Duke has ordered that all outsiders must be searched before entering the residence. One servant extended his hand to block Su Qingdai and turned to Gui Chen, stating, hearing the servant's words, Su Qingdai felt no anger. After all, the Duke's residence was a prominent household with its own rules. Just as she was about to ask her accompanying Tue to set down the medicine box so that the maid could conduct the search, Gui Chen interjected, "This is Dr. Su, whom my mother instructed me to invite to treat my elder brother. His life is in grave danger, and you still wish to delay Dr. Su with the search. What is your true intention?" Gui Chen glared at the servants with a cold gaze, his voice laced with anger. Tue, being sent by Xianing Zhao to assassinate Gui Xuan, undoubtedly carried weapons. Gui Chen could not allow these servants to search her. The servants exchanged glances, aware of Gui Xuan's injury but unaware of the specific circumstances. Additionally, this was an order from Gu Baitsong, and they dared not disobey. Noticing their hesitation but lack of immediate compliance, Gui Chen's eyes flared with fury. Dr. Su is personally brought back by me under my mother's orders. When did my words cease to hold weight in this residence? Do you suspect I would bring an assassin into the house? Faced with Gui Chen's wrath, the servants immediately bowed, proclaiming their apologies, and no longer obstructed Su Qingdai and Cue Yue from entering. Meanwhile, in Gui Xuan's courtyard, his robe was torn open, revealing a wound on his left shoulder. Lin Shishue was carefully using a warm cloth to clean the blood surrounding the injury. Murongyun stood nearby, her eyes filled with concern and distress as she gazed at Gu Yishuan's bloody wound. She occasionally turned to look towards the door, feeling impatient as Gu Yichen had yet to appear. Yichen is truly slow. Chunshun Hall is not far from our residence. Why does it take him so long to bring someone? Hearing his mother's complaints, Gu Yishuan couldn't help but smirk. Jiu Yichen would be more than happy if he were to perish. Why would he summon Su Qingdai so quickly? Nonetheless, seeing his mother's worried expression, he sought to reassure her. Mother, perhaps Dr. Su is reluctant to come, and Yichen is negotiating with her. It's not a grave injury. You needn't worry. Upon hearing Gu Yishuan's words, Murongyun remained unconvinced. She turned to face Gu Yishuan, touched by his attempt to comfort her, yet could not suppress her reproach. Humph, you've lost so much blood and still claim it's nothing. With a disdainful huff, Murongyun's gaze fell upon Lin Shishue, who was tending to Gu Yishuan's wound. Before Gu Yishuan could speak, she continued, Mother cannot control you any longer. Seeing how attentive you are to Shishue, she will definitely command your obedience from now on. Gu Yishuan, who had been about to respond, was momentarily at a loss for words, gazing at Murongyun helplessly. Lin Shishue, hearing Murongyun's words, paused her movements, her worry transforming into bashfulness as a blush crept onto her cheeks. Lowering her head, she softly murmured, Madam, you jest. How could Shishue possibly manage the marquis? Observing Lin Shishue's flustered demeanor, Murongyun was about to speak when footsteps were heard outside, sparking joy in her eyes. She swiftly turned to check. Jiu Yishuan, noticing his mother's departure, turned to Lin Shishue, who was still avoiding his gaze. A smile crept onto his lips. Mother said you would take care of me in the future. What say you, Miss Shishue? Upon hearing Gu Yishuan's words, Lin Shishue's face flushed crimson. She understood the implication of his statement. While it was one thing for Murongyun to say so, why was Gu Yishuan echoing the sentiment? Did he truly harbor feelings for her? As she pondered this, her cheeks reddened even more, and she couldn't help but steal a glance at Gu Yishuan, finding him gazing at her with a broad smile. Her heart began to race uncontrollably, and her words faltered to Marquis. We. Noticing her flustered state, Gu Yishuan's smile widened, yet he recognized it was time to cease teasing her. He reached out to ruffle her hair gently and said, All right, I shan't tease you further. Lin Shishue, feeling the warmth of his large hand on her head, blushed deeply, unsure of what to say. Just as the atmosphere between them grew delicate, footsteps echoed from outside. Gu Yishuan looked up to see Murongyun leading Gu Yichen and a woman clad in red, accompanied by a maid carrying a medicine box. Upon spotting the woman in red, a glimmer of recognition flashed in Gu Yishuan's eyes. This must be Su Qingdai, the heroine of the Divine Doctor Princess. Murongyun hurriedly ushered Gu Yichen and Su Qingdai into the room and immediately addressed Su Qingdai. Dr. Su, please hasten to treat Yishuan's injury. Of course. Madam, Su Qingdai replied, moving forward with Tue and approached Gu Yishuan, first offering a respectful bow. I am Su Qingdai, a humble servant, and I pay my respects to Marquis Wuan. There is no need for formalities. Dr. Su, Gu Yishuan replied, observing her closely. As Su Qingdai straightened up, she caught sight of the stunning Lin Shixue beside Gu Yishuan, her eyes widening in surprise, silently noting that this must be Gu Yishuan's cherished companion. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. Her gaze fell upon the wound on Gu Yishuan's left shoulder, and, seeing it only grazed the flesh, her tense demeanor relaxed. Bring my medicine box over. Su Qingdai instructed Sue Yue. Without hesitation, Sue Yue handed the medicine box to Su Qingdai. In this moment, Gu Yichen subtly positioned himself between Gu Yishuan and Sue Yue, obscuring Gu Yishuan's line of sight. Chapter 65. You may leave first at the Prince of Chu's residence. Xiao Jinghang sat at a desk, pen in hand, engrossed in writing. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Lai Ren entered, urgency in his tone. Your Highness, the spies outside Daichintang have reported that Miss Su has been taken by the Duke's residence. Hearing Lai Ren's words, Xiao Jinghang paused, lifting his gaze to meet his. What has transpired? Why would the Duke's residence take Su Qingdai? Lai Ren promptly replied. Today, word within the city indicates that Gu Yishuan left the city alone. Shortly thereafter, he returned under the escort of the Gu family's Qianjiwai, accompanied by 2 women. Furthermore, the spies report that Gu Yishuan was covered in blood, suggesting he must have engaged in a confrontation, necessitating the call for Miss Su's medical assistance. Instead of feeling relieved, Xiao Jinghang's pupils constricted at Lai Ren's account. Did Su Qingdai bring anyone with her when she left with the Duke's residence? Upon hearing the inquiry, Lai Ren, though puzzled, respectfully responded, according to the reports, Miss Su did indeed have a maid-like figure accompanying her when she departed the medical clinic for the Duke's residence. After reporting, Lai Ren could not help but ask, Your Highness, is there something amiss? Without answering, Xiao Jinghang's expression turned frigid upon learning that Su Qingdai had left with someone. Truly, the remnants of Nanyue are as cunning as ever. With a cold gleam in his eyes, Xiao Jinghang realized that the maid who had followed Su Qingdai to the Duke's residence must surely be the assassin sent by Xianing Zhao to kill Gu Yishuan. What astounded him, however, was the ruthlessness of Xianing Zhao's intentions, using Su Qingdai, whom she had once aided, to fulfill her own ambitions. Prepare the horses. Immediately head to the Duke's residence. Xiao Jinghang pondered for but a brief moment before promptly issuing an order to Lai Ren. Only the divine physician, Sun Zhongmiao, possessed the skill to heal his leg injury. However, the whereabouts of Sun Zhongmiao were elusive. Su Qingdai, his sole disciple, was the only one capable of locating him, and Xiao Jinghang could not allow Su Qingdai to perish within the Duke of Dinggu's residence. Upon hearing Xiao Jinghang's command, Lai Ren hesitated, yet, perceiving the icy demeanor of Xiao Jinghang, understood that something was amiss and dared not voice his concerns, swiftly departing to make arrangements within the Duke of Dinggu's residence. Su Qingdai retrieved the necessary items from her medical box, hastily tending to Gu Yishuan's wound, while Lin Shixue stepped aside, quietly observing. Sue Yue stood silently in the corner, her gaze fixed intently upon Gu Yishuan. As a glimmering dagger slowly slipped from the cuff of her sleeve, just as a malevolent gleam ignited in Siyue's eyes, and she was poised to strike Gu Yishuan, the sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the door. The occupants of the room turned toward the sound, discovering it to be Gu Baitsong and Gu Yi. Upon seeing Gu Yi, a flicker of light flashed in Siyue's eyes, and she swiftly concealed the dagger back within her sleeve. She sensed a threatening aura emanating from Gu Yi and knew that any attempt to act at that moment would surely result in her immediate demise at his hands. Gu Yichen also noticed Gu Yi following closely behind Gu Baitsong. Realizing that this was not the time for action, he slowly approached Siyue and whispered, Do not act rashly. Upon hearing his words, Siyue glanced at him and subtly nodded, My lord. Upon seeing Gu Baitsong, Murong Yun immediately stepped forward. I pay my respects to the Duke of Dinggu. The others in the room, upon realizing Gu Baitsong's arrival, promptly bowed respectfully. How is Xin'er? Gu Baitsong inquired, nodding as he turned to Murong Yun. He had originally been waiting within the residence for news of Gu Yishuan, but Gu Yishuan had mentioned that Gu Yi went after a fish that had slipped through the net, claiming his injuries were minor. Thus, Gu Baitsong had proceeded to seek Gu Yi to inquire about the situation. Once Gu Yi had gathered the information, he had brought him back to see Gu Yishuan. I have already summoned Dr. Su from Daichintang, and she is currently attending to Xin'er's wounds. As Murong Yun responded to her husband's inquiry regarding their son's condition, she gestured towards Su Qingdai, who was tending to Gu Yishuan. Father, upon noticing Gu Baitsong's gaze directed at him, Gu Yishuan spoke up. his eyes shifting to Gui behind him. He was aware that the masked man encountered in the dilapidated temple was likely affiliated with Lu Huijin, and he wondered if Gui had managed to catch up with him. Gu Baitsong, noticing his son's expression, understood that Gu Yishuan was concerned about the masked man's fate and spoke reassuringly. Focus on your recovery. We shall discuss such matters tomorrow. Hearing Gu Baitsong's words, Gu Yishuan nodded, recognizing that this was not the time for such discussions. At that moment, Gu Yichen, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. Father, mother, perhaps we should step outside. With so many people gathered here, it may hinder Dr. Su's efforts. Jiu Yichen addressed Gu Baitsong and Murong Yun, glancing at Su Qingdai and My Lord, Madam, it is sufficient for me and Tiwe to remain here. In response to Gu Yichen's suggestion, Su Qingdai chimed in. Though Gu Yishuan's injuries were of little concern to her, the scrutiny of the current Duke of Dingguo placed an undeniable weight upon her. Hearing Gu Yichen and Su Qingdai's remarks, Murong Yun hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Turning to Gu Baitsong, she said, My lord, let us step outside. We can leave this to Dr. Su. At the sound of his wife's words, Gu Baitsong was about to nod in agreement when he noticed Gu Yishuan subtly shaking his head. The instant Gu Yishuan heard Su Qingdai mention the name Tiwe, he was taken aback. Immediately locking his gaze onto the maid in the corner, he recalled that there was a renowned female assassin known as Tiwe in the Hongzhila, but she was under Xian Ningzhao's command. How could she possibly be connected to Su Qingdai? Just as he began to dismiss the notion as mere coincidence, Gu Yichen's earlier words sparked doubt within him. Gu Yichen was affiliated with Xian Ningzhao. Could this Tiwe be? Gu Baitsong, observing his son's gesture and the silent communication directed at Tiwe, immediately sensed something was amiss. Just as he was about to take action, Gu Yishuan spoke up. Indeed, father and mother, you should exit for now. Gu Baitsong glanced at Gu Yishuan, who bore a smile, his eyes shifting towards Lin Shishue and Murong Yun. Understanding his son's intent, Gu Baitsong nodded in acknowledgement and led everyone out of the room. Gu Yichen lingered at the back, casting a glance at Tiwe as he crossed the threshold. Witnessing this, Gu Yishuan's suspicions were further solidified. Once everyone had exited, Gu Yishuan turned to Tiwe, then focused his gaze on Su Qingdai. Inquiring, Dr. Su, is this your apprentice from the medical clinic? Upon hearing Gu Yishuan's question regarding Sue Yue's identity, Su Qingdai, unaware of any underlying tension, continued to treat the wound while responding. In response to the Marquis of Wuhan, Sue Yue is not an apprentice of the clinic, but rather a maidservant of my sister, due to her knowledge of pharmacology. I brought her along to assist in treating your injuries. A glimmer of realization crossed Gu Yishuan's eyes upon hearing Su Qingdai's response. She was acquainted with Xian Ningzhao. Furthermore, from her words, it seemed Xian Ningzhao had been hiding within Daichentang during this time. No wonder the Qianzhuai had been unable to locate her despite their extensive search. Just as Su Qingdai was about to turn and fetch medication for bandaging Gu Yishuan's wound, the quietly poised Tiwe in the corner suddenly revealed a dagger, stepping forward with lethal intent towards Gu Yishuan. Chapter 66. The commoner thanks the Marquis of Wuhan in an instant. Tiwe, dagger in hand, closed the distance to Gu Yishuan, her expression reflecting elation as she prepared to slice his throat. However, just as the blade was but an inch from Gu Yishuan's neck, a large hand seized her wrist, halting her movement entirely. Sue Yue's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked up at the owner of the hand, only to find Gu Yishuan regarding her with an icy glare. A mocking smile playing on his lips, Gu Yishuan's gaze flickered with cold intensity as he delivered a swift kick to her chest. Bang! Sue Yue was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. This sequence of events transpired in an instant. And upon hearing the commotion, Su Qingdai turned in confusion, only to witness Sue Yue sprawled on the floor, dagger still in hand. Shock and disbelief flooded Su Qingdai's expression as a medicinal vial slipped from her grasp. Shattering upon impact, Sue Yue, regaining her composure, swiftly rose and brandished her weapon once more, charging at Gu Yishuan. Unfazed, Gu Yishuan shouted, Gu Yi! Bang! As his voice echoed, the door exploded inward, Gu Yi's figure hurtling through the debris, transforming into a dark shadow as he collided with Sue Yue. Just as Sue Yue turned, Gu Yi's fist was already hurtling toward her face. In her panic, she raised her dagger to block, but Gu Yi seized her wrist. Crack! With a sharp twist, the dagger slipped from her grasp with a resounding snap. Sue Yue, still attempting to resist, found herself outmatched by Gu Yi's strength. Within mere moments, she was subdued. With a muffled groan, she was pinned to the ground. Her face pressed against the cold stone tiles, rendered immobile. Take her into custody. At that moment, Gu Baitsong's voice resonated from the doorway, followed by a flurry of hurried footsteps. Several servants rushed into the room. Swiftly restraining the still-dazed Su Qingdai, Marquis Lin Shishua hurried to Gu Yishuan's side, her hands searching his body for any signs of injury. Jiyu Baitsong and Murong Yin soon followed, entering the room that Jiyu Yichen trailed behind them. His heart racing as he realized not only was Gu Yishuan unharmed, but Zhue had also been subdued by Gu Wide. An unsettling panic rose within him. Te was aware of his identity. And if she revealed it, as these thoughts crossed his mind, Gu Yichen lowered his head, fear flashing in his eyes, his body trembling involuntarily. While Lin Shishue examined Gu Yishuan, her voice filled with urgency and concern. She asked, "Marquis, how are you? Did the assassin harm you?" Gu Yishuan, looking at Lin Shishue's anxious expression, placed a reassuring hand on hers, saying, "I am fine. The assassin did not injure me, so there is no need for concern." Upon hearing Gu Yishuan's words, Lin Shishue finally breathed a sigh of relief, though her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gazed at him. Jiyu Yishuan, noticing her distress, softened his gaze and gently ruffled her hair, signaling that he was indeed unscathed. Murong Yin also wished to check on Gu Yishuan, but seeing Lin Shishue take the lead, she harbored no resentment, instead feeling a flicker of joy at their interaction. Yet, now was not the time for such thoughts. She turned her attention to Su Qingdai, her expression no longer warm but filled with cold resolve. "Dr. Su, why did you bring someone here to assassinate Xianer?" Su Qingdai, restrained by several servants, looked at the fallen Sue Yue with disbelief. Hearing Murong Yun's icy accusation, her face turned pale. "Madam, I truly had no knowledge that Sue Yue would be an assassin." However, Murong Yun's skepticism remained unyielding. "She is someone you brought here. How could you be unaware of her true identity?" Faced with Murong Yun's assertion, Su Qingdai was at a loss for words, her eyes filled with urgency and panic. Before she could articulate her defense, Gu Baitsong stepped forward with a detached demeanor, stating, "Take both of them to the dungeon and interrogate them thoroughly." Gu Baitsong's gaze was cold as he regarded Su Qingdai and Ti. Had it not been for Gu Yishuan's keen perception, they might have truly succeeded in their treachery. Gu Yichen trembled even more violently upon hearing Gu Baitsong's words. "Father, wait. Dr. Su should be unaware of the situation. Please do not imprison her in the dungeon just yet." Just as several servants were about to escort Su Qingdai away, Gu Yishuan suddenly interjected. He understood that with Su Qingdai's frail frame, she could not possibly endure the tortures of the Qianji guard. Moreover, from her words, it seemed she was oblivious to Xianing Zhao's true identity. If that were the case, then interrogating her would serve little purpose. The commoner thanks the Marquis of Wuan. Upon hearing Gu Yishuan speak on her behalf, a glimmer of hope flashed in Su Qingdai's eyes as she turned to look at him, her gaze filled with gratitude. Gu Yishuan regarded Su Qingdai, who was pale and expressing heartfelt thanks, with a flicker of light in his eyes. He had no intention of releasing her. This woman was a crucial figure in Xiao Jingheng's recovery from his leg injury. Once Xiao Jingheng learned of her whereabouts, he would undoubtedly take action to secure her, making her a valuable bargaining chip. Upon hearing Gu Yishuan's words, Gu Baitsong gazed at him with some confusion. He was well aware that his son was not one to show mercy, especially given that Su Qingdai was connected to the individual who had attempted to assassinate him. How could Gu Yishuan so easily let her go? However, seeing the determination in his son's demeanor, Gu Baitsong chose to trust his judgment. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "Then let us place her under house arrest in a guest room." Hearing Gu Baitsong's decree, Su Qingdai let out a sigh of relief. Although under house arrest, it was far preferable to being locked in a dungeon and subjected to cruel torture. After discussing Su Qingdai's situation, Gu Yishuan approached Tiyue, who had been disarmed and was being supported by several servants. He leaned in and whispered, "You are the renowned assassin from Hongxi Lu, sent by Xianing Zhao to kill me, are you not?" Upon hearing Gu Yishuan's words, Sue Yue suddenly lifted her head, her eyes wide with shock. How could Gu Yishuan possibly know her identity, let alone the name of her mistress? Noting the astonishment in her gaze, Gu Yishuan merely smiled coldly and gestured for the servants to take her away. As Su Qingdai saw the servants preparing to escort her out, she glanced at Gu Yishuan's left shoulder, where the wound remained unbandaged. Remembering how he had just spoken up for her, she hesitated for a moment before saying, "The Marquis of Wuan's injury has yet to be fully treated. I implore the Duke to find someone to assist him with his bandaging." Gu Baitsong did not respond to Su Qingdai's words, instead waving for the servants to take her away. He then intended to summon a doctor, but Gu Yishuan shook his head, stating that the wound had been sufficiently addressed and that Lin Shishue could assist with the bandaging. Hearing this, Gu Beizong instructed Murong Yun to join Lin Shishue in tending to Gu Yishuan's injury. Since it was merely a simple bandaging, it was quickly completed. Once Gu Yishuan's wound was attended to, Gu Beizong approached him and asked, "Xian'er, why did you choose to spare Su Qingdai?" Just as Gu Yishuan was about to respond, he noticed Gu Yiqin staring intently at him. In light of this, Gu Yishuan let out a cold laugh, contemplating for a moment before attempting to speak. At that moment, a servant hurriedly entered the room and respectfully announced to Gu Beizong, "My lord, Prince Chu has arrived." Chapter 67. The arrival of Xiao Jingheng. Upon hearing the servant's words, a flicker of surprise crossed Gu Yishuan's eyes. Why had Xiao Jingheng come? Gu Beizong also appeared puzzled. After exchanging glances with Gu Yishuan, he instructed, "Please escort Prince Chu to the main hall. I will be there shortly." "Yes," the servant replied before promptly exiting the room. "Madam, please take Yiqin and Shishue outside. I have some matters to discuss with Xian'er." After observing the direction the servant had departed, Gu Beizong turned to Murong Yun and said, although Murong Yun felt some confusion at her husband's words, she noticed that both he and Gu Yishuan appeared somewhat off. So she refrained from asking further, leading Lin Shishue and Gu Yiqin out of the room. Once the three had left, Gu Beizong turned to Gu Yishuan, his tone laced with curiosity. "Xian'er, why do you think Xiao Jingheng would come visiting at such a late hour?" The day Gu Yishuan had mentioned to him that the forces behind the skilled individuals obstructing the Qianji and Yueying were likely tied to Xiao Jingheng, Gu Beizong had dispatched someone to investigate the prince's residence. Although he had not obtained direct evidence, he had learned that Xiao Jingheng had indeed been secretly contacting the former subordinates of Xiao Xianlin over the past few years. This only reinforced Gu Beizong's suspicions regarding Xiao Jingheng's ulterior motives. But now, in the dead of night, why had Xiao Jingheng suddenly come to visit? "I cannot fathom the reason, either," Gu Yishuan replied. Hearing Gu Beizong's inquiry, Gu Yishuan shook his head, responding, "While I have my suspicions that Xiao Jingheng's visit pertains to Su Qingdai, I cannot say for certain whether he is acquainted with her." Upon realizing that Gu Yishuan, too, was at a loss, Gu Beizong furrowed his brow in contemplation. His eyes glinted coldly as he addressed Gu Yishuan. "We shall meet force with force, and water with earth. A mere Xiao Jingheng cannot stir up any significant trouble. I will go to the main hall to receive him. You should change your attire and join me." Seeing his father so confident, Gu Yishuan felt somewhat relieved, nodding in agreement. "Very well. Father, you go ahead. I shall follow shortly." Gu Beizong nodded before stepping out of the room. After Gu Beizong left, Gu Yishuan sat in a chair, pondering for a moment before rising to change out of his blood-stained robe and making his way toward the main hall. Upon arriving at the main hall, Gu Yishuan saw Gu Beizong seated in the principal position, while Xiao Jingheng occupied a wheelchair. Both engaged in light-hearted conversation. A cold smile flickered in Gu Yishuan's eyes upon sighting Xiao Jingheng in the wheelchair. Although Xiao Jingheng's legs had been injured in a fire during his youth, rendering him unable to stand, after years of recuperation, he could now walk as well as anyone else. His continued use of the wheelchair was merely a facade to deceive others. At that moment, as Xiao Jingheng conversed with Gu Beizong, his gaze shifted to Gu Yishuan, and his eyes sparkled with intrigue. Upon arriving at the Duke's estate, he had observed that there was nothing amiss. Unlike the expected reaction of someone sent by Xianningjia to assassinate Gu Yishuan. However, upon entering the main hall, he found only Gu Beizong present to receive him, and as he pondered this, he was taken aback to see Gu Yishuan arrive. Moreover, judging by his demeanor, he did not appear to have just survived an assassination attempt. Could it be that he had misjudged the situation? Was Xianningjia not behind the attempt on Gu Yishuan's life? Nonetheless, as Gu Yishuan entered the hall, Xiao Jingheng suppressed his inner turmoil and greeted him, saying, "The Marquis of Wuan has arrived." Seeing Xiao Jingheng speak, Gu Yishuan stepped forward and respectfully bowed. Gu Yishuan pays his respects to His Highness, Prince Chu. As Xiao Jingheng was a member of the imperial family, Gu Yishuan felt it necessary to observe the formalities. Just as he was about to perform a deeper bow, Xiao Jingheng grasped his arm, saying, "No need for such formalities, Marquis of Wuan." Xiao Jingheng regarded Gu Yishuan, and while he could not discern his true thoughts, he wore a smile, holding Gu Yishuan's arm and saying, "Thank you, Your Highness." Seeing Xiao Jingheng's gesture, Gu Yishuan was naturally pleased and straightened up, replying, "Indeed." Xiao Jingheng nodded with a smile. And once Gu Yishuan had taken a seat across from him, he remarked to Gu Beizong, "The Marquis of Wuan is exceptionally talented, bestowed with the title by His Majesty." The Gu family boasts both a duke and a marquis. Truly a household of great honor, envied by all. Upon hearing Xiao Jingheng's words, Gu Beizong took a sip of tea, his smile appearing somewhat strained as he replied, "Your Highness is too kind. My son and I are merely fulfilling our duties as subjects." The Gu family enjoys such honor solely due to His Majesty's grace. Xiao Jingheng made no comment on Gu Beizong's response, recognizing it as mere courtesy that he smiled and nodded, then turned his gaze to Gu Yishuan. Feigning ignorance as he inquired, "I noticed that the Marquis of Wuhan seems somewhat fatigued, his complexion rather pale. Has something occurred?" Upon hearing Xiao Jingheng's question, Gu Beizong's eyes glimmered, and he subtly glanced at Gu Yishuan. Seeing him shake his head, he replied to Xiao Jingheng, "My son was sparring today and sustained a minor injury. A doctor has already attended to him. We appreciate your concern, Your Highness." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jingheng nodded, but as he was about to speak, Gu Yishuan, seated opposite him, interjected, "May I inquire about the reason for Your Highness's late-night visit? If there is anything that the Duke's residence can assist with, please do not hesitate to let us know." Gu Yishuan regarded Xiao Jingheng with a smile, finding such small talk tiresome. Since Xiao Jingheng was unwilling to disclose his intentions, he decided to ask directly. Hearing Gu Yishuan's inquiry, a glimmer of contemplation crossed Xiao Jingheng's eyes. To confirm his suspicions, he responded, "It is not a significant matter. I merely wish to know if the doctor who treated the Marquis of Wuhan is perhaps Dr. Su from Daichintang." Upon hearing Xiao Jingheng's words, a flicker of light danced in Gu Yishuan's eyes. It seemed Xiao Jingheng had indeed come for Su Qingdai. Meanwhile, Gu Beizong's gaze turned cold as he regarded Xiao Jingheng, who inquired about Su Qingdai. After all, the individual who had attempted to assassinate Gu Yishuan had just failed, and Xiao Jingheng arrived almost immediately thereafter. What a remarkable coincidence. Sensing the unusual expressions in the eyes of this father and son duo, Xiao Jingheng felt a sinking sensation in his heart, but still asked, "Is there something amiss with what I said? Why do both the Duke and the Marquis regard me with such scrutiny?" In response to Xiao Jingheng's query, Gu Beizong's eyes gleamed coldly as he spoke in a chilling tone. Indeed, it was that Dr. Su who treated Xian'er's injuries. His Highness inquired about her purpose. Gu Yishuan's gaze also fell upon Xiao Jingheng. Noticing Gu Beizong's displeased expression, Xiao Jingheng's heart grew increasingly heavy. He entertained certain suspicions, yet could not afford to neglect his leg injury, so he continued speaking. "Surely, the Duke of Ding is aware of the ailment afflicting my leg. It causes excruciating pain whenever it rains. This evening, the old injury has flared up again, and I am in unbearable agony. A servant mentioned that Dr. Su from Daichintang possesses remarkable medical skills and should be able to assist me. Therefore, I intended to summon Dr. Su, only to be informed that she was taken away by someone from the Duke of Ding's residence. This is why I have come to trouble the Duke, hoping that Dr. Su might examine my leg." Xiao Jingheng paused, casting a curious glance at Gu Beizong before inquiring, "Might I ask if Dr. Su is still at the Duke of Ding's estate?" Upon hearing Xiao Jingheng's account, a cold smile flickered in Gu Yishuan's eyes. Xiao Jingheng's concern was not for Su Qingdai, but rather for her master, Sun Zhongmiao. Chapter 68. Is the King of Chu threatening me? Gu Beizong, upon listening to Xiao Jingheng's narrative, remained unconvinced and spoke with an indifferent tone. "The Prince of Chu is quite well informed. Indeed, Dr. Su is currently at my residence." He paused, regarding Xiao Jingheng with a gaze laced with frost. "However, it seems that Dr. Su cannot be taken away by the Prince of Chud. This revelation." Xiao Jingheng tightened his grip on the armrest of his wheelchair and, looking at Gu Beizong, asked, "Oh, and why is that?" Just as he awaited Gu Beizong's reply, Gu Yishuan interjected, "Because that maidservant of Su Qingdai dared to attempt an assassination while she was treating my injuries." Gu Yishuan's eyes were filled with iciness as he regarded Xiao Jingheng. Upon hearing Gu Yishuan's words, Xiao Jingheng's heart sank, yet he feigned astonishment, responding in a tone of disbelief. "What? Dr. Su would dare to bring someone to assassinate the Marquis of Wuhan?" Observing Xiao Jingheng's shocked expression, Gu Yishuan's eyes brimmed with scorn. It was evident that Xiao Jingheng had come today because he learned that Su Qingdai had arrived at the Duke of Ding's estate and that she would be involved in the assassination. Yet, Gu Yishuan found it perplexing how Xiao Jingheng had learned of the assassin accompanying Su Qingdai so promptly. Seeing that Gu Yishuan was merely coldly observing him without responding, Xiao Jingheng's expression faltered. Although he had long suspected this outcome, hearing that the maidservant besides Su Qingdai was indeed the assassin dispatched by Xian Ningzhao to kill Gu Yishuan caused his heart to grow heavy. Moreover, given Gu Yishuan's current demeanor, it was clear that the assassination had failed. Thus, the fate of Su Qingdai, who had brought the assassin into the duke's estate, was all too predictable. Yet, as Xiao Jingqing's hand tightened on his knee, he reflected on his leg injury. Though he could now stand like a normal person, any exertion of martial prowess would result in excruciating pain. Over the years, as he frequently ventured out of the city in secret, his condition had worsened significantly. The only one capable of healing his leg was Sun Zhoumiao. He could not afford to forsake Su Qingdai. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Jingqing turned to Gu Beizong and Gu Yishuan, stating, "Duke of Ding, might there be some misunderstanding in this matter? According to the Marquis of Wuan, the assassin was that maidservant, not Dr. Su herself. I have investigated Su Qingdai. She is merely a physician running a clinic in the capital and would not dare to attempt an assassination against the Marquis of Wuan. It stands to reason that she should be unaware of the assassination plot. I implore the Duke to release her. In response to Xiao Jingqing's plea, Gu Beizong remained silent, merely sipping his tea. At that moment, Gu Yishuan spoke up. Your Highness, whether Su Qingdai is aware of the plot remains uncertain, but it is an undeniable fact that the people she brought attempted to assassinate me. To suggest that my father release her based solely on conjecture and a few words seems rather frivolous. Gu Yishuan's eyes glinted with coldness as he regarded Xiao Jingqing. After Gu Yishuan finished speaking, Gu Beizong set down his teacup and, looking at Xiao Jingqing, said in a dispassionate tone, Your Highness, please take your leave, though I share concern for the Marquis's suffering. I cannot release Su Qingdai due to her involvement in the assassination attempt against Xianer. Seeing the resolute stance of Gu Beizong and Gu Yishuan, Xiao Jingqing felt a weight in his heart, recognizing that they were unlikely to relent easily. Yet, if Su Qingdai remained at the Duke of Ding's estate, her survival was uncertain. With this thought, Xiao Jingqing cast a cold glance at Gu Beizong, his voice no longer courteous but edged with frost. Duke of Ding, are you truly unwilling to release her? Noting the change in Xiao Jingqing's demeanor, Gu Beizong's gaze turned even colder as he retorted sharply, Is the Prince of Chu threatening me? Gu Yishuan's attention fell upon Xiao Jingqing, and he perceived that Su Qingdai held considerable significance for him, as he was willing to confront his own father for her sake. Hearing Gu Beizong's words, Xiao Jingqing shook his head, yet the chill in his eyes did not diminish as he continued. I would not dare to threaten the Duke, but are you aware of Su Qingdai's identity? At the mention of Su Qingdai's identity, Gu Beizong let out a scoff. Ha! Is it possible that her identity is so noble that your Highness believes I cannot afford to offend her? Gu Beizong regarded Xiao Jingqing with disdain. Within the entirety of the Kanglin Kingdom, he held no one in esteem aside from Xiao Xuanzi, much less a mere Su Qingdai. Unperturbed by Gu Beizong's condescending gaze, Xiao Jingqing lightly tapped the armrest of his wheelchair, replying, Her identity may not be of high nobility, but she is the sole disciple of the renowned healer, Sun Zhoumiao. Upon hearing Xiao Jingqing's assertion, surprise flickered in Gu Beizong's eyes. Although Sun Zhoumiao was merely a wandering physician, his name as a healer resonated throughout the land. Even Gu Beizong had heard of him. He was astonished to learn that Su Qingdai was indeed his disciple. Sensing Gu Beizong's astonishment, Xiao Jingqing pressed on. I imagine the Duke has heard of Sun the healer's reputation. In truth, my pursuit of Su Qingdai is not solely for her sake, but to seek out Sun Zhoumiao through her. It would be prudent for the Duke to hand over Su Qingdai to me first. Once I locate Sun Zhoumiao, her fate will be at your discretion. Hearing this, Gu Beizong hesitated, for even the Emperor had once sought Sun Zhoumiao due to his renown, albeit to no avail. This highlighted the healer's influence. Su Qingdai, as Sun Zhoumiao's only disciple, could pose complications if imprisoned within the Duke of Ding's estate. Just as Gu Beizong was mulling over this dilemma, Gu Yishuan interjected, Your Highness, are you aware that ever since I was attacked that night, numerous unidentified experts have appeared in the capital? His Majesty is greatly enraged, and the fact that someone close to Su Qingdai dared to assassinate me suggests a connection between her and those individuals. Therefore, even if she is Sun Zhoumiao's disciple, my Duke's estate will not release her. Gu Yishuan's gaze was icy as he looked at Xiao Jingqing, mindful that Su Qingdai still held value for him. Particularly after discovering her ties to Xianningzhao, he was even less inclined to allow Xiao Jingqing to take her away. Upon hearing Gu Yishuan's declaration, a glint of coldness passed through Xiao Jingqing's eyes as he retorted with a sneer. Oh, Marquis of Wuan, are you aware that Sun the Healer is known for his benevolence and has rescued many martial artists from the rivers and lakes? If he were to learn that you have imprisoned his only disciple and called upon those martial artists to retaliate against the Duke of Ding's estate, what do you think would ensue? Listening to this, Gu Yishuan's eyes narrowed as he leveled a sharp gaze at Xiao Jingcheng that a bunch of ruffians from the rivers and lakes dares to act recklessly in the capital of Kanglan Kingdom. If they dare come, I will personally lead my troops to suppress them, teaching those who frequently violate the law with their martial prowess what it means to be trampled beneath the feet of the imperial court. Chapter 69. Gu Yishuan's intentions. Hearing Gu Yishuan's words, Xiao Jingcheng's expression faltered, and he pressed his palm firmly against the armrest of his wheelchair, momentarily at a loss for a retort. Meanwhile, Gu Beizong also came to a realization. Just as Gu Yishuan had stated, no matter how formidable Sun Zhoumiao might be, he was merely a wandering physician. What storm could he possibly stir? Shinner is correct. If that Sun Zhoumiao truly dares to come to the Duke of Ding's estate to rescue someone, I would not hesitate to slay him on the spot, and His Majesty would not say a word. There is no need for the Prince of Chu to worry about this matter. Gu Beizong maintained a calm demeanor as he regarded Xiao Jingcheng, speaking in a tone devoid of emotion. Witnessing the stubbornness of both father and son, Xiao Jingcheng's eyes flickered with determination. He found himself at an impasse. While he could order a forceful entry into the Duke of Ding's estate to rescue Su Qingdai, doing so would undoubtedly alert the Gu family and even the emperor, thereby jeopardizing his years of careful planning. As Xiao Jingcheng sank into contemplation, Gu Yishuan remained silent, seated in his chair, observing him intently. He was curious to see how far Xiao Jingcheng would go for Su Qingdai. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Jingcheng came to the realization that under the current circumstances, retrieving Su Qingdai was impossible. With a heavy sigh, he addressed Gu Yishuan and Gu Beizong. Alas, if that is the case, I shall no longer intrude. However, I kindly ask the Duke and the Marquis to spare her from harm, considering her status as Sun Zhoumiao's disciple. Upon hearing this, Gu Beizong's expression remained impassive as he nodded in acknowledgement. That is only natural, as Gu Yishuan observed Xiao Jinghong's relinquishment of his pursuit. A flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. It appeared that a mere Su Qingdai was insufficient to provoke any lapse from Xiao Jinghang. Upon hearing Gu Beizong's words, Xiao Jinghang inclined his head in acknowledgement, then turned to Liren, stating, "Liren, let us depart." The guardian stationed at the entrance of the main hall, Liren, responded to Xiao Jinghong's command, stepping into the hall and proceeding to push his wheelchair towards the exit. "Shinner, accompany your father to see off His Highness, the Prince of Chu," Gu Beizong remarked as he rose, addressing Gu Yishuan. In response, Gu Yishuan nodded and stood, joining Gu Beizong in escorting Xiao Jinghang out of the Duke's residence. Both father and son understood that, despite Xiao Jinghong's circumstances, he remained a prince, and the customary courtesies must be upheld. This was the most fundamental decorum. Observing this, Xiao Jinghang did not decline, allowing the two to accompany him out of the Duke's residence. At the gates of the Duke's residence, Gu Beizong gazed at the carriage carrying Xiao Jinghang, which gradually receded from view, before turning to Gu Yishuan. "Shinner, is this the reason you chose to keep Su Qingdai?" Gu Yishuan, upon hearing his father's inquiry, pulled his gaze from the carriage and met his father's eyes, shaking his head as he replied, "I retained Su Qingdai solely due to her connection with Xianing Zhao. I was unaware that Xiao Jinghang would seek her out." Uncertain of how to explain to Gu Beizong his knowledge of Su Qingdai's association with Xiao Jinghang, Gu Yishuan opted to attribute his decision to Xianing Zhao. Gu Beizong nodded at his son's words, choosing not to press further on the matter, though a glimmer of insight flickered in his eyes as he continued, "The individuals who abducted Shishue tonight, beyond the Hongzhila, must involve other factions, correct?" Surprised by Gu Beizong's statement, Gu Yishuan cast him a bewildered glance, pondering how his father knew of additional forces at play beyond the Hongzhila. Noticing Gu Yishuan's astonished expression, Gu Beizong smiled slightly and explained, "Tonight, Gu Yi pursued a masked man, yet he managed to escape. The only individual capable of eluding Gu Yi's pursuit within Hongzhila is Lin Fengxing. After you mentioned that the people from Hongzhila are remnants of Nanyue, I dispatched individuals to investigate the matter thoroughly. While we have not uncovered all the identities of the skilled practitioners involved, we are aware that Lin Fengxing is their strongest member. However, given that Lin Fengxing lost an arm to the ruthless slaughter of Jui, it is improbable he could evade Gu Yi's pursuit. Thus, I conclude that the abduction of Shishue tonight certainly involves more than just Hongzhila." Following Gu Beizong's account, Gu Yishuan's eyes widened in astonishment. It seemed that his father's ascension to the position of duke was not solely attributable to the emperor's favor and military accomplishments. Nevertheless, even if Gu Beizong did not inquire, Gu Yishuan intended to inform him of the Mo Yahweh's involvement. Nodding to Gu Beizong, he declared, "Father, your conjecture is indeed correct. Beyond Hongzhila, there are indeed other factions involved in the abduction of Shishue." Upon hearing Gu Yishuan's affirmation, Gu Beizong's eyes sparkled with interest. Although those individuals had kidnapped Lin Shishue, their true target was evidently Gu Yishuan. He pressed further. "Do you know their identities?" With a glint of coldness in his eyes, Gu Yishuan responded icily, "They are the assassins secretly trained by Lu Huijin." The Mo Yahweh. The mention of Lu Huijin caused Gu Beizong's expression to darken. Lu Huijin. Gu Yishuan nodded and elaborated. "Indeed, it is Lu Huijin. Upon realizing his animosity towards our Gu family, I dispatched people to investigate. We discovered he has been covertly training a group of assassins known as Mo Yahweh, and the marks of Mo Yahweh were found on the corpses of those I fought against tonight. Hence, I firmly believe Lu Huijin must be involved in this matter." After listening to Gu Yishuan's account, Gu Beizong nodded, his tone turning frigid. This Lu Huijin and his father truly share the same disposition, resorting only to such despicable means. Following this, Gu Beizong fixed his gaze on Gu Yishuan and inquired, "Xianer, how do you intend to handle this situation?" Gu Yishuan's expression turned cold as he contemplated for a moment before responding. "Given that Lu Huijin holds a marquee title, acting against him rashly may provoke discontent from His Majesty and the court officials. I am aware of a stronghold belonging to the Mo Yahweh outside the city. You could send people to eradicate it, severing his influence, and then proceed with caution." "Very well. I shall arrange for it." Gu Beizong nodded in approval of Gu Yishuan's plan. However, a look of inexplicable concern crossed his features as he turned to Gu Yishuan and asked, "And what of Xianing Zhao?" Gu Yishuan discerned the unease in his father's tone, realizing he was likely aware of the connection to Gu Yichun. After a brief silence, he glanced towards the depths of the Duke's residence and replied calmly, "Having allowed Fu Yichuan to remain within our family for so long, it is about time he fulfills his due role." Observing the calm demeanor of Gu Yishuan, Gu Beizong fell into silence. Lost in his thoughts, after a prolonged pause, he finally spoke again. "Have you considered how you will communicate this to your mother?" Gu Beizong understood that for all these years, his wife had treated Gu Yishuan as her own flesh and blood. And should she come to learn of this matter? In response to Gu Beizong's inquiry, Gu Yishuan shook his head, his expression remaining steady as he continued, "Since he dared to use Shishue to threaten me, next time it could very well be mother. I cannot allow someone who harbors ill intentions towards the Gu family to remain within the residence. As for mother, once she learns the truth, she will surely understand my actions." Upon hearing Gu Yishuan's resolute words, Gu Beizong nodded, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, his gaze filled with complexity, yet he chose not to pursue the matter further as he turned to enter the residence. "I will ensure that Lu Huijin's situation is handled." Watching his father retreat, Gu Yishuan sensed that his father had tacitly approved of his intentions by not mentioning Gu Yichun again, causing him to relax somewhat. He had genuinely feared that his father would oppose his decision regarding Gu Yichun. Had that been the case, the situation would have become infinitely more complicated. Standing at the gate, Gu Yishuan gazed into the inky night for a considerable time, his mind swirling with thoughts of Xianing Zhao, murmuring to himself, "Xianing Zhao, it is time to bring closure to your affairs with the Gu family." Chapter 70. Xianing Zhao and Lu Huijin as midnight approached. A radiant moon hung high in the sky, casting its pure light upon the world. Xianing Zhao and Lin Fengxing evaded the watchful eyes of the city guards, hastening to a secluded courtyard within the city. "Miss, can we trust this Lu Huijin?" Lin Fengxing inquired, his gaze wary as he surveyed the dimly lit courtyard. "Since he dares to collaborate with us, he certainly will not resort to trickery at this juncture." "There is no need for concern, Uncle Lin," Xianing Zhao replied, her eyes glimmering with determination. After the assassination attempt at the Jin Yuan Marquis' residence, the court of the Kanglan Kingdom had launched a widespread crackdown on the martial artists affiliated with Hongzhila within the capital. The Hongzhila, as the focal point of these events, had suffered significant losses, and there were no longer any safe havens for them in the capital. Particularly, had the assassination succeeded tonight, chaos would undoubtedly have erupted throughout the city. Fortuitously, Lu Huijin had allied with them to confront Gu Yishuan and promised to arrange safe refuge for them afterward. Thus, Xianing Zhao, accompanied by Lin Fengxing, had ventured to the location that Lu Huijin had designated for their meeting. Upon hearing Xianing Zhao's reassurances, Lin Fengxing's demeanor relaxed somewhat, though a hint of vigilance still lingered in his gaze. Xianing Zhao, maintaining her composure, approached the courtyard's entrance and rapped gently on the door. After a brief moment, A man dressed as a servant opened the door, casting a glance at Xianing Zhao and Lin Fengxing before speaking in a detached manner. "Please, follow me." Xianing Zhao nodded and followed the servant deeper into the courtyard alongside Lin Fengxing. In no time, the servant led them to the main hall of the courtyard. "Please wait here for a moment," he instructed, then departed without waiting for their response. Xianing Zhao surveyed the main hall before choosing a chair to sit down, patiently awaiting the arrival of their host. Lin Fengxing stood behind her, gripping his long sword tightly, his eyes alert. They had not waited long when footsteps echoed from outside the hall. Upon hearing the approaching steps, Xianing Zhao's eyes brightened as she swiftly turned to the entrance. A figure clad in a voluminous black robe entered the room, their face obscured by a hood, followed closely by a man with a black cloth covering his face. The figure in the black robe took their seat at the head of the main hall and then removed the hood, revealing a stern countenance. Upon recognizing the visitor, Xianing Zhao's eyes widened in surprise, and she addressed him. "I did not expect the Marquis of Jin Yuan to come in person." Although they had just established a partnership, Xianing Zhao was taken aback by Lu Huijin's personal presence. Given that he had been confined to his residence by the emperor, it was unusual for him to emerge, particularly considering the sensitivity of his position. She had anticipated that he would send someone in his stead. In response to Xianing Zhao's astonishment, Lu Huijin maintained a calm demeanor, his gaze piercing as he regarded her with an icy glint. "Xia Luzhu, it seems your plan has met with failure." Startled by Lu Huijin's words, Xianing Zhao exclaimed, "What do you mean by that?" Marquis of Jin Yuan, with his hand resting on the armrest of the chair, Lu Huijin's expression grew increasingly somber as he spoke coldly. "Tonight, Prince of Chu Xiao Jingyang visited the Duke's residence, and I have received reports from those I stationed to monitor the Duke's estate. They personally witnessed Gu Yishuan and Gu Beizong escorting Xiao Jingyang outside, and judging by Gu Yishuan's demeanor, it was evident that he had not been assassinated at all." Lu Huijin exclaimed, his hand gripping the armrest tightly, his heart ablaze with fury. Not only had he been publicly humiliated by Gu Beizong's kick in front of the civil and military officials in the Golden Wan Hall, but he was also confined to his residence by the emperor. This deepened his resentment towards the Gu family. Yet after Gu Yishuan had disclosed information about the Moyan Guard that night, he dared not act rashly. For days, he had dispatched people to investigate the spies within his manor, but to no avail, which only heightened his unease. It was then that he suddenly recalled the Red Sleeve Tower from that night, when the assassination attempt on Gu Yishuan took place. He sent someone to contact Xianing Zhao, hoping to collaborate against the Gu family. Coincidentally, Xianing Zhao had also just formulated a plan, and upon hearing it, Lu Huijin found it feasible, leading to an immediate agreement between the two. If the assassination had merely failed, it would have been one thing. After all, in his original plan, even if they could not do anything to Gu Yishuan, it would at least expose the spies within his own manor. However, he never anticipated that Xianing Zhao's plan would not only fail but that he would also uncover no suspicious individuals in his residence, resulting in the loss of several skilled fighters. How could this not infuriate him? Upon hearing Lu Huijin's words, Xianing Zhao's expression darkened, filled with confusion and disbelief. How could this plan possibly fail? That day, after hearing Su Qingdai speak of Murong Yun's visit to Dai Chun'ang and her great faith in Su Qingdai's medical skills, Xianing Zhao had formed a rough plan. When Gu Yichen mentioned Lin Shishue, the originally vague idea crystallized. To her, Murong Yun's unwavering trust in Su Qingdai's medical abilities meant that Sue Yue accompanying her to the Duke's residence would raise no suspicion. Consequently, when Su Qingdai tended to Gu Yishuan's injuries, they could seize the opportunity to strike. This plan was flawless. How could it possibly fail? "Xia Luzhu, if you cannot provide me with a reasonable explanation, then I shall have no choice." Seeing Xianing Zhao remain silent, Lu Huijin's expression grew increasingly frigid, his gaze towards her laced with murderous intent. Although he had not thoroughly investigated Xianing Zhao's identity, he could surmise some details. In the event that this plan's failure became public knowledge, he knew he would be implicated. His reason for coming here was not only to hear Xianing Zhao's explanation but also to eliminate any potential threats. Lin Fengxing, standing behind Xianing Zhao, keenly sensed Lu Huijin's murderous intent, his expression turning grave as his hand slowly moved to the hilt of his sword. The masked man behind Lu Huijin caught the shift in atmosphere, a cold smirk flashing across his face as a few throwing darts appeared in his hand, spinning in the air. Hearing Lu Huijin's icy words, Xianing Zhao snapped back to reality. She observed the murderous glint in Lu Huijin's eyes, as well as the tense standoff between Lin Fengxing and the masked man. Xianing Zhao realized that if she could not provide Lu Huijin with a satisfactory explanation, both she and Lin Fengxing would perish here. After a moment of silence, she slowly spoke. Although this plan has failed, there is no need for the Marquis to worry excessively. Ning Zhao still has countermeasures. Upon hearing Xianing Zhao's words, Lu Huijin's eyes flickered with interest, and he raised his hand to signal his subordinates to hold their actions. He then turned to Xianing Zhao, asking, "Oh, what countermeasures does Xia Luzhu have?" Under Lu Huijin's scrutinizing gaze, Xianing Zhao slowly uttered a name. Chapter 71. To redeem one's sins. Gu Yichen. At the mention of this name, a glint of light flashed in Lu Huijin's eyes as he turned to Xianing Zhao and asked, "What do you mean by this?" "Xia Luzhu, Gu Yichen is the second son of the Gu family. How does he relate to your proposed countermeasures?" A smile graced Xianing Zhao's face as she replied, "Although Gu Yichen is the second son of the Gu family, his true identity is that of the son of the former general of Kanglan, Fu Yunfei." Thereafter, Xianing Zhao shared with Lu Huijin the details of Gu Yichen's background and the intelligence he had conveyed to her on several occasions. After listening to her account, Lu Huijin's expression shifted to one of realization. He had wondered who had relayed the message to refrain from intervening that night at the Duke of Jinyuan's residence. It turned out to be Gu Yichen. Furthermore, he had already formed a conclusion regarding Xianing Zhao's identity, yet he did not intend to expose her, as their goals remained aligned given the current circumstances. After a moment of contemplation to organize his thoughts, Lu Huijin looked up at Xianing Zhao. "So, you intend to utilize Gu Yichen's identity to take action against the Gu family?" Before Xianing Zhao could respond, Lu Huijin continued, "Yet your previous attempts to assassinate Gu Yishuan have all ended in failure, and Gu Yichen has played no significant role in those endeavors. What grounds do you have to believe that having Gu Yichen as a pawn will allow you to overturn the Gu family?" Though Xianing Zhao had her own doubts about Gu Yichen after these events, she understood that she could not show weakness before Lu Huijin. She adopted a mysterious demeanor and replied, "Ning Zhao has her arrangements. The Marquis need not worry." Observing Xianing Zhao's composed demeanor, Lu Huijin ceased his inquiries on the matter and shifted the conversation to other topics concerning the Gu family before taking his leave with his subordinates. Watching Lu Huijin's departing figure, Xianing Zhao's expression shifted from calm to somber. Although Lu Huijin had not acted against her and Lin Fengxing, their conversation made it evident that he intended to confine her here, severing her contact with the outside world. "Miss, what shall we do now?" At that moment, Lin Fengxing, standing behind Xianing Zhao, spoke up, concern etched across his features. Hearing Lin Fengxing's inquiry, Xianing Zhao gently shook her head. She had no effective countermeasures at present and could only sigh helplessly. "We shall take one step at a time." The following morning at the Duke of Dingwu's residence, Gu Yishuan had just finished applying medicine to his left shoulder injury when he arrived at the guest room where Su Qingdai was being held under house arrest. "Eldest young master." The two guards stationed outside the room immediately cupped their fists in greeting upon seeing Gu Yishuan. "Open the door. I have something to discuss with the person inside." Gu Yishuan nodded and instructed the guards. "Yes." The guards promptly obeyed, opening the door to allow Gu Yishuan to enter. Inside the room, Su Qingdai sat on a long bench, her expression filled with worry. She could not fathom how Cui Yue, whom Xianing Zhao had insisted on bringing to the Duke of Dingwu's residence, could be an assassin. Suddenly, hearing the door creak open, she turned her head immediately. Upon entering, Gu Yishuan was met with Su Qingdai's anxious face. The moment she recognized him, she quickly rose and bowed. "Marquis Wuan." "There is no need for such formalities." Dr. Su. Gu Yishuan regarded Su Qingdai with a calm expression, gesturing for her to sit. However, Su Qingdai dared not take a seat, standing in place as she finally spoke after he had sat down. "Marquis, I truly had no idea Tiyue was an assassin. My sister only mentioned she was a maid sent by our family, and I have only interacted with her for a few days." Su Qingdai clenched her clothing tightly, her eyes reddening as panic filled her voice. "Had I known she harbored ill intentions, I would have risked my life to prevent her from entering the manor." Although Su Qingdai had traveled the world with her mentor for many years, she was still merely a physician and had never experienced such an ordeal. Gu Yishuan looked at the agitated Su Qingdai with some helplessness, raising his hand to signal her to calm down. "I understand that you were unaware. Otherwise, you would not be standing here in good condition." Upon hearing Gu Yishuan express his belief in her innocence, Su Qingdai felt a measure of relief, and after a moment's hesitation, she looked at Gu Yishuan and said, "Since you know I am innocent, could you perhaps release me?" Gu Yishuan did not respond immediately to Su Qingdai's request. Instead, he poured himself a cup of tea that had already gone cold. Seeing that Gu Yishuan did not reply, Su Qingdai's expression tightened, and just as she was about to speak again, Gu Yishuan said, "The assassin was brought into the manor by you. I cannot release you simply because you were unaware. Gu Yishuan took a sip from the cup and then looked at Su Qingdai, speaking in a calm tone. Hearing that Gu Yishuan would not set her free, Su Qingdai's face turned ashen, her fists clenching tightly around her sleeves, her voice trembling. Oh, does the Marquis still intend to punish me? Despair flickered in Su Qingdai's eyes as she felt certain of her impending doom. Thoughts of her beloved mentor brought tears to her eyes. If only she had listened to her mentor's advice and not run around, she would not have ended up in this predicament. But just then, Gu Yishuan gently set down the teacup and looked at Su Qingdai, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes as he spoke. Originally, I intended to punish you, but considering your ignorance and your assistance in treating my injuries, I shall grant you an opportunity to redeem yourself. Su Qingdai's head shot up at Gu Yishuan's words. Her eyes slightly reddened as she gazed at him, stammering, Redeem myself. Indeed, redeem yourself, Gu Yishuan affirmed with a nod, then disclosed the purpose of his visit to find Su Qingdai. The crown prince, Xiao Jingheng, is suffering from the worsening of an old injury on his leg and is seeking your mentor. Sun Zhongmiao, far and wide. Upon hearing Gu Yishuan mention her mentor, Su Qingdai's eyes widened in surprise. How did he know that her mentor was Sun Zhongmiao? Moreover, what did this have to do with her redemption? But before she could inquire further, Gu Yishuan continued. The esteemed physician, Sun, is as elusive as a dragon, appearing only fleetingly. Even during the years when His Majesty dispatched individuals to seek him, he remained untraceable. As Gu Yishuan spoke, a glimmer of sharp, icy light flickered in his eyes. You are the sole disciple of Physician Sun. Only you possess the ability to locate him. Xie Jingheng will undoubtedly escort you to the palace. Upon hearing Gu Yishuan's words, Su Qingdai, realizing the implication of his suggestion to redeem her transgressions, instinctively retreated a half-step, her gaze filled with shock and panic. You want me to act as a spy? After years of studying medicine under my master, the most perilous situation I have encountered involved mere gang altercations. Now, you expect me to serve as a spy within the royal palace for Gu Yishuan? Is this not akin to pushing me into the abyss? Chapter 72. What do you mean, my lord? Observing Su Qingdai's astonished expression, Gu Yishuan calmly nodded and began to speak. Indeed. If you can procure what this lord desires from the residence of the Prince of Chu, I shall absolve you of your involvement in the attempt on my life. Otherwise, his gaze, cold and piercing, fixated on Su Qingdai as he continued, I shall confine you and that Sui Yue in the dungeons and subject you to torture. Upon hearing Gu Yishuan's chilling proclamation, Su Qingdai felt her heart race with fear, her legs trembling to the point where she had to lean against the table for support, her face paling significantly. She opened her mouth to refuse, yet the indifference in his demeanor made it clear that his words were not mere threats. If she dared to oppose him, she would undoubtedly face unspeakable torment. I am merely a physician. I have never engaged in such activities. After a moment of hesitation, Su Qingdai clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms as she trembled. If I am discovered, the Prince of Chu will not spare me. Hearing her words, a cold smile curved Gu Yishuan's lips as he gently swirled his teacup. And do you truly believe that this lord would show you mercy at this moment? Su Qingdai bit her lip in silence. Gu Yishuan, the Marquis of Wuan, and her father, the Duke of Dinghua, were both formidable figures in the current regime. His request for her to infiltrate the Prince of Chu's residence was undoubtedly a maneuver against him. Whether it was the Prince of Chu or the Duke of Dinghua, both were esteemed ministers of the Kanglan Kingdom. Should conflict arise between them, the noble class would remain unscathed, but the common folk of the capital would suffer dire consequences. Su Qingdai recalled her master's teachings about the benevolence of a healer, yet now she was being asked to act against her principles in the guise of a physician. Gu Yishuan, noticing the hesitation in her eyes, surmised her doubts. It seemed that Sun Zhongmiao had trained her well. With a moment of reflection, Gu Yishuan addressed her, You need not worry that this lord intends to use you to undermine the Prince of Chu. I have received intelligence indicating that the prince is secretly colluding with court officials to engage in treasonous acts that threaten the very foundation of our governance. Should you manage to acquire evidence of the prince's conspiratorial dealings, you would be saving countless lives. This revelation, Su Qingdai's eyes widened in astonishment. What? The Prince of Chu is plotting treason. She had initially believed that the Gu family had ulterior motives in targeting a member of the royal family. However, Gu Yishuan's words suggested that the prince himself was the one harboring treacherous intentions. Observing her shock, Gu Yishuan gently shook his head, clarifying, It is well known that my Gu family enjoys the emperor's favor. With that in mind, how could we possibly engage in such heinous acts? Su Qingdai nodded in understanding, acknowledging the truth of Gu Yishuan's statement regarding her family standing with the emperor, after a prolonged silence. She finally met his gaze and inquired, "What does the Marquis require of me?" With a raised brow and a glint of satisfaction in his eyes, Gu Yishuan responded, quite simply, "Once you enter the prince's residence, refrain from contacting physician Sun immediately. Instead, focus on treating the prince's injuries. During this time, pay close attention to any correspondence handled by Xie Jinghang and the individuals he interacts with. Should you notice anything amiss, report it to me without delay." Su Qingdai nodded, acknowledging the task at hand, though a new concern arose in her mind. How would she convey information, while observing letters and individuals was feasible? The prince's residence would undoubtedly be heavily guarded. How could she relay information to the Marquis? Unfazed by her dilemma, Gu Yishuan calmly stated, "Simply use the pretext of procuring medicinal herbs to visit the Tongji Hall in the city. There will be someone there to assist you." Just as Su Qingdai was about to express her agreement, Gu Yishuan continued, "Physician Sun is likely residing in seclusion on Qingyan Mountain, is he not?" Gu Yishuan's gaze remained steady, yet a hint of frost lingered in his tone. Upon hearing these words, Su Qingdai's heart raced as she met his eyes, disbelief flooding her expression. How could he possibly know the whereabouts of her master's hiding place? "What do you mean by that?" "My lord," the shock in Su Qingdai's eyes gradually transformed into cold resolve as she recognized the threat veiled within Gu Yishuan's words, igniting a flame of anger within her. Her master was her only family in this world, and Gu Yishuan dared to use him as leverage against her? "There is no ulterior motive. I merely wish for Su Daifu to remember her mission and not be swayed by the Prince of Chu, thereby betraying this lord." Gu Yishuan regarded Su Qingdai with a calm demeanor, yet a sharp glint flickered in his eyes. Do not even consider contacting Physician Sunday if I can accurately pinpoint his location of seclusion. I am certainly capable of controlling his fate. Given that Su Qingdai and Xie Jinghang were the protagonists of the original narrative, Gu Yishuan could not risk their potential romantic entanglement during this endeavor. Thus, he sought to ensure a layer of protection. This safeguard naturally involved Su Qingdai's beloved master, Sun Zhongmiao. Aware of the plot's trajectory, he knew precisely where Sun Zhongmiao resided. As Gu Yishuan's piercing gaze bore into her, Su Qingdai's last vestiges of hope shattered, and she nodded, somewhat dazed. "I understand, and I will assure the Marquis of my compliance." Content with her response, Gu Yishuan rose from his seat and mused aloud. "There is no need for such apprehension. Su Daifu. As long as you assist me in uncovering evidence of Xie Jinghang's treachery, I shall not only spare you and Physician Sun, but also elevate you as a distinguished guest, facilitating the establishment of a grand medical hall for you in the capital. As for Physician Sun, should he wish to serve within the Kanglan court, I am confident His Majesty would grant him a commendable position." Su Qingdai's icy demeanor softened slightly upon hearing Gu Yishuan's assurances. She nodded in acknowledgement but refrained from voicing her thoughts. Indifferent to her silence, Gu Yishuan began to make his way towards the door, adding, "In 2 days, I shall arrange for you to meet with representatives from the prince's residence. At that point, you need only feign ignorance." With that, Gu Yishuan departed without concern for Su Qingdai's reaction. Watching his retreating figure, she suddenly recalled Skinning Zhao. After all, during the previous night when she assisted Gu Yishuan with his injuries, it seemed he had discerned her identity as a killer upon hearing her mention Sui Yue's name. This indicated that Gu Yishuan must have knowledge of Xie Ningzhao. As Su Qingdai regarded Gu Yishuan's silhouette, her eyes flickered with uncertainty, but ultimately, she remained silent, allowing him to exit the room. Just as Gu Yishuan contemplated seeking Gu Baizong to discuss matters further, he noticed a graceful figure standing in the distance. Chapter 73. An excited Lin Shishue. Upon seeing Lin Shishue, adorned in a flowing azure gown, Gu Yishuan's eyes widened in surprise. It appeared she was waiting for him, prompting him to stride toward her. Lin Shishue, upon noticing Gu Yishuan approaching, felt an inexplicable loss for words, despite having numerous thoughts to share with him moments earlier. However, as Gu Yishuan reached her, he could not help but find amusement in her bewildered expression. "Miss Shishue, what brings you here?" Startled by his voice, Lin Shishue returned to her senses, her cheeks flushing slightly as she met his gaze filled with warmth. She had intended to respond, yet the memory of Murong Yun's words from the previous day, "Let Shishue manage you from now on," caused her heart to race. With her face growing increasingly crimson, she lowered her head, unable to meet Gu Yishuan's eyes, and stammered, "My lord, I merely happened to pass by." Yet, the truth was far from coincidence. She had hurried to find him after hearing Zhuer mention that Gu Yishuan was searching for the beautiful physician. Su happened to pass by. Gu Yishuan stepped closer, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. What a remarkable coincidence. Understanding her purpose for being there, He chose not to confront her directly. Lin Shishue, feeling the warmth of his presence, averted her gaze, her eyes fixated on the ground as she whispered, "Actually, it was my mother who asked me to find you." "Your mother? What did she wish to discuss?" Gu Yishuan feigned ignorance, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Madam, Lin Shishue felt her face grow hotter under his scrutiny, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Gu Yishuan, amused by her flustered demeanor, refrained from teasing her further and gently ruffled her hair. Explaining, "I came to speak with Su Qingdai regarding important matters. Do not overthink it." With her head lowered, Lin Shishue felt his hand resting atop her hair, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. However, upon hearing that Gu Yishuan had business with Su Qingdai, she felt a small sense of relief. After all, Zhu'er had remarked that the beauty of Dr. Su was not inferior to hers. Moreover, Gu Yishuan had released Su Qingdai last night and had come looking for her early this morning, which naturally caused Lin Shishue great concern. Once Lin Shishue felt the heavy weight lift from her heart, her expression relaxed somewhat. Noticing Gu Yishuan's hand still resting on her head, a hint of helplessness flickered in her eyes. Lin Shishue came to understand that Gu Yishuan simply adored touching her head. Recalling Zhu'er's words, she realized that she had always appeared as a meek little wife before him. This thought. A spark of determination flashed in her eyes. She was just about to let Gu Yishuan know that she was not to be trifled with when she saw him retract his smile, remove his hand from her head, and address her directly. "Let us not speak of that. I have made some progress regarding your mother's situation. Once I resolve this current matter, I can begin to assist you." Upon hearing Gu Yishuan's words, Lin Shishue abruptly lifted her gaze to meet his, her eyes brimming with astonishment. "Really? Of course, would I deceive you?" Gu Yishuan replied, observing Lin Shishue's excited countenance and giving a gentle nod. The Qianji guard he had dispatched to Jiang'an had returned, bringing back that crucial witness. However, he still needed to handle the matter concerning Xianingzhou, which would delay this further. As Lin Shishue absorbed Gu Yishuan's words, she immediately shook her head, her eyes slightly reddened, her voice trembling. "How could you, my lord, ever deceive me? I was merely overwhelmed with excitement. Thank you, my lord. If it were not for you, I..." Looking at the exceptionally handsome Gu Yishuan before her, Lin Shishue felt a surge of gratitude, and in her fervor, a few tears escaped the corners of her eyes. Finally, the person responsible for her mother's demise would face the justice they deserved. Alone in the capital, with her father Lin Ruichang harboring a deep disdain for her, she found it nearly impossible to uncover the truth about her mother. At this moment, she even felt a tinge of gratitude towards Lin Ruichang and Lin Feiyao. Had it not been for that day when Lin Ruichang sought to recommend Lin Feiyao before Gu Yishuan, how could she have ever encountered him? "Stop crying. You are delightful in every respect, except for your propensity to weep. This is our agreement. Resolving this matter will also bring me peace of mind," Gu Yishuan said, gently wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. His tone tender. Yet, the more he acted this way, the more Lin Shishue's eyes brimmed with tears. Noticing this, Gu Yishuan wore an expression of helplessness. Suddenly, he recalled what Murong Yun had said the previous night and leaned in closer, gazing intently at her. "Last night, my mother mentioned that you should take care of me in the future, but seeing you in such a pitiable state now, it seems unlikely." Upon hearing Gu Yishuan's words, Lin Shishue ceased her tears instantly, her cheeks flushing crimson as she took a step back, whispering in playful indignation, "My lord, please do not jest with me." Seeing Lin Shishue composed herself, Gu Yishuan sighed in relief, then adopted a serious demeanor. "I am not jesting. My mother is right. It is time." Flustered, Lin Shishue lowered her head. After hearing Gu Yishuan's words, her thoughts became chaotic. She stamped her foot, and, before Gu Yishuan could finish, she turned and fled. Gu Yishuan watched as Lin Shishue hurriedly retreated, his expression seemingly calm, yet the smile at the corners of his mouth was impossible to suppress. He stood still for a moment, collecting his thoughts before heading towards the main courtyard of Gu Beizong. Shortly after his departure, the figures of Lin Shishue and Zhu'er reappeared not far away. "Miss, you are truly lacking in resolve. The Marquis of Wuhan just said as much. How could you have run away?" The little maid Zhu'er looked at Gu Yishuan's departing figure, then turned to Lin Shishue with a look of exasperation. Lin Shishue, still somewhat dazed by Gu Yishuan's presence, slowly returned to herself upon hearing Zhu'er's words. Seeing the little maid's frustrated expression, she playfully patted her. "You little girl, what do you understand?" Zhu'er was about to retort when she noticed Lin Shishue had fallen into another daze, letting out a helpless sigh. It seemed her path as a matchmaker was indeed fraught with challenges. Upon reaching the main courtyard, Gu Yishuan intended to enter but was approached by a servant standing at the entrance. "Young master, the Duke left early this morning. He instructed that if you came seeking him, I should inform you." The servant approached Gu Yishuan, speaking respectfully. Hearing this, Gu Yishuan was filled with confusion. My father has left? Although he mentioned handling Lu Huijin's matter with the Mo Ye guard outside the city yesterday, was it necessary for him to go in person? Chapter 74. Does I Ching know of Qingfeng Temple? Though puzzled, Gu Yishuan decided not to linger since Gu Beizong was absent and turned towards Gu Yicheng's courtyard. However, before he reached Gu Yicheng's residence, he spotted him sitting alone in a pavilion. Gu Yicheng sipped tea intermittently, gazing ahead with a hint of worry in his eyes. Having failed to assassinate Gu Yishuan last night, Chui Yue was captured and interrogated by Gu Yi, and she was aware of his identity. He was genuinely concerned that Chui Yue might reveal him. As he pondered, Gu Yicheng let out a sigh, his expression filled with helplessness. Ever since Gu Yishuan returned to the residence and learned that Lin Shixue had been abducted, Gu Yicheng had felt the icy gaze of Gu Yishuan upon him. Now, to avoid drawing any suspicion, he dared not approach Chui Yue openly, nor did he inquire about her. Gu Yicheng had considered stealthily infiltrating the dungeon to eliminate Chui Yue. But the dungeon was heavily guarded by the Qianji guard, making it impossible for him to enter. While he was troubled by the situation regarding Chui Yue and contemplated whether to contact Xianing Zhao again, Gu Yishuan had already approached the pavilion. Hearing footsteps approaching, Gu Yicheng turned to see it was Gu Yishuan. "Yicheng, I noticed from afar that you seem somewhat unwell. Do you have any worries?" Gu Yishuan said with a smile as he walked towards the pavilion. Eldest brother, Gu Yicheng stood abruptly, a touch of panic in his heart, yet he forced himself to appear calm as he greeted him. Once Gu Yishuan sat down in the pavilion, Gu Yicheng began. "I am fine, merely startled by the assassin last night. There is no need for you to worry, eldest brother." A smile adorned Gu Yicheng's face as he spoke to Gu Yishuan. "Really just startled by the assassin last night?" Gu Yishuan asked, a cold smile flickering in his eyes as he feigned ignorance. Gu Yicheng was taken aback by Gu Yishuan's words, but, seeing his expression remained unchanged, he breathed a small sigh of relief and replied, "Indeed, that assassin truly startled me. If not for Gu Yi's timely intervention, you might have been in grave danger." Gu Yishuan nodded, about to respond, when Gu Yicheng quickly added, "Let us not talk of me. How's your condition after the battle and the assassination? Do you require me to fetch a doctor from the city?" Seeing Gu Yishuan eager to discuss Chui Yue, Gu Yicheng hastily diverted the topic. Gu Yishuan noted his eagerness to change the subject and silently scoffed, but he had no intention of exposing him. "It's merely a minor injury. My mother had a doctor come this morning to tend to it. I am quite well. That's good. That's good." Gu Yicheng feigned relief upon hearing this. After exchanging small talk for a while, Gu Yishuan suddenly seemed to recall something and looked at Gu Yicheng. "Have you heard of the Qingfeng Temple outside the city?" While managing to respond to Gu Yishuan and thinking of his own concerns, Gu Yicheng felt puzzled at the sudden mention of a temple's name. "Qingfeng Temple? I have not heard of it. Why do you ask, eldest brother?" Gu Yicheng's gaze was filled with curiosity. He truly knew little of this so-called Qingfeng Temple. Noticing Gu Yicheng's inquiry, Gu Yishuan's eyes sparkled as he maintained a casual demeanor. "It is nothing significant. It is just that Shixue heard someone say that the temple is quite effective and wishes for me to accompany her to seek a talisman for peace. I am unsure of its authenticity, so I thought to ask if you knew whether Qingfeng Temple is indeed efficacious." Upon hearing Gu Yishuan's words, Gu Yicheng's eyes revealed a flicker of something unusual, and he did not respond immediately. After contemplating for a moment, he raised his gaze to Gu Yishuan and spoke. As for whether Qingfeng Temple is effective, that remains to be seen. However, given that you have recently faced repeated assassination attempts, I doubt father and mother would permit you and Shixue to go there. Gu Yicheng observed Gu Yishuan, his tone calm, but internally he felt a surge of excitement. He understood that if Gu Yishuan and Lin Shixue truly went to Qingfeng Temple, it would present an excellent opportunity to eliminate Gu Yishuan. However, having experienced failures in the past, he also recognized that Gu Yishuan was not so easily dealt with and that meticulous preparations were necessary. Hence his inquiry. Noting Gu Yicheng's lack of immediate agreement to his visit to Qingfeng Temple, Gu Yishuan's eyes flashed with surprise. It seemed that the recent failures had indeed sharpened this fellow's wits. Nevertheless, he had already devised a response. Seeing Gu Yicheng's inquiry, he promptly stated, "Qingfeng Temple is not far from the capital, Shixue, and I will not bring any attendants. We can return quickly." Upon hearing this, Gu Yicheng's heart soared with joy. Not only was Gu Yishuan willing to go, but he also intended to do so without attendants or guards. Was this not the perfect opportunity to eliminate him? However, Upon recalling Gu Yixuan's earlier inquiry, Gu Yichen discerned that his brother had yet to firmly resolve to go. He feigned a moment of contemplation before addressing him. Since my elder brother harbors such thoughts, might I suggest that I investigate the Qifeng Temple? If it truly possesses the miraculous efficacy as Ms. Shishue has claimed, then you may accompany her to seek the talisman. He inquired. What are your thoughts on this? Elder brother, hearing this, Gu Yixuan's lips curled into an enigmatic smile as he nodded in agreement, responding, there is no objection. Upon receiving his brother's consent, Gu Yichen suppressed the exuberant swelling within him. Rising to depart towards the pavilion's exit, I shall make my way to the city to inquire about the Qifeng Temple. Observing Gu Yichen's hasty departure, a cold smile crept across Gu Yixuan's face, yet he still called out, such trivial matters can be delegated to the servants. There is no need for you to take the trouble, Yichen. Upon hearing Gu Yixuan's voice, Gu Yichen paused, turned his head to smile at him, saying, how could it be a trivial matter for me to seek a peace talisman for my elder brother? I cannot place my trust in the servants. It is better that I go myself. With that, Gu Yichen feigned nonchalance, waved goodbye to Gu Yixuan, and stepped away from the pavilion. Brother, Gu Yixuan's expression faltered upon hearing Gu Yichen's words. A fleeting moment of bewilderment crossed his eyes as he murmured to himself. Yet, as he gazed at Gu Yichen's receding figure, he found it impossible to reconcile it with the slender silhouette that had once trailed closely behind him in his memories. Gu Yixuan pondered many things within the pavilion, ultimately sighing. Alas, as father once said, in your heart, 2 decades of nurturing cannot outweigh the bond of blood. After his sigh, Gu Yixuan's gaze shifted from complex emotions to a frigid demeanor. Come forth, young master. As Gu Yixuan's voice faded, a member of the Qianji guards appeared within the pavilion, respectfully clasping his fists and greeting. Gu Yixuan regarded the Qianji guard with indifference, instructing, send someone to follow him. Chapter 75. Delivering news. At the very moment Gu Yixuan and Gu Yichen discussed matters regarding the Qifeng Temple, outside the capital, Gu Baizong stood atop a small mound, hands clasped behind his back. Surveying the wreckage of a nearby estate, his eyes cold as ice. Master, all individuals within the estate have been dealt with. At this moment, Gui, his robe stained with blood, approached Gu Baizong, cupping his fist in salute, and spoke respectfully. Were there any survivors left? Gu Baizong nodded, his tone devoid of warmth as he inquired further. Gui shook his head in reply, stating, these individuals resisted fiercely, displaying no fear in the face of our assault, and thus no survivors were captured. Gu Baizong was not surprised by Gu Yi's response. After all, they were the death warriors trained by Lu Huijin, and such a reaction was to be expected. Understanding that Gu Yixuan was correct, Gu Baizong realized that Lu Huijin held a marquee title and lacked a legitimate reason for action against him. Hence, he decided to strike first and startle the snake. Compelling Lu Huijin to reveal his own mistakes, have several corpses placed at the entrance of the Jin Yuan Marquis' residence. Gu Baizong pondered for a moment, a glimmer of shrewdness flashing in his eyes as he instructed Gui. Understood. Without hesitation, Gui bowed his head in compliance. Gu Baizong continued to observe the now silent estate for a while longer before descending the mound. Within the capital, Gu Yichen, under the pretext of gathering information about the Qifeng Temple for Gu Yixuan, strolled through the city, casually inquiring about the temple from a few individuals before arriving at a shop. I wish to see your shopkeeper. Gu Yichen entered the establishment, scanning for any tales behind him before approaching the counter. Addressing the shopkeeper who was busy calculating, the surrounding patrons regarded Gu Yichen with surprise at his words, for was not the person behind the counter the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper himself was momentarily perplexed, suspecting he was being jested with. Yet upon raising his gaze to meet Gu Yichen's, his eyes widened in astonishment, promptly ushering him towards the back room. What brings you here to us? The shopkeeper led Gu Yichen to the back, instructing the attendants to stand guard outside. Before turning back to Gu Yichen, speaking with a hint of urgency, this is a base of the Hongxiu Tower in the capital, designated for the transfer of intelligence. It is well concealed, hence it has escaped the notice of the authorities. Yet, your identity is rather significant. Your presence here may attract undue attention. Gu Yichen, however, was disinclined to explain, directly stating, I must see Xianingzhou. What surprised Gu Yichen was that the shopkeeper did not immediately lead him to Xianingzhou but hesitated, gazing at him with uncertainty. Sensing something amiss, Gu Yichen's heart sank. Could it be that Xianingzhou had encountered trouble? She had previously mentioned that if there were any urgent matters, he could come here to be taken to see her. Gu Yichen trusted that Xianingzhou had surely communicated with the shopkeeper. Yet the current hesitation was troubling. Is it not possible? Gu Yichen inquired, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes, for if Xianingzhou were in peril, he too could be implicated, observing the chill in Gu Yichen's gaze. The shopkeeper hurriedly shook his head, contemplating briefly before saying, "The Tower Master is currently entangled in some difficulties and cannot meet with you." Although Xianingzhou was under Lu Huijin's soft confinement, she could still relay messages to the outside world, which the shopkeeper was aware of, hence his words to Gu Yichen. However, upon hearing the shopkeeper's response, Gu Yichen felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. His gaze icy as he slowly reached for the hilt of his sword. "You have revealed yourselves." Seeing Gu Yichen's action, the shopkeeper quickly clarified, "We have not been exposed. It is simply that the Tower Master is occupied with certain matters and cannot see you." After a moment's thought, realizing Gu Yichen must have something significant to discuss with Xianingzhou, he suggested, "If you have pressing matters to communicate with the Tower Master, perhaps you might write them down, and I can deliver them on your behalf. What say you?" Hearing this, Gu Yichen breathed a sigh of relief, while simultaneously harboring some resentment towards Xianingzhou for choosing this moment to be indisposed. This was the most opportune time for Gu Yishuan to visit the Qifeng Temple without any guards, making it a prime opportunity to eliminate him. Yet, judging by the shopkeeper's words, it seemed Xianingzhou was dealing with a particularly troublesome situation that prevented her from coming personally. Faced with this predicament, Gu Yichen could only nod in resignation, requesting the shopkeeper to fetch a piece of paper, upon which he proceeded to write about Gu Yishuan's intended visit to the Qifeng Temple. Urging her to make the necessary arrangements, the shopkeeper stood by, and after Gu Yichen finished, he took the letter from him and promptly headed outside. Within a courtyard, Xianingzhou sat poised upon a stone bench, holding a piece of Xian paper, meticulously examining its contents. Confined by Lu Huijin, her means of gathering information and directing the Hongxiu Tower's operations relied solely on correspondence. Just as she finished reading a letter and was about to sip from her teacup, Lin Fengxing suddenly appeared at the entrance of the courtyard, hastening towards Xianingzhou. Noticing his urgency, Xianingzhou felt puzzled, and as Lin Fengxing approached, she questioned, "Lin uncle, what troubles you?" Lin Fengxing came before Xianingzhou, extending the envelope in his hand with a grave expression. "Miss, this is information transmitted from Gu Yichen at our intelligence outpost. It appears to be of great import." Upon hearing Lin Fengxing's words, Xianingzhou neglected her tea, hastily accepting the envelope from him, her demeanor serious as she tore it open to examine its contents. As she read, her initially solemn expression gradually transformed into one of delight, her spirit igniting with excitement. Noticing the change in Xianingzhou's countenance, Lin Fengxing's own anxiety began to dissipate, and once she finished reading the letter, he inquired, "Miss, what news does it contain? Is it of any value?" Xianingzhou nodded, taking a moment to compose herself before responding. "Gu Yishuan is heading to the Qifeng Temple outside the city to seek a peace talisman, and he is unaccompanied by guards. This presents a splendid opportunity to eliminate him." As she spoke, her eyes glinted with cold determination. Compared to previous attempts, this assassination bore the highest likelihood of success. Lin Fengxing, upon hearing Xianingzhou's declaration, also revealed a glimmer of joy, yet recalling the failures of prior attempts, he hesitated. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Xianingzhou, "Miss, can we truly trust this news, particularly in light of past failures?" Xianingzhou, upon hearing Lin Fengxing's concerns, gradually regained her composure, her gaze drifting across the courtyard as a spark of brilliance flickered in her eyes. Do we not have the Jin Yuan Marquis as our ally? Chapter 76. Shi Xue will accompany you. Upon hearing Xianingzhou's assertion, Lin Fengxing's eyes lit up, and after a moment's hesitation, he asked, "Does the miss intend for Lu Huijin to be involved in this matter as well?" Xianingzhou took a sip of tea, a cold smile gracing her lips as she replied, "Since he allied with us to assassinate Gu Yishuan, he is already bound to our cause. Why not involve him?" Acknowledging Xianingzhou's reasoning, Lin Fengxing nodded in agreement. Afterward, Xianingzhou revisited the letter, carefully contemplating its contents. Once she concluded this, a glimmer of brilliance shone in her eyes, and she turned to Lin Fengxing, stating, "You must send word to Gu Yichen, urging him to delay Gu Yishuan, ensuring he goes to the Qifeng Temple 2 days hence. Then inform Lu Huijin's associates to summon him. After our discussion, I will relay the detailed plan to Gu Yichen." "Very well, miss. I shall attend to it immediately." After Lin Fengxing received the instructions from Xianingzhou, he nodded in acknowledgement and swiftly departed. Within the shop, Gu Yichen, having delivered the message to the shopkeeper, anxiously remained inside, awaiting further news. Fortunately, Xianingzhou did not keep him waiting long. Within the hour, Gu Yichen observed the shopkeeper hastily entering. Has Xianingzhou sent back a message? Upon seeing the shopkeeper, Gu Yichen promptly rose and inquired, "This is a letter from the master." The shopkeeper nodded in response to Gu Yichen's question, quickly retrieving an envelope from his sleeve and handing it to him. Gu Yichen accepted the envelope from the shopkeeper's hand and immediately tore it open to examine its contents. After perusing the letter, Gu Yichen pondered for a moment before looking up at the shopkeeper. Go and inform your master that I shall return tomorrow. Ask her to devise a strategy promptly. Understood. The shopkeeper nodded at Gu Yichen's words. With Standing Zhao's reply in hand, Gu Yichen did not linger. Stepping towards the shop's entrance, the shopkeeper, seeing this, promptly followed him out. Gu Yichen exited the shop, surveyed his surroundings, and then melded into the crowd, heading towards the Duke of Dinghua's residence, not far behind him. In an alley, a middle-aged man of unremarkable appearance was intently observing his retreating figure. At the Duke of Dinghua's residence, within Gu Yishuan's courtyard, he picked up a chess piece and gently placed it on the board. His expression one of resignation. Opposite him sat Lin Shixue, clad in a blue dress that in stark contrast to Gu Yishuan's despondency. Lin Shixue gazed at the chessboard with palpable excitement. Without a moment's hesitation after Gu Yishuan made his move, she reached for a piece from the nearby box and placed it on the board, watching the nearly one-sided situation unfold. Gu Yishuan's expression grew even more resigned. He had intended to wait for Gu Baizong in the courtyard, but had not expected Murong Yun to bring Lin Shixue along to foster their relationship. After introducing Lin Shixue, Murong Yun left them alone in the courtyard. To alleviate her own awkwardness, Lin Shixue suggested they play chess together. Initially, Gu Yishuan had intended to decline, as he had only learned a few basic rules during his childhood under a tutor's guidance and was far from proficient. Moreover, he was acutely aware that Lin Shixue had been trained in various arts since childhood, making her a formidable opponent. However, unable to resist Lin Shixue's enthusiastic invitation, he acquiesced, leading to the current predicament. My lord, it is your turn. If you do not make a move soon, Shixue will declare you the loser, Lin Shixue teased, noticing Gu Yishuan's troubled expression as he hesitated. She had assumed he would be adept at chess and was surprised to see him struggle. Upon hearing her words, Gu Yishuan lifted his gaze to meet hers, recognizing the playful glint in her eyes, realizing she was eager to witness his folly. I cannot compete with Miss Shixue. I concede. Is that acceptable? Gu Yishuan admitted defeat, prompting a triumphant smile from Lin Shixue as he observed her joy. A warmth spread through his heart, and he gently ruffled her hair. You know I am no chess master, yet insisted on playing. You enjoy teasing me, little girl. Lin Shixue's cheeks flushed at his words, and she playfully swatted his arm, ready to retort. When Gu Yishuan continued, let us pause the game. I require your assistance with a matter. Taken aback by Gu Yishuan's request, Lin Shixue quickly regained her composure and nodded resolutely. My lord, please speak. I shall assist you without hesitation. Seeing her determination, Gu Yishuan smiled and briefly recounted Gu Yichen's intentions against the Gu family and the situation with Qingfeng Temple. Lin Shixue listened in disbelief, her memories of a past life resurfacing. Despite Gu Yishuan's brief summary, she began to piece together the reality of the situation. That was why Gu Yichen had sought to exploit the emperor's trust in the Gu family to incite rebellion. It turned out he was not of their bloodline but a remnant of Nanwei. Noticing Lin Shixue's prolonged silence, Gu Yishuan understood she had grasped the gist of the matter and chose not to interrupt, patiently awaiting her to sort through her thoughts. After a while, seeing her expression calm, he continued, while I will arrange for guards during our visit to Qingyun Temple, dangers still abound. And if, however, he was abruptly interrupted by Lin Shixue's firm declaration. My lord, you need not say more. I will accompany you. Lin Shixue's eyes sparkled with resolve as she looked at Gu Yishuan. Not only had Gu Yichen's rebellion caused untold suffering to the people, but she too had become embroiled in it. The thought of Gu Yichen plotting to kill Gu Yishuan was intolerable to her. Recognizing her steadfastness, Gu Yishuan shared additional details about their plans. Just then, footsteps were heard from outside the courtyard, and a servant entered. Young master, the second young master has arrived. Upon hearing this, Gu Yishuan's eyes gleamed with interest, and at that moment, Lin Shixue cast him a glance. After a brief exchange of looks, both quickly resumed their usual demeanor. Let him in, Gu Yishuan instructed the servant. Yes, the servant complied and promptly exited the courtyard. Chapter 77. The auspicious day approaches after a short while. Gu Yichen hurriedly entered, a sheen of sweat on his brow, momentarily pausing upon noticing Lin Shixue's presence. Quickly recovering, he approached them. Elder brother, Miss Shixue. Yichen has returned. How goes the investigation regarding Qingfeng Temple? Gu Yishuan inquired with a smile. Hearing the question, Gu Yichen beamed and responded, Elder brother, I have inquired, and indeed, Qingfeng Temple is quite effective. Gu Yishuan internally scoffed. How could a temple associated with such despicable characters as Qingyang Daoist possibly be effective? It was clear that Gu Yichen was deceiving him, yet Gu Yishuan had no intention of exposing the ruse. Just as he was about to speak, Gu Yichen continued, "Not only did I investigate Qingfeng Temple, but I also consulted a renowned Taoist in the capital. The day after tomorrow is an auspicious day. If we go to offer incense then, the talismans we seek will be even more effective. Perhaps it would be best for you and Miss Shishue to visit on that day." Gu Yichen had devised a plan to delay Gu Yishuan's visit using this so-called auspicious day. Gu Yishuan, recognizing the need for Xianningshao to prepare, was not particularly surprised by Gu Yichen's suggestion. He feigned contemplation for a moment before replying, "That seems acceptable. We shall proceed as you suggest." After speaking, Gu Yishuan turned to Lin Shishue, inquiring, "What are your thoughts, Shishue?" Having remained silent until now, Lin Shishue responded with feigned surprise, hearing the second young master, "It seems perfect for us to visit the day after tomorrow." Gu Yichen's eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he saw them take the bait, and he pretended to caution them about safety on the journey. Gu Yishuan patiently listened until Gu Yichen finished, then replied nonchalantly, "Thank you for your concern, second brother. You've had a long day. Please, rest now." Gu Yichen nodded appreciatively, stepping out of the courtyard. Once he departed, Lin Shishue turned to Gu Yishuan, whispering, "He was lying just now, wasn't he? The day after tomorrow is hardly an auspicious day." Gu Yishuan nodded while gathering the chess pieces back into their box. To concoct such a reason as auspicious day, it seems he has made some progress. If I were not privy to the truth, I might have been deceived. After securing the pieces, Gu Yishuan tapped the box lightly, his eyes glinting with sharpness as he let out a cold laugh. "Since he wished for me to delay my visit, granting them time to make arrangements, I shall afford them this opportunity. Yet, I wonder who will emerge victorious in the end." As evening fell, Gu Yishuan, having seen Lin Shishue depart, was about to summon the Qianzhuai who had been shadowing Gu Yichen that day when he received word that Gu Beizong had returned. Eager for news, Gu Yishuan proceeded to the main courtyard. Upon entering, he found Gu Beizong seated in an armchair, while Gui stood respectfully before him, seemingly reporting on something. Noticing Gu Yishuan, Gu Beizong greeted him, "Xinner, young master." Gu turned to Gu Yishuan, bowing respectfully. Yes, Gu Yishuan nodded in acknowledgement, gesturing for him to rise. He then turned to Gu Beizong, his tone laced with curiosity. "Father, when I sought you at noon, I was informed you had left early. Were you tending to matters regarding the Mo Yahweh outside the city? It seems unnecessary for you to attend personally." Faced with Gu Yishuan's inquiry, Gu Beizong nodded and began to elucidate. "Those individuals indeed did not require my personal attendance. However, I am curious to ascertain the true capabilities of the assassins cultivated by Lu Qidong's son." As Gu Beizong spoke, a hint of disappointment flickered across his face as he continued, yet the outcome proved rather disheartening. Although the Mo Yahweh trained by Lu Huaijin exhibited loyalty and tenacity, their strength paled in comparison to the Qianzhuai of the Gu family. Shortly after Gu Yiyun and his men stormed the estate, they resolved the matter entirely. Upon hearing this, Gu Yishuan nodded, well aware of the Qianzhuai's prowess. Recognizing that the Mo Yahweh were no match for them, that he pressed on with another question. "Did you discover anything today, father?" Gu Beizong shook his head, his expression calm as he replied, "There were no significant gains. However, I have dispatched a few corpses to be placed at the gates of the Jin Yuan Marquis residence, intending to rattle Lu Huaijin and throw him into disarray." A flicker of surprise crossed Gu Yishuan's eyes upon hearing Gu Beizong's words. Although he had asked earlier, he had not held out much hope. After all, while the Mo Yahweh's elite operatives were hidden within that estate, there were no significant figures among them capable of posing a threat to Lu Huaijin. He had not anticipated that his father would use the Mo Yahweh's corpses to unsettle Lu Huaijin, compelling him to reveal his own vulnerabilities. It seemed that experience bore its own wisdom. Noticing the astonishment in Gu Yishuan's eyes, Gu Beizong smiled slightly and then inquired, "Earlier, you mentioned that you would come to see your father at noon. Is there something you wish to discuss?" Upon hearing his father's inquiry, Gu Yishuan nodded and recounted the situation regarding Qingfeng Temple. "Last night, I pondered for an entire night, and I have decided." After Gu Beizong listened to Gu Yishuan's plan, he fell into silence, refraining from immediate response. Gu Yishuan understood the reason for his father's reticence. After all, Gu Beizong had previously stated that he would handle the matter himself and would not intervene. However, he had not brought it up merely for that reason. Gu Yichan had already communicated the situation to Xianningshao, who was in league with Lu Huaijin, and she would undoubtedly involve him in their machinations. At this point, recalling Gu Beizong's strategy to unsettle Lu Huaijin, a cold glint flashed in Gu Yishuan's eyes as he continued, I had previously hinted to Lu Huijin that I was aware of the Mo Yao's existence. Given your actions today, he will certainly deduce that the Gu family is behind this. If Xian Ningzhao informs him of my intent to seek a talisman at Qifeng Temple in a state of panic, he will undoubtedly collaborate with her to attempt an assassination on me. In a desperate bid, he might even target you. Father. Hearing Gu Yishuan's words, a glint of coldness finally emerged in Gu Beizong's eyes. He raised his gaze to meet Gu Yishuan's, his tone frigid as he remarked, if that were the case, with the Qianzhuai under your command outside the city, and Lu Huijin, cornered, launching an attack on the Duke's residence, the situation would be. Seeing his father grasp the gravity of the situation, Gu Yishuan nodded and continued, precisely, thus I cannot take all the Qianzhuai with me. After all, you are far more important than I am. And Lu Huijin is likely to dispatch even more personnel here. Chapter 78. How confident are you? After listening to Gu Yishuan's thoughts, Gu Beizong's expression grew solemn as he nodded, looking at Gu Yishuan. What is your plan? Gu Yishuan, upon hearing Gu Beizong's inquiry, did not respond immediately but began to contemplate in his mind. He had already formulated a rough plan the previous night, and while playing chess with Lin Shishue today, he had nearly finalized it. However, after hearing Gu Beizong's use of the Mo Yao's corpses to unsettle Lu Huijin, new ideas began to take shape. Observing Gu Yishuan deep in thought, Gu Beizong refrained from interrupting him, quietly sipping his tea while also reflecting on the matter at hand. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Yishuan slowly raised his gaze to meet Gu Beizong's, a sharp glimmer of cold determination in his eyes as he began to share his thoughts with Gu Beizong. I plan to. As Gu Yishuan articulated his strategy, Gu Beizong's demeanor grew increasingly grave. What do you think of my plan, father? After Gu Yishuan finished outlining his scheme, he studied Gu Beizong's expression with an air of anticipation. Seeking approval, his plan required Gu Beizong's backing. Otherwise, there were certain matters that he, as the Marquis of Wuan, could not accomplish. Gu Beizong, upon hearing Gu Yishuan's query, did not reply at once. Instead, he lightly tapped his fingers on the stone table, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. After a lengthy pause, he turned to Gu Yishuan and calmly inquired, Xianer, how confident are you in this plan? While Gu Beizong found Gu Yishuan's proposal to be plausible, he still wished to gauge the extent of Gu Yishuan's confidence. After all, if Gu Yishuan's plan largely relied on conjecture, any misstep could lead to accusations of treason against the current marquis. Even if the emperor trusted the Gu family, he would be compelled to impose punishment upon Gu Yishuan due to the counsel of other officials. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Yishuan replied, 80%. He could not disclose to Gu Beizong that his insights stemmed from prior knowledge of the storyline, so he refrained from overstating his certainty. Very well. Since you possess such confidence, proceed according to your plan. Upon hearing Gu Yishuan's response, Gu Beizong nodded and then addressed him. Although Gu Yishuan claimed only to be 80% confident, to Gu Beizong, that translated to 100% assurance, with Gu Beizong's agreement to his plan. Gu Yishuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Subsequently, Gu Beizong shared his own thoughts, suggesting enhancements to certain aspects of Gu Yishuan's plan. Gu Yishuan nodded in agreement, silently acknowledging his father's acumen. The ability to identify gaps in the plan based on existing information was a testament to Gu Beizong's prowess, honed over 20 years as the duke in the tumultuous court of the Kanglin dynasty. Meanwhile, as Gu Yishuan and Gu Beizong deliberated, at the Jin Yuan Marquis residence, Lu Huijin received a report from his subordinate, stating that Xian Ningzhao wished to meet him to discuss urgent matters. My lord. Do you wish to meet with Xian Ningzhao? The old steward in attendance asked upon hearing the report. Yes. Nodding in response, Lu Huijin understood that Xian Ningzhao had summoned him with strategies to counter the Gu family, and he felt compelled to attend. I shall make the arrangements, the old steward replied. Given that Lu Huijin was still under house arrest, he could not appear in public freely. However, just as the steward was about to turn to make arrangements, a servant rushed in, breathless and shouting, My lord, it's bad. Hearing the servant's exclamation, the old steward halted, turning sharply to scold, Silence. What kind of decorum is this, making such a commotion within the estate? Lu Huijin also turned his gaze toward the servant, his expression indifferent. The servant, chastised by the old steward, quickly approached Lu Huijin, bowing deeply. My lord. Once the servant was closer, Lu Huijin inquired, What has happened? With fear flashing in his eyes. The servant trembled as he replied, My lord, there are several corpses outside the estate. Lu Huijin's expression shifted dramatically, while the old steward's voice rose sharply. What did you say? The servant trembled at the old steward's harsh tone but understood the gravity of the situation. Hastily explaining, suddenly, several corpses appeared outside the marquee gate. The doorman saw them and immediately summoned me to report to you. After speaking, the servant raised his head to glimpse at Lu Huijin, still trembling as he added, "Those corpses have been moved to the courtyard. Please, my lord, you should go and see." Without needing the servant's urging, Lu Huijin recognized the seriousness of the matter and immediately stood to head outside. The old steward, witnessing the situation, set aside the arrangements for Lu Huijin's meeting with Xianingzhe and hurriedly followed him. As Lu Huijin approached the courtyard, his expression darkened, although he did not yet know the identities of the corpses. The audacity to place them at his marquee gate was clearly a provocation. Lu Huijin and the old steward moved swiftly, soon arriving at the courtyard where the corpses were laid. The gathered servants, noticing Lu Huijin's arrival, quickly bowed in respect. My lord. Seeing this, Lu Huijin waved his hand to disperse the servants and hastened to examine the bodies. As his gaze fell upon the corpses, his pupils constricted. What is this? The old steward, following closely behind, wore a similar expression of disbelief as he recognized the attire of the fallen. These are members of the Mo Yue. Lu Huijin glared at the lifeless bodies on the ground, gritting his teeth as he demanded, "What is the meaning of this?" The old steward stepped forward, meticulously inspecting the corpses and confirming with trembling words, "Where is Mou?" Lu Huijin's countenance darkened like stormy waters, an unfathomable rage welling within him as he coldly questioned the old steward. Mou was the masked man who had abducted Lin Shishue that night, and he served as the leader of the Mo Yue, typically overseeing their operations. Now, individuals have even discarded the corpses of the Mo Yue at the gates of the Marquis's residence. How could Mou not detect any anomalies to report to him? This surely incensed Lu Huijin. Upon hearing Lu Huijin's words, the old steward quickly regained his composure and spoke. Fearing that Lin Fengxing would aid Xianingzhe in escaping, Commander Mou personally went to keep watch. Chapter 79. What is the Marquis's perspective on this matter? Upon hearing the steward's response, Lu Huijin clenched his fists, his eyes filled with a somber darkness. The Mo Yue were the assassins he had painstakingly nurtured over the years. Now their bodies lay discarded at the entrance. Was this not a blatant slap in his face? Yet, alongside his fury, Lu Huijin was also engulfed in confusion. Few knew of his covert training of the Mo Yue. Who could possibly have the audacity to attack them? He rifled through his mind for anyone aware of the Mo Yue's existence, and then a figure slowly emerged in his thoughts, Gu Yishuan. Lu Huijin gritted his teeth as he uttered Gu Yishuan's name, recalling that night at the Marquis's banquet when Gu Yishuan had mentioned the Mo Yue to him. Among those who knew of the Mo Yue's existence, only Gu Yishuan had a conflict with him. Who else could be behind this assault? Gu Yishuan. Hearing the Marquis's words, could it be that the Gu family had turned against the Mo Yue? The old steward, upon hearing Lu Huijin call out Gu Yishuan's name, regarded him with a flicker of confusion and inquired. Lu Huijin nodded in response to the steward's query and promptly instructed him. Immediately dispatch someone to the estate outside the city to investigate if there are any survivors left. The Mo Yue had been divided into two factions. One was covertly lurking within the capital, while the other was stationed at an estate outside the city. Mou is currently within the capital, and the absence of any reports from him could only indicate that the faction outside the city had encountered trouble. After the old steward acknowledged his orders, Lu Huijin continued, "I must meet with Xianingzhe. Make arrangements swiftly." Understood. The old steward nodded in compliance, and upon noticing that Lu Huijin had no further instructions, he turned and set about his tasks. After the steward left, Lu Huijin gazed at the Mo Yue's corpses on the ground, his eyes flickering with intensity. Since the Gu family dared to strike against the Mo Yue, they must be aware of his intentions to deal with them. However, he pondered whether Gu Beizong and Gu Yishuan were aware of his alliance with Xianingzhe. Lu Huijin murmured to himself, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. Xianingzhe's identity was exceedingly precarious. If the Gu father and son learned of his collaboration with Xianingzhe and informed the emperor, it would spell his doom. As this thought crossed his mind, a wave of panic surged within him, yet simultaneously, a bold idea took root. Perhaps he should wait until he met Xianingzhe to see what strategy she might propose. After a prolonged period of contemplation, he ultimately dismissed that audacious idea. He understood that if he were to act upon it, and it were to be exposed, it would truly be the end for him. In the courtyard's chamber, Xianingzhe sat gracefully in an armchair, patiently awaiting Lu Huijin's arrival. Does the young lady have a plan in mind? Lin Fengxing, standing behind her, inquired as Lu Huijin was delayed. Hearing Lin Fengxing's question, Xianingzhe regained her focus and, after a moment of contemplation, softly replied, "I have a rough plan, but certain aspects will require Lu Huijin's assistance. We shall discuss it further upon his arrival." As she spoke, a glint of cold light flickered in her eyes. After several prior failures, she had resolved that this time, her target would not merely be Gu Yixuan, but she would seize this opportunity to directly confront the Gu family. Upon hearing Xianing Zhao's words, Lin Fengxing nodded, preparing to speak again, when a series of footsteps echoed from outside. Xianing Zhao sensed the commotion and turned to the entrance. The footsteps drew nearer, and soon Lu Huijin's figure appeared at the door, followed closely by Mou Jin Yuan Ho. Upon Lu Huijin's arrival, Xianing Zhao rose to greet him. Lu Huijin's demeanor was somewhat grim due to the Mou Wei incident, yet he nodded in acknowledgement to Xianing Zhao and proceeded towards the main seat. Sensing Lu Huijin's unusual demeanor, and though Mou's face was concealed by a black cloth, his eyes betrayed a hint of concern. Observing the subtle tension between the two, Xianing Zhao's eyes flickered with curiosity. Yet she refrained from inquiring. Lu Huijin settled into the main seat, directing his gaze at Xianing Zhao, and calmly asked, "Did you summon me to discuss a strategy against the Gu family?" Although Xianing Zhao still felt some lingering confusion about her earlier observations, she put it aside and relayed the information Gu Yichen had transmitted to her that day. Today, Gu Yichen conveyed that Gu Yixuan. Upon hearing that it was Gu Yichen's message, Lu Huijin's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Gu Yichen was a pawn Xianing Zhao had placed within the Gu family. His information held considerable value. The room fell silent for a moment, with only Xianing Zhao's voice breaking the stillness. What is the Marquis's perspective on this matter? After Xianing Zhao recounted that Gu Yixuan intended to seek a talisman at Qifeng Temple outside the city, she turned her gaze to Lu Huijin and inquired. Lu Huijin listened to Xianing Zhao's account without immediate response, his fingers lightly tapping on the armrest of his chair, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes, judging by what Xianing Zhao said. It truly presented an excellent opportunity to eliminate Gu Yixuan. Normally, Lu Huijin would have readily agreed to seize this chance to do away with Gu Yixuan. But the recent massacre of the Mou Wei outside the city had instilled a measure of apprehension within him. After a lengthy contemplation, he resolved to disclose the situation regarding the Mou Wei to Xianing Zhao, for she remained in his grasp. Even if she learned of his losses, escape would be impossible. "Miss Xia, you likely wish for me to join you in the assassination of Gu Yixuan the day after tomorrow." Upon hearing Lu Huijin's words, Xianing Zhao nodded, about to respond when Lu Huijin continued. "However, to be candid with you, my Mou Wei suffered severe losses today due to an ambush. I fear they will not be able to assist you." At Lu Huijin's words, Xianing Zhao's pupils dilated. The Mou Wei had been ambushed. Who would dare to act against a Marquis's men? As she processed the shock, a realization dawned upon her. No wonder Lu Huijin's expression had been grim earlier. It was for this reason. Who could possibly have the audacity to strike against the Marquis's people? Once Xianing Zhao had steadied her emotions, she turned to Lu Huijin, her tone laced with curiosity as she asked, "Who do you believe is responsible?" "It should be the Gu family's Qianji Wei," Lu Huijin replied with a detached tone. "What, the Gu family?" Upon hearing that it was the Gu family who had attacked the Mou Wei, Xianing Zhao's heart jolted, a glimmer of cold light flashing in her eyes. Since the Gu family dared to act against Lu Huijin, they must be aware of his intentions towards them. But she wondered whether they knew of her connection with Lu Huijin. Yet soon, the panic in her eyes began to dissipate, replaced by a burgeoning plan. Chapter 80. Conspiracy Indeed. It is the Gu family. During the banquet at Jin Yuan Ho's residence that night, Gu Yixuan had mentioned the Mou Wei to me. I surmised that the recent ambush against the Mou Wei was orchestrated by the Gu family. Lu Huijin observed Xianing Zhao's astonishment and nodded, providing clarification. Xianing Zhao, upon hearing this, did not respond immediately. Instead, she contemplated the feasibility of her plan before tentatively addressing Lu Huijin. "If that is the case, the Gu family must have harbored murderous intentions against you, given their audacity to strike at your men in broad daylight." Upon hearing Xianing Zhao's assertion, Lu Huijin nodded lightly, a shadow of concern crossing his features. He understood this truth all too well, yet the Gu family's power was formidable, even if they truly sought to harm him. He felt powerless to counteract it. Noticing the worry in Lu Huijin's eyes, Xianing Zhao felt a surge of hope, though she maintained a facade of calm as she continued. "Might I inquire if the esteemed Marquis has devised any countermeasures?" Lu Huijin fell into silence at her question. He did have an idea, but it was fraught with peril. Any misstep could lead to utter ruin, and he currently had no viable plan. Recognizing his predicament, Xianing Zhao suggested, "I might have a notion, if the Marquis would be inclined to hear it." Upon hearing Xianing Zhao's words, Lu Huijin's expression brightened, and he promptly urged, "Please, share your thoughts." Xianing Zhao nodded and then articulated, "Gu Yixuan intends to seek a talisman the day after tomorrow. I will arrange for someone to assassinate him then. However, Gu Yixuan is not weak. Should he make a desperate escape, we might not be able to stop him. Lu Huijin's brow furrowed at this point. While he recognized the validity of Xianing Zhao's statement, he wondered what relevance it held for him. But before he could voice his inquiry, Xianing Zhao continued. In that case, there is no need for us to dispatch a large number of people to assassinate Gu Yixuan. As she spoke, a glint of cold light shone in her eyes. Lu Huijin's heart raced at Xianing Zhao's words. As he grasped her intent, "You mean, we should strike directly at Gu Baitsong, who resides in the Duke of Dinghua's manor?" He regarded Xianing Zhao, his tone remaining calm, though the glimmer in his eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. He had previously contemplated a direct assault on the Gu family to eliminate any future threats, and it was astonishing that Xianing Zhao's thoughts aligned with his own. However, implementing this plan would be nearly impossible. For the Gu family was not so easily dealt with. Xianing Zhao observed the unusual glimmer in Lu Huijin's eyes, fully aware of his thoughts. However, since she had already voiced her intentions, she naturally had corresponding plans in place. Indeed, while Gu Yixuan had claimed he would not bring bodyguards, Gu Baitsong would certainly not allow him to escort Lin Shishue alone to Qifeng Temple outside the city. He would undoubtedly arrange for several attendants to accompany him. Given this, why not allow someone to return and report back? At this point, Xianing Zhao's words trailed off. Lu Huijin was not a fool. Having reached this juncture, he would certainly grasp her meaning. As Xianing Zhao had anticipated. Lu Huijin indeed understood her intent. If they allowed Gu Yixuan's attendants to return with news, Gu Baitsong would inevitably dispatch someone to support Gu Yixuan. At that moment, they could directly send someone to infiltrate the Duke of Ding's residence, thereby eliminating Gu Baitsong, the pillar of the Gu family, and even the Kanglin kingdom, in one fell swoop. Do you comprehend the consequences should this plan succeed? After a prolonged silence, Lu Huijin lifted his gaze to Xianing Zhao, inquiring in a low tone. Should Xianing Zhao's scheme come to fruition, Gu Baitsong's demise would undoubtedly incite the emperor's wrath, plunging the Kanglin kingdom into chaos. Consequently, those who dared to act against the Gu family would be forced to face the emperor's fury. A reality that made Lu Huijin hesitant to take action. In response to Lu Huijin's doubts, Xianing Zhao revealed a smile, her demeanor calm as she replied, "My lord, there is no need for concern. Once Gu Baitsong is dead, chaos will surely ensue in the capital, providing us with the perfect opportunity to erase our traces. Even if the court wishes to investigate, they will struggle to find any leads pointing back to us." At this juncture, a hint of a cold smile flickered in Xianing Zhao's eyes as she continued, "Moreover, do you truly believe you have any other options, my lord?" Upon hearing Xianing Zhao's words, Lu Huijin's expression faltered. Indeed, did he have any alternatives at present? Given that the Gu family had openly acted against the Mo Yahweh and brazenly discarded the bodies at the doorstep of his marquisate, this was not merely a warning, but a declaration of war. Contemplating this, Lu Huijin furrowed his brow, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest of his chair, his eyes filled with contemplation. Xianing Zhao, noticing his hesitation, did not rush him for a response. As she had previously stated, he truly had no other choices. Lu Huijin recognized this was the only course of action available to him. If he did not strike first, it would be too late once the Gu family turned their attention to him. Yet how could he evade the court's scrutiny? Although Xianing Zhao had promised to erase their traces immediately following Gu Baitsong's demise, there is no wall that does not let the wind pass. If the court pursued their investigation with vigor, they would undoubtedly uncover some clues. Should they follow these leads back to him, he would be. As Lu Huijin pondered, a fleeting glimmer sparked in his eyes as he regarded Xianing Zhao. Rather than contemplating how to erase his involvement, why not simply hand over the murderer? A notion arose within him as he gazed at Xianing Zhao. If he could successfully eliminate the Gu father and son, he could readily cast Xianing Zhao into the limelight, allowing her and Hong Xiaoluo to bear the full weight of the blame. As for whether Xianing Zhao would expose him, he was not particularly concerned. She already possessed the experience of attempting to assassinate Gu Yixuan. The emperor and the officials would likely trust a seasoned assassin over him, the current Marquis of Jinyuan. The outcome was all too predictable. Moreover, even if Gu Yixuan were to survive against the odds, there would exist no direct evidence implicating him in this affair. Even if the emperor harbored doubts, he would have no grounds to take action against him. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Huijin felt a sense of clarity wash over him. He turned to Xianing Zhao, a smile gracing his lips as he declared, "Let it be as you say." Lady Xie. Upon receiving Lu Huijin's agreement, Xianing Zhao sighed in relief, a smile also illuminating her face. The two then proceeded to discuss various details of the plan to ensure its flawless execution. With that settled, the Marquis stated he would return to gather manpower from the city. I trust you will promptly arrange your people from Hongqiulo to avoid any mishaps. After finalizing the plan's details, Lu Huijin rose, addressing Xianingzhao. Of course, I will make the necessary arrangements immediately to ensure nothing goes awry. You need not worry, my lord, Xianingzhao assured him. Lu Huijin nodded in acknowledgement, subsequently departing with his attendant. MOU. Xianingzhao remained seated, quietly observing Lu Huijin's retreating figure, a mysterious light flickering in her eyes. Miss, I fear that Lu Huijin's demeanor earlier may indicate. Lin Fengxing, who stood behind Xianingzhao, voiced his concerns as he watched Lu Huijin leave. Acknowledging Lin Fengxing's apprehension with a nod, Xianingzhao maintained her calm expression. She too sensed Lu Huijin's intentions, yet she harbored her own plans. Uncle Lin, there is no need for concern. I have my own strategies, she replied, her gaze fixed on the direction Lu Huijin had taken. He should not interfere. You should proceed to summon the members of Hongqiulo both within and outside the capital and prepare them. Lin Fengxing, relieved by Xianingzhao's assurance, relaxed visibly and promptly exited the room after acknowledging her instructions. After Lin Fengxing departed, Xianingzhao remained in contemplation for a considerable time before approaching a desk to begin writing. Chapter 81. Do you understand the consequences? The following day, the Duke of Ding's residence lay in tranquility. After Gu Yishuan had his wounds tended to, he was drawn into a game of chess by Lin Shixue. Though he could scarcely match her skill, Gu Yishuan did not decline. He had already finalized the necessary arrangements with Gu Beizong the previous night. Furthermore, as his injuries had yet to heal, Murong Yun would certainly not permit him to train. So he accepted the diversion of playing chess with Lin Shixue. During their game, Lin Shixue not only discussed the events of the following day but also broached the subject of Su Qi Dai. Inquiring how Gu Yishuan intended to handle her. In response to Lin Shixue's question, Gu Yishuan refrained from divulging his plan to send Su Qi Dai to the Chu Wangfu as an informant. He merely stated that he had matters arranged for her. It was not that Gu Yishuan did not trust Lin Shixue. Rather, he did not wish for her to become embroiled in these affairs. Just as Gu Beizong would not disclose the intricacies of court intrigues to Murong Yun. Noticing Gu Yishuan's reluctance to elaborate, Lin Shixue did not press further, placing her trust in him, although Gu Yishuan did not share his intentions with Lin Shixue. Her words sparked a realization within him. He had not yet determined how to deliver Su Qi Dai to Xiao Jingheng without raising suspicion. However, after Lin Shixue's remarks, he conceived an idea. Just as Gu Yishuan was engaged in chess with Lin Shixue, Gu Yichen arrived at the Hongqiulo's information transfer establishment. The proprietor, engrossed in calculations, immediately instructed a nearby assistant to watch the shop upon seeing Gu Yichen, then led him to the back room. Has there been any news from Xianingzhao? Gu Yichen inquired as he entered the back room. The proprietor, undeterred by Gu Yichen's question, promptly produced an envelope from his sleeve. This is a message sent by the master last night. Please take a look. Gu Yichen accepted the envelope, ripping it open to reveal its contents. As he read, his expression grew increasingly grim, culminating in him throwing the letter to the floor in frustration. Has Xianingzhao considered the consequences of such actions? Gu Yichen glared at the proprietor, his eyes shimmering with cold intensity as he spoke in a chilling whisper, observing Gu Yichen's icy demeanor. The proprietor remained unperturbed. He first picked up the fallen letter before looking at Gu Yichen and stating, "The master has mentioned that if you wish to withdraw, you may do so and inform the Gu family of our dealings. We will not obstruct you." At the proprietor's words, Gu Yichen's expression faltered, fury surging within him. Xianingzhao's statement was clearly an ultimatum. Having aided them in sending messages previously, Gu Yishuan had faced danger multiple times as a result. How could Gu Beizong and Murong Yun possibly forgive him? There was no turning back. Taking a few deep breaths, Gu Yichen suppressed his anger and glared at the proprietor, gritting his teeth as he asked, "What are the odds of success for Xianingzhao's plan?" The proprietor, upon hearing Gu Yichen's inquiry, simply shook his head lightly. "The master did not disclose such details to me. However, given that Marquis Ji Yuan is involved in this plan, there should be no room for error. Please rest assured, young Master Gu Yichen's eyes widened in surprise at the mention of Lu Huijin, the Marquis of Ji Yuan. How could he be involved in this matter? Just as he was about to question the proprietor further, he realized that Xianingzhao would likely not share such details with him. Asking would be futile, so he merely scoffed. "Humph, tell Xianingzhao that I will proceed as she suggests. But I hope her plan does not falter." With that, Gu Yichen disregarded the proprietor's reaction and strode out. The proprietor watched Gu Yichen depart, refraining from following him as he had previously. He stood rooted in place, observing Gu Yichen's exit. After leaving the shop, Gu Yichen returned directly to the Duke of Ding's residence. Meanwhile, a member of the Qianzhuai sought out Gu Yixuan. That moment, Gu Yixuan was still engaged in chess with Lin Shixue when he noticed the appearance of a Qianzhuai in the distance. Lin Shixue, focused on their game, also sensed Gu Yixuan's distraction and followed his gaze to see the Qianzhuai. Lord, shall I fetch some snacks for you? Understanding that the Qianzhuai likely had urgent matters to discuss with Gu Yixuan, Lin Shixue tactfully suggested. Yes, please do so, Gu Yixuan replied with a nod, allowing her to proceed. Subsequently, Lin Shixue rose from her seat and departed from the premises. After her departure, the 1,000 machine guard approached Gu Yixuan, respectfully clasping his fist in greeting. Young master. Gu Yixuan regarded the 1,000 machine guard before him, aware that he had been dispatched to follow Gu Yichen. The fact that he had come to report indicated that Gu Yichen had returned. Did Gu Yichen visit that shop again today? Gu Yixuan inquired. Indeed, the second young master did return to the same shop as yesterday. However, unlike yesterday, he did not linger for long before leaving. The 1,000 machine guard answered with deference. Gu Yixuan nodded at the guard's words, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes. The previous day, the guard had informed him that Gu Yichen had spent a considerable amount of time inside his shop. He surmised that it was merely a hangzhou, serving as a hub for information exchange, and since Xianingzhou was not present, he had refrained from taking any action. However, the fact that Gu Yichen had not stayed long today suggested that he must have become aware of Xianingzhou's plans. With this thought in mind, Gu Yixuan turned to the 1,000 machine guard and asked, Did Gu Yichen exhibit any unusual behavior upon exiting the shop today? The guard hesitated before responding, reflecting for a moment before speaking. When the second young master emerged from the shop, his expression was indeed somewhat grim, and he hurried back to the residence. A grim expression. Gu Yixuan's eyes glimmered with intrigue at the guard's observation. After a moment of silence, he noticed the guard still standing respectfully before him and gestured for him to withdraw. You may leave now. Yes. The 1,000 machine guard bowed respectfully to Gu Yixuan before turning to depart. Once the guard had left, Gu Yixuan lightly tapped his fingers on the chessboard, his eyes filled with contemplation. Lord, at that moment, Lin Shixue's voice resonated. Gu Yixuan looked up to find Lin Shixue returning, carrying a plate of pastries. She placed the pastries on the stone table and then looked at Gu Yixuan, her tone tinged with concern as she asked, Lord, has something happened? Gu Yixuan, noticing Lin Shixue's worry, smiled gently and shook his head, responding, Nothing of consequence. It is merely that the person I sent to observe Gu Yichen has come to report on his whereabouts today. Upon hearing this, Lin Shixue breathed a sigh of relief. But the mention of Gu Yichen reminded her of their impending visit to Qifeng Temple, worry returning to her eyes. Lord, regarding tomorrow's visit to Qifeng Temple, although Gu Yixuan had assured her that he had matters in hand, Lin Shixue remained anxious, not for herself, but for Gu Yixuan. After all, the assassins were targeting him, and they would undoubtedly make desperate attempts on his life. Gu Yixuan, understanding the source of her anxiety, reached out to gently ruffle her hair. Smiling as he said, There is no need for concern. Not only have I arranged for sufficient personnel, but I am also quite capable myself. Nothing untoward will occur, so rest assured. Hearing Gu Yixuan's words, Lin Shixue's anxious expression eased slightly, though her gaze remained laced with worry. Observing this, Gu Yixuan felt somewhat helpless, glanced at the chessboard on the stone table, and cheerfully suggested, Let us speak of other matters. Come, let us play chess. This time, I shall not be defeated. Aware that Gu Yixuan was attempting to divert the conversation to ease her worries, Lin Shixue recognized her inability to assist and nodded in agreement. Resuming their game of chess. Chapter 82. Qifeng Temple. The following day, around midday, after Gu Yixuan and Lin Shixue had finished their breakfast, they were about to leave the residence for Qifeng Temple when Murongyun intercepted them. Xianer, are you truly set on going to Qifeng Temple outside the city with Shixue? Murongyun looked at Gu Yixuan and Lin Shixue, her tone laced with concern. She had only learned that morning of their intention to visit Qifeng Temple, especially given the several assassination attempts Gu Yixuan had faced recently. Although Gu Baitsong had not elaborated on the reasons, she could surmise that someone was plotting against the Gu family. The fact that Gu Yixuan intended to leave the city with Lin Shixue without any escort was understandably worrisome. Gu Yixuan, seeing the worry etched on Murongyun's face, smiled reassuringly and said, Mother, there is no need for concern. Aside from our household members, no one else is aware of our departure. Moreover, we shall travel swiftly and return in no time. After Gu Yixuan spoke, Lin Shixue, who had been quietly standing beside him, turned to Murongyun and added with a smile, Madam, the Lord is correct. We will be back shortly, so there is no need for worry. Seeing both of them speak thus, Morong Yun's anxious expression softened somewhat, yet she still addressed Gu Yishuan. It is not that I wish to prevent your journey. But you mentioned not taking guards. How can that be acceptable? You must take a few guards with you. Otherwise, I shall remain uneasy. Gu Yishuan and Lin Shishue were going to seek a talisman for safety. So Morong Yun naturally would not obstruct their plans. She was merely expressing her concern. Very well, mother, I will heed your advice and take guards with me. Hearing her insistence, Gu Yishuan reluctantly nodded, assuring her that he would indeed bring along a few guards. Only then did Morong Yun relent, allowing them to depart. Meanwhile, not far away, in the corridor, Gu Yichen quietly observed this scene, watching Gu Yishuan's retreating figure, his eyes glinting with scheming intent. Gu Yishuan had finally left. As soon as Xianing Zhao's people arrived, he could set his plan into motion. Although Gu Yishuan had not departed without guards as he had anticipated, Gu Yichen felt no concern. Xianing Zhao had made thorough preparations, and a few guards would not disrupt the overall scheme. Since Lin Shishue could not ride a horse, Gu Yishuan shared a carriage with her as they headed towards the outskirts of the city. Though it was a carriage, it moved swiftly, and soon they had exited the capital, arriving on the official road outside the city. Go. The carriage sped along the official road, followed closely by several guards mounted on swift steeds, their horses' hooves stirring up clouds of dust. Inside the carriage, the curtain swayed gently with the jolting motion, and Lin Shishue sat within, her fingers gripping the embroidered handkerchief tightly, her expression tinged with anxiety. Though she understood that Gu Yishuan had made adequate arrangements and that they would not encounter trouble, she could not suppress her nervousness. Observing Lin Shishue's demeanor from across the carriage, Gu Yishuan reached over to tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear, his warm palm gently resting on the back of her hand. Do not fear. I have made all necessary arrangements. Nothing will go wrong. I trust you, Lord. Lin Shishue, reassured by Gu Yishuan's comforting words, took a deep breath to quell her unease and nodded in agreement. The carriage sped along the road, and before long, they arrived at the entrance of Qingfeng Temple. Once the carriage came to a halt, Gu Yishuan leapt down. As Lin Shishue prepared to follow him out, Gu Yishuan held up a hand to stop her. Seeing his gesture, she glanced at the seemingly tranquil Qingfeng Temple, her eyes filled with concern. Yet, she also recognized that her presence outside would only serve as a burden to Gu Yishuan, so she quietly retreated back into the carriage. Gu Yishuan smiled at Lin Shishue inside the carriage, then lowered the curtain and walked alone toward the temple. At the temple entrance, a young acolyte stood by, quickly approaching as he noticed Gu Yishuan's approach. Greetings, young master. The acolyte, seeing Gu Yishuan's noble attire and distinguished demeanor, immediately bowed in respect upon reaching him. I have heard that Qingfeng Temple enjoys a steady stream of visitors. Why is it that today, not a soul is in sight? Gu Yishuan nodded at the acolyte, casting a sweeping gaze around the temple, feigning curiosity as he inquired. The acolyte, equally perplexed, felt compelled to respond, saying, to be honest, young master, I too find this quite puzzling. While I cannot claim that Qingfeng Temple is perpetually bustling, there are usually visitors paying their respects daily. I cannot fathom why today not a single person has come. Upon hearing the acolyte's response, Gu Yishuan nodded in agreement, noting that not only was the temple devoid of visitors, but even the path he had traversed to arrive was empty. A glint of cold calculation flashed in Gu Yishuan's eyes as he surveyed the temple once more, opting not to enter immediately, but rather to engage the acolyte in idle conversation. The acolyte, surprised that Gu Yishuan did not enter but continued to chat with him, felt an array of confusion but dared not offend someone of such high status. Thus he respectfully answered Gu Yishuan's inquiries. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of Qingfeng Temple, a young man clad in a long sword at his waist observed the silence beyond the temple, where the sounds of hooves had faded. A flicker of urgency crossed his eyes. He stepped closer to a middle-aged man with a scarred face and spoke with concern. Boss, Gu Yishuan has clearly arrived, yet he is still lingering outside. Could it be that he has sensed something amiss? The scarred man turned to glance at him, then shifted his gaze toward the temple entrance, confirming that the situation was indeed as the young man described. A look of contemplation crossing his features. Boss, shall we take action now? The longer we delay, the more likely Gu Yishuan is to discover our plot. As the young man grew increasingly anxious, the scarred man recalled what their leader had said about Gu Yishuan not being an ordinary individual. The fact that he had yet to enter the temple raised suspicions. Casting a glance at the corner of the hall, where several bodies dressed in Taoist robes lay, the scarred man's eyes turned icy. The entire population of Qingfeng Temple had long since been slaughtered, leaving only an unsuspecting young acolyte to serve as bait to mislead Gu Yishuan. They initially intended to strike after Gu Yishuan entered the Taoist temple. Yet to their astonishment, he has not done so. However, this is not a significant concern. They have gathered all the members of the Hongxiu Tower from both within and outside the capital. Even if Gu Yishuan perceives something amiss, he will not be able to escape now. With this thought, the scar-faced man ceased to hesitate, nodded at the youth, and whispered, "All right, go inform the brothers outside. There is no need to wait for Gu Yishuan to enter. We shall act immediately." Upon hearing this, a grave expression flickered in the youth's eyes as he nodded in acknowledgement and swiftly exited the grand hall. Outside Qifeng Temple, Gu Yishuan engaged in casual conversation with a young acolyte. Occasionally glancing towards the interior of the temple. It was evident from his uneventful journey that the assassins dispatched by Xie Ningzhao intended to ambush him once he entered the temple. Yet, Gu Yishuan was well aware of their murderous intent, and he had no intention of stepping inside. Just then, an eerie sensation prickled at the back of his neck, and when he turned, he saw two glinting arrows hurtling toward him from behind the young acolyte. Chapter 83. The Nine-Ring Earth-Splitting Blade, Lei Ming. At the sight of the arrows, Gu Yishuan's pupils constricted in an instant. He swiftly kicked the young acolyte aside and retreated with agility. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Gu Yishuan managed to evade, several more arrows flew in his direction, embedding themselves in the spot he had just vacated, their fletchings quivering slightly. Assassins, upon witnessing Gu Yishuan under attack, several guards stationed by the carriage shouted in alarm, unsheathing their long blades as they rushed towards him. Do not approach. Protect Shishua. Gu Yishuan bellowed at the advancing guards, his gaze fixed on the source of the arrows, cold fury flashing in his eyes. Lu Huijin. In the kingdom of Kanglan, the private possession of bows, crossbows, and armor is strictly forbidden, which explained why the Hongxiu Tower had refrained from using arrows to kill him on previous occasions. Yet this time, they had evidently acquired bows and arrows, and it was clear that Lu Huijin had provided them. Hearing Gu Yishuan's command, the guards hesitated momentarily but ultimately obeyed. They quickly returned to the carriage, forming a protective perimeter around it, their long blades drawn and their eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Inside the carriage, Lin Shishua had also heard the commotion and was about to lift the curtain to investigate when she recalled Gu Yishuan's warning. She suppressed the urge, her fingers tightly clutching the embroidered handkerchief, her face etched with anxiety and concern. The young acolyte, having been kicked aside by Gu Yishuan, struggled to regain his composure, his face a mask of fury as he rose to confront Gu Yishuan. However, upon seeing the arrows on the ground and the guards wielding long blades, he quickly realized the gravity of the situation and scurried away. Gu Yishuan paid no heed to the acolyte, his gaze unwaveringly focused on the direction from which the arrows had come. At that moment, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed around the temple as dozens of armed men from the Jianghu appeared. Footsteps could also be heard from within the temple, accompanied by faint sounds, as yet more men emerged atop the temple walls. They were all armed and directed their cold, murderous gazes towards the encircled Gu Yishuan. Despite being surrounded, Gu Yishuan's demeanor remained largely unchanged. He scanned the assembled figures, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. He did not see any members of the Moying Guard. All were from the Hongxiu Tower. Although Gu Baitsong had led the Qianji Guard to eliminate a number of the Moying Guard, Gu Yishuan knew that Lu Huijin had cultivated the Qianji Guard for many years, and they were certainly not limited to those he had dispatched. It appeared they were genuinely intent on striking at the Duke's residence. As Gu Yishuan pondered this, a frigid glint flickered in his eyes. Were it not for his awareness of Lu Huijin's collusion with Xie Ningzhao, he might have brought the Qianji Guard along, which could have led to dire consequences. Just then, a steady footfall resonated from within the temple, and Gu Yishuan turned to see a middle-aged man with a scarred face emerging. The scar-faced man brandished a 9-ring broadsword, his heavy steps echoing as he surveyed the scene outside the temple, ultimately fixing his gaze on Gu Yishuan. Wen Ho Gu Yishuan, is that you? Gu Yishuan regarded the middle-aged man, a flicker of recognition igniting in his eyes as he identified him by the distinctive 9-ring broadsword, a renowned figure in the Jianghu, Lei Ming, known as the 9-ring earth-splitting blade. It is I. Might you be Lei Ming, famously known as the 9-ring earth-splitting blade? Gu Yishuan inquired calmly, surprised that Gu Yishuan was aware of his name. Lei Ming's eyes widened slightly as he glanced up at the sky, then at the guards beside the carriage, recalling Xie Ningzhao's orders, and addressed Gu Yishuan. Oh, I did not expect the esteemed Wen Ho to recognize a mere commoner like me. It is indeed surprising. Upon realizing that Lei Ming had not acted against him immediately after confirming his identity, Gu Yishuan surmised that the man was merely stalling for time, which coincidentally aligned with his own intentions. He continued, though I reside in the capital, I have indeed heard tales of the nine-ring earth-splitting blades renowned. There is no need for you to be so astonished. Gu Yixuan paused, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he addressed Lei Ming with contempt. However, it is truly disheartening to discover that a man of your caliber, renowned in the Jianghu, would stoop to become a lackey of the Hongxiu Tower, sent to assassinate me. Upon hearing Gu Yixuan's words, a flicker of anger passed through Lei Ming's eyes. He was not actually a member of the Hongxiu Tower. His collaboration with them in this assassination was driven purely by personal vendetta. Yet, to be labeled a lackey by Gu Yixuan incensed him. Gu Yixuan, do not slander me. You are well aware of the reasons behind my alliance with the Hongxiu Tower to hunt you down. Lei Ming glared at Gu Yixuan, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Gu Yixuan, taken aback by Lei Ming's response, displayed a hint of confusion in his eyes. He had assumed that Lei Ming had been coerced by Xianing Zhao, thus joining forces with the Hongxiu Tower to assassinate him. Could there be another motive? Noticing the bewilderment in Gu Yixuan's gaze, Lei Ming's anger intensified. He had expected that if Gu Yixuan recognized him, he would also understand the reasons behind his vendetta. He was astonished to find that was not the case. Taking a deep breath to suppress his fury, Lei Ming's wrist flicked, raising his nine-ring broadsword. The 9 rings on its back clattering ominously, with the blade pointed menacingly at Gu Yixuan. His voice dripped with coldness as he declared, "The Wang brothers you killed on the frontier were my disciples. I have come to avenge them." Upon hearing Lei Ming's words, Gu Yixuan's expression shifted to one of realization. It was clear now why such a formidable figure in the Jianghu would not submit to Xianing Zhao. It was due to the Wang brothers. Gu Yixuan regarded the furious Lei Ming with a calm demeanor, speaking in a detached tone. "Since you are aware of my identity, you must also understand why His Majesty bestowed upon me the title of Wuanhou. I repelled the invading forces of the Zhangchu Kingdom on the frontier, preventing them from encroaching upon the lands of Kanglan, thus allowing the common folk to live in peace." Lei Ming's gaze remained filled with murderous intent as he listened to Gu Yixuan's words. He was well aware of the deeds Gu Yixuan spoke of, but how did that pertain to his desire to kill him? Before he could voice his thoughts, Gu Yixuan continued, "While I defended the realm of Kanglan from invaders, your 2 disciples sought to take my life. The sword Saint Yunluan once said, 'The true hero serves the country and its people.'" As Gu Yixuan spoke, he cast a scornful glance at Lei Ming, his voice dripping with derision. "Yet, you self-proclaimed heroes of the Jianghu choose to assassinate one who protects the homeland. Is this what you deem chivalry?"